At 5 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yan suddenly sat up from the bed. He looked down at Chao Shanshan, who had fallen into a deep sleep beside him, and saw that she was in a deep sleep, with a very satisfied and sweet smile on her face. He couldn't help recalling the passion between the two of them last night, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Whether it was the result of the two men's double training last night, or Chao Shanshan's first personnel affairs, whether it was the satisfaction brought to him by her bold and crazy performance, Ling Yan was pleasantly surprised. Now, the human emperor's brush had already flown back into the center of Ling Yan's eyebrows, and he was still in a deep sleep like before. No matter how Ling Yan urged him with his spiritual thoughts, he remained motionless. However, last night, the human emperor's brush flew out suddenly, and a large amount of fairy spirit energy released by it, except for the part consumed by Ling Yan's breakthrough. A small part remained in Ling Yan's body, and most of the rest remained in Ling Yan's body. It all rushed into Ling Yan's eyebrows, mixed with the previous fairy spirit energy, nourishing Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness. The small portion of fairy aura remaining in Ling Yan's body made the faint golden fairy aura flowing in Ling Yan's meridians visibly grow stronger again. The golden fairy aura of the Renhuan pen flows through the meridians, so of course it can be used, and whenever they travel to the sea of consciousness in Ling Yan's eyebrows, they can always bring out a very small amount of the massive fairy aura in the eyebrows, although every time it's just a small amount, but it's better than it doesn't stop. As long as it accumulates over time, the golden fairy aura in the Ling Yan meridian will definitely grow stronger and stronger. This is like a rushing river. When the river flows through a lake, it can take away part of the water in the lake with its own water flow every time, making the river wider and stronger. This is a reason. Ling Yan's current speed of condensing the divine essence is really too fast. A drop will inevitably condense in 3 minutes, and this divine essence has already begun to contain a trace of fairy energy. However, although the Renhuang brush still cannot be used, Ling Yan can use the Renhuang seal. As soon as he moved his divine sense, the Renhuang seal flew out from between his eyebrows, instantly changed to its original size, and hovered in front of Ling Yan's eyes. My dear, it's really timely. The battle of life and death the day after tomorrow will come in handy. It's just that I don't know how powerful this man's seal is. Ling Yan secretly smiled in his heart. He has now advanced to the middle stage of the 3rd level of Qi training, and has an additional magic weapon, the King's Seal, which makes him truly 100% sure of the day after tomorrow's decisive battle of life and death. Even if something unexpected happens at that time, Ling Yan will be able to deal with it calmly. Ling Yan concentrated. Feeling this dragon bed again with his spiritual sense, he found that all the dragon and imperial energy in the dragon bed had disappeared. It seemed that last night, he and Renhuangbi had absorbed all of it. It turns out that this man's imperial pen prefers to devour the imperial spirit and the spirit of the emperor. Only the things used by the emperor contain enough spirit of the emperor, so that this man's imperial pen can be attracted. Thinking about this, Ling Yan was very grateful to the Chao family for sending this dragon bed. Ling Yanpiao got off the bed, blew a palm wind casually, extinguished the 2 big red candles that were still burning, and then went straight to the bathroom. He quickly took a cold shower, scrubbed his body clean, and came out feeling refreshed. Ling Yan went back to the bed, only to find that Chao Shanshan had already woken up. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, her black and thick long hair pouring down like a waterfall, and her beautiful eyes were full of smiles. Now, Chao Shanshan has transformed from a girl into a woman. Not only has she been nourished by Ling Yan, but she has also attained a late stage of Qi training. She has fairy aura, dragon aura, and even a small part of the emperor's aura in her body. This made her whole person's temperament suddenly elevated, exuding a thrilling charm all over her body. Your Majesty, are you awake? Why don't you sleep more? Ling Yan's mind was shaken when he heard this, and he thought that Chao Shanshan was too involved in the drama last night, and she didn't even want to play it until now. Well, wake up, I have to practice. When you get up to practice at this time, you are naturally practicing the Diyan Ju Xing Ju, Ling Yunlei can't move it. Chao Shanshan was obviously taken aback when she heard this, and soon, her beautiful eyes were filled with sincere admiration. In the bridal chamber, the two frantically tossed and tossed all night. No one came to supervise, no one urged Ling Yun to get up early to practice. Just this persistence and perseverance are enough to make anyone admire. There has never been a free lunch in the world. Behind the success and strength is the silent contribution that others cannot see. Chao Shanshan straightened her face in an instant. She got off the bed directly, and said to Ling Yun, "Your Majesty, let the concubine serve you to change clothes." Ling Yun laughed aloud when he heard this. He stretched out his hand, picked up Chao Shanshan's smooth satin-like body, and put her back on the dragon bed. "Lie down obediently and don't move. You don't need to worry about anything today. Just give me a good rest here. I'll have someone bring you breakfast, lunch and dinner. Sleep well, and when you wake up, follow what I taught you, and get used to your current state seriously." Overnight, after advancing to the late stage of the first level of Qi training, Chao Shanshan's realm has skyrocketed. Without 10 days or 8 days, it is impossible for her to adapt to her current realm. Ling Yun leaned down and kissed Chao Shanshan on the cheek, then took out a set of clothes from the Taishu ring, put them on quickly, and left the bedroom. Ling Yun walked out of his own courtyard, and went straight to the 6th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence, and came to the place where ghost willows were planted. "Oh, what a miracle! Emma Wudao, I didn't expect you to be earlier than me. Is the sun going to come out from the west today?" Ling Yun was very shocked, because he found that Emma Wudao had already sat cross-legged under the willow of ghosts and gods early on, practicing the Diyan Ju Xing Ju there. Emma Wudao immediately opened his eyes, his face suddenly turned red and then white, staring at Ling Yun and said, "Damn. You still have the face to say, who can sleep when there was such a big commotion last night?" Ling Yun was speechless for a moment, thinking of Chao Shanshan's ecstasy shouting at night. He wondered why he forgot to set up a formation to isolate the sound. Not to mention the innate masters in the Ling family's ancestral house, just the movement of the two of them last night, even ordinary people can hear it clearly from tens of meters away. Fuck. Thinking of this, Ling Yun was stunned and couldn't help but blush. It's a big embarrassment this time. Hey, I was negligent for a while, it was just a negligence for a while. I'm sorry. It's too late to make amends now, but fortunately Brother Yun still has an ability that defies the sky, that is, he has a thick skin. Ling Yun, you are really awesome. Emma Wudao suddenly gave Ling Yun a thumbs up. The day after tomorrow will be a life and death battle, you can forget about it last night, I admire you. Ahem, didn't I get up and practice now? Stop talking nonsense and practice quickly. Brother Yun was really speechless this time, so he had no choice but to use a big stick to suppress it, and simply avoided talking about it. Emma Wudao is also very ghostly, knowing that this kind of thing is enough to stop, and it is not appropriate to talk about it, so he closed his eyes again and began to practice seriously. When the sun was high and all the Ling family had finished their cultivation, after they had breakfast, Ling Lai came to the living room in the front yard and summoned all the important figures of the Ling family here. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, Cui Lao, several juniors of the Ling family, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Ling Xiu, and others, except for Ling Shui, were almost all present. Ling Yun was the last to arrive. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw that everyone in the Ling family gave him strange looks. Under this kind of gaze, no matter how thick-skinned Ling Yun was, he couldn't bear it. Being stared at helplessly, Ling Yun had no choice but to explain embarrassingly, well, it was a mistake last night. It was a mistake. I didn't intend to affect everyone's rest. I admit my mistake, okay? In the living room of the Ling family, there was a burst of laughter suddenly. Ahem. After Ling Lai laughed a lot, his face suddenly turned serious. He cleared his throat and said seriously, okay, stop making trouble. According to the rules, a life and death battle will be held the day after tomorrow. When it came to the battle of life and death the day after tomorrow, everyone in the Ling family immediately held their breaths and became very serious one by one. Ling Lai looked at Ling Yun. Yuner, the specific time for the life and death battle is 8 o'clock in the evening the day after tomorrow. Tell me, how did you specifically arrange for this battle? Today is August 29th, and the day after tomorrow is August 31st. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Ling family and the Sun and Chen families will have a decisive battle of life and death. A battle is life and death. If the Ling family can win, and their own damage is not too great, then the Ling family will definitely step on the Sun and Chen families and successfully rise. But if the Ling family is defeated, then naturally everything will be suspended. This battle is so important. Of course the Ling family has to make a thorough plan, carefully think about every possible detail, and make corresponding preparations. So Ling Lai chose to hold this important meeting today. At this time, the eyes of everyone in the Ling family focused on Ling Yun again, and they all had expectations in their eyes, wanting to know Ling Yun's specific arrangements for this battle. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ling Yun looked indifferent and calm, and he exuded a strong self-confidence, which was infecting everyone in the Ling family. Grandpa, father, second uncle, please rest assured. Now, for this decisive battle of life and death, I have absolute certainty of winning. No matter how many people come from the other party, or who the other party is from, we, the Ling family, don't have to be afraid. Now, everyone just needs to discuss it. The day after tomorrow night, someone will go to the Heavenly Killing branch in the capital to fight for me. Since the Qin family gave the Ling family too little time, only 9 days had passed since August 20th. In 9 days, Ling Yun tried his best, but the Ling family could only be promoted to where they are today. This is already the limit. Of course, Ling Yun has all kinds of powerful elixir, and he can encourage the Ling family, but in that case, the Ling family will break through again, and everyone's foundation will be unstable, which will cause endless troubles for future cultivation. If Ling Yun forcibly created a group of fake masters for this battle, it would harm the Ling family. With the current situation of the Ling family, except for Ling Lai who is qualified to participate in this battle, the only way for others to go up is to be instantly killed by the enemy. Ling Yun continued, therefore, what we have to consider now is how to deal with the dark hands set by the enemy, as well as the Long family and Yi family who are staring at us from the sidelines. To be continued. The Yi family is not worried. When it came to the Longya family, Ling Yun directly expressed his point of view. From the day when Qin Jingxian went to the grave on July 15th, Qin Jingxian proposed to have a life and death duel with our Ling family. As of today, the decisive battle is imminent, but the Yi family still has not responded. This is enough to show that the Yi family does not want to intervene. This matter. Regarding this point, Ling Yun has of course considered it carefully, because the Long family can't help but intervene, but the Yi family has not taken any action so far, unless the Yi family wants to catch the Ling family by surprise. Otherwise, until the Ling family and Sun Chen before the result of the life and death battle between the two families, the Yi family will definitely not take action against the Ling family. However, it was completely unreasonable for the Yi family to be caught off guard if they wanted to attack the Ling family, because with the strength of the Yi family, if they really wanted to deal with the Ling family, they would have made a move long ago, and they would not wait until now. Furthermore, if the Yi family really wanted to take this opportunity to deal with the Ling family, it would be great to directly send someone to help the Sun and Chen families join the battle the night after tomorrow. What Yuner said makes sense. Ling Lai nodded, and suddenly answered, based on what I've known about the Yi family for so many years, it's true that the Yi family won't deal with our Ling family this time. To be specific, the Yi family has been keeping a low profile for more than 40 years. Their family background is unfathomable, especially after the power of the Long family has been greatly reduced. Now the Yi family can completely fight against the Long family. They don't have to deal with us alone. The Ling family, and ruined so many years of keeping a low profile and exposing ourselves. Our Ling family is going to have a life and death battle with the Sun and Chen families. For the Yi family, this is a good thing they can't wait for, because no matter who wins or loses in the end, after this deadly battle, the strength of the three parties will be greatly weakened. By then, is the best chance for the Yi family to make a decision. After Ling Lai finished speaking, Ling Yu also nodded immediately, and said with a smile, "That's right, sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, and the snipe and the clam fight for the fisherman's profit." Over the years, the Yi family's method has always been the same: let them take the initiative to do it. It's hard to deal with one side. After all, our Ling family does not have any direct conflicts with the Yi family. Ling Yin suddenly smiled. "Snipe and clam compete for the fisherman's profit?" Hee, if the Yi family still thinks this way now, I'm afraid they have made a wrong calculation. Ling Yu laughed happily, raised his head and asked Ling Yun, "Yuner, since the Yi family is not a concern, what about the Long family?" This is the issue that everyone in the Ling family is most concerned about. After all, just yesterday, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ling Yin not only slapped Long Haoqiang across the face, but also broke his 2 legs, which was tantamount to offending the Long family head-on. It is absolutely impossible for the Long family to accept that the younger brother, who has been submissive for many years, suddenly violently slaps the boss in the face, because it concerns the prestige of the Long family. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth suddenly curled up into a charming smile. He lowered his voice, but said with confidence, "The Long family has nothing to fear. The Yi family has nothing to worry about, and the Long family has nothing to worry about." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Ling family gasped. They were very puzzled. It was easy to understand that the Yi family was not worried, but Ling Yun actually said that the Long family was not afraid? "You just broke Long Haoqiang's 2 legs yesterday morning, okay?" Ling Xiaojian frowned slightly, and said seriously, "Yuner, don't be tricky, why do you say that the Long family is not afraid?" Ling Yin giggled and said, "Grandpa, father, in fact, I broke Long Haoqiang's legs on purpose yesterday, just to test the real attitude of the Long family. Think about it, if the Long family really decides to take action against our Ling family, then if I break Long Haoqiang's legs, coupled with the extremely arrogant words I said, it is equivalent to giving the Long family the reason for the shot. However, it has been a day and a night since Long Haoqiang broke his leg. Has the Long family responded? No." Ling Yu thought about it for a while, spread his hands with a wry smile, and said, "Yuner is absolutely right, but there really is no reaction." "That's it." Ling Yin suddenly smiled coldly. "As for the attitude of our Ling family and the Sun and Chen families in the life and death decisive battle, the Yi family wants to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but the Long family wants to make peace the most important, make big things small, and calm things down." Although Long Haoran's attitude is strong enough, what he expressed in the letter is true. He just hopes that our Ling family and the Sun and Chen families will not fight if they can't fight. But yesterday, I also expressed my attitude in public. This time, the Long family is not allowed to interfere with our Ling family's affairs. Ling Yun used the most arrogant posture and the most arrogant words to warn the Long family not to intervene. This point, Long Haoran understands it, and if he doesn't understand it, he doesn't understand it. If Long Haoran was really furious and wanted to take advantage of the Ling family, he would never have waited for this day and night to take action against the Ling family long ago. But if this is the case, in Ling Yan's eyes, the Long family is even less fearful. The Ling family and the Sun and Chen families are in a life and death battle, and the Yi family has not moved, but your Long family can't hold back. What does that mean? It can only explain one thing. The Long family has a guilty conscience and lacks confidence. The Long family is afraid that they will not be able to control the situation in the capital after the life-and-death decisive battle. Ling Yan didn't believe that Long Hauran, the patriarch of the Long family, didn't even have the composure to reap the benefits, so he made the most perfect test of the Long family at the best time. For the result of the trial, Ling Yan was neither satisfied nor satisfied. Satisfied that he treated the Long family with such an arrogant attitude, the Long family was still not provoked, and did not directly bring people to the door. What is dissatisfactory is that the Long family can hold their breath so hard. They were so slapped in the face by Ling Yan, they were so calm as if nothing had happened. This fully proved the horror of the Long family. Only the truly strong, with everything in mind, can calmly deal with other people's provocations. Looking at it now, Long Hauran understands what I mean very clearly, so he probably changed his mind, and the Long family will not intervene anymore. For the current Ling family, as long as I am alive, no matter who it is, if they dare to hurt anyone in the Ling family, they will be asking for trouble for themselves. Ling Yan added lightly, and then smiled confidently, then what do you think is so scary about the Long family? After hearing Ling Yan's analysis, everyone in the Ling family was a little stunned, and at the same time suddenly realized why Ling Yan broke Long Haoqiang's legs as soon as he came up yesterday. Ling Yu took the lead, stretched his thumbs at Ling Yan, smiled approvingly, and said, "Good boy. It turns out that your attack on Long Haoqiang yesterday was not reckless and impulsive, but to test the true attitude of the Long family." Ling Yan laughed straight away. Reckless? Impulse? How could it be possible for Ling Yan to offend a behemoth just for the sake of his momentary pleasure and purely for the sake of pretending to be aggressive? Nonsense. After Ling Xiao understood it, his expression was stern, and he said worriedly, "The Long family's attitude, how can you just say that you are probing? And your methods are so fierce, what if the Long family uses this excuse to really kill you yesterday? Come on, if we want to attack you, how will our Ling family deal with it?" Ling Yan understood that his father was worried about his safety, so he laughed, and then said, "Father, if the Long family really wants to use this to deal with our Ling family and me, that would be a good thing." Ling Yan suddenly straightened his face, and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, first, we can confirm that the Long family is our enemy, not our friend. Secondly, since we know that the Long family is the enemy, the plan for our life-and-death battle with the Sun and Chen families must be changed immediately, and the Long family must be taken into consideration. Third, it's much better for us to know the Long family's attitude 3 days before the life-and-death battle, than to let the Long family catch us by surprise when we fight the Sun and Chen family the day after tomorrow. Since they are all enemies, what is the difference between potential enemies and confirmed enemies? You can't guard against a potential enemy, you don't know who he is, where he is hiding, let alone how he will deal with you. Just like the Yi family. The confirmed enemies can at least be guarded against, and all preparations can be made in advance. Just like the Sun and Chen families. If Ling Yan can really confirm that the Longye family is the enemy of the Ling family, and this time they will come to deal with the Ling family, then there is no need to hold this meeting now, and he will let everyone in the Ling family escape as far as possible, and then he just stay alone and fight guerrillas in the capital. Kill as many as you can, stay as long as you can, hit if you can, and run if you can't. Facing the 4 major families in the capital, what kind of meeting is there? Don't even think about it. The current Ling family is not strong enough. After Ling Yan explained clearly, he laughed and said, "So, this time, I have to thank the Long family for giving me a chance to test them out. In this way, I really feel confident. The Ling family is about to rise, and the 7 major families in the capital are vying for hegemony. Ling Yan has truly done everything he can. Exterminating the Sun and Chen families is not the goal. After the Sun and Chen families are eliminated, how to face the Long family and the Yi family is what Ling Yan really needs to consider." But Ling Yan suddenly changed the subject. "For the Long family, we can't be completely unprepared. Suddenly, Ling Yan looked serious, and suddenly lowered his voice. If the Long family wants to make a move, they will definitely choose the night after tomorrow. It must be after the start of the life and death battle. They either directly sent people to help the Sun and Chen families to deal with me, or they came to our Ling family to trouble you, so that I couldn't take care of both. Ling Lai and the others were shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect Ling Yun to include the possibility of the Long family's attack in the end. Because this is the battle for the rise of our Ling family, and it is a matter of life and death. Everyone in the Ling family was shocked when they heard this. Ling Lai frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Yuner, how should we guard against it?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I have my own plan, just wait for these 2 days for us to prepare. When the time comes, all we need is this." Ling Yun kept talking lower and lower, and in the end, he simply revealed his detailed plan through sound transmission. After hearing this, everyone in the Ling family was stunned and speechless for a long time. To be continued. 7K. Before the life and death decisive battle, after the most important meeting of the Ling family, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu and other family elders were still discussing secretly in the meeting room, but Ling Yun and his gang bid farewell one after another and left the living room. "Smelly, seeing you running around all day, I thought you didn't have time to think about life and death battles. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful, thinking of things we didn't think of." As soon as she walked out of the courtyard, the eldest sister Ling Xiao couldn't help but scrambled for a while, and praised Ling Yun sincerely. Hearing this, Ling Yun straightened his back straight, red mouth and white teeth, giggled and said, "Soldiers, the great affairs of the country, the place of death and life, the way of survival, must be investigated." Ling Xiao could not help but roll her eyes at Ling Yun when Ling Xiao heard this, and then poked Ling Yun's forehead with her forefinger like a spring onion. "Smelly, you are so beautiful, it's like someone who hasn't read Sun Tzu's Art of War." Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li and others were listening, and they couldn't help laughing. They learned about Ling Yun's plan, and their expressions were extremely relaxed. Everyone laughed and walked a few more steps. Ling Li suddenly interjected, angrily said, "Third brother, you probably don't know yet, Yi Tianshui from the Yi family played a gamble on the battle of life and death the day after tomorrow." "Oh?" When Ling Yan heard this, he immediately became interested. He turned to look at Ling Li, and asked with a smile, "Is there such a thing?" Ling Li nodded and confirmed, "Well, it was a friend of mine who called me last night. I was so angry when I heard it." Ling Yan laughed and said, "Yi Tianshui opened an underground casino, it's normal for him to gamble, why are you angry?" "With me, what handicap?" Ling Yan knew that Ling Li would be so angry. It must be because Yi Tianshui's handicap for this life and death decisive battle was too wide. Sure enough, Ling Li gritted his teeth and said, "Yi Tianshui and our Ling family are sure to lose, and the odds are that the Ling family loses, 3-1. Ling Yan was startled when he heard this, and he immediately said, "He paid so much for betting that the Ling family lost? Then what if the Ling family wins? What is the handicap?" "Last night, I still lost 10-1, but the handicap changes at any time. I don't know how much it is now." "It's interesting." When Ling Yan heard this, he suddenly burst out laughing. At the same time, a plan was immediately formed in my mind. This opportunity cannot be missed, and he wants to take this opportunity to make Yi Tianshui a big fortune. Thinking of this, Ling Yan immediately waved to everyone, and the 5 generations immediately gathered in one place. Ling Yan lowered his voice, and said with a chuckle, "Sister, brothers, do you want to make a fortune?" For the next 2 days, Ling Yan's life can be described as extremely leisurely. Outsiders seemed to be very relaxed and comfortable, as if they were not affected by the decisive battle of life and death at all. On the afternoon of August 29th, Ling Yun went to the 7th courtyard of the Ling family, visited the dead soldiers of the Ling family, and taught them a set of cultivation methods in person. As for those combat skills, Elder Cui has already begun to teach them, but if the dead soldiers of the Ling family want to improve their realm, they still need to practice the skills. In the end, Ling Yan took out the more than 100 magic weapon blades from the Taishu ring, and asked all the dead soldiers of the Ling family to choose a weapon that was convenient for them. Now, these dead soldiers of the Ling family have all advanced to the innate realm. It is impossible for them to make a large-scale improvement in a short period of time, but Ling Yan can start from the outside to improve their combat power. Now the slain soldiers of the Ling family are equipped with a magical weapon, and they are all even more powerful. That night, Ling Yan went to the blue bird's room. He burned 9 drops of divine energy, and personally protected the Dharma. With the help of Long Saliva, Long Lingdan and Long Huden, the blue bird broke through the innate 9th level and reached the peak of the 1st level of the supernatural powers. Jade Bird's realm has long been unstoppable. Ling Yan's move to help Jade Bird advance to a breakthrough this time is completely a matter of course. Even this breakthrough, reaching the peak of the supernatural power realm, is not the limit of Jade Bird. She still has a lot of room to continue to improve and break through. But Ling Yan stopped him, and he asked Jade Bird to firmly stabilize the realm first. After all, a real watershed has been crossed from the peak of the 8th innate level to the supernatural power level. The supernatural power level can let the true energy leave the body and transform into supernatural powers. After the realm, it is right to make a breakthrough. What's more, this time, Ling Yan burned his divine essence, and helped Jade Bird break through the entrance to the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows in one fell swoop, allowing Jade Bird to truly possess divine consciousness. With spiritual consciousness like Ling Yan, one is a true cultivator. Jade Bird's breakthrough this time is too big, and cultivation is going against the sky. One must take one step at a time, solidly, so Ling Yan only let Jade Bird reach the peak of the 1st level of the supernatural powers, and then stopped. After helping the blue bird break through, Ling Yan didn't do anything at all, and kept going. He also found Mo Wudao that night. He also burned his divine essence to help Mo Wudao break through the innate realm, and he also used Dragon Saliva and Dragon Spirit Dan, not only allowed Mo Wudao to reach the peak of the 4th level congenital level in one go, but also helped him break through the entrance of the sea of consciousness between eyebrows, so that Mo Wudao also possessed real spiritual consciousness. Ling Yan is now in the middle stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. In the sea of consciousness between the brows, he can condense 20 drops of divine essence at once, which is really a great career for a family. When the divine essence is burned, it doesn't feel bad at all. Like the blue bird, with the help of dragon saliva and elixir, Mo Wudao also felt that the true energy in his body was majestic and powerful after repeated breakthroughs, and he still had the strength to break through, but he was also stopped by Ling Yan. I know in my heart that it is normal for you to be promoted to the current level. If you want to improve again, even if I am not counterproductive, I will become counterproductive. Now you don't need to fight with others. What's the use of improving your realm so quickly? You still have to be steady, one step at a time. Whether it's for the Ling family, or for the dead of the Ling family, or for Chao Shanshan, Qingmiao, Mo Wudao, and everyone else, Ling Yan has the same idea in his heart. Take one step at a time, steadily, down to earth. You can rush to whatever realm you want, and never backfire. Because these people will be cultivators in the future, and as long as they reach the realm, sooner or later they will face the catastrophe. Regarding heavenly tribulation, Ling Yan, a genius cultivator who has cultivated to the great consummation of transcending tribulation stage, can be said to have experienced countless and rich experiences. Of course he understands the horror of heavenly tribulation. No matter how fast your realm is improved now, when facing the catastrophe, as long as there is a slight difference, it will be wiped out. Facing the catastrophe, you can't be sloppy at all. Therefore, no matter who Ling Yan treats, as long as he brings the other party on the path of cultivation, he will treat them equally and help each of them lay a solid foundation. The more solid the better. Otherwise, if one of these people encounters a catastrophe in the future, and his body and spirit are destroyed by the thunder catastrophe, then Ling Yun will definitely regret what he has done now. On August 30th, Ling Yun took Chao Shanshan to the Chao family, and told the Chao family about Chao Shanshan's current state and state. Shanshan now possesses divine consciousness, and she is a true cultivator. Hearing that Chao Shanshan had advanced to the late stage of the first level of Qi training overnight, everyone in the Chao family was inexplicably shocked. They really felt that the day of the rise of the Chao family had arrived. Even though Chao Shanshan doesn't know any cultivation skills and combat skills yet, since the pond has been dug, is it afraid that it won't be able to store water? Looking at the shocking and expectant eyes of the Chao family, Ling Yun smiled and told the Chao family that they just waited for this life and death battle to pass, and he would try his best to help the Chao family achieve their wish. After lunch, Ling Yun had another secret discussion with Mr. Chao Juanxiong, and made all the arrangements carefully, and then he took Chao Shanshan away from Chao's house. On the night of the 30th, Ling Yun went to the 5-star hotel where Xiao Mimi was staying, told her to do this, and then told her to follow the plan. It was the same night, the eve of the final battle. In the prosperous center of the capital, in an extremely luxurious private club. On the 5th floor, a fat man weighing more than 300 kilograms, with his upper body bare and wearing a pair of fat shorts, was sitting on a large sofa, squinting his eyes, smoking an expensive cigar. Following the big fat man's violent puff, the butt of the cigar suddenly became red and bright, and between lights and flickers, the big fat man breathed out smoke, leisurely and contentedly. Suddenly, a man dressed as a manager in a suit and leather shoes pushed the door in. He quietly came to the big fat man, and said extremely respectfully, "Third young master." The fat man said casually, "Third young master, because we released the wind, the Long family may take action against the Ling family, so many people bought the Ling family tonight and lost. Now, the total number of people who bought the Ling family has exceeded 10 billion. The big fat man narrowed his eyes, and a gleam flashed in his eyes for an instant. He frowned and said, "It's only over 10 billion? What about buying the Ling family and winning?" The manager said, "It's less than 2 million, and it's just some individual customers playing around." There is no doubt that the fat man of more than 300 caddies in this club is Yi Tianxue from the Yi family. Yi Tianxue blinked his eyes, and said calmly, "The odds are too low. In this way, change the odds of buying the Ling family's loss to 1 to 5, and at the same time change the odds of the Ling family's winning to 1 to 25. The manager hesitated and said, "But if this is the case, I'm afraid that someone will choose to buy the Ling family to win." Yi Tianxue rolled his eyelids up, and said with a smile, "It's all like this, will anyone buy the Ling family to win? Don't worry about changing it." The manager didn't dare to say any more, so he immediately picked up his mobile phone and made a call to ask the people below to change the odds. Yi Tianxue laughed and said, "If you lose 5, I don't believe you won't be fooled. Hee, I really made a lot of money with this one." Then he said to the manager, "You go down and keep an eye on it, as long as you buy the Ling family and lose 15 billion, you will close the market." "Yes." The manager responded and hurriedly left the room. Just relying on the Sun and Chen families, they want to fight the current Ling family. If you don't die, who will die? After the manager went out, Yi Tianxue sneered and continued to smoke his cigar. However, less than 10 minutes later, the manager hurried back and pushed open the door, sweating profusely. "Third young master, it's not good." Yi Tianxue's face suddenly sank, and he casually threw the unextinguished cigar on the precious carpet under his feet. "What's wrong? Does anyone else dare to make trouble here?" "No." The manager said angrily, "After the odds were changed just now, someone really bought the Ling family to win." Yi Tianxue was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed and said calmly, "One pays 25, and someone buys the Ling family to win, isn't that normal?" Bought 600 million. What? Yi Tianshui's super-obese body immediately jumped up from the sofa, and the fat on his body trembled wildly. To be continued. L3 L4. Although Yi Tianshui was very fat, he was really not too greedy. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the Ling family's life and death battle with the Sun Chen alliance, he started this gamble. He just wanted to make 15 billion. The handicap of this bet is very simple, it is to bet whether the Ling family will lose or win. But the odds he set out from the start were tempting and obvious. If the Ling family loses, they will pay 3 for 1 at the beginning, and if the Ling family wins, they will pay 10 for 1. Such a handicap is tantamount to telling the bettors that the Ling family will definitely lose, and if the Ling family loses, the compensation will be tripled, and the profit will be quite generous. This means that from the very beginning, Yi Tianshui drove all the gamblers to the side that bet on the Ling family's loss. As for the one who bet on the Ling family to win, no need to ask, of course it was himself. Moreover, tonight, Yi Tianshui even released the news that Ling Yun had completely offended the Long family, and also vaguely revealed that the Long family might help the Sun Chen alliance to clean up the Ling family. Just now, in order to make more money, he took the initiative to increase the odds, expanding the odds of the Ling family's loss to 1 to 5, and correspondingly, expanding the odds of the Ling family to win to 2 to 115. Yi Tianshui believes that at this time, no one will bet on the Ling family to win, but will bet on the Ling family to lose, because the odds of 1 to 5 are enough to drive those gamblers who don't know why. Regarding the odds that the Ling family will win, Yi Tianshui is not afraid even if the odds are raised to 100 to 100, because he knows that no one will be optimistic about the Ling family in this battle. Who cares what the odds are on a bet that almost no one will bet on? 15 billion, as long as the buyer loses 15 billion, Yi Tianshui will immediately seal the deal and no longer accept bets. After the disc is sealed, as long as tomorrow night is over and the results of the decisive battle between the Ling family and the Sun and Chen families come out, if nothing else happens, the 15 billion will be his, Yi Tianshui's. Originally, everything was developing according to the script set by Yi Tianshui. After he raised the odds, the number of gamblers betting on the loss of the Ling family exploded instantly, and the funds soon reached 15 billion. But who knew, just when they were about to close the deal, someone actually bought the Ling family to win with 600 million yuan. A compensation of 600 million funds, if the Ling family really wins, no more, no less, just take away his 15 billion. I worked so hard to set up this gamble. A piece of fat that was about to reach his mouth was taken away by someone else. Who the hell is this? He dared to grab food on Lao Tzu's head? Dare to break ground on Tai Sui's head, isn't he tired of work? Yi Tianshui's eyes shot fire, his face was livid, and the fat on his face twitched. Suddenly, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he asked in a deep voice, "Is the bettor still there?" Seeing that Yi Tianshui was about to eat people, the manager's legs trembled in fright, and he said cautiously, Still. Get out of the way." Yi Tianshui raised his arm suddenly, and directly pulled the manager aside. His fat body flashed, and he rushed out of the room and disappeared immediately. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that such a fat person would have such agility, that is, lightness kung fu. Yi Tianshui soon came to the lobby on the second floor of the clubhouse. The place was resplendent and magnificent, and the decoration was magnificent and extravagant. This is of course Yi Tianshui's underground casino, an absolute gold-selling cave, worth less than 100 million yuan, not even qualified to enter the gate of the clubhouse. Which friend is such a big deal that he actually offered 600 million to buy the Ling family to win? Stand up and let me see? Yi Tianshui, shirtless and full of fat, walked into the hall in such a swaggering way, and he spoke directly as soon as he entered the door. However, when he said this, the anger in Yi Tianshui's eyes disappeared, and the cannibalistic expression on his face also disappeared, replaced by a smiling expression. 15 billion, of course Yi Tianxue can afford to pay, and he has played even bigger games than this one, but he has to figure out who is the one who tricked him tonight. It's us. Two people lined up and walked out of the crowd. They had playful smiles on their faces and looked a little cynical. Yi Tianxue swept his eyes, his pupils suddenly shrank. Ling Yi. Ling Qi. Of course, these two people were sent by Ling Yun, Ling Yi, and Ling Qi, the dead man of the Ling family. Who is Yi Tianxue? With just one glance, he recognized the two important dead men of the Ling family, and at the same time he knew instantly. Since these two people appeared here, what about the person who took action against him? Of course it was Ling Yun. At this moment, Yi Tianxue's heart was bleeding, let alone the awkwardness in his heart. He had calculated everything, but he still forgot about that evil star Ling Yun. But at this time, even if he knocked out his teeth, he had to swallow it in his stomach, so he could only forcefully smile and say, "Since it's the two of you, I won't say much, but I still have two questions I want to ask you. First question, I want to know how the two of you got in here." Ling Yi chuckled, "Young Master Yi, this gold-selling cave of yours claims that as long as the net worth exceeds 100 million, anyone can enter after capital verification. Is it difficult for us to enter?" Yi Tianxue's smile froze immediately. He didn't answer, but asked again, "You Ling family, are you so sure that you will win?" This time, Yi Tianxue used sound transmission to enter the secret. Ling Yi continued to laugh, and said in the same voice transmission, "Young Master Yi, even you are so sure that our Ling family will win, why do you think we are not confident?" When Yi Tianxue heard this, the fat on his face twitched violently again. He was so depressed that he wanted to rush up and bite Ling Yi to death. "Young Master Yi, when we came, the Patriarch asked me to bring you a message. He said thank you very much this time, and he accepted the 15 billion with a smile." Fuck. After a long time, Yi Tianxue gritted his back molars, spat out two words from between his teeth, and then said in a deep voice, "Go back and tell Ling Yun for me, tomorrow night, don't be beaten by the Sun and Chen families. Mom can't even recognize it." Ling Yi's face changed when he heard this, and he was about to step forward with his breath. Unexpectedly, Ling Qi, who was beside him, grabbed him, and said through voice transmission, "Boss, have you forgotten the explanation of the Patriarch?" Only then did Ling Yi remember what Ling Yun had said before he arrived, so he forcibly suppressed his anger, and said to Yi Tianxue with a sneer, "Don't worry, I will report back to our Patriarch exactly what you said." After finishing speaking, Ling Yi and Ling Qi walked out at the same time, walked out of the club hall, and left Yi Tianxue's private club. After going out and getting into the car, the two couldn't hold back any longer, and suddenly burst out laughing at the same time. Beijing Tiansha Branch. This night, Chen Jingxian, Chen Haipeng, Sun Jinwu, Sun Tianluo, the 5 Dongyang Yingren, and members of the Bailey family just walked out of the Deep House. After the Sun Chen alliance got the address of the decisive battle, they sent people here immediately. For 2 days and 2 nights, the dead soldiers of their two families almost turned this place upside down, just to see has the Ling family arranged a dark hand here? However, in the past 2 days, the dead soldiers of their two families have not found any abnormalities. It was the eve of the decisive battle, and Chen Jingxian and Sun Jinwu finally came here in person. They brought the members of the two major families of Tokugawa and Bailey to conduct a personal inspection of this Deep House compound and its surroundings. "Old Chen, do you see?" After careful investigation, after walking out of the Deep House, everyone stopped, and Sun Jinwu turned to ask Chen Jingshuan's opinion. Chen Jingxian shook his head slowly. "I didn't find any problems, and there is no trace of the Ling family's tampering." After finishing speaking, Chen Jingxian also turned his head and looked at Kajinan Tokugawa Yukes, who was beside him. The third-level shadow ninja is very proficient in hidden weapons and even formations. If Tokugawa Xiongfeng also said that there is no problem, then you can rest assured. There is no moon in the sky, and in this deep night, Tokugawa Hideka seems to have turned into a phantom, blending with the thick night, making it even more unreal. Quack quack. The night owl's laughter sounded like sandpaper. Tokugawa Xiongfeng said, "My 4 men have surveyed the entire valley here and around, and there is really no problem. Tomorrow night, we can fight as much as we want. Destroy the Ling family." 36****9****. On August 31st, the last day of August, the day when the Ling family and the Sunchen Alliance will fight to the death, has finally arrived. The weather this morning was not very good, and there was a moderate autumn rain, which added a bit of coolness to the already refreshing autumn season. But after the rain, in the afternoon, things turned around again. The dense clouds in the sky all dispersed, and a tile blue sky appeared above the capital. Throughout the whole day, Ling Yin did not participate in any affairs of the Ling family. Since the morning, he has been sitting cross-legged in the 6th courtyard of the Ling family, under the willow of ghosts and gods, with his 5 hearts turned to the sky, his eyes closed and his kung fu. I practiced alone for a day here. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Yin suddenly opened his eyes. One was pitch black and the other was silvery white. One Qi Yin Yang Ju, Yin Yang Divine Eye. Soon, Ling Yin suppressed the substantial light in his eyes. He slowly retracted his power, floated up, then gently raised his hand, and pulled out the ghost willow from the ground. Among the rings. At this moment, Ling Yin's body, spiritual consciousness, and divine essence have all reached the peak state. Of course, the fighting and killing intent accumulated in his heart is also improving minute by minute. Brush. Ling Yin used apparatus, and in the next second, he had already appeared in the 3rd courtyard of the Ling family. Ling Yin went back to the house, and under the service of Chao Shanshan, he took a comfortable hot bath first, and then changed into the battle robe he made by himself, the Wu Jing Demon Silkworm night clothes. Ling Yun is ready for everything. Ling Yun, would you like some food? Chao Shanshan didn't talk much today. Ling Yun was about to have a life and death battle. She was very nervous and worried about Ling Yun. No, my body is full of aura now, and my physical condition is at its peak. And at this time it's better to be hungry. Ling Yun refused with a smile, then he stretched out his hand and took Chao Shanshan into his arms. Shanshan, although this battle is very important, you don't have to worry about me at all, we will win for sure. Chao Shanshan's hair was like a waterfall. She leaned against Ling Yun's arms, nodded lightly, and said softly, "Try not to get hurt. I'm not going anywhere tonight. I'm here waiting for you to come back." Ling Yun smiled. He kissed Chao Shanshan hard on the forehead, then let go of her, and strode out. The next moment, Ling Yun came to the 9th courtyard of the Ling family, Ling Lai's small courtyard. At this time, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, Elder Cui, and all the younger generations of the Ling family gathered here. They all stood in the courtyard with solemn expressions, waiting for Ling Yun's arrival. Even Ling Shui, who hadn't seen her for a long time, appeared here today. Except for Ling Zhen, all the direct bloodlines of the Ling family are here. Of course, Blue Bird and Mo Wudao are not considered outsiders now, so they are all here. Grandpa, father, second uncle. After Ling Yin came into the courtyard, he greeted Ling Lai and the others one by one. He was calm and composed. Ling Lai asked worriedly, "Yuner, you really don't intend to let us go in this battle?" Ling Yin smiled and waved his hands. "Grandpa, everything will go according to plan." Up to now, Ling Yin has already arranged everything properly, and everything that should be prepared is ready, so there is no need to talk nonsense. "Yuner, be careful in everything." Ling Xiao stepped forward, and he supported Ling Yun's shoulder with one hand. His tiger eyes revealed his true feelings. Thousands of words were finally turned into one sentence. Ling Yun felt Ling Zhao's strong fatherly love, and he smiled slightly and said, "Father, please rest assured, I will do everything in my own way." At this time, Ling Yu, Qingniao, and everyone in the Ling family also came forward one after another, and gave Ling Yan thousands of orders. Only that guy, Mo Wudao, stood behind the crowd and shouted heartlessly, "Hey, Ling Yan, remember to blow up the Sun and Chen families tonight, I will cheer for you in my heart of." It seemed heartless, but it was actually Mo Wudao's absolute trust in Ling Yan. Ling Yan just laughed when he heard it. "Let's go." After speaking, Ling Yan took the lead and went straight to the 8th courtyard of the Ling family, and soon came to the door of the Ling family's dungeon. Owner Edward, Pierce, Els, Paul, Jester, and the 5 blood races had already made their preparations at this time. They all put on special black silkworm clothes and filed out from inside. Paul and Jester are holding a person in each hand, which is Chen Sen and Hei San. "Chen Sen, I said I would let you go home. I just need to wait for a good day and pick a good time. Now, the time has come." Ling Yan looked at Chen Sen, who was being carried by Jester, and said with a slight smile. By now, no matter how stupid Chen Sen was, he had already sensed that something was wrong. He felt that his time was approaching, so he couldn't help but struggled violently, yelling, "Take away!" Ling Yan didn't bother to pay attention to him, just waved at the 5 blood races, then turned and walked towards the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house. The 5 blood races followed closely behind. When he came to the parking place, Chao Tianlong was already waiting there, and behind him, there was a black luxury business car parked. Seeing Ling Yan approaching, Chao Tianlong walked to the rear of the car without saying a word, and opened the trunk of the car. Inside, there was Qin Jiangue, who had been tortured in human form and was dying. Chao Tianlong lifted Qin Jiangue out of the trunk, and said to Ling Yan, "Grandpa said, this man is useless to my Chao family, and you should kill him." "It is good." Ling Yan chuckled, and then winked at Pierce. Pierce stepped forward, took Qin Jiangue over at once, and held it in his hand. "Get in the car first." Ling Yan signaled Edward and other 5 blood races to wait for him in the car first, and then said to Chao Tianlong, "Brother uncle, tell the old man that everything will be done according to the agreed plan." Chao Tianlong gave Ling Yan a reassuring look, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's just a trivial matter." Ling Yan smiled mysteriously, nodded, and walked directly to his car. He sat in the co-pilot seat, greeted everyone in the Ling family again, and then ordered Jester to drive. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, a black luxury business car slowly drove out of the Ling family's ancestral house, heading all the way to the northeast of the capital. Ling Yan closed his eyes and meditated all the way. Half an hour later, the black commercial vehicle that Ling Yan was riding in stopped on the mountain road outside Yunming Mountain. At this time, it was already dark, and in such a remote place, no one could be seen around. "Get off." After everyone got out of the car, Ling Yan put the commercial car into the Taishi ring in an instant. "All transform, fly directly over." Chi 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 chi. The 5 blood races instantly transformed, and Ling Yunfei jumped onto Edward's back. He recognized the direction a little bit, and pointed casually. Edward took the lead in flying into the sky, fluttering his wings and rushing to the sky, heading straight for the heavenly killing branch in the capital. 7 or 8 minutes later, they approached the peak of a dangerous peak. From a distance, Ling Yan detected with his spiritual sense that there were 2 people guarding the peak. "Humph!" Ling Yan sneered, and with a thought, he added a big golden bow in his hand, and then took out 2 more arrows. Ling Yan drew his bow like a full moon, pointed 2 arrows at the 2 figures from afar, and he let go suddenly. Whizzing! The bowstring vibrates, and the arrow flies like a shooting star. Before the 2 guards on the peak could react, they were shot through the heads by the rapidly spinning arrows and fell to the ground. The next moment, Ling Yun and the 5 blood races arrived at the peak of this dangerous peak and landed directly on it. Ling Yunfei came to the ground, and he used his yin and yang eyes to look directly into the valley on the other side of the mountain. Fuck, so many people? I saw in the valley below, inside and outside the deep house compound, there were dark figures everywhere, especially in the deep house compound. There were figures walking around with swords in hand. They were in groups of 3, or in groups of 5. Move around, tense alert. Hee, the place I chose has become your home field. Unfortunately, this place will soon become your grave. A playful smile appeared on Ling Yun's face, and he put away the golden longbow directly. It's almost time, let's go down. As he said that, Ling Yun suddenly let out a clear whistle, and jumped onto Edward's back. The 5 blood races spread their wings at the same time, 1 in front and 4 behind, swooping down in a fan shape. Shoot directly at the deep house compound below. Coming. At the same moment, in the valley below, outside the gate of the Shunjai compound, on the wide field, Chen Jingxian, Sun Jinwu, the Dechuan family, the Bailey family, and the 13 supernatural power masters from the Tian group all heard Ling Yun's voice. Qing Shao, all suddenly raised their heads. In the darkness of night, the 5 blood races came very fast. Swipe, swipe, swipe. None of the 5 blood clans stayed in the air. They swooped down and landed on the ground, just in time to form a confrontation with the troops of the Sun and Qin alliances. Bloodlines. Seeing these 5 blood races, before Qin Jingxian could express anything, Tokugawa Xiongfeng's eyes narrowed. Ling Yun lightly landed on the ground, and then he didn't speak, but in a flash, he came to Paul's side, holding the black 3 in his hand. Brush. The dark blood demon knife appeared in Ling Yun's hands, and he grabbed He San's hair with one hand, and said lightly, I'll send you on your way. Laugh. The black knife flashed, and the 3 black corpses were separated. Ling Yun chopped off He San's head, and he casually threw the head in front of Qin Jingxian. Qin Jingxian, you can see clearly, it's not that I, Ling Yun, insist on making trouble with your Qin family, but the members of your Qin family, who came to kill me first. Ling Yun's voice was cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He flashed again, came to Jester again, swung his knife and chopped off Qin Sen's head. This is from your Qin family. Now, I will return it to you. Ling Yun threw Qin Sen's head over again. The murderous intent on him skyrocketed again. Finally, Ling Yun finally came to Qin Jiangui. Qin Jiangui, it's time to hit the road, go to hell. As he spoke, Ling Yun swung his saber again, chopping off Qin Jiangui's head with lightning speed. 3 swords and 3 lives. The killing intent in Ling Yun's heart happened to be raised to the extreme. To be continued. I'll give you the head. When Ling Yun chopped off Qin Jiangui's head, he flicked his wrist, and with skillful strength, he directly lifted Qin Jiangui's head into the air. The hideous, bloody head flew straight to Qin Jingshuan's face, and the castration was extremely fast. Guer. Qin Jingxian stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Jiangui's head directly in the palm of his hand. He held up the head with both hands, and he couldn't help but roar in heartache. Black 3 is just a dog beside Qin Sen, and Qin Jingxian has never seen it before, so of course he doesn't care. Even, Qin Sen was just a dude of the Qin family, and his status in the Qin family was completely incomparable to that of Qin Jianhao, Qin Jianjia, Qin Jiangui, and others. Ling Yun killed Qin Sen in front of him, but he didn't feel much pain. However, as soon as Ling Yun landed on the ground, without giving anyone a chance to speak, he beheaded Qin Jiangui in front of Qin Jingxian, just like taking a knife to gouge out Qin Jingshuan's heart. Qin Jianhao, Qin Jianjia, Qin Jiangui, these 3 brothers are not the grandsons of Qin Jingxian, but they are all talented, and they are the future of the Qin family. A lot of painstaking efforts, but up to now, Ling Yun has personally beheaded and killed them all. And this time, Ling Yan obviously kept Qin Jiangui's life until now, and beheaded him in front of Qin Jingxian. How could Qin Jingxian bear it? Qin Jingxian held the head in both hands. He just glanced at it, and he was so heartbroken that he almost held his breath. Qin Jiangui had already been tortured to the point where he was out of human shape, his head was bloody, and there was no complete spot on his blue face. His whole head was like a blood gourd, especially at the moment of death. He was in great fear, his eyes burst out in fright, and the blood-red eyeballs were full of fear, like the head of an evil spirit drilled out of a sea of blood, extremely ferocious. For Qin Jiangui, death is a relief, but God knows how many unbearable tortures he suffered before his death. For Ling Yan and the Chao family, Qin Jiangui deserved what he deserved, and even if he was cut into pieces, he would not be relieved. But for Qin Jingxian, he only knew that his precious grandson, after enduring endless torture and pain, finally beheaded by Ling Yan in front of him. Ling Yan, little bastard. My Qin family, and you will not die tonight. You give me your life. For a moment, Qin Jingxian felt his heart ache like a knife, and at the same time, his anger soared, and he wanted to rush forward desperately, fight Ling Yan to the death, and avenge his grandson. But at this time, an old monk beside Qin Jingxian, chanting the Buddha's name, stretched out his hand and grabbed him. Junior brother Chen, don't be dazzled by hatred, and instead fall into the tricks of that vicious little thief. Being dragged by the old monk, Qin Jingxian immediately stopped the forward figure, turned his head to look, and found that the person who grabbed him was a master of Tianzu, Master Zhikong from Shaolin Temple. Tonight, the 4 masters that Qin Jingxian invited from Tianzu, 1 monk, 1 and 2 swordsmen, were all present, not one of them was missing. 1 monk, Master Zhikong of Shaolin Temple. On the Qin family's side, counting Qin Jingxian himself, there are 5 masters of the Sky Group, plus 5 shadow ninjas from the Toyo Tokugawa family, a total of 10 supernatural power masters. On the other side of the Sun family, there was also an old monk standing beside Sun Jinwu. He was tall, with a handy shovel in his hand. Naturally, he was Master Lu Mingjiu, a master of the Tianzu. From the Bailey family of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, there are 9 masters, and all of them are there. They surround Sun Jinwu. Lu Mingjiu, Bailey Tianzua, Bailey Tianyu, and the Sun family are 3 supernatural power masters. In the decisive battle of life and death, the Sun and Qin families have brought 13 supernatural power masters. These people are the main lineup of the Sun and Qin alliance to participate in the battle. And among the 13 people, there was one person who had a deep relationship with Qin Jingxian, and it was naturally Master Zhikong from Shaolin Temple. Because they both learned art from Shaolin Temple, they are brothers, and they have been in the Tian group for so many years, and they have always been in the same task group. In addition, this Zhikong master is also the mentor of Qin Jianhao and Qin Jianjia. It was precisely because of this relationship that Zhikong found that Qin Jingxian had lost his mind for a while, so he suddenly shot to stop him. Hearing Zhikong's words, Qin Jingxian regained some sense, his heart suddenly trembled, and he immediately forced himself to calm down. Thank you, brother, I almost fell for that little bastard. With a pale face, Qin Jingxian used voice transmission to enter the secret and said. Seeing Qin Jingxian being held back, Ling Yan sighed in his heart, knowing that his plan to anger Qin Jingxian had failed. Ling Yan kept the lives of Qin Jiangui, Qin Sen, and He San, and he had been waiting for this moment. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he killed the 3 of them in a row, which not only gave the opponent a blow, but also raised his own killing intent and aura to the peak. The purpose was to anger Qin Jingxian. Ling Yan wants to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. As long as Qin Jingxian was enraged just now, if he rushed forward, Ling Yan would not hesitate to use the strongest killing move to kill Qin Jingxian instantly on the spot. Because no matter how many people the Qin family invited to help, it was all for Qin Jingshuan's face, and the Sun-Qin alliance was also because of Qin Jingshuan's existence. As long as Ling Yan kills Chen Jingxian in a flash, the Chen family will become a toothless tiger, and instantly become an existence similar to the Sun family. In this way, Ling Yan will save a lot of trouble for the rest of the life and death battle up. Chen Jingxian is the core of the Sun-Chen alliance. As long as he dies, the Chen family will be gone, and the Sun-Chen alliance will be disintegrated invisibly. It is absolutely impossible for those people in the Tianzu to fill their lives for the Chen family without Chen Jingxian, because that's not worth it. It's a pity that although Ling Yan managed to anger Chen Jingxian, he didn't rush out in the end, which made Ling Yan a little disappointed. When he was looking at the masters of the Sun-Chen alliance, he couldn't help but look at Master Zhikong twice. 13 supernatural power masters. It's really a fierce battle tonight. Ling Yan was shrouded in spiritual consciousness, and instantly saw the opponent's combat power clearly. His thoughts flashed, and he pondered secretly in his heart. At the same time, Ling Yan also noticed the 9 people from the Bailey family around Sun Jinwu. He instantly understood that the 9 people he saw at the Capital International Airport were actually invited by the Sun family to deal with him. However, Ling Yan has now advanced to the middle stage of the 3rd level of Qi training, and he is at the peak of all his states at the moment, so why would he be afraid of these people? Ling Yan waved his hand. Bang bang bang. The 3 headless corpses were casually thrown into the arena by the 3 blood races, and they rolled around for a long time before stopping. Holding the dark blood demon knife, Ling Yan took a sudden step forward, and proudly glanced at everyone in the Sun-Chen alliance. He smiled slightly. Chen Jingxian, you shy old tortoise, since you dare not come out to avenge your grandson, then tell me, what do you want to do tonight? Ling Yan has never been the one who suffers. Since the other party called him a little bastard, he called Chen Jingxian an old turtle. At this time, Chen Jingxian had already handed over Chen Jiangui's head to a dead man of the Chen family, and he gradually regained his composure. Seeing Ling Yan standing up, he also took a step forward, and asked in a deep voice, "Little bastard, let me ask you, since this is a life and death battle, why are you the only one from your Ling family? Where is that old Ling Lai?" Ling Yan just laughed when he heard that. He raised the dark blood demon knife, pointed at Yao Yao on the side of the Sun-Chen alliance with the tip of the knife, and said proudly, "It's easier for me to kill you people than to kill chickens and dogs. My Ling family only needs me to show up alone, so why do I need other people to show up?" When Chen Jingxian heard this, his heart suddenly sank. Ling Yan really dared to fight a decisive battle of life and death alone. This was absolutely unexpected in the plans of the Sun and Chen families. If Ling Lai is not here, the actions arranged by the Sun and Chen alliance outside will be missed. Chen Jingxian said in a deep voice, "Ling Yan, in a life and death battle, your Ling family will come to you alone. This is against the rules." Ling Yan looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha, Chen Jingxian, you said it was a battle of life and death. Do you still care how many people come from our Ling family?" Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed backward with his thumb. "Open your tortoise eyes to see clearly, there are 5 more behind me. Who said I'm only one person? Moreover." Ling Yan smiled mysteriously with confidence in his chest. "Your Chen family, it seems that apart from you, Chen Jingtian and Chen Haipeng, didn't they also come? In the decisive battle of life and death, there is an open battle in this valley, but there is also a secret battle in the capital." What a smart person Ling Yan is, he has already thought of this. Tonight, the battle here is not a master of supernatural powers, and he can't get in at all. It will be in vain, and it will become a burden. But the Ling family is small. If Ling Lai, Blue Bird and the others come here, and the masters of the Sun and Chen families attack the Ling family, then the Ling family will be slaughtered directly? It is precisely because of this that Ling Yan persuaded Ling Lai, Qingyao, and others to stay in the Ling family. Hearing Ling Yan's questioning, Chen Jingxuan's expression froze obviously. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Sun Jinwu behind him. They miscalculated. Chen Jingxian immediately sent a voice transmission to Sun Jinwu and said in secret, hurry up and contact Haipeng and Tianluo, and ask them to temporarily stop tonight's actions. Sun Jinwu also realized the seriousness of the problem, nodded immediately, raised his hand to summon a dead man, and gave him a warning. Ling Yun only sneered when he saw it. He said again, "My surname is Chen, we have nothing to say between us now, and I don't have time to waste time with you, so tell me, how do you fight?" Chen Jingxian waited until Sun Jinwu finished making arrangements for the dead man, and then he calmed down a little. He turned his head and said with a smirk, "Little bastard, since you dare to come alone, then don't blame us for bullying too many people and not enough people today. Both sides have their own players, fight 5 games, and win 3 out of 5 games. It doesn't matter who dies or who is injured in the middle, it doesn't matter if you live or die. Ling Yun doesn't care how to fight, even if these people fight together, he is not afraid, so after hearing this, he just smiled lightly, okay. Who will come first? The battle begins. To be continued. Humph. He is indeed a cruel and arrogant person. Everyone can get him and punish him. I will fight with you. Baililii of the Bailey family, after seeing Ling Yun appearing, has been showing off his power there. His arrogance has long made his nose crooked. He was patient and finally waited until Ling Yun declared war, so the first one is about to jump out. Come back to me. An elder of the clan beside Baililii suddenly held his shoulder and stopped him. The man's name was Bailigi. After holding down Baililii, he shook his head directly at him and said, "Lair, don't be impatient, you are not his opponent." What? Baililii has a bad temper and an arrogant personality. When he heard the elder directly say that he is not Ling Yun's opponent, he immediately jumped into a rage and shouted, "Uncle, don't build up other people's aspirations and destroy your own prestige. Whether I am his opponent or not. You have to fight to know." Due to the cultivation of the miraculous Dantian, no one has been able to see Ling Yun's state for a long time. Now that he has reached the middle stage of the 3rd level of Qi training, no one present can see through Ling Yun's strength. Therefore, until now, except for this unknown, no one dares to underestimate Ling Yun in Baililei, who is as tall as the sky and thick as the earth. The shadow of the famous tree of people, the illustrious reputation of Ling Yun, that is what he fought all the way. After his rise, he has not lost a single defeat, and he has always shown it to outsiders with an invincible attitude. Such a terrifying record, as long as anyone with a brain, anyone don't think much about it. The arrogance Ling Yun is showing now is that he really has the qualifications for arrogance. This is also the reason why Chen Jingxian adopted the best-of-5 round style of play. Let the Sun family members play the first 2 rounds. Regardless of whether they win or lose, they can see Ling Yun's true strength and hold cards through these 2 battles, and then think about it. A way to deal with Ling Yun. Ba. Master Lu Mingju, who was always standing beside Sun Jinwu, suddenly chanted the Buddha's name. He smiled slightly, and walked out holding the handy shovel. Let me lead this first battle to the old monk. As he was speaking, the cassock wrapped around Lu Mingju's body suddenly swelled up with no wind, fluttering, and then he shook his shoulders slightly, and the bright yellow cassock broke away from his body, and fell backwards. Gone. Ling Yun observed this person intently, and saw that this monk was nearly 2 meters tall, with a burly figure, wearing a combat monk's robe, revealing half of his shoulders, and his exposed muscles bulged like a horned dragon, shining with bronze color the luster. The whole person looks like a King Kong made of iron, and an Arhat made of copper. Who is coming? Lu Mingju didn't hide anything. He raised his single palm in front of his chest, and bowed slightly to Ling Yun. The poor monk is the fighting monk of the Arhat Hall of Shaolin Temple, Lu Mingju. Shaolin Temple Arhat Hall. Ling Yun secretly repeated a sentence in his heart. He said in his heart that it is really a wicked sect. How come there are people from Shaolin Temple everywhere? This Shaolin Temple, it seems that I can't get around it no matter what. It's no wonder that Ling Yun thought so. because among the 13 masters participating in the battle, there were 2 monks at the level of supernatural powers, and if nothing else happened, these 2 monks were from Shaolin. In the Battle of Longmen Mountain in Qingshui City, Lingyun fought alone against the 8 sects, including Shaolin, but because Master Zhu Yuan handled it properly at that time, the people of Shaolin Temple never made a move, which made the tension between Lingyun and Shaolin finally began to ease. But looking tonight, if this battle ends, he might end up with Shaolin Temple again. Just when Lingyun was thinking about these things in his heart, he saw Lu Mingju walking forward slowly with his Zen stick in his hand, and at the same time he said, "Benefactor Lingyun, although I, Lu Mingju, come from Shaolin, I have been here alone for decades. Going alone, now I only work for the Huasha team." The poor monk has long seen through the world of mortals, and he didn't want to participate in this kind of mundane battles and killings. However, 40 years ago, the poor monk encountered a catastrophe and was saved by the Sun family. Back then, the poor monk made an oath that if the Sun family members were in trouble, the poor monk would definitely help them out. Therefore, now that the Sun family is in danger, the poor monk can only come here to end this fate. Lu Mingju talked as he walked, and in a few words he explained the reason for taking action for the Sun family, and he just happened to stand at a distance of 2 feet from Lingyun. Now it seems that since your 2 families must fight, the poor monk has no choice but to stand up for the Sun family and fight the benefactor with all his strength. After Lingyun listened carefully, he remained silent. However, facing Lu Mingju, the murderous intent in his heart gradually faded a lot. This Lu Mingju, although he was comparable to Lu Zhishan in appearance, unexpectedly he was an upright person. Before the battle, he explained clearly the whole story of why he acted for the Sun family. The ancestors of the Sun family had kindness to him, and he wanted to repay the kindness and end this fate. Now that the Sun family is in trouble and they want to fight Lingyun to the death, they found Lu Mingju. Even though Lu Mingju didn't want to participate in the worldly struggle, he had to come. With a flash of thought in his mind, Lingyun suddenly put away the dark blood demon knife. He slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Mingju with a calm expression. Ba. Master Lu Mingju saw Lingyun's appearance, smiled slightly, and said, "Bless her Lingyun, what the poor monk said just now was just to explain the reason for my attack, but since I acted on behalf of the Sun family in this battle, it is natural I will still do my best to fight for the life of the benefactor. Therefore, the little benefactor doesn't need to have any entanglements in his heart, just do his best. The fists and feet have no eyes. If the donor has a better skill and can kill the poor monk will have no complaints." After saying this sentence, Lu Mingju kept silent, and at the same time, his aura had reached its peak. "In that case, you can only offend the master." Lu Mingju came out with a calm demeanor, neither humble nor overbearing, and of course Lingyun would not act aggressive. 2 people who have never met before, who originally had no grievances and no enmity, but now they are fighting for their lives, killing each other to the death. This is the world. With a smile on Lingyun's face, he stretched out his hand calmly. "Then today I will learn about Master's Shaolin supernatural powers. Master, please." Lu Mingju was already ready to go. When he heard Lingyun's request, he didn't speak. He just nodded slightly to Lingyun. If he made a mistake, he would attack Lingyun with his bare hands. Buddha's shadow drifting away. Shaolin Arhat fist. As soon as Master Lu Mingju made a move, he displayed 2 unique skills of Shaolin Temple. Chen Jingxian, who was watching the battle at the back, of course understood Lu Mingju's temper. After seeing Lu Mingju, he chattered a lot with Lingyun. But now seeing that Lu Ming raised his hand and used the famous 72 unique skills of Shaolin Temple, he felt relieved at last. Except for Chen Jingxian, all the experts on the Sunchen Alliance's side opened their eyes wide at this moment. They all used their eyesight to watch intently, trying to see how much Lingyun weighed through this battle. But soon they were disappointed. Because Ling Yan faced Lu Mingju's furious attack, he was only using lightness kung fu, blindly dodging, and he never challenged Lu Mingju. At this time, the two were already fighting together. Lu Mingju's fist was like a violent storm. You can't even touch the corners of your clothes. Phantom Fish Dragon Step. Of course, Ling Yan understood in his heart that Chen Jingxian had tangled up with so many people, and now facing himself, he had to use the Wheel of War to deal with him. One is naturally to find out his strength, and the other is of course to consume his true energy. Lu Mingju doesn't need to be killed, the real life and death battle is yet to come. Ling Yan certainly doesn't need to use all his strength right now, and let the enemy figure out his depth. Moreover, while dodging, Ling Yan was also concentrating on observing Lu Mingju's body and boxing techniques, and memorized them all in his heart. Lu Mingju shouted again and again, and quickly finished a set of Shaolin Arhat fist. Suddenly, he withdrew his fist, and his tall figure retreated violently. Why does the little benefactor always refuse to fight back? Lu Mingju asked with a firm expression. Facing the questioning, Ling Yan just smiled faintly. Master Lu has not used his full strength until now. Lu Mingju felt ashamed when he heard this. In fact, he had already used more than 80% of his strength in boxing just now, but he didn't expect that he didn't even touch Ling Yan's clothes. If you can't even touch the opponent, how can you fight? Lu Mingju remained silent, his figure fluttered, and he raised his hand and pulled out his handy shovel. The benefactor's lightness kung fu is superb, the poor monk is ashamed, so now he has to use a weapon. Lu Mingju's real unique skill is the 108-way crazy wand technique. Ling Yan stood in the middle and said casually, "Master, please do it." The benefactor, be careful. Lu Ming raised a handy shovel weighing more than 200 kilograms in one hand, and once again used his body skills to charge towards Ling Yan like lightning. Woo! The tall figure appeared in a flash, and the 200 handy shovel was like a chopstick in Lu Ming's raised hand. When he swung it, he was extremely flexible. Well done! Ling Yan leaned back and easily dodged the fierce blow. He was still unarmed and fought Lu Ming once again. Woo 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 woo. Lu Mingju finally unleashed his real stunt with all his strength, the crazy magic wand technique, and swung the handy shovel in his hand so that the wind and rain could not see through, attacking Ling Yan with every move. However, what state Ling Yan is in now, his Phantom Fish Dragon Step has been deployed, and he is close to teleporting. His orthopedic figure is really like a swimming fish or a swimming dragon in the shadow of a shovel, moving back and forth wantonly. Freely. Good stick technique. While dodging, Ling Yan was still observing this unique skill of Shaolin Temple. He secretly remembered it in his heart, and couldn't help admiring it. However, that's all there is to it. Ling Yan let Lu Mingju use all his strength to attack, and when he used the crazy wand technique again, Ling Yan stopped playing when the technique repeated again. Seeing the crescent shovel coming towards his neck again, Ling Yan took a step forward, turned slightly sideways, and easily dodged the shovel. He reached out his hand like lightning, and grabbed the handle of the shovel. Give up. Ling Yan grabbed the handle of the shovel with his right hand, pushed it forward suddenly and then pulled it hard. At the same time, he slapped the thick handle of the shovel with his left palm hard. Boom! This time, Ling Yan used 80% of his strength. Lu Mingju saw that the other end of the convenient shovel was actually caught by Ling Yan. He was shocked, subconsciously just wanted to grab it back, but felt a great force coming. He pulled it away with all his strength, sad wanting to vomit blood. He used a heavy weight to barely stop his figure, but was pulled over by a stronger force. The precision of Ling Yan's calculations and the ingenious movement of strength are simply amazing. In the middle of giving and pulling, Ling Yan hit the handle of the shovel with his palm. The shovel handle shook. Lu Mingju only felt that the jaws of his palms were numb from the shock, and the jaws of the tigers were about to burst, so he had no choice but to let go. At this time, Ling Yan smiled slightly. and he teleported to the side of Lu Mingju, who was standing unsteadily. "Excuse me." Ling Yun waved his left palm lightly, and it landed on Lu Mingju's chest. Boom! With one palm, Lu Mingju was shocked and flew out. At this moment, everyone could tell that Ling Yun easily won the first round. If he doesn't make a move, it's enough. With just one move, he defeated Shanjiu. To be continued. Ahem, the second one is a bit later, but I still try my best to write it out. Ask for a recommendation ticket, ask for a monthly ticket. The excitement is yet to come. This. How can that be? Seeing the scene where Ling Yun snatched the shovel and then sent Lu Ming flying with a single palm, the masters of the Sun-Chen alliance were all dumbfounded, their eyes full of disbelief. Ling Yun and Lu Mingju fought for a long time, and anyone on the side of the Sun-Chen alliance could tell that Ling Yun would definitely win this battle. Because although Lu Mingju was always attacking violently and Ling Yun was always dodging, but he always performed with ease, with a calm demeanor, neither panic nor confusion. Everyone was waiting with bated breath, waiting for Ling Yun to make a real move, waiting for him to fight Lu Ming, but who knew that Ling Yun made a move, but he didn't make a move, he just slapped Lu Ming lightly. It's flying. It was expected by these people that Ling Yun could win, but he won so easily. That kind of scene even made some people with ulterior motives suspect whether Master Lu Mingju was deliberately releasing water. In the eyes of many people, the battle just now was like a 4- or 5-year-old urchin holding a small wooden stick and waving it at an adult. Finally, the adult snatched the small wooden stick and slapped him. Fly the same. However, Master Lu Mingju is not a 4- or 5-year-old naughty boy. He is a true disciple of Shaolin Arhat Hall, and a real supernatural power master of the Tianzu. This, just lost like this? The person who shocked the most in the field was of course Sun Jinwu, the patriarch of the Sun family. He couldn't believe his eyes. After seeing Lu Mingju being blown away, it took him a long time to react, and he muttered. Humph. Chen Jingxuan's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Sun Jinwu's level was too low, he couldn't understand it, but Chen Jingxuan's level was higher than Lu Mingju's. Regarding the battle just now, he saw it clearly from beginning to end. Chen Jingxian knew that Lu Mingju absolutely didn't let go of the water just now. After his Mad Wand technique was unfolded, he was like a madman. If he had 10% of his power, he would use 10% of it. But even so, Lu Mingju's handy shovel didn't even touch Ling Yun's clothes. He easily grabbed the shovel and sent Lu Mingju flying with one palm. This can only show that Ling Yun's strength is far above Lu Mingju's. It's just that Ling Yun doesn't want to kill Lu Mingju. If he wants to kill Lu Mingju, he might be able to kill Lu Mingju just now. The poor monk lost. Lu Mingju was sent flying by Ling Yun, but he didn't fall to the ground. He returned as soon as he left, and when he came to the field again, he forced his luck to suppress the surge of qi and blood in his body, and spoke calmly. Lu Mingju personally admit defeat. Ba, thank you little benefactor for your mercy. Lu Mingju stood there, looking at Ling Yun who was holding his handy shovel in his hand, with gratitude in his eyes. He clasped his palms together and said. Ling Yun smiled slightly, he threw the handy shovel back to Lu Mingju, and then said lightly, Master, return your weapon to you. Now, the favor owed by the master to the Sun family has been repaid. This is not a place to stay for a long time. Please leave quickly, the master. Lu Mingju stretched out his hand and took the handy shovel. He saluted Ling Yun again, then turned around silently, and walked straight to Sun Jinwu. Benefactor Sun, the poor monk is not as good as a human being, so I can't help you tonight. This. The muscles on Sun Jinwu's face twitched, and he didn't know how to respond. In the battle just now, he knew that Lu Mingju had lost, but Sun Jinwu was not good enough, so he couldn't tell whether Lu Mingju had used all his strength. However, Sun Jinwoo could see that, after Lu Mingju lost, he was already interested in leaving. Tonight, the Sun family and the Ling family are going to have a life-and-death battle. Lu Mingju was invited by the Sun family to help him. In this first battle, Lu Mingju fought, but Ling Yun didn't kill people. He, Sun Jinwoo, can't force Lu Mingju must fight to the death for the Sun family, right? Master Lu, victory or defeat is a common matter for military strategists. It doesn't matter if you lose this first round, we have 4 more rounds to fight, and tonight is a life-and-death battle. You should adjust your breath first, and then join the group battle later. Naturally, Chen Jingxian could also see that Lu Mingju was interested in leaving, and he was anxious, so he hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. How shameless! Ling Yun immediately sneered when he heard this, and cursed directly. Master Lu was invited by the Sun family. He came here to repay his kindness. Now he fights and fights. If he loses, he loses. Whether he goes or stays, what does it have to do with your Qin family? You, Chen Jingxian, dare not come out to fight, but want Master Lu to continue to fight. Do you have to force him to die here to be satisfied? Ling Yun ridiculed Chen Jingxian with every word like a knife. Humph. Chen Jingxian immediately turned his head when he heard the words, and sneered at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you're going crazy, there are 5 rounds in total, you just won 1 round by luck, don't show off your power there. You have to be capable, wait until you can save your own life in the second round. After speaking, Chen Jingxian turned his head and looked at the members of the Bailey family. According to the plan of the Sun-Qin alliance, in the second round, people from the Bailey family should come out to fight. It's our turn. Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu looked at each other, and they smiled with great confidence in their eyes. Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu are a pair of twins, they have telepathy since childhood, they can understand each other's mind without talking. They turned their heads at the same time, and said to the 4 middle-aged men beside them, in this battle, the 4 of you brothers will also play, using the Liuhe formation. The 4 middle-aged members of the Bailey family are called Bailigi, Bailik, Bailalai, and Bailixi. They are also twins, they are the sons of Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu. Back and forth, all 4 of them have cultivations at the peak of the 8th level of innate talent. The genes of this Bailey family are peculiar, precisely because the children they gave birth to are all twins or even multiples, and there is telepathy between brothers and sisters of the same mother, so there is a set of synergy techniques in family research. It is the trump card of the Bailey family. Take Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu as an example, although both of them are at the first level of the supernatural powers, they can easily defeat the masters of the second level of the supernatural powers by performing a combined attack. Originally, these 2 people thought that if they were to face Ling Yun, they only needed to make a move, but after watching Ling Yun's battle just now, their confidence was hit to a certain extent. Ling Yun is really too strong, they are afraid of being defeated by Ling Yun again, that would be too embarrassing. The Bailey family has recuperated on the islands in the East China Sea for many years, and they always think about returning to the mainland. Their purpose of coming here is to help the Sun family. The other purpose is to explore the way so that the family can return in the future, make the foreshadowing early. This battle, Lu Mingju can afford to lose, but their Bailey family can't afford to lose. Grandpa, father, uncle, you must be careful, that kid. Seeing that his elders were going to fight, Baililii couldn't help reminding them anxiously. Originally, his eyes were higher than the top, and he looked down on Ling Yun from the bottom of his heart, but after watching the battle just now, he realized how stupid and ignorant he was. Among other things, with the lightness that Ling Yun showed just now, he knew that he was not even worthy to lift Ling Yun's shoes. You 3 brothers watch the battle with peace of mind, how much knowledge you have gained. Bailigi turned his head to tell the 3 brothers Baililii, and then walked out with the rest of the family. Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu took the lead and walked side by side. After walking a few steps, they stopped. Ling Yun, right? After watching your battle just now, I have to say that your strength is indeed very strong. If you fight alone, it will be very difficult for my Bailey family to defeat you. However, tonight is a battle of life and death. This time I, the Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance, and the Bailey family will fight you. We promised Mr. Sun that we must win this battle. So, I'm sorry. Holding a saber in his left hand and a sword in his right, Bailey Tianzhua said calmly while staring at Ling Yun in front of him. In fact, at this moment, he was a little nervous, because their family was fighting with 6 people, but Ling Yun was not alone. Behind him, there were 5 powerful blood clansmen. In the case of 6 against 1, the Bailey family is confident that they can win, but if it is 6 against 6, they all know that they will definitely not be able to win. Ling Yun smiled proudly, it doesn't matter. As I said earlier, you can all go up together. If he hadn't advanced to the 3rd level of Qi training, Ling Yun might talk tactics and play tricks with these people, but his current state doesn't need these little tricks at all, he will crush his opponents tonight. Bailey Tianzhua secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he waved his hand suddenly, and the figures of the Bailey family flickered, instantly surrounding Ling Yun. 3 talents formation? Sweeping Ling Yun's consciousness, he couldn't help but sneered in his heart, and said secretly. Although there are 6 members of the Bailey family, they are in groups of 2, and what they put out is a formation of 3 talents. 6 people, without exception, all have left-handed swords and right-handed swords, a total of 6 swords and 6 swords. Do it. Since they wanted to fight, there was nothing to say. Following Bailey Tianzhua's order, the 2 brothers stretched their bodies at the same time, and charged at Ling Yun with swords in their hands. And at this moment, the 4 returning brothers also started to attack Ling Yun from the left and right sides behind Ling Yun. All of a sudden, swords and swords. Dao Gang and Sword Qi crisscrossed, forming a dense network of swords and swords, completely locking Ling Yun to death. Enough. You are courting death. Ling Yun saw that the other party was attacking with all his strength, and that he was about to kill himself as soon as he came up, his eyes turned cold. The dark blood demon knife suddenly appeared in Ling Yun's hand. Dian gathering star treasure. Apparate. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Ling Yun transformed into 6 in one body. Clang, clang. In the dense network of swords and swords that crisscrossed, Ling Yun used offense as defense. He used the knife to cut the universe in the Mietian sword technique, and swung a knife at the 6 people in front of him and behind him. Ah! 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 The 4 screams sounded almost at the same time, and each of the 4 brothers went back and blocked Ling Yun's knife with all their strength. It's a pity that their strength is too far behind Ling Yun's. Not only were the weapons in their hands cut off by Ling Yun's knife, but even there was a huge wound on the chest by Ling Yun's sword. Their innate body-protecting Zhenqi is simply not enough for Ling Yun now. Blood soars. Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu retreated violently. Together, they managed to block Ling Yun's fierce knife with 4 weapons, but they also suffered a lot of internal injuries. At the beginning of the 2nd round of the battle, Ling Yun severely wounded 6 members of the Bailey family with only 1 blow. To be continued. Sorry, Laobu is currently on a business trip in Shanghai, the update is not stable, and I will make up for it when I go back. Hiss. On the side of the Sunchen Alliance, those who watched the battle couldn't help but gasp when they saw the power of Ling Yun's knife. Because that is not 1 knife, it is obviously 6 knife. But these 6 knives were really too fast. At that moment, Ling Yun was surrounded by the dense knives and sword nets woven by the 6 members of the Bailey family. Successively. 1 body transforms into 6, what a terrifying lightness kung fu technique is this? Moreover, this is just Ling Yun's lightness kung fu. What's even more frightening is that Ling Yun faced the 6 masters of the Bailey family, including 2 first-level supernatural power masters and 4 innate 8th-level peak masters. Dao Jianong. 2 minor injuries. 4 seriously injured. It is too fierce. Baga. This kid is so strong. At least he has the strength of the 2nd-level peak of the supernatural powers. After seeing Ling Yun's ferocious strike, even Toyo Kajin and Tokugawa Yuke's, who had been watching the show calmly, couldn't keep his composure any longer. His face finally became serious, and he said in a deep voice. Tokugawa Xiongfeng is Dongyang's 3rd-level Kajinin, and he is a real master of the triple supernatural power. On the side of the Sun-Chan Alliance, his realm is the highest, and his vision is naturally the highest. He only saw Ling Yun's knife and immediately made a move and objective evaluation. Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu are both masters of the 1st level of the supernatural powers, and Bailey Tianzhua is still the peak of the 1st level of the supernatural powers. The 2 of them can fight against the masters of the 2nd level of the supernatural powers without losing the wind. Gigi was easily repelled by Ling Yun with a knife. What does this mean? This can only show that Ling Yun has at least the 2nd level of supernatural powers, otherwise, he would not be able to do this. However, after seeing Ling Yun's strength, Tokugawa Xiongfeng's eyes not only showed no fear, but showed a cruel playful expression. Ling Yun is only 18 years old, with such martial arts cultivation, he is undoubtedly a genius in cultivation, and crushing geniuses is something Tokugawa Xiongfeng never tires of. At this moment, Chen Jingshuan's complexion suddenly became extremely ugly. He arranged the wheel tactics of 3 wins in 5 rounds. It was originally intended to test Ling Yun's cards and strength, and at the same time consume Ling Yun's true energy a little bit. How would they know, until now, let alone consume Ling Yun? They haven't even forced out any of Ling Yun's whole cards. But until now, the people of the Sun-Chan Alliance have noticed one thing: Ling Yun is not afraid of crowds at all. Ling Yun has such terrifying lightness kung fu skills, no matter how many people surround him, he can easily avoid any one of them, and he can also use the time difference that is fleeting in the blink of an eye to have a one-on-one with anyone in the encirclement. Pick. No wonder Ling Yun keeps saying that it doesn't matter if they go together, he has the money. Thinking of this, the faces of the masters of the Sun-Chan Alliance all became solemn. Each and every one of them looked like they were facing a big enemy. They felt the pressure, they all looked at each other, their lips moved, and they used the sound transmission to enter the secret to conduct a silent conversation communicate. That's right, Ling Yun is at least at the peak of the 2nd level of supernatural powers. His agility is too powerful, none of us can beat him. That's the dark blood demon knife. The inner strength is too strong. The Bailey family is not invincible. How shall we fight next? In the battlefield. Retreat. Bailey Tianzhua was injured internally by Ling Yun's slash, and while he retreated quickly, he suddenly shouted, telling the 4 younger generations in the family to step down and stop fighting. There is no need for him to remind, the 4 brothers of the Bailey family are back. After they were slashed back by Ling Yun, all of them were covered with scarves, and each of them had a terrifying knife wound more than 1 foot long and 1 inch deep on their chests, and blood flew flying. The tiger's jaws of both of their hands were all shattered, the blood in their bodies was churning, and the true energy was running around uncontrollably. What's more, all the weapons in their hands were cut off by Ling Yun with a single knife. They didn't even have weapons just now. But now they don't have weapons, so how can they fight? Going back, the 4 brothers endured the severe pain of the wounds on their bodies. They retreated recklessly, avoiding Ling Yun's attack range first, and then jumped, flying behind Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu. Cough cough. Cough cough. After returning home, these 4 brothers, after landing, covered their chests, lowered their heads and coughed up blood. Their internal injuries were much more serious than their external injuries. Qin Jingxian wanted to use the wheel tactics to consume Ling Yun, with more people beating fewer people. Of course Ling Yun would not let him do what he wanted. If he didn't make a move, that's all. As long as he made a move, he would definitely make the opponent lose the ability to continue fighting. Therefore, the 6 knives that Ling Yun slashed just now were not only powerful, but also contained domineering and powerful yin and cold true energy, which was sent into the bodies of these 6 people through the blade, frantically destroying the meridians of the 6 people. Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu are both supernatural powers of this kind of yin and cold true energy, so they can naturally fight against it with their innate true energy, but the 4 of them, they are far behind by a big realm, can't resist at all. Because I, Ling Yun, have no grievances with you, so I will spare your life today. If you still don't know what to do, and dare to attack me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Yun did not hunt down and kill members of the Bailey family, he stood indifferently in the field with the dark blood demon saber in one hand, and said proudly. Although it was a life and death battle, Ling Yun had his own discretion. Different enemies appeared, so the way he would deal with them would naturally be different. For example, Master Lu Mingjiu, who came here to repay the kindness of the Sun family, behaved in an upright manner, and did not even show any murderous intentions towards Ling Yun. Although he had to fight with all his strength, it was a last resort. However, there is no need to kill him, because killing him will limit him to injustice. Ling Yun didn't even bother to do that kind of thing. For the Bailey family of the Donghai Casual Cultivation Alliance, their reason for participating in the life and death decisive battle is the same as that of Master Lu Mingjiu. Originally, Ling Yun just wanted to win them, and let them retreat in the face of difficulties. But who knew that 6 members of the Bailey family would come out at once, and they would besiege Ling Yun with all their strength as soon as they came up. If they insisted on putting Ling Yun to death, Ling Yun would naturally not be polite to them, so he would be much more ruthless in attacking them. But even so, Ling Yun showed mercy in the end, otherwise, the 4 brothers would not only be seriously injured by the knife just now, but they would definitely die, and they would be instantly killed by Ling Yun. Father! Uncle! Seeing that the 4 of them were seriously injured, the 3 Baililii brothers who were watching the battle immediately flew out shouting, and hurriedly began to stop the bleeding of the 4, and took out the best golden sore medicine to heal and bandage them, and treated them. Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu couldn't care about Ling Yun at this time, they also participated in the rescue, first helping to stop the injuries of the 4 returning brothers, and giving them a simple treatment of the wounds. Stood up. They took 2 steps forward side by side, with gloomy faces, and stared at Ling Yun for a long time before Bailey Tianzhua said with difficulty, "This battle, our Bailey family admit defeat." Bailey Tianzhua gritted his teeth and squeezed out these 11 characters one by one. Even if he didn't want to admit defeat, he couldn't do it. Just now the 6 of them tried their best to besiege Ling Yun, but now they are the only 2 left, and they both suffered internal injuries. Hearing Bailey Tianzhua's words, Sun Jinwu's figure behind him suddenly shook, and his face turned pale. In the 2 battles, the Sun family lost all. Although it is said that 3 out of 5 rounds are won, and there are still 3 rounds to be played, but up to now, the Sun family has already lost these 2 rounds. Lost completely. The Sun-Qin alliance, if the Qin family is left behind, then the Sun family has already lost in this life and death battle between the Sun family and the Ling family. Sun Jinwu understood better than anyone what losing these 2 games would mean to the Sun family. 2 words, genocide. Although the Sun and Qin families are now in an alliance and there are still 3 more games to play, but now that Ling Yun has won 2 games in a row, he only needs to win 1 more game. The decisive battle of life and death is lost. Puff. Sun Jinwu shook his body twice, suddenly raised his head, and spat out a big mouthful of blood. After Bailey Tianzhua conceded defeat to Ling Yun, he immediately waved his hand and, together with Bailey Tianyu, led the family members out of the circle. Intimidated by Ling Yun's power, Bailey Tianzhua didn't even dare to say a single harsh word to provoke Ling Yun. He has already seen that the young man on the opposite side is definitely an evil star. If he dares to say one more word and cause Ling Yun to be upset, maybe there are 9 of them in the family today, and none of them can leave. Compared with saving face and saving life, it is obvious that the latter is more important to the Bailey family. Mr. Sunday. Bailey Tianzhua came in front of Sun Jinwu. His face was expressionless, and he said indifferently, "Back then, my elder brother Bailey Tianyuan owed your Sun family a life. Today, 6 members of my Bailey family fought for your Sun family, and 4 of them were seriously injured. We have repaid this kindness. Our Bailey family skills are not as good as others, and we really can't help your Sun family defend against the enemy. I'm sorry." While talking, Bailey Tianzhua casually cupped his hands at Sun Jinwu, and then suddenly shouted at Beililei and the others, "Layer, Ganger. Take care of your father, let's go." Bailey Tianzhua was defeated by Ling Yun and decided to leave. "Mr. Bailey, you." The Sun-Qin alliance had already lost 2 games in a row, and Chen Jingxian felt very anxious when he saw that the Bailey family was about to leave. Bailey Tianzhua stopped suddenly, and said coldly to Chen Jingxian, "Why, our Bailey family has fought for the Sun family, and now everyone is dying, you still want us to stay?" One word from him left Chen Jingxian speechless. But Bailey Tianyu and Bailey Tianzhua had the same heart, and he also said coldly, "Mr. Chen, our Bailey family owes the Sun family, but not your Chen family. God bless, stop talking nonsense, let's go." Under everyone's gaze, the Bailey family just walked away. Regarding this scene, the masters of the Tianzu and the 5 Kajinan of Dongyang all watched with cold eyes, and no one interrupted. Huaxia Group and Dongyang Ninja all know the Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance very well. They know that the people there have lived on the island for a long time, and they have their own rules of life, so they are not easy to provoke. Humph. Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, that's all. Chen Jingxian was furious, and after the people of the Bailey family could no longer see the figure, he sneered angrily. "Ha ha ha ha." Ling Yan suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "Old turtle, do you still care about other people at this time? Now that you have lost 2 games in a row, you should quickly think about how to play the 3rd game." Ling Yan won 2 games in a row, defeated in just 1 round, and shocked the Bailey family. At this time, his killing intent is strong. To be continued. 3 more tomorrow. Chen Jingshuan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. With 3 wins in 5 rounds, Ling Yan has now won 2 games in a row. If this is a match, Ling Yan has already won the match point. Although there are still 3 life and death battles to come, according to the rules set out in advance, as long as Ling Yan wins any other battle in the next 3 battles, the life and death battle between the Sun and Chen families and the Ling family will be lost. Since Ling Yan is fighting on behalf of the Ling family alone, as long as he loses a game, the Ling family will lose all. As for the 5 blood clans behind him, although Chen Jingshuan's side is very jealous, but for the people in the Huaxia group, but has its own means of dealing with them. Otherwise, if the Huaxia group can't even deal with the blood races in the West, then there is no need for the Huaxia group to exist. Therefore, in the eyes of Chen Jingxian and others, although the 5 blood races behind Ling Yun looked very tyrannical, they didn't take it seriously from the beginning. The big trouble for the Sun-Chen alliance side is always Ling Yun alone. If Ling Yun lost, he would have to flee or die, and the Ling family would naturally be slaughtered by the Sun-Chen alliance, so from the moment Ling Yun came out, he made it clear that he couldn't afford to lose. Ling Yun can't afford to lose a game, losing is death. And from now on, the Sun and Chen families also couldn't afford to lose. If they lose 3 games, they lose, and they have already lost 2 games in a row. The 2 alliances of Sun and Chen had a large number of people, and they adopted the 5 rounds, 3 wins and will tactics to deal with Ling Yun, in order to consume Ling Yan's physical strength and true energy, and at the same time want to test Ling Yan's strength and cards. But Ling Yan's strong performance of winning 2 games in a row made the Sun-Chen Alliance's wishful thinking come to nothing. Because Ling Yan won so easily. In the first battle, he took Lu Mingju's weapon with his bare hands and punched him flying, making Lu Mingju admit defeat. At the second stop, Ling Yan faced the 6 masters of the Bailey family, and with a single knife, he severely injured 4 of them and slightly injured 2, forcing the Bailey family away. How much true energy can be consumed by 1 punch, 1 knife? How much strength can you show? However, the Sun-Chen Alliance can be regarded as a small gain. At the cost of losing 2 games in a row, they have at least tried 2 things. One is that Ling Yan has at least the strength of the 2nd-level supernatural powers, and the other is that he is not afraid of crowds at all. They still don't know anything about Ling Yan's true strength and whole cards. Ling Yan's strength is unfathomable. At this moment, both warring parties know that they are gathered here tonight, not for any sports competition, nor for any competition, but for a decisive battle of life and death. The next 3rd battle is not only about winning or losing, but also about life and death. Mr. Tokugawa, what should we do now? Chen Jingxian did not answer Ling Yan's words. He used sound transmission to enter secrets, and was discussing urgently with Tokugawa Xiongfeng. Mr. Chen, don't be impatient. This 3rd battle, rest assured to leave it to our Tokugawa family. Although that kid didn't reveal too many whole cards just now, I can also see that his full strength strike can't instantly kill a master of the 1st level of the supernatural power. As long as he can't kill the 1st level of the supernatural powers in seconds, then our Tokugawa family has plenty of ways to deal with him. Tokugawa Xiongfeng smiled grimly, and walked out slowly. When Chen Jingxian saw that Tokugawa Xiongfeng was about to enter the field, he immediately said anxiously, "But, Mr. Tokugawa, we have already lost 2 games in a row, and we can't lose again." Chen Jingxian hurriedly reminded Tokugawa Xiongfeng, because Ling Yan didn't kill Lu Mingju, nor did he kill anyone in the Bailey family, it was tantamount to invisibly telling the Sun-Chen Alliance that the people who came to help, as long as they couldn't beat them, were willing to admit defeat, then Ling Yan will let them leave calmly. In the final analysis, these people are just here to help. They are participating in a life and death battle, but there is no need to sacrifice their lives for the Sun and Chen families. This is Chen Jingxuan's biggest weakness. As long as they know that they are invincible, they can directly admit defeat on the spot. It is very easy for them to admit defeat, but for the Sun-Chen Alliance, that has lost 2 games in a row, it is a disaster. Because we agreed to win 3 out of 5 rounds, as long as the Sun-Chen Alliance concedes again, the Ling family has already won. After Ling Yan wins 3 rounds, he can fight whenever he wants, and leave if he doesn't want to. As long as Ling Yan can leave successfully here, the Sun and Chen families are completely finished. In that case, even if Chen Jingxian and Sun Jinwu are alive, what's the point? Humph. Tokugawa Xiongfeng naturally knew what Chen Jingxian was worried about. He breathed out from his nostrils, smiled coldly, and suddenly opened his eyes, shooting 2 rays of light. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, Ling Yan will definitely die in this battle. After finishing speaking, Tokugawa Xiongfeng waved his hand suddenly, and walked into the field together with the 4 shadow ninjas behind him. While Tokugawa Xiongfeng was talking to Chen Jingxian, on the other side, Sun Jinwu was not idle either. He tried his best to wipe off the blood from the corner of his mouth, then raised his hand to summon a dead soldier from the Sun family, and told him to do this by voice transmission SOSO. At this time, Sun Jinwu no longer believed that the Chen family could win 3 games in a row. After seeing Ling Yan's strong performance, he knew in his heart that the Sun-Chen alliance was over. As the head of the family, he had to arrange a way out for the Sun family. After listening to Sun Jinwu's instructions, the deceased member of the Sun family nodded silently, retreated quietly, his body swayed one after another, and soon entered the compound of the Deep House. Then he found a hiding place, immediately took out the communicator, and began to contact Sun Tianluo, who was in the Sun's mansion in the capital at this time. But after a while, the dead man of the Sun family was shocked and stunned. Because the communicator has no signal. No matter what number he dialed, he couldn't get out at all. It was fine just now. The dead man of the Sun family was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something, and immediately flew out of the house, and quickly returned to Sun Zhenwu's side, muttering in his ears. What? After Sun Zhenwu listened to the report of the dead man, he felt his head buzzing, his whole body trembled, and his face was pale. Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness enveloped the audience, and of course he saw the actions of the Sun family. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart at this moment, saying that I am still in a life and death battle with you here. If it is so easy for you to arrange the way out, then what I did preparation, isn't it a waste of arrangement? It turned out that Ling Yan knew that with the advanced communications, such a life and death battle, the Sun and Chen families must make various arrangements for the clansmen in the capital according to the battle situation here, so he had already made proper arrangements during the pre-war preparations. Arrange. Although the members of the Chao family did not come to participate in the battle, Ling Yan used the power of the Chao family to order Chao Juanxiong to personally block the satellite signals in the area of Yunming Mountain and Longyun Mountain. With the current energy of the Chao family, it is not difficult to do this, it is completely invisible. The decisive battle of life and death starts at 8 o'clock, so from 8:15 o'clock, the communication signals in this large area are completely blocked. As long as Ling Yun does not speak, no communicators or telephones here, or even network communications, should try to make calls. Of course I can't get in. Sun Zhenwu's face turned pale, he managed to calm down a bit, then raised his hand again, this time, calling 6 dead soldiers over. Quickly, the 6 of you divide into 2 groups, one way to chase the people of the Bailey family. Please go back to my grandson's family first to protect the people in my family. The other way to leave here quickly, hurry back home, and inform the heavens, luo them, let them act according to the second set of plans. The second set of plans, of course, is the plan prepared in case of losing. Yes. The 6 dead soldiers responded, turned around, and were about to leave. Swipe, swipe. Standing in Ling Yan's position, he ignored the 5 Kajinen of the Tokugawa family who came out from the crowd, but suddenly raised his hand and slammed out 6 iron nails. The 6 iron nails pierced into the brains of the 6 dead soldiers like lightning, and the 6 people almost fell to the ground without even having time to snort. Ling Yan sneered and said, Sun Zhenwu, don't waste your efforts in vain. From now until the end of the war, no one will leave here alive. While speaking, Ling Yan suddenly waved his hand. Edward, Jester, and other 5 blood races understood immediately. They suddenly soared into the sky, flapped their wings and shot straight into the sky, and then flew towards the 5 dangerous peaks around them respectively. The 5 blood clans firmly guarded these 5 places, condescending, and directly locked the main way for everyone to leave. The third battle is about to start, and the life and death battle is about to come to an end. At this time, there is no way to leave. Ling Yan cut off the connection between this place and the outside world, blocked every main road to leave, and directly turned this place into a dead place. Ling Yan Yu. Seeing this situation, Sun Zhenwu's eyes turned red immediately. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yan, but before he could speak, he let out another wow, and spit out a big mouthful of blood again. Chen Jingxian also saw something was wrong at this time, his heart trembled, and he immediately turned his head and asked, Zhenwu, what happened? Ling Yan smiled faintly, Chen Jingxian, you want to arrange actions against my Ling family in the capital based on the fighting situation here, right? Let me tell you now, there is no such thing. What? Chen Jingxian was shocked when he heard this. At this time, Sun Zhenwu said sadly, Old Chen, we can no longer communicate with the outside world. Sun Zhenwu's heart is ashamed. In open battles, Ling Yun won 2 games in a row. In secret battles, Ling Yun was even more masterful, and he had no plans left. Otherwise, even if Ling Yun is here, even if he wins 5 games in a row, beheading Sun Zhenwu and Chen Jingxian on the spot, but letting the important figures of Sun Zhenwu and Chen in the capital escape calmly, then what is the point of winning this life and death battle? Knowing Ling Yun's layout, Chen Jingxuan's heart suddenly sank. Without contact with the outside world, he would not be able to remotely direct the follow-up plans of the Chen family, and he would not be able to take care of the fate of the Chen family in the capital. In this way, the fate of those people in the capital can only depend on the outcome of the battle here. At this moment, the battle of life and death has truly become a battle of life and death. All of a sudden, Chen Jingxuan's eyes burst into flames, and he yelled at Ling Yun, "Little Ling Yun bastard, tonight, I, Chen Jingxian, will never die with you." Ling Yun stared at the 5 shadow ninjas who were walking slowly, and just smiled lightly. "Chen Jingxian, who lives and who dies, you will know after the 3rd match." Suddenly, Ling Yun erupted with a shocking momentum. To be continued. Today is the 3rd update, the 1st update. The 2nd update is around midnight. Tokugawa Xiongfeng, with a 4-foot-long knife on his back, walked slowly towards the middle of the field. As he got closer to Ling Yun, his illusory figure became more and more solid. He actually ignored Ling Yun's explosive momentum, and also ignored the dark blood demon saber in Ling Yun's hand, and came directly to 3 meters in front of Ling Yun, and then stood still. The other 4 Kajinin of the Tokugawa family naturally followed behind Tokugawa Yukeis, and when Tokugawa Yukeis stood still, they also stopped immediately. Their respective figures flashed, and behind Tokugawa Yukeis, they spread out in a fan shape. In this way, the 5 people immediately formed a semi-surrounding situation towards Ling Yun. After Tokugawa Xiongfeng stood still, a pair of sharp small eyes suddenly shot out 2 frightening rays of light, looking at Ling Yun for a while. Quack quack. From his mouth, there came out that tooth-piercing, ugly night owl-like laughter like sandpaper. The young people in Huaxia are really courageous. Good martial arts. Good calculations. But all of these are useless in the face of absolute strength. Oh, really? Ling Yun just laughed it off. He had nothing to say to the dead. It has to be said that after Tokugawa Xiongfeng appeared on the stage, Ling Yun really felt a little pressure. He had already seen that the strength of the opponent was far above Sikong too, but now Ling Yun had advanced to the middle stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. The little pressure brought about is actually dispensable. Tokugawa Yuke suddenly took another step forward, his momentum burst out suddenly, and he asked in a deep voice. "So, it seems that the Tokugawa Muto sent by our Tokugawa family, as well as Toyotomi-kun, Yagyu-kun, Akamatsu-kun, Yamada-kun, Mitsui-kun, and dozens of ninjas were all killed by you?" As soon as Tokugawa Xiongfeng's 3rd level aura was released, it collided with the aura emanating from Ling Yun's body. The ground immediately flew sand and rocks, and some gravel flew into the aura between the 2 of them, and was smashed by the violent air current. If this kind of aura does not reach the realm of supernatural powers, it will not even be able to stand here. But Ling Yun was still calm and breezy. He didn't even blink his eyes, just smiled lightly. "You said less. The Oriental ninjas who died under my hands are not limited to this kind of people. And Tokugawa Takazuka, Tokugawa Takataku, and more than 100 Oriental ninjas on Daoguei Island, all died by my hands." Idiot. Hearing this sentence, behind Tokugawa Yukeis, Tokugawa Takehide, Tokugawa Takiaki, Tokugawa Takashi, Tokugawa Takiang, 4 Kajinin, immediately shouted angrily at the same time. Very good. Tokugawa Xiongfeng was not angry at all, but his 2 small eyes narrowed again, and he said with a grinning smile, "That's arrogant." Tokugawa Xiongfeng followed closely with a sneer and said, "However, your arrogance ends here. Tonight is your death day. Ling Yun, if you are sensible, you can hand over the dark blood demon knife in your hand and the ring you are wearing, and then I will consider making your death more comfortable and leaving you with a whole corpse. How? Ling Yan frowned slightly. There is so much nonsense. Go to hell. Kill. Seeing Tokugawa Xiongfeng come out and pretend to be coercive here endlessly, Ling Yan has long been impatient. He is too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, so he just slashed out with a knife. The dark blood demon knife aimed at Tokugawa Xiongfeng's Tianling Gai, carrying a majestic black knife gang, and chopped it down. Quack quack, well done. Tokugawa Xiongfeng sneered when he saw Ling Yan slashing with a knife. He didn't dodge or dodge, facing the falling black blade, he raised his hand and threw a punch. Boom. Qi Jin suddenly exploded. Tokugawa Xiongfeng's fist, and Ling Yan's sword, the two groups of aura collided fiercely, making a loud noise. The figures of both of them stopped in a flash, and they didn't take half a step back. Fuck. Ling Yan's heart was shocked. Just now, he just slashed casually, just to shut up Tokugawa Yuke's, and at the same time to test the depth of the opponent's strength, but he also used 70% of his strength, but he didn't expect that such a powerful and heavy knife was caught by the opponent with bare hands. Tokugawa Xiongfeng's fists, which he sent out casually with energy, were able to shake Ling Yan's blade head-on. Ling Yan felt terrified in his heart. He immediately knew that he had really met his opponent this time. No wonder this Tokugawa Hideka is so arrogant after his appearance. Baga. Why are you so strong? Ling Yan was shocked here, but Tokugawa Xiongfeng on the opposite side was the same. After receiving Ling Yan's knife with 70% strength, his wrist felt numb and he could barely hold his fist. Experts stretch out their hands to know if there is one. After the two exchanged a move, they did not dare to underestimate each other. Ling Yan's eyes turned hard. Try me again. As he spoke, his chi sank into his dantian, yin and yang zhenqi poured into the blade, and he slashed horizontally across the waist. He wanted to slash Tokugawa Xiongfeng in half. This time, Ling Yan didn't hold back, and directly used 100% of his strength. The sword is mighty and mighty. Faster than lightning. Idiot. Seeing the imposing manner of Ling Yan's knife, Tokugawa Xiongfeng yelled violently and took a deep breath. The dantian in his abdomen suddenly swelled like a ball, and the innate chi in his body poured into his arms, and his hands came out together. This time, he knew how powerful he was, so he didn't dare to push it too hard. He didn't use his fist to block it, but he slapped out an innate aura with one palm, which blocked Ling Yan's saber aura. The blade of the knife was shot over. Also lightning fast. Boom. Boom. Two loud bangs erupted at the same time. Ling Yan's sword slashed against Tokugawa Xiongfeng's majestic wind again, and at the same time Tokugawa Xiongfeng's other palm slapped Ling Yan's blade fiercely. Kick, kick, kick. Tokugawa Xiongfeng retreated 3 steps in a row before finally standing still, and Ling Yan was also tilted by the huge force from the blade, and then retreated 2 steps. This time, both of them hit with all their strength, without fancy tricks, they were shaking hard, evenly split. It's interesting. After Ling Yan stood firm, he didn't attack again. He suddenly showed a divine light, and locked on Tokugawa Xiongfeng tightly. Ling Yan didn't expect that after the slash, Tokugawa Xiongfeng would really dare to receive his full-strength slash with his bare hands, and he actually took it without any injuries. Being able to receive Ling Yan's sword, it can be said that Tokugawa Xiongfeng is the strongest master Ling Yan has encountered since his debut. There is no doubt that the opponent is at least the 3rd level of the supernatural powers. Hey hey! After Tokugawa Xiongfeng stood firm, he also did not attack immediately, he couldn't help but sneered. So much strength, so weird true energy. In fact, he knew it bitterly, and now Tokugawa Yuke's 2 palms were shaking violently, so sore and numb that he couldn't lift his hands for a while. That's a force of several thousand kilograms, how can it be so easy to catch it? At the same time, the palm of Tokugawa Yuki's slap on the blade was cold and cold at the moment, almost freezing to death. That was Ling Yan's chilly true energy. Boy, I have to say, you are really strong. However, with this trick alone, you will definitely die tonight. Tokugawa Xiongfeng first said something to Ling Yan, and then his lips moved and opened and closed quickly, communicating with the other 4 Kajinen in Japanese. In the 2 rounds just now, Ling Yan was testing Tokugawa Xiongfeng, so why wasn't Tokugawa Xiongfeng testing Ling Yan's martial arts? You 4 have to be careful. This kid has the power of the 3rd peak of the supernatural powers, and the true energy he cultivates is very strange. Use escapism and illusion, don't challenge him. This is the main content that Tokugawa Xiongfeng explained to the other 4 shadow ninjas. The 4 shadow ninjas he brought are all gifted elite ninjas, trained by the Tokugawa family, and there is absolutely nothing to lose. Ling Yan can't understand Oriental language yet, but at this moment, there is already a serious murderous intent in his eyes. These 5 Oriental ninjas must never leave here alive. He will definitely go to Dongyang in the future to get back the lid of the Shinnon Ding, and he will definitely face the Tokugawa family at that time. If these people go back alive, it will be a return to the mountain. Kill. Ling Yan didn't waste any more time, he yelled violently, performed apparatus, transformed himself into 4, and charged at the other 4 Kajinen. Swipe, swipe, swipe. It's all cutting the world with a knife. Ling Yan slashed 4 knives almost at the same time in one breath, and slashed at the 4 shadow ninjas respectively. Escape. However, those 4 shadow ninjas cast the escape technique at the same time, left their original positions in an instant, and disappeared under Ling Yan's knife. Ling Yan's 4 knives only hit the 4 phantoms left by those 4 people. Of the 4 shadow ninjas, the one with the lowest realm is the peak strength of the 1st level of the supernatural power realm, and the escapism practiced is even more superb. Shadow Ninja. Quack quack, boy, I have already figured out your strength, just based on you now, wanting to kill me Toyo Kajinen in an instant is just a daydream. Tokugawa Xiongfeng couldn't help laughing wildly when he saw Ling Yan slashing through the air with 4 knives. Then he suddenly raised his hand and pulled out the 4-foot-long knife, behind his back. Kill me. Tokugawa Xiong let out a storm, suddenly holding the knife in both hands, his thin body soared into the sky, and slashed down at the top of Ling Yan's head. Slash against the wind. Roll. Ling Yan let go of his divine sense, and without raising his head, he swung his saber upwards, and the blade of the dark blood demon saber slashed fiercely with Tokugawa Xiongfeng's bright long saber again. When? There was a loud bang of gold and iron. Ling Yan only felt a huge and violent force coming from his arm, his body sank suddenly, the rock under his feet shattered, and his feet sank deep into the ground. Tokugawa Xiongfeng was shocked by the force of Ling Yan's blade and rose into the sky. He laughed grinningly in the air, still holding the blade in both hands, and taking advantage of the momentum of his fall, he poured his innate chi into the blade, and then slashed down on Ling Yan's head again. Swipe, swipe, swipe. But at this moment, the 4 shadow ninjas who had just used the escape technique to escape appeared in front of and behind Ling Yan at the same time, and the long knives in their hands also slashed towards Ling Yan from 4 directions. The knife is tricky and fierce. Court death. Ling Yan's face darkened, he took aim at a shadow ninja who was coming towards him, and performed apparatus again, almost teleporting to him in front of him like lightning. The other 3 swords naturally cut an empty space. Go to hell. Ling Yan dodged the long knives of the other 3, and the dark blood demon knife in his hand directly slashed at the person in front of him. Tokugawa Takehide's eyes paled with shock when he saw the slash that was faster than lightning. Ling Yan's knife, he couldn't dodge it even if he used escapism. When? Tokugawa Xiongfeng changed his move temporarily in the air, and even put the 4-foot-long knife directly in front of Tokugawa Wuiying, helping him hold back Ling Yun's thunderous knife. Ling Yun is 1 against 5. You come and go. The two sides started a fierce battle. To be continued. The second update. There will be another update later, around 2 o'clock in the morning. Everyone can watch it tomorrow. In the battlefield, swords and gangsters are crisscrossing, and sand and stones are flying everywhere. With 1 against 5, Ling Yun started a fierce battle with the 5 Kajanan of Dongyang. The 6 of them rose up and down, and their body skills were fully deployed, and they were faster than lightning. Clang, clang, clang. Boom 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 boom. The sound of gold and iron clashing, and the sound of energy exploding, are endless and deafening. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of rounds have passed. Call. Chen Jingxian, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, saw that a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground, and he let out a long breath. On the other hand, Sun Jinwu of the Sun family's realm is not enough. He can only see phantoms in the field moving like lightning, and he can't tell who is who, let alone which side has the upper hand. However, he finally knew that, at least in this third battle, Ling Yun was not as relaxed as the first 2 battles, which made him feel hopeful in his already desperate heart. Sun Jinwu had expectations, but at this moment, his heart was suspended. He only felt his heart beating wildly, almost jumping to his throat. Win. Must win. Kill that little bastard. Sun Jinwu clenched his fists and muttered to himself, not knowing who he was cheering on. But at this time, the 4 masters of the Tian group who had been standing silently watching the battle all the time, their faces became more and more serious. They have been communicating with each other through voice transmission. Master Ziyu of the Kunlun Sword School said, "These 5 shadow ninjas from Dongyang have finally forced out the strength of this kid." Reverend Long Hushan Lihuan nodded his head. "It's amazing. It's really amazing. If we go one-on-one, no one is a match for this kid based on martial arts alone." Master Zhikong of Shaolin Temple, Ba, such a young genius, what a pity. Tianjianzong Diyutong had a stern look on his face, and said with a sneer, "Master's words are wrong, what a pity, such a bastard will be a disaster sooner or later if he stays in the world." Of course Diyutong knew about the relationship between Ling Yun and Qin Qiuyue. He came here tonight to kill Ling Yun, so of course he has nothing good to say about Ling Yun. Master Zhikong remained silent. Daoist Liahua nodded, and continued to say, "That's right, this boy has risen inexplicably in Qingshui City. Since his debut, he has been ruthless and ruthless. In the Battle of Longmen Mountain, he killed 4 of my juniors in Longhu Mountain. This enmity, we Longhu. The mountain must report no matter what." Immediately, Master Ziyu gritted his teeth when he heard the battle at Longmen Mountain, and said angrily, "That's right, this son was in Longmen Mountain, he killed 2 of my junior brothers, Zheng and Zai, and severely injured my junior brother Ziguang, who is still lying on the bed and unable to get up. This revenge, my Kunlun sword sect must avenge it." Diyutong sneered and said, "If this little bastard only has this level of martial arts, then even if he wins the 3rd match with all his might, he will surely die. Ba, this Ling Yun's strength is indeed astonishing, but his realm is too low. If he doesn't have supernatural powers, even if he wins this match, it will be useless. So far, Ling Yun's strength, lightness kung fu, and saber technique have all been displayed, but he has never displayed his supernatural powers. There is no doubt that Ling Yun's 3 items, any one of them, can definitely be compared with the masters of the 2nd-level supernatural powers, but if he does not have supernatural powers, the masters of these days will still not take him seriously. These supernatural power masters in the Tian group all know each other. If they don't have some supernatural powers to suppress the bottom of the box, how can they enter the Huaxia group? Ling Yun fell into a hard fight. The 4 masters of the Tian group were shocked by Ling Yun's martial arts strength. While commenting on Ling Yun, their words began to relax obviously. Supernatural powers are for beating people in the air. If Ling Yan didn't have supernatural powers and was surrounded by 5 masters of the Sky Group and used their supernatural powers to hunt them down, how many times would he be able to carry them? 4. Don't be careless. This little bastard is a 3 cultivator of Buddhism, Taoism and Demonism. It is impossible for him to have supernatural powers. Otherwise, he would not have magic weapons of space, and those magical talismans. After hearing this, Chen Jingxian hurriedly issued a reminder. After being reminded by this, the faces of the few masters of the Tianzu group who were still talking about it just now froze, knowing that what Chen Jingxian said was reasonable. But Di Yutong said with a sneer, even if he really has supernatural powers, so what? The 5 shadow ninjas in Dongyang also have supernatural powers. Even if this kid is lucky enough to win the 3rd round, it must be at the end of his battle at that time. With the strength of the 5 of us, can't he be alone? Hearing Di Yutong's words, Chen Jingxian immediately felt relieved, and he clasped his fists together. Thank you for your generous help. As long as I can kill this son tonight and let my Chen family survive this disaster, I, Chen Jingxian, will be rewarded generously. Master Liehua, Master Ziyu, and Di Yutong laughed at the same time. This is a trivial matter. Mr. Chen doesn't need to worry too much. We just need to follow the original plan. Since it was a life and death battle, of course it couldn't be as simple as winning 3 out of 5 rounds. Chen Jingxian had already planned. No matter how many games he wins or loses, he will not give up until he kills Ling Yun. Tonight, even if it is a hard heap, Ling Yun must be heaped alive. Only Master Zhikong didn't speak. His relationship with Chen Jingxian didn't need these things at all. Boom. At this moment, there was another loud noise on the battlefield. Ling Yun and Tokugawa Xiongfeng struck again, and they both flew upside down at the same time. Brush. Ling Yun used his strength to fly away, retreating 30 meters away in one breath, and only then did he make a heavy pendant fall to the ground. In this fierce battle, Ling Yun had won against 5, and the 2 sides fought for more than 600 rounds, and it was still a dead end. If there is no Tokugawa Xiongfeng, if Ling Yun is only 1 against 4, he would have slaughtered those 4 shadow ninjas long ago. But the problem is that there is Tokugawa Yufeng on the other side. His realm is too high. In terms of pure martial arts cultivation base, his strength and lightness skills are not inferior to the current Ling Yun. Also, the other 4 shadow ninjas are actually not weak. The ninjas are good at lightness kung fu, they are known as shadow ninjas, and with the escape technique, they are elusive, and it is difficult for Ling Yun to lock them. Moreover, the fighting coordination of these 5 shadow ninjas is too good, and they have a perfect set of combined attacks. Every time Ling Yun attacked the opponent with all his strength, Tokugawa Xiongfeng would jump out, either to protect that shadow ninja with all his strength, or to aim at Ling Yun's empty door and attack him with all his strength. Of course, Ling Yun can kill a ninja with 1 blow, but he will definitely pay the price of taking Tokugawa Xiongfeng's sword. Even though Ling Yun has already refined his body and cultivated a treasured body, plus the De Yen Gathering Star's secret art and the battle, he couldn't bear the double defense of the cassock. Of course, it may not be true that he can't bear it, the key is the pain. In order to kill a shadow ninja, Ling Yun really couldn't afford to suffer this knife. He has too many whole cards. What is he going to do with this blow? However, after these 600 rounds of fierce fighting, Ling Yun has a thorough understanding of the ninjutsu of the Oriental ninjas. This battle was not fought in vain. The opponent is 5 shadow ninjas, and one of them is at least the 3rd level of supernatural powers. Kajinan is so powerful, so what kind of concept is the Kamikage in Oriental legends? This is the real purpose of Ling Yun's battle. This is Ling Yun's consideration. On the other side, after Tokugawa Xiongfeng retreated and landed, he immediately gathered the other 4 shadow ninjas together, and did not attack again. The world-shattering battle just now made the 5 Tokugawa family's ninjas secretly shocked in their hearts. Because although Ling Yun couldn't do anything to them, even if they tried their best, they couldn't do anything to Ling Yun. You know, Ling Yun is 1 against 5. This son must not be kept, he must be killed. Otherwise, as long as it takes time, he will definitely become a serious problem for our Dongyang. This is the conclusion that Tokugawa Xiongfeng finally came to after communicating with the 4 of them. When he looked at Ling Yun again, Tokugawa Xiongfeng's eyes flashed with fear. He finally shut up and stopped talking nonsense. The strength Ling Yun showed just now left him speechless. You are a respectable opponent, Tokugawa Takazuka, Tokugawa Takataku, Tokugawa Muto. They died at your hands, it is not wrong. However, you must die. After saying this sentence coldly, Tokugawa Xiongfeng shook his hand suddenly, and the 4-foot-long knife in his hand suddenly flew into the air. At the same moment, the other 4 shadow ninjas threw their long knives into the air one after another. 5 Xueliang long knives volleyed in the air, all of them stayed in the air, and they didn't even fall. This is of course supernatural powers. Kill. Following Tokugawa Xiongfeng's shout, under the control of the true energy of the 5 shadow ninjas, 5 bright long knives slashed towards Ling Yun at the same time like lightning. The 5 shadow ninjas were the first to display their supernatural powers. Well done. Seeing the 5 long knives approaching in the air, Ling Yun couldn't help but secretly rejoice. He stood still and just shouted with a smile. When the 5 long knives almost hit his body, he suddenly raised his hand in front of him. Swipe and pull. With a flicker of divine thought, the space of Tai Shi ring opened up, directly covering the 5 long knives. Receive. Ling Yun directly put those 5 bright long knives into his Tai Shi ring. These 5 knives are all good, so I accept them with a smile. After taking away the 5 long knives, Ling Yun folded his hands behind his back and couldn't help grinning. This is really a bargain. Ga? Seeing this scene, the 5 Toyo Kajinen, including Yuka Tokugawa, were all dumbfounded and stunned. They were not the only ones who were shocked, but also the 5 masters of the Huaxia group, including Chen Jingxian. They just wanted to see how Ling Yun would deal with the supernatural power of Toyo Kajinen, but before they could react, the 5 knives disappeared. This is the magic weapon, the heaven-defying feature of the space magic weapon. Ling Yun looked at the stunned crowd, and said with a faint smile, "Playing with me? I am the ancestor of playing with supernatural powers. I fought with you just now. I just wanted to exercise my muscles and bones. Are you serious?" Ling Yun got cheap and acted like a good boy, and continued to sneer. Idiot. Tokugawa Xiongfeng finally realized what happened. He was furious. To be continued. The 3rd one is here. The big, hi, tide you want, here we come. The 3rd update will continue on the 26th. Now that Ling Yun has reached the 3rd level of Qi training, then to him, playing melee combat is really just a matter of exercising his muscles and bones. In the battle between masters of the supernatural power realm, of course, in the end, it is necessary to rely on supernatural powers to decide whether to win or lose. Martial arts are just an appetizer. Unless you are amazing in martial arts, you can drop 10 times with one force, break 10,000 spells with one force, and kill your opponent on the spot with one punch. In that case, no matter what magical powers he has, it will be useless. Just like the previous 2 battles, Ling Yun's fight against Lu Mingjiu and the Bailey family was nothing more than a punch and a knife, and they didn't give the other party a chance to display their supernatural powers at all. But now, the 5 shadow ninjas of Tokugawa Xiongfeng aggressively began to display their supernatural powers. Before they touched Ling Yun's clothes, Ling Yun took away their weapons. How could Tokugawa Xiongfeng not be angry? But in this way, Tokugawa Xiongfeng stared at Ling Yun's right hand all of a sudden, and stared at the Tai Shi ring on his hand, with no concealment of greed in his eyes. As long as Ling Yun can be killed, no matter the ring on Ling Yan's hand or the contents of the ring, they are all his. Not only Tokugawa Xiongfeng, but the Sun Qin alliance, including Qin Jingxian, Liehua Jinren, Ziyu Jinren, Diyu Tong, etc. counted one by one. After seeing Ling Yan's display of that hand, they stared at the Taishu ring on Ling Yan's hand, and all of them showed greed and salivation. That is a real magic weapon of space. They have never seen it in their life, let alone used it. Of course they all want to keep it for themselves. Ba. Even Master Zhikong, who is a monk, couldn't help chanting the Buddha's mantra after realizing that he had committed greed. After the initial rage, Tokugawa Xiongfeng quickly calmed down, and he said to the 4 shadow ninjas beside him in Oriental language, "You 4 help me," and perform the 5-element combined attack technique. Hi. The 4 Kajinen nodded at the same time and responded, and then they immediately swayed and dispersed, and stood in turn not far from Tokugawa Yuke's. Boom! Tokugawa Xiongfeng's aura erupted, and the gang chi transformed from the innate chi in his body suddenly released. It began to condense in front of the body, condensed but not dispersed, and transformed into a huge long knife almost instantly. Although the innate stellar energy is a kind of airflow, it is not illusory. Therefore, when they condense into something, that thing is a real entity, visible to the naked eye. At this time, the huge long knife in front of Tokugawa Yuke's was just like this. The knife was 2 feet high and 1 meter wide. Door panel. Boom. After Tokugawa Takehide saw the huge long knife take shape, he immediately released his own true energy. After the massive amount of true energy left the body, it suddenly turned crimson, like a dancing flame. Hi. Following Tokugawa Takehide's loud shout, the crimson infuriating flame suddenly submerged into the giant long knife, and then he saw the giant long knife, which seemed to be covered with a layer of raging flames. It's interesting. Even though it was 30 meters away, Ling Yan could still feel the fiery aura on that giant long knife, and he knew that this was a real supernatural power. After the battle just now, Ling Yan already knew that Tokugawa Takehide had a fire-attributed physique, and what he was cultivating was fire-attributed jinchi. Boom! Tokugawa Takeaki also made a move at this time. What he released was azure jinchi, Dongfeng Jiai wood, his body was wood attribute, and what he released was the jinchi of wood attribute. Then, in Tokugawa Takeaki's violent drinking province, this huge airflow suddenly penetrated into the blade of the giant long sword. Boom! The cyan true energy submerged into the blade, and instantly intensified the flame on the huge long knife, which made the giant long knife seem to be enveloped in a ball of flames, and the flames were raging. At this time, this giant sword had turned into a fiery long sword, standing upright in the night sky. The whole body of the sword was dancing with crimson flames. It looked astonishingly powerful and powerful. Damn, this momentum is really bluffing. Ling Yan stood in the distance, but his spiritual consciousness was firmly locked on the long knife, observing these Oriental ninjas performing supernatural powers, not daring to be careless. He knew that just waiting for this giant long knife to condense into shape, Tokugawa Yuke's would use his supernatural powers to urge this giant long knife to launch a terrifying blow at him. Enough. Takashi Tokugawa, you two are here to protect the 3 of us. Tokugawa Xiongfeng urged his tyrannical jinchi repeatedly, feeling that this knife was definitely enough to deal with Ling Yan, so he said. Next, he will try his best to move this giant long knife with his own thoughts. But now he knows that Ling Yan has endless tricks, and he is afraid that Ling Yan will make a sneak attack. Go! After Tokugawa Xiongfeng finished his instructions, he suddenly shouted violently, using his mind to move the giant long knife, and directly killed Ling Yan. The huge fiery long knife suddenly rose into the sky, carrying an unparalleled tyrannical aura, tearing the night sky, and slashed towards Ling Yan like lightning. Woo! The blazing long knife is here in an instant. Cut. The huge blazing knife that looked like a door panel slashed directly at Ling Yun's forehead, trying to split him in half. The fiery breath rushed straight to Ling Yun's face. It's fierce. The dark blood demon knife appeared in Ling Yun's hand in an instant. He first waved the dark blood demon knife against the wind, pretending to resist it, but seeing that his dark blood demon knife was not enough when compared with other people's big knives, he just shook his head, used apparatus, and flew out of the way. Although Ling Yun said it easily, but he knew it very well in his heart. He knew that this long sword of fire was a combination of Tokugawa Xiongfeng and the massive innate energy of the other two shadow ninjas, and it also had a certain power bonus. He couldn't resist it at all with the dark blood demon knife. Moreover, this knife is said to be real, but in fact it is transformed by Gang Qi, and it is also false. Even if the dark blood demon sword can block part of it, the blazing long knife can still cut on his body, so he can only dodge. At this time, the sword technique is a child's science. Ling Yun dodges, and simply puts away the dark blood demon knife. Quack, did you escape? Tokugawa Xiongfeng instantly gained the upper hand, and when he saw Ling Yunfei dodging away, he immediately sneered, and once again urged the fiery long saber, and slashed fiercely at the place where Ling Yun landed. The speed of the fire sword is as fast as lightning, almost faster than Ling Yun's movement. This is the benefit of supernatural powers. It is completely driven by the mind. As soon as the mind moves, it changes ever-changingly. How can human body skills compare to it? Of course, the reason why this fiery long knife can be so fast is also because Tokugawa Xiongfeng's realm is too high, his spiritual sense is too strong, and the innate chi in his body is too powerful. Seeing that Tokugawa Xiongfeng's supernatural powers are so powerful and domineering, all the masters of the Sun-Chan alliance on the sidelines were shocked and awe-inspiring at the same time. Huaxia and Dongyang have been sworn enemies since ancient times. These people are members of the Tianzu, and the Tianzu protects the country. Although Tokugawa Xiongfeng is here to deal with Ling Yun, but he is showing off his might in the land of China, they will naturally feel uncomfortable. In only 70 years, Dongyang has cultivated such a master? This is the thought in the hearts of everyone present at this time. Sun Jinwu saw Ling Yun running around chasing after him with the blazing long knife, and he trembled with excitement. He almost gnashed his teeth and roared, "Kill him! Kill him! Cut him off!" It's too late to say it. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Ling Yun suddenly cast his shape-shifting shadow, transformed himself into 5, and dodged the killing knife again. At the same time, he let out a clear whistle, and then his whole body was shaken. The yin and yang jinqi in his body burst out and rushed out of his body. The yin and yang jinqi chains are instantly condensed. In the middle stage of the third level of qi training, how strong is the yin and yang true energy in Ling Yun's body? He only released 1/10 of it, and the true energy turned into 2 50-meter-long chains that were as thick as an adult's arm. Ling Yun finally displayed his magical powers. Lock me! Swipe, swipe, swipe. The sound was endless, and the 2 yin-yang jinqi chains were flying in the air, like 2 raging dragons. They instantly entangled the giant flaming long knife, and became tightly entangled all at once. What? This is? Seeing this scene, the surrounding Tian group masters were instantly stunned. Ling Yun must have supernatural powers. They had already expected it, but no one thought that Ling Yun's supernatural powers were so subtle. Just because these 2 chains are so flexible, like 2 real dragons, how delicately does it need to control the jinqi overflowing from the body? The giant fiery long knife was entangled layer by Ling Yun's yin and yang jinqi chains, so the flying speed was naturally reduced in an instant, and it would be difficult to catch up with Ling Yun. Puff! Ling Yun entangled the fire sword, and immediately opened his mouth to spit out the Qingying Feijian. The blue shadow flying sword swayed in the wind, and it instantly turned into a size of 2 feet, and the green brilliance shone like a shadow. Kill. Ling Yun finally showed his true strength. Under the urging of Ling Yun's divine sense, the Qingying Feijian disappeared in a flash, and went straight to Tokugawa Wuying. The divine sense in the mid-stage of the third level of Qi training urges the Qingying sword. How fast is that speed? It is directly more than 3 times the speed of the long fire knife. Moreover, at this moment, everyone's attention was on Ling Yun's Yinyang Jinqi chain. How could anyone have thought that Ling Yun could spit out a flying sword? Laugh. The blue shadow flying sword pierced Tokugawa Takei's throat in an instant. What? A bloody arrow shot out, Tokugawa Takeing fell to the sky, and was killed by Ling Yun with a sword. Kill again. Stimulated by Ling Yun's divine sense, Qingying Feijian returned as soon as he left, and went straight to Tokugawa Takoyaki, without looking for anyone else. Because the true Qi and divine sense of these 2 shadow ninjas are on the blazing sword at the moment, they are powerless to protect themselves. Ling Yun was tantamount to catching him by surprise. Not good. Tokugawa Xiongfeng saw that Tokugawa Takei fell to the ground, and immediately knew something was wrong, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to remind the other 3. Unfortunately, it's too late by now. Propelled by Ling Yun's divine sense, Qingying Feijian is really too fast. This time, the blue shadow flying sword came sideways, wiped across Tokugawa Takoyaki's neck in one stroke, and cut off his head directly. Tokugawa Takoyaki's corpse separated. Puff. A blood arrow shot out from Tokugawa Takoyaki's headless corpse, and the blood bloomed. Plop. Tokugawa Takoyaki's body fell to the sky. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun instantly killed the 2 of them. To be continued. At least 3 more today. This is the first update on the 26th. Big, high, tide, plot, the old steps, let everyone enjoy. If it doesn't sing, it's already a blockbuster, and if it doesn't fly, it's already soaring into the sky. That's right, if you want to talk about the feeling Ling Yun brings to the people watching the battle, that's it. Just now he was being chased by the huge blazing long knife, but in the blink of an eye, the situation changed suddenly. Ling Yun's supernatural power came out, not only effectively stopped the blazing long knife from chasing and killing, but also instantly killed 2 shadow ninjas on the other side. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Di Yutong's eyes almost popped out. He shouted in shock. He couldn't believe what happened before his eyes. This. Everyone was speechless, completely shocked by the sudden change in painting style. Either Ling Yun would not use his supernatural powers, but once he did, he would be thunderous, without giving the enemy a chance to breathe, and once he made a move, he would use 2 kinds of supernatural powers, and the power was astonishing. Baga. Baga, baga. Tokugawa Xiongfeng saw Tokugawa Takei and Tokugawa Takoyaki fell to the ground and died in an instant. His eyes were tearing apart, he yelled angrily, and his eyeballs were red. Can you not be in a hurry? These 2 shadow ninjas are excellent geniuses of the Tokugawa family, but they were instantly killed by Ling Yun in the blink of an eye, and then fell, never to return to Toyo. Tokugawa Takashi and Tokugawa Takashi are also crazy. They are responsible for protecting these 3 people, but they only saw the blue shadow flash. Tokugawa Takei died, and the blue shadow flashed again. Tokugawa Takoyaki's body was separated. Not to mention protecting them, they haven't figured out how these 2 people died until now. Be careful. At this moment, Tokugawa Yuke's suddenly yelled again. Of course, the matter is not over yet, but has just begun. After Qingying Feijian killed 2 Kajinen in seconds, he still didn't look for Tokugawa Xiongfeng, but turned slightly in one direction, and went straight to Tokugawa Takashi's head and shot. What? Qingying Feijian's speed is too fast. The speed of the wind is indescribable. Tokugawa Takashi looked dazed, and he just wanted to close his eyes and wait for death. The realm of Tokugawa Takashi and Tokugawa Takeing is slightly lower than the 2 dead Kajinen. They are only the peak of the first level of supernatural powers, and they can't hide in front of Qingying Feijian. Boom! At the very moment, Tokugawa Xiongfeng finally made his move. He suddenly raised his hand, swung a violent palm wind, deflected the blue shadow flying sword, and flew over Tokugawa Takashi's face. Tokugawa Takashi only felt his ears heat up, and he immediately raised his hand to touch them, and then his eyes showed horror, his ears were gone. It's not just that his ears are gone, but from the corners of his eyes to his ears, even the skin and flesh were cut off by Qingying Feijian's sword. The whole right side of his head was bloody and bloody. Quickly use the escape technique. Get out of the way. Tokugawa Xiongfeng looked at the two people who had been frightened, and was angry and anxious, so he quickly reminded them. Qingying Feijian appeared like a ghost, flying around with lightning. If he was the only one to protect them, how long would he be able to protect them? Reminded by Tokugawa Xiongfeng, Tokugawa Takashi and Tokugawa Takiang finally woke up from the nightmare. The two did not hesitate to cast Earth Dun and disappeared in place. Whizzing! As soon as they left the spot, 2 arrows flew past where they were standing just now. Ah! Ah! They dodged, but the 2 sharp arrows kept going, and they hit 2 dead soldiers in the distance. The huge force carried by the sharp arrows took the bodies of the 2 men 7 or 8 meters away. Talent fell to the ground. Although the 2 arrows didn't hit the vital points of the 2 dead men, because of the cold and true energy carried by the arrows, they directly froze half of the 2 dead men's bodies. Seeing that it is impossible to survive. Buzz. Whoosh whoosh. Ling Yan took out the golden bow and silver arrows. Although he missed the 2 shadow ninjas, he was not in a hurry. He took his time and calmly shot at Tokugawa Xiongfeng. Lianju arrows. Wow. Baga, baga. Tokugawa Xiongfeng was so furious that he waved his palms one after another, knocking out more than a dozen sharp arrows from Ling Yan, and suddenly pushed his mind to the limit, wanting to control the door panel sword and kill Ling Yan. It would be too passive not to attack, because Tokugawa Xiongfeng discovered an extremely terrifying thing: Ling Yan can actually do 3 things with one mind. The chain of Yin and Yang Zhenqi entangled his Gang Qi sword, and Ling Yan could also control the Qingying Feijian to shuttle around. At the same time, he could shoot people with a bow and arrow, and the arrows he shot were straight arrows. The fighting power that Ling Yan erupted in an instant was simply too terrifying. In fact, Ling Yan is now more than just a matter of 1 mind and 3 tasks, he can now do 1 mind and 7 tasks. Because Ling Yan himself is a peerless genius, even if he doesn't practice, he can do 2 things at once, drawing circles with his left hand and drawing squares with his right, without any problem at all. But he is a cultivator, possesses a powerful soul that has transcended the tribulation period, and the soul is strong, so he can use 1 mind for 3 purposes, or even 1 mind for 4 purposes. This is also the fundamental reason why Ling Yan can put himself in the state of cultivation no matter whether he is sitting, lying, or walking. Now, Ling Yan has reached the middle stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. His spiritual consciousness is powerful and extremely condensed, and the accumulation of spiritual energy in the sea of consciousness between the brows is increasing, which allows him to use 1 mind and 7 functions. The so-called Qiqiao Linglong heart is nothing more than that. Why does Ling Yan shoot Tokugawa Xiongfeng with a bow and arrow now? Of course he has his own calculations. At this time, Tokugawa Takehide and Tokugawa Takiaki were dead, but the innate chi they left on the door panel machete was still there, and those innate chi were uncontrolled, and immediately became unowned. At this time, Ling Yan was using the chain of Yin Yang Zhenqi to frantically devour and absorb those 2 kinds of innate chi. The innate chi of the fire attribute and the wood attribute are extremely pure, at least the 80% success power of the 2 second-level shadow ninjas. Of course Ling Yan will not let them dissipate and go to waste. At this time, Ling Yan's chain of Yin Yang Zhenqi entangled the door panel sword layer by layer, and it was almost airtight. Under the urging of his divine sense, every link of the chain of yin-yang zhenqi became transformed at this moment. It became a fist-sized vortex, and these vortexes were all absorbing these two kinds of innate qi at an indescribably fast speed, almost devouring them. Ling Yan's yin and yang true qi, whether inside or outside his body, has the ability to absorb and assimilate other true qi, and he now has the middle stage of the third level of qi training. In half a minute, the true qi of the two dead people was absorbed and digested. In an instant, the jumping flames on the huge blade of the door panel knife disappeared, and were all sucked away by Ling Yun. Cool. After absorbing the two types of true qi, Ling Yun only felt that his dantian was completely filled. Not only did he replenish all the yin and yang zhenqi that had been consumed by the successive battles just now, but his dantian became even stronger. That's the 80% success of two supernatural power level 2 masters. One ebbs and another. Originally, the fiery long sword contained the supernatural powers of Tokugawa Yufeng, Tokugawa Takehide, and Tokugawa Takiaki, but now, those two have been killed by Ling Yun, and only Tokugawa is left with the long sword this time. Xiongfeng's innate qi is gone. Ling Yun's spirit was greatly lifted. Come here. He suddenly activated his divine sense, and violently pulled the two chains of yin and yang zhenqi, trying to take advantage of the momentum to pull Tokugawa Xiongfeng's door panel sword over. Because he found that in the process of absorbing the true qi of the two dead people just now, he wanted to absorb Tokugawa Xiongfeng's innate qi, but he couldn't absorb it. At the third level of the supernatural realm, although the innate qi is released, it is extremely pure and monolithic. Under the control of Tokugawa Xiongfeng, he can't absorb a single bit of it. Then Ling Yun had no choice but to let this door panel sword come to him, directly reverse his dantian, use the vortex of yin and yang true energy, and use the method of absorbing energy to devour Tokugawa Xiongfeng's innate qi. Not good. At this time, Tokugawa Xiongfeng also saw the flame on the door panel sword disappear. He suddenly felt bad, and immediately gave up attacking Ling Yun, but urged his divine sense to snatch the giant long sword transformed from his innate qi return. However, Ling Yun's morale is now high, his killing intent is strong, and his true energy is soaring. How can he let this big knife escape so easily? Tokugawa Xiongfeng tried his best to stimulate his divine sense, but who knew that the big sword was tightly entangled by Ling Yun's yin and yang zhenqi chains. The two chains collapsed straight, and the big sword on the door panel did not move at all. The two of you use your supernatural powers to attack Ling Yun with all your strength. Tokugawa Xiongfeng was completely impatient. He had no choice but to order Tokugawa Takashi and Tokugawa Takiang. At the time of life and death, these two shadow ninjas were also unequivocal. They immediately forced their innate qi out of their bodies, and each used their supernatural powers to hit Ling Yun across the air. Boom! In an instant, there was a loud rumble on the ground under Ling Yun's feet. Chi. More than a dozen earthen swords, armed with ferocious qi, came out from under Ling Yun's feet, trying to stab Ling Yun to death. Tokugawa Takashi is a shadow ninja of earth attribute. Fuck, what else is there? Ling Yun soared into the sky without hesitation. But at this moment, I saw countless vines transformed from true energy, dancing like a group of snakes, flying straight into the sky, entwining towards Ling Yun's body. Yet another wood property. But at this time, Tokugawa Xiongfeng seized the opportunity. Instead of retreating, he advanced, and even urged the door machete, and slashed fiercely at Ling Yun in the air again. Ling Yun's body turned into the air, and with a thought, he squeezed a 6th-level fire talisman in his hand, shouted violently, and shot it suddenly at the countless vines below. Boom! The fire talisman exploded, directly shattering all the rattans that had been transformed with wood-type zhenqi. At the same time, Ling Yun avoided the large knife on the door panel by the force of the countershock. Withdraw. Tokugawa Xiongfeng slashed through the air. He no longer greedy for merit, and took advantage of Ling Yan's neglect of his effort. He immediately drew back the big knife on the door panel. Kill. The enemy retreats and we advance, although Ling Yan can't take care of Tokugawa Xiongfeng, but he still has the blue shadow flying sword. Ling Yan was in midair, and once again urged the blue shadow flying sword with his spiritual thoughts. A blue light flashed, piercing Tokugawa Wuqiang in the distance. Idiot! Tokugawa Xiongfeng saw that Tokugawa Wuqiang was about to suffer again. He roared furiously, and issued another palm wind, which once again deflected Qingying Feijian a little bit. Laugh. Even so, the Qingying Feijian still pierced through Tokugawa Wuqiang's shoulder, leaving 2 blood holes on his shoulder, and blood gurgled out. Brush. Here Ling Yan landed. He suddenly stretched out his palm. The vortex of yin and yang infuriating energy. Like a long whale absorbing water, Ling Yan sucked all the innate chi of the wood attribute that was blown away with the fire talisman just now into his palm, and turned it into his own use. Chi 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 chi. On Tokugawa Xiongfeng's side, he grabbed the injured Dichuan Wuqiang, and tapped several finger winds one after another, sealing the blood around Tokugawa Wuqiang's wound and stopping the bleeding. Then, Tokugawa Yuke's, Tokugawa Takashi, and Tokugawa Takashi stood together in a zigzag shape. They turned around at the same time, and the 6 gazes were as cold as poisonous snakes, fixed on Ling Yan. To be continued. I'm sorry, but this chapter is extremely difficult to write. Lao Bu searched all kinds of information and struggled for a day before finally writing it. I hope everyone is satisfied. This is the second update on the 26th, and there will be a third update. Since Tokugawa Yukazu made his debut, in addition to facing the peerless powerhouse in the family, he has never experienced a single defeat in the face of foreign enemies, whether it is fighting against others or fighting to the death. Therefore, this time he came to China at the invitation of Qin Jingxian. On the surface, he came to help the Qin family, but in fact he came to China to show off his might. He wanted to use his super high realm and peerless magical powers to crush the Chinese heroes. For this day, he has been preparing for a long time, otherwise, it is impossible for him to speak Chinese so well. It can be said that Tokugawa Xiongfeng is absolutely full of confidence, and he doesn't even look down on Huaxia's ancient martial arts masters, especially those supernatural power masters in the Huaxia group. He doesn't even look straight at them. However, after the battle with Ling Yan, Tokugawa Xiongfeng's mentality directly changed drastically. From his arrogance at the beginning, he really regarded Ling Yan as an opponent, and even showed a little appreciation for Ling Yan during the battle. That's because he thought that he could kill Ling Yan with ease once he got his supernatural powers, and he thought that he was in control of the entire battlefield. But up to now, Ling Yan has shown his supernatural powers, directly killing 2 second-level shadow ninjas of the Tokugawa family in seconds, and under the desperate protection of Tokugawa Xiongfeng, he has seriously injured Tokugawa Takashi and Tokugawa Takiang successively, and Ling Yan was unscathed. This made Tokugawa Xiongfeng's mind become distorted all of a sudden. For Tokugawa Xiongfeng, this is definitely a shame that has never been seen before. At this moment, Tokugawa Xiongfeng, Tokugawa Takashi, and Tokugawa Takiang's eyes became cold, gloomy, and vicious, and the expression on their faces was ferocious and crazy, wanting to swallow Ling Yan alive. If eyes could kill, Ling Yan would have died countless times by now. It's a pity that Ling Yan has long been used to the eyes of the enemy. He doesn't care. He looks at the 3 with a half-smile, thinking how to wipe out the 3 in front of him in one fell swoop. These people are not Master Lu Mingjiu, nor the Bailey family of the Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance, but Dongyang people. Before Ling Yan's rise, Ling Yan remembered clearly his friend Dugu Mo's deep-rooted hatred for the Dongyang people. In particular, Ling Yan has long been familiar with Chinese history. After he merged his past life into his present life in a dream, he knew even more what these Orientals were. The enemy of the country cannot be destroyed. This is the righteousness of the country and the nation, for such a fierce and brutal enemy, if one is killed, one will be lost. Ling Yun will not have the slightest pity in his heart. Although the Bailey family belonged to the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, they were still Chinese people and of Chinese blood. Since they were willing to admit defeat, it was understandable that Ling Yun would let them go. After all, Ling Yun had no grievances with the Bailey family. If it wasn't because the Sun family found them, Ling Yun wouldn't even know who these people were, so he didn't have to kill them all. However, the Japanese are not good. You have blatantly hit my door, and you want to get out of your body. There is no way. What's more, the Dongyang ninja once broke into the Ling family's ancestral house, killed and injured so many members of the Ling family. If Ling Yun hadn't rescued them in time, the Ling family would have been wiped out by the Dongyang people long ago. Moreover, Ling Yun has already killed so many members of the Tokugawa family. Ling Yun and Dongyang have already formed a blood feud, and the two of them are truly immortal. Therefore, as soon as these 5 people came out, Ling Yun had no other plans, just one word: kill. The word is to kill all. Even if all the cards are played, Ling Yun will kill all 5 of them. Facing the crazy and hateful eyes of the 3 Orientals, Ling Yun sneered in his heart. He was running the Yin-Yang Ju with all his strength, digesting all the innate qi that he absorbed just now, and transforming them into his own Yin-Yang qi. Through this third battle, Ling Yun definitely made a lot of money. He first almost snatched it, absorbing 80% of the innate qi of the 2 second-level Kajinin, Tokugawa Takehide and Tokugawa Takiaki, and absorbed nearly half of the innate qi of Tokugawa Takiang just now. Now, these 3 Kajinin, all the innate Jinqi in Ling Yun's body have been transformed, which makes the aura in Ling Yun's dantian and meridians unprecedentedly powerful. Ling Yun looked inside and found that the true energy in the dantian had been compressed to the extreme, and had begun to show signs of liquefaction, and the speed of the various air flows in the meridians had doubled again, which made the consciousness of the eyebrows in the sea of consciousness even more. The condensation speed has also been accelerated a lot. For this state of his own, Ling Yun is very clear that he is about to break through to the late stage of the 3rd level of qi training. Ling Yun feeds his battles with battles, and the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. The innate qi he absorbed was far more than what he consumed. How could he not be strong? This is the heaven-defying feature of Ichi Yin-Yang art. Ling Yun was condescending, looking down at the 3 of Tokugawa Yukeis on the opposite side, suddenly raised his hand and said with a faint smile, "It's useless for you to stare at me like this. What else do you have? Just use it." Ling Yun kept prodding the other party, for fear that the other party would suddenly change his mind and run away again. Idiot! Tokugawa Xiongfeng was scorned by Ling Yun, and he completely fell into a runaway state. His small eyes were red, almost staring out of their sockets, and shouted angrily. Then he turned his head suddenly, looked at Tokugawa Takashi and Tokugawa Takiang beside him, and communicated directly in Oriental language. After hearing what Tokugawa Yukazu said, the expressions in the eyes of the 2 Kajinin were obviously frightened, and they seemed to be trying their best to dissuade Tokugawa Yukeis. Baga! 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 Tokugawa Xiongfeng suddenly jumped into a rage, and suddenly pointed at the bodies of Tokugawa Takehide and Tokugawa Takiaki, and there was another chatter. Then the other 2 Kajinin suddenly fell silent, seeming to acquiesce to Tokugawa Yukazu's suggestion. Tokugawa Takashi, with a sudden flash of his figure, returned as soon as he went, and came back with a 1-foot square box from their luggage, and handed it directly to Tokugawa Xiongfeng. Ling Yun couldn't understand Oriental dialect, but from Tokugawa Takashi's solemn expression and his slightly trembling hand movements, he knew that the box was extraordinary. "Is this going to magnify my tricks?" Ling Yun murmured to himself, and immediately turned his consciousness to the limit to see clearly what was inside the box. Then he saw clearly, and the 2 sword eyebrows frowned slightly. Inside the box was a gray-green jar. The material of the jar was like jade. Judging by the shape, it looked like a small altar. However, no matter how much Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness tried to infiltrate it, he couldn't penetrate it anymore. The jar was so tightly sealed that it was able to isolate the spiritual consciousness. After Tokugawa Xiongfeng took the box, the expression in his eyes also became solemn, but his eyes were cold and deep, extremely evil and vicious. Immediately afterwards, he opened the square box, and sure enough, a small altar came out from inside, and then his lips moved for a while, as if he was communicating with the altar. At the same time, Tokugawa Takashi and Tokugawa Takiang were not idle, they silently moved the dead bodies of the two shadow ninjas. Quack quack quack. After Tokugawa Xiongfeng whispered to the altar for a while, he suddenly let out a tooth-piercing night owl-like laugh. It was a grinning laugh. Suddenly, Tokugawa Xiongfeng waved his palm suddenly, and with a bang, he shattered the jar directly. Fuck. What the hell is this? When Ling Yan saw the thing emerging from the altar after it was shattered, his pupils constricted, and his skill was raised to the limit in an instant. It was not a real object, it looked like a phantom, but Ling Yan saw it clearly with his divine sense. The phantom turned out to be a pair of 8 heads and 8 tails. An octopus, but it is a snake, because its 8 heads are all snake heads, vicious and ferocious. As soon as the phantom of the strange snake came out, it immediately released an unparalleled coercion. It was fierce, and it exuded a dark and evil power all over its body. It doesn't float, it falls to the ground automatically after it comes out, and grows in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it is changed from a square of 1 foot to a square of more than 1 meter. Sacrifice. After Tokugawa Xiongfeng saw the phantom of the strange snake landed on the ground, he immediately shouted. He and the other 2 shadow ninjas began to chant, all in Oriental language, but Ling Yan knew that it must be some kind of sacrificial spell. While the mantra was being chanted, the phantom of the enlarged strange snake, like a phantom, floated over the corpses of Tokugawa Takehide and Tokugawa Takiaki. It sat on top of the 2 corpses, and didn't see it make any movements. Ling Yan just watched the corpses of the 2 shadow ninjas. His body was losing flesh and blood, and he was sucked dry by the 8-headed snake in an instant. At the same time, Tokugawa Xiongfeng and the other 2 Kajinin took out a dark green jade bottle from their bodies at the same time, quickly opened it, poured out some dark green pills, and swallowed them all. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them began to release the innate Jinqi out of the body again, and the innate Jinqi was all dark green in color. They manipulated those innate qi and injected them all into the body of this strange snake, with 8 heads and 8 tails. The body of the strange snake grew bigger in an instant, and its body quickly changed from a square meter to a square meter, and it was 2 feet high, bigger than a house. Moreover, at this time, the strange snake with 8 heads and 8 tails was no longer a phantom, but a real one. This time, not only Ling Yan, but everyone around could see clearly. This strange snake has 8 heads and 8 tails, its eyes are bright red, and it is bigger than a goose egg. Its body is covered with moss and unknown weeds, and its abdomen is full of tumor-like protrusions, festering and bleeding. Its 8 tails are entwined together, and then there are only snake necks and 8 snake heads. Among them, 4 snake necks are strange purple, 3 are dark green, and the largest snake neck is bright red. There is no doubt that it is the flesh and blood of the 2 shadow ninjas it swallowed. At this moment, the 8 snake heads all opened their bloody mouths. The fangs in their mouths were 10 centimeters long. They looked ferocious and disgusting. Fuck. My god, this is the legendary beast of the East, Yamada no Orochi. Everyone backed away in horror, their eyes were shocked, and they exclaimed loudly. Someone actually directly said the name of this strange snake. This Yamada no Orochi is fake, but it is almost real. Unwilling to fail, Tokugawa Yukao fell into madness, and even used the sacrifice method, using the flesh and blood of the dead Kajinin of the 2 families, and the innate chi cultivated by the 3 of them, plus a trace of the phantom of the soul in the jar. Xingxing created a Yamada no Orochi. Quack quack quack. Tokugawa Yuke suddenly laughed wildly. He looked up at the Yamata no Orochi, and pointed at Ling Yun. My Yamato no Orochi, go ahead and devour the man across the way. The flesh and blood on it is your best tonic. Before Tokugawa Xiongfeng finished his sentence, the 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi turned around at the same time, and 16 goose-egg-like bright red eyes stared at Ling Yun at the same time. To be continued. The third update on the 26th will stay up late, and on the 27th there will be 2 guaranteed updates, and the old step will strive for the third update, but it is estimated that it will still be relatively late. What the hell? This is really an invincible move. Although it was tens of meters away, Ling Yun still felt a huge pressure when he was stared at by this Yamata no Orochi, which was the size of a small mountain. The ferocity of this Yamata no Orochi is too strong, and it automatically exudes an oppressive coercion all over its body. Its 16 eyes are strangely bright red, and they bloom with a breathtaking fierce light. Even though Ling Yun had raised his whole body power to the limit at this time, he still couldn't bear this monstrous aura. Ling Yun is 1.8 meters tall, which is considered tall, but in front of this Yamata no Orochi, he looks like a little guy. Even Ling Yun's condensed spiritual consciousness is being oppressed by the ominous power released by this Yamata no Orochi. His spiritual consciousness envelopes this Yamata no Orochi, and his own feelings are clearer than anyone else. The ominous power of this Yamata no Orochi, far surpassing the Haisha demon god that Sikong too transformed into. After all, the Haisha demon god that Sakontu transformed into was just a phantom with his own innate true energy, and this Yamata no Orochi, after devouring the flesh and blood of the 2 shadow ninjas, its snake body is made of real flesh and blood, which is far from being comparable to the phantom of the Haisha demon god. The 16 eyes of this Yamata no Orochi and the largest snake body in the middle are made of real flesh and blood, so the people around them look and feel extremely disgusting. This is almost a real peerless beast. At this time, above the battlefield, in the night sky at a height of more than 3,000 meters, where no one could see, there were actually 2 people floating. These 2 are a man and a woman. The man was standing, and the woman was also standing, but she was standing on a broadsword. The man stood with his hands behind his back, his whole body was wrapped in a ball of blue light, he couldn't tell what he looked like at all. He could only see a phantom of a green dragon, dancing around the ball of blue light, showing his teeth and claws, lifelike. And the woman, wearing a blue dress. She has an outstanding demeanor, and a group of light green brilliance envelopes her, but she can't see her face clearly. These 2 people are staring at the battlefield below. Even though they were at such a high altitude and it was still night, these 2 people did not know what state they were in, but they were able to see everything on the battlefield clearly. Even Ling Yun's current powerful spiritual sense couldn't detect such a high altitude. Yamata no Orochi, Ling Yun is in big trouble. Seeing that Yamata no Orochi was released, the man suddenly opened his mouth and said with a smile. Long Hauren, these Orientals are showing off their power in China, and now they have even let the Yamata no Orochi out, don't you care about it at all? The woman spoke, her voice was cold and obviously reprimanded. Yi Qingxin, you don't need to talk about me. Over the years, what has your Yi family done for Huaxia? Haven't you been keeping a low profile, accumulating strength in secret, and ignoring everything outside? This man and a woman are the patriarch of the Long family, Long Hauren, and the peerless genius of the previous generation of the Yi family, Yi Qingxin. Yi Qingfeng has his own ideas about China's affairs, and I don't bother to care about them. But Yi Qingxin changed the subject, and said sarcastically, it's your Long family, who has been doing business for decades and has known that it will turn upside down, and just wants to keep the status of the first family in China. Long Hauren was ridiculed by Yi Qingxin, but he was not angry, he just said lightly, if you are not in charge of the family, you don't know how expensive it is. It is very difficult to be in charge of the family. Humph. Yi Qingxin suddenly sneered, is it difficult? I know you, the patriarch of the Long family, and after knowing that the Ling family is going to have a life-and-death battle with the Sun and Qin alliances, not only did you ignore it, but instead used a letter lightly to anger Ling Yun, let the Ling family go to fight against the Sun and Qin families, but you are here to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and enjoy the benefits of the fishermen. It is really an ingenious plan to kill two birds with one stone. Oh? Long Haren turned his head, glanced at Yi Qingxin, and suddenly smiled helplessly. It seems that Xiaoya misunderstood me a lot. Yi Qingxin, you almost never care about worldly affairs, so you actually don't understand some things. The affairs of a country cannot be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. There are too many things involved in it. There are too many things in it, which are not what they seem on the surface, just like your elder brother. He casually mentioned a sentence, and then said lightly, take the Qin family as an example. The Qin family has worked hard for many years and always wanted to be in the top position. In recent years, they have even ignored my Long family. Selling the country and seeking glory, and uniting with the Orientals, trying to stir up wind and rain in China, shouldn't it be destroyed? The Sun family is in charge of China's education and medical care. They have tossed the 2 good departments into such a state in the past 20 years. Shouldn't they be cleaned up? Yi Qingxin suddenly interjected, interrupting Long Haren's words. Okay, even if there is some truth in what you said, then your Long family knows this. Why have you turned a blind eye and closed one eye for so many years, but never took action? Rectify the 2 of them? It's just that the timing is not enough. Long Haren said with a wry smile. What's more, the 2 departments of education and medical care belong to the Ling family, and they will be handed over to the Ling family sooner or later. It's not my turn to be in charge of the Long family. Yi Qingxin sneered after hearing this. What a big joke. Long Haren, what you said is even better than what you saying. Don't think I don't know what scandalous things you and Yi Qingfeng did 20 years ago. Hearing this sentence, Long Haren obviously froze, and the green dragon flying outside his body also froze suddenly. He then said with a wry smile, Xiaoya, I know you are talking about Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian, but about that matter, your elder brother and I have difficulties. I believe Yi Qingfeng must have told you many times. The Ling family's catastrophe cannot be avoided. Hearing the names of Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian, Yi Qingxin visibly trembled, and the broad sword under her feet sank slightly. It took her a long time to say, you are a big brother. I don't have such a big brother. Now that I've come to this point, let me ask you. You Long Haren just said that the time is not up, so now is the time? Why didn't your Long family make a move, instead let the Ling family fight the Sun and Qin families there? Even though I don't ask about worldly affairs, I do know that for so many years, the Ling family has always been grateful and obedient to your Long family, thanks to which they have always regarded you as a great benefactor. Long Haren suddenly laughed, and he said seriously, Ling Yan recognizes his ancestors and returns to the Ling family. He wants to lead the Ling family to rise again. Of course, he has to experience 3 disasters and 9 difficulties. How can it be so easy for a family to become a leader? Long Haren, don't pretend to be righteous in front of me. You don't have to be complacent now. Just wait until tonight is over and the Ling family has passed this test. I think Ling Yan will be the next one to come to him, but the Long family is gone. I want to see what will happen to your Long family then. Long Haren listened to Sher Shiran, and smiled indifferently. If you find it, you can find it. It's good to let these young people fight. Anyway, Long Tianjiao and Long Haoqiang in our family have already been killed by Ling Yun. That kid beat him. Looking at this kid's aura, I think it's only our family's Tian Xing and Tian Feng who can barely overwhelm him. Oh, by the way, there is also that kid from your Yi family, Yi Tiandu. Yi Qing was non-committal, paused, and then she frowned and asked, I really don't understand, why are you family heads always calculating? Aren't you tired? Also, is it true that you, Longhauren? Don't be afraid, Ling Yan asks you to settle the old score of 20 years ago? That will kill you. Longhauren stared down, and his tone was even more indifferent, everyone must die. Besides, if Ling Yan came to my Long family, your Yi family would not be able to escape. Everyone is equally concerned. Let's not talk about it for now, let's see how this kid Ling Yan deals with this Yamada no Orochi. Longhauren, if Ling Yan loses to this snake, will you make a move? I don't need me, he can beat him. Yi Qingxin just responded with a cold snort. Below the ground battlefield. In the battlefield with a radius of 300 meters, one man and one snake are still facing each other, and all the people watching the battle are holding their breath, paying attention to this peerless battle. Facing the fierce Yamada no Orochi, Ling Yan did not hesitate to raise the aura of the third level of Qi training to the limit directly to resist the omnipresent oppressive force around his body. Come. 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 Without waiting for the Yamada no Orochi to attack, Ling Yan directly took out the Divine Movement Talisman, the Wind Control Talisman, the Vajra Talisman, the Defense Talisman, and the newly refined Evil Warding Talisman, all of which were 6th-level talismans, and used them all in one go. Himself. Increase the speed, strengthen the defense, and also fight against the evil invasion released by Yamada no Orochi. After finishing these first, Ling Yan felt that the pressure on his body was slightly relieved, and he began to feel at ease in his heart. Yamada no Orochi, is Ling Yan afraid? Of course not. Not to mention 8 heads, Ling Yan even killed a 9-headed giant snake the size of a real mountain when he was cultivating in the big world. But it is obvious that Ling Yan is now at the middle stage of the 3rd level of Qi training, and he is going to face the most peak battle against this Yamada no Orochi, so he absolutely dare not be careless in the slightest. Brush. The big golden bow appeared in Ling Yan's hand in an instant. He opened the bow and set an arrow, and aimed at the 3 snake heads of the hill-like Yamada no Orochi, and shot 3 sharp arrows. That guy is really too huge, behemoth, Ling Yan doesn't need to aim at all. This is Ling Yan's first active attack tonight, no matter what, let's try the strength of this Yamada no Orochi first. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows go like shooting stars. Unexpectedly, facing the 3 sharp arrows in the distance, the Yamada no Orochi didn't dodge or dodge. It directly opened 3 bloody mouths, bit the 3 sharp arrows at once, and swallowed them into its belly. Unscathed. Fuck, it's really useless. Ling Yan immediately put away the big golden bow, and with a thought, he took out the dark blood demon knife and the demon sword Dark Storm at the same time, and held them respectively in his hands. The Yamada no Orochi was shot 3 times by Ling Yan, and the fierceness in its soul was immediately aroused. Its 8 snake heads looked up to the sky, making a roar, and then its huge body floated away, unexpectedly fast. He came in front of Ling Yan almost instantly. The snake head that grew on the red snake's neck suddenly slammed down heavily, and at the same time opened its bloody mouth, spitting out a bright red snake letter, aimed at Ling Yan and bit it. Kill. Ling Yan showed no fear on his face, he didn't dodge or dodge, he flew up to face the huge snake head, protected his whole body with the magic sword Dark Storm, and then with all his strength, he slashed at the bloody maw. Laugh. The blood demon knife slashed the snake head's bloody mouth firmly, and the blade passed through, directly splitting the huge snake head in half, and even cut it into a depth of more than half a meter, just in time to split the snake head. Although Ling Yan tried his best with this knife, it was only for the purpose of testing, and he was able to retract it freely. He didn't cut too deep. If he cut too deep, Ling Yan would get into the body of the Yamada no Orochi. Ling Yan succeeded with 1 strike. The Yamada no Orochi had its head split open, and it made a painful movement, shaking its head violently, and at the same time its huge figure flew back. The red snake body, which contains the flesh and blood it swallowed, is the largest, and it is the main body of this Yamada no Orochi. Ling Yan didn't take advantage of the victory to chase after him, but just floated to the ground. It actually works? When Ling Yan slashed this knife, he had already planned to fly back, but he didn't expect that the dark blood demon knife in his hand would split the snake's head open. That's right, this is the dark blood demon knife. It was forged with the blood of the legendary dark blood demon dragon living in hell. It seems that this knife can restrain the Yamada no Orochi. Inside this dark blood demon saber, the soul of a dark blood demon dragon is sealed. When he was fishing on Turtle Island to cross the robbery, Ling Yan once faced the 9-colored robbery cloud. At that time, he saw with his own eyes that a black dragon rushed out of the magic knife and soared into the sky to help him fight against the robbery cloud. Even if the other party is the peerless beast Yamada no Orochi, it cannot be compared with the dragon. It is inevitable that Ling Yan's dark blood demon saber can restrain this Yamada no Orochi. Ling Yan looked at the dark blood demon knife in his hand, thinking secretly in his heart that he had already made up his mind. To be continued. For more tonight. 2 shifts are counted as the guarantee on the 27th. And 2 shifts are counted as the guarantee on the 28th. It's not that I'm lazy, it's not easy to write big, high, and tight plots, so don't worry. What? This? How can that be? Ling Yan slashed open the red mane snake head of Yamada no Orochi with a single knife, and frightened the Yamada no Orochi back. This caused the 3 major Kajinin of the Tokugawa family to shout in shock. 3 people are simply unbelievable. Especially Tokugawa Yuke's, because he created the Yamada no Orochi using the secret method of sacrifice, and he is very clear about the strength of this Yamada no Orochi. This Yamada no Orochi devoured the flesh and blood of 2 second-level shadow ninjas, and thus shaped the main body. Although the corpses of these 2 second-level shadow ninjas were used as sacrifices, they were not living sacrifices. But for the present, for this Yamada no Orochi, the effect is actually not far behind. Moreover, in addition to this Yamada no Orochi also devoured and fused 90% of the innate chi in the bodies of Tokugawa Yufeng, Tokugawa Takashi, and Tokugawa Teikiang. A lot of Jinchi was consumed, but so much congenital Jinchi fused into one place is still equivalent to all the Jinchi of a peak triple supernatural power. The most important thing is that the soul of this Yamada no Orochi, that is, the phantom that was released from the small jar at the beginning, is a very mysterious place in the east of the Tokugawa family, where they worship Yamada no Orochi at that time. Even though there was only a trace of the real Yamada no Orochi's soul, it contained the monstrous power of Yamada no Orochi. Swallowing the flesh and blood of 2 second-level Kajinin, condensing 90% of the innate chi of 3 Kajinin, plus a trace of the soul of Yamada no Orochi. Once this Yamada no Orochi was created, it almost possessed the real Yamada no Orochi. All the abilities, so to speak, are just like being alive. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this Yamada no Orochi to be so lifelike and vivid. It has taken shape, and it doesn't even need the control of Tokugawa Xiongfeng and the 3 at all. It can fight by instinct. Now this Yamada no Orochi, not to mention the 3rd level of the supernatural power, even the master of the 4th level of the supernatural power, it can swallow it in one bite, and it doesn't even need to fight. Just now, Tokugawa Xiongfeng saw Yamada no Orochi fiercely, and bit Ling Yan down. His whole body was trembling with excitement. He even almost saw the scene after Yamada no Orochi swallowed Ling Yan in one gulp. That is when Ling Yan entered the huge snake belly of Yamada no Orochi. His whole body was instantly corroded, and then his flesh and blood were directly sucked dry by Yamada no Orochi, and finally even his powerful consciousness and soul were swallowed up by that Yamada no Orochi lose. Ling Yan can now control the flying sword, so how condensed and pure his consciousness is, and how powerful his soul is. If Yamada no Orochi swallows Ling Yan's consciousness, then its soul will grow 3 times instantly, more than 4 times. It's a pity that although Tokugawa Xiongfeng fought very well, the scene he was looking forward to so much did not appear. Not only did Yamada no Orochi not swallow Ling Yun in one gulp, but instead, Ling Yun slashed the main body's huge head, and was directly slashed back. Ba Jie. What kind of knife is that? Tokugawa Yuke's was roaring, he couldn't believe what happened, let alone accept such a scene. This contrast is too great, far beyond the imagination of Tokugawa Xiongfeng. The Yamada no Orochi withdrew dozens of meters away, and retreated to the place, before it attacked. Its 8 snake heads were swinging wildly, and the head that was split by the blood demon knife only swayed from side to side a few times. They reunited at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they seemed to be intact. However, Ling Yun could see clearly that although the head of the Yamada no Orochi had recovered, the color of its red snake body was dimmed a bit. This is caused by the magical power of the dark blood demon knife. The dark blood demon knife will suck blood when it sees it, even if it is the snake body of Yamada no Orochi. Now, compared to the Yamada no Orochi, the dark blood demon saber in Ling Yun's hand is even more bewitching. Although the blade is black, it is faintly glowing with red light. Outside the pitch-black blade, red auras have begun to flicker. The bewitching brilliance flowed on that lifelike dragon. Unknowingly, the changes of this dark blood demon knife are changing with each passing day. Ling Yun's most intuitive feeling is that this dark blood demon knife has become heavier. It turned out that this knife was about 100 caddies, but now the weight of the magic knife has at least doubled, and it is more than 200 caddies. The dark blood demon knife is really sucking blood non-stop, so its demonic nature will naturally become heavier. After Ling Yun reached the qi refining stage, he could control the Qingyin flying sword. He didn't care much about close combat, so he gradually paid less attention to the weapons in his opponent's hands. But now it seems that he needs to re-understand this magic sword up. Ling Yun also noticed that just now he slashed with all his strength, which contained a fierce sword, but the sword he slashed had no effect on the Yamada no Orochi. The head of Yamada no Orochi was split, purely was slashed by the blade of the dark blood demon knife. Ling Yun's thoughts flickered, in this case. Kill. He didn't hesitate anymore, facing the Yamada no Orochi, which was as huge as a hill, he chose to take the initiative to attack. Phantom Fish Dragon Step. Slash the world in anger. The current Ling Yun, when performing the move of angering the world, he no longer needs to hold the knife with both hands. He holds the knife with one hand, and he can still exert the effect of the move of angering the world. The 8 snake heads opened their bloody mouths at the same time, roaring towards the sky, and the Yamada no Orochi was attacked by a small human, and it went completely berserk. Brush. Yamada no Orochi teleported again, and the huge snake body rushed directly to Ling Yun, wanting to head-to-head with Ling Yun. But this time, the Yamada no Orochi became smarter. It was obviously afraid of Ling Yun's dark blood demon saber. The red snake body bent back and hid the main snake head far behind the other 7 snake heads. At the same time, he opened his bloody mouth, and bit the charging Ling Yun from different directions, fiercely. The purple and green monster snakes vomit violently, and the stench hits their faces. Chi-chi. Clank, clank. Ling Yun quickly waved the magic sword Dark Storm in his left hand, making the dark storm wave impervious to the wind and rain, protecting his whole body, and using it to resist those snake heads. Slashed hard. The demon sword Dark Storm collided violently with the heads of other snakes. It hit the head and fangs of Yamada no Orochi, and made a fierce sound of gold and iron. Only the dark blood demon knife showed its power again, splitting the 2 heads of Yamada no Orochi one after another. But this time, Ling Yun's magic knife hit the 2 dark green heads of Yamada no Orochi, and there was no blood inside, and the Yamada no Orochi obviously didn't react much. Puff. As Yamada no Orochi's 2 dark green heads were split open, 2 groups of dark green snake saliva sprayed out like thick juice. Ling Yun flew back with the force of the shock, but he couldn't dodge all the dark green snake saliva, a lot of it sprayed on his body. Chi 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 chi. Those dark green thick juices actually contained corrosive toxins. Once they touched Ling Yun's clothes, they began to corrode Ling Yun's combat robes, and Ling Yun's clothes were smoky, and soon some small holes were corroded. Fuck. Ling Yun's heart shuddered, and now he knows how terrifying this Yamata no Orochi is. This is Ling Yun's combat vest, made from the black gold demon silkworm knight clothes. Although it is not a spiritual weapon, it is definitely a high-grade magic weapon, and the material of the clothes is made of the silk spit out by the black gold demon silkworm king. How tough is it? And Ling Yun just used the Vajra talisman and defense talisman on his clothes. But even with such a defensive power, it was still corroded by the venom of Yamata no Orochi. Looking at Yamata no Orochi, the heads of those snakes chopped off by Ling Yun with the magic sword only had some wounds. The deepest wound was only half a foot, and some fangs were cut off, but they grew back soon. And the main snake head on the red snake neck is still high above, stretching to a height of 3 feet, spitting out a bright red letter, and 2 snake eyes staring at Ling Yun coldly, implying contempt. Hiss, hiss. The Yaki snake spit out the letter, but it didn't retreat this time. Its 2 green snake heads, which were split by Ling Yun, quickly recovered, and they were still intact. Yamata no Orochi's unrivaled ferocity, teleportation-like speed, sky-defying defense, terrifying venom, and its resilience are all amazing. What's more, Ling Yun used the magic sword to resist the 5 snake heads just now. What impressed him the most was that this Yamata no Orochi, which is as huge as a hill, is too powerful. He was blown out just now. Brush. Yamata no Orochi had the upper hand, and didn't give Ling Yun any chance to breathe. He teleported over again, and bit Ling Yun with 7 snake heads, just like last time. At the same time, its 3 huge snake tails also flew out from below, shooting directly at Ling Yun's body, trying to wrap him around and prevent him from escaping. Each snake tail of Yamata no Orochi is more than 10 meters long when it is only half extended, and it is as fast as lightning. Apparate. Ling Yun did not hesitate to use apparatus, and resolutely dodged this fierce blow. He couldn't fight back at all, because as long as he fought back, the Yamata no Orochi would be able to entangle him in an instant. Yamata no Orochi only has 3 tails, but there are 5 more that have yet to come out. 8 heads and 8 tails. Yamata no Orochi is not afraid of Ling Yun's slash, but Ling Yun cannot let this Yamata no Orochi get entangled. In that case, he will be very passive and suffer a lot. Ling Yun's figure flickered one after another, avoiding the attack of Yamata no Orochi, secretly rejoicing in his heart that fortunately, he was not careless at first, and directly used the magic movement talisman and Yufeng talisman. Can catch up with him? Fuck, it won't work if you fight like this, I'm at a disadvantage. While Ling Yun dodged quickly, he was secretly muttering in his heart, he had to think of a way. Quack quack quack. Seeing Ling Yun dodging everywhere being chased by Yamata no Orochi, Tokugawa Yuke's grinned again. Let's go. My great eastern legendary beast, catch up with your food, stalk him to death. Devour him. Tokugawa Hideka is roaring arrogantly. To be continued. The second update. There will be 2 changes next, around 0:30 and 2:30 respectively. Hehe, Ling Yun's lightness kung fu is really impressive. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, Long Howren still stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the air. He was looking down at the fierce battle below with great interest. He commented with great interest, Ling Yun can almost teleport within 100 meters. In my opinion, as long as he goes one step further, he should be able to fly in the sky. Although Long Howren was surrounded by a cloud of blue light, his words were full of appreciation. Yi Qingxin was also staring closely at the battlefield below. She said lightly, so what? It's not like this rotten snake has the upper hand and is being chased around. The Yamada no Orochi of Dongyang is so fierce, but in Yi Qingxin's mouth, it is just a rotten snake. Long Haoran heard Yi Qingxin's nervousness. He smiled lightly and said, "This kid is unrivaled in lightness, his strength is amazing, he has a space magic weapon, a dark blood knife, and those magical talismans, no wonder he dared to speak wildly, saying if you want to beat me too." These words were spoken by Ling Yan to Long Haoqiang at the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house in front of Qin Jingxian, Sun Jinwu, and the eyeliners sent by the major families. At that time, he actually said it lightly, without concealing it. Yi Qingxin sneered and said, "Speak out loud? Long Haoran, do you think Ling Yan really dare not beat you? In my opinion, with Ling Yan's current strength, it won't take long at all. As long as a little more time, he can confront you head-on hard shake." Regarding Yi Qingxin's statement, Long Haoran was non-committal, but said indifferently, "Indeed, this kid's growth rate is really too fast, it is simply inexplicable, his rise is too sudden. However, if Ling Yan wants to face my Long family, he must at least pass the current test. The Yamada no Orochi below is enough for him to drink a pot. I want to see how many cards this kid has." Long Haoran and Yi Qingxin appeared here tonight. Of course they both have their own purposes. First of all, tonight's battle is a life-and-death battle between the Ling family and the Sun and Qin families. It can be said to be the most peak battle between China's top secular families in more than 20 years. This battle, winning or losing, is not only related to the reordering of China's 8 major families, but also determines various games in China for a long time to come. In such an important battle, Long Haoran is the head of the Long family, and Yi Qingxin is the strongest genius of the Yi family. How could they not come and watch? Secondly, just what Long Haoran said just now, Ling Yan dared to say that if Long Haoran didn't know how to restrain himself, he would even beat Long Haoran. This made Long Haoran curious and wanted to see how much Ling Yan had. Know the cards. In the end, Long Haoran and Yi Qingxin appeared here because they wanted to wait for the situation to get out of control at a critical moment, so they could take action at any time to control the whole situation. After all, among the 8 secular families in China, the Longye family is now the 2 most powerful families. It is impossible for them to watch the situation get out of control and ignore it. Of course, besides the reasons mentioned above, they came to watch the battle with their own purposes. As for the purpose, it is unknown to outsiders. Yi Qingxin said sarcastically, "Long Haoran, it seems that Ling Yan's strong rise has finally made you feel scared too?" Long Haoran didn't say anything, just stared at the battlefield below. Swipe, swipe, swipe. In the battlefield, Ling Yan had already used his shapeshifting to the extreme. Sometimes his figure flashed 100 meters, sometimes he turned into 3, and sometimes he turned into 5, in order to dodge the attack of the Yamada no Orochi. However, these were useless. The Yamada no Orochi chased more and more fiercely, and its speed became faster and faster. It was not affected by Ling Yan's afterimage at all, and kept chasing Ling Yan's real body closely. "Maid, it seems that I won't show you some cruelty. You don't know how many eyes Lord Ma has." Ling Yan watched the Yamada no Orochi getting closer and closer, and suddenly felt furious. With a thought, he took out 8 fire talismans from the Taishu ring, and then waved his hand directly, using the technique of flooding the sky, facing the 8 fire talismans. Chi Orochi beat him violently. Pro. Boom 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 boom. The 8 fire talismans flew towards the 8 giant heads of Yamada no Orochi. For Ling Yan, there was no need to aim at such a big target. When they hit all of them, there was a loud explosion. They are all 6-level fire talismans, and the explosive power is absolutely astonishing. 8 balls of fire burst out suddenly, like 8 huge mushrooms, and the crimson light instantly completely submerged the 8 snake heads. Yamada no Orochi's huge body suddenly froze, and its 8 thick necks were swaying wildly. Obviously, Ling Yan's blow made it uncomfortable. Sure enough, when the flames dissipated for a while, everyone could see that the 8 snake heads of Yamada no Orochi, including the snake neck, were all blown up, and some snake necks were almost broken, with their heads hanging on the snake neck swinging up and down. Some heads were blown apart, turning into a mass of colored air currents. Yamada no Orochi's countless fangs were blown away, and even a few red eyes were blown out. Ling Yan's 8 fire talismans hit Yamada no Orochi hard again. Ah! Yamada no Orochi was in unprecedented pain, and its 8 snake necks were swaying crazily, making a real roaring sound. Just this one sound was deafening, and immediately knocked many people with lower realms to the ground, covering their ears with both hands. Brush! Yamada no Orochi was in a frenzy, and his huge figure teleported again. This time, the 8 tails came out together, and swept towards Ling Yan again. Ling Yan naturally flew away again, but seeing the 8 fire talismans working, Ling Yan gradually had an idea in his heart. This is the 3rd battle. Ling Yan naturally wants to win, but he doesn't want to expose too much of his whole cards. Ling Yan understood very well in his heart that although Toyo Kajinen is very strong, although the masters of the sky group around Shinjingxian may not be able to surpass Tokugawa Xiongfeng, everyone must have their own cards. This is a life and death battle. Even if he wins the 3rd round, he will definitely face the 5 members of the heavenly team later on, and that is when the winner will really be decided. Because Ling Yan had already seen that besides Shinjingxian, there were people from Longhushan among the other 4 Tianzu masters. The Taoist robes of the Heavenly Master Longhushan are very distinctive. The only difference is that there is no label of Longhushan on the Taoist robes. How could Ling Yan not recognize it? Longhushan Celestial Master's mansion has a deadly feud with Ling Yan. Until now, the Liang Daoist of Longhushan is still imprisoned in Ling's dungeon. Ling Yan just looked at the way those people gritted their teeth and knew that since Tianzu and these people came, they would definitely not let him go. So, until now, although Ling Yan was temporarily passive, he always restrained himself and did not release any more of his whole cards. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Ling Yan does not want the enemy to find out his true strength. Humph, are you afraid of fire? Ling Yan found a weakness of Yamada no Orochi. He shook his hand without hesitation, and hit the Yada no Orochi again with 8 fire talismans. But this time, Ling Yan did not attack the head of Yamada no Orochi, but went to blow up Yamada no Orochi's belly. Chi. At the same time as the fire talisman was shot, Ling Yan stood still, and slashed several times with the dark blood demon knife, all of them slashing at the tail wrapped around by Yamada no Orochi. The Yamada no Orochi suffered a great loss under the attack of the fire spirit talisman just now. Ling Yan was afraid that the Yamada no Orochi would hide again. Boom 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 boom. All the fire talismans hit Yamada no Orochi's huge snake belly, and explosions occurred one after another. The flame soared into the sky, and there was another shocking explosion. The earth trembled, and the mountains shook. As soon as the 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi recovered, the huge snake body was blown up and flew more than a foot above the ground. The huge snake body was blown out, with a big hole. The flesh and blood of the snake belly, purple and dark green inside the body, juice splatters everywhere. Brush. Because Ling Yan stood still just now, Yamada no Orochi still had a thick snake tail wrapped around Ling Yan, and immediately entangled Ling Yan, holding it up into the sky. Chi. A large amount of those dark green juices exploded onto Ling Yan's body this time. The venom was eroding Ling Yan's clothes violently, and thick smoke rose from Ling Yan's body. The Yamada no Orochi was completely irritated. Its huge body was suspended in the air, and then another uninjured snake tail rushed out, also entangled Ling Yan. At the same time, his biggest red snake head slammed down on Ling Yan again, and the snake head was split open again by the dark blood demon knife, trying to swallow Ling Yan into his stomach. Well done! Ling Yan was wrapped around his body by 2 thick snake tails, so he didn't panic. He frantically operated the Great Evolution Gathering Stars treasure, using his own strength to the limit, resisting the fierce entanglement. At the same time, Lingyun burned 10 drops of divine energy in an instant, and then suddenly got lucky. Wan Qi Yin Yang Art. The pure yang energy in the magical dantian, at this moment, crazily surged into the dark blood sword in Lingyun's hand, driven by the massive pure yang breath. Lingyun's dark blood sword flashed dazzlingly. Red glow. The next moment, the blade of the dark blood demon knife was extremely hot, and the blade was glowing red, and the flames were raging. Stab. With the help of the powerful magic power brought by the burning divine essence, Lingyun stimulated the power of thunder and lightning in his body. It doesn't matter if this urging is done. I saw the golden and silver lightning on the inner and outer walls of Lingyun's magical dantian, and the power of thunder and lightning entwined on the wall of the meridian, also frantically pouring into the dark blood demon saber. Sting, sting. At this time, the dark blood demon knife was already raging in flames, and with the addition of the power of lightning, countless golden and silver electric snakes appeared on the flaming knife, forming a thunder shade. Fiery thunder saber. Lingyun burned his divine essence, activated the Yin-Yang Ju, poured pure yang qi into the blade, and these electric snakes were all at the moment when he was entangled by Yamada no Aura Qi and sent to the red snake head. Want to eat me? I'm going to kill you. Lingyun shouted violently. He swung the fiery thunder saber, and slashed at the huge red snake head that fell from above his head. Cut the world with a knife. Dazzling knife light pierces the night sky. The huge red snake head of Yamada no Arachi was chopped off by Lingyun. To be continued. The third one is here. The next chapter is about 2:30. Good boy. This knife is really beautiful. In the sky, after seeing Lingyun's earth-shattering knife, Long Haren couldn't help but applaud. This knife is really... Even Yi Qingxin, who has always been indifferent, was inevitably shocked after seeing Lingyun's earth-shattering knife. No wonder they were shocked. Lingyun's knife was too domineering, too violent, too majestic. On the ground, the Sunchen Alliance, especially those in the Tianzu, were all stunned. The raging fire that suddenly bloomed on the saber, the electric snake and thunder on the saber, combined with the indomitable momentum of Lingyun swiping the saber, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the saber was shocking. Baga. Baga baga baga. After seeing Lingyun's knife, Tokugawa Xiongfeng has gone completely crazy. The huge head of Yamada no Orochi's red snake was chopped off by Lingyun, and the broken part of the snake's neck was scorched black by the pure sun fire. It's like being struck by lightning. There is no doubt that the severed giant snake head must be the same at the fracture. However, even so, the Yamada no Orochi did not die, it was still alive. Although the snake head on the main body was gone, the other 7 snake heads were still there. At this time, the Yamada no Orochi was completely crazy, and the other 7 snake heads desperately bit towards Lingyun's body, and at the same time, 3 or 4 snake tails also entangled Lingyun. This time, I'll see how you recover. Lingyun yelled violently, and at the same time, he kept on doing nothing. He was in the air, facing the huge snake head and snake tail that was rushing madly towards Yamada no Orochi, and chopped off one after another. Chop 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 chop. Chi 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 chi. Of course it was impossible for Lingyun to let those snake heads and tails bite or entangle him. He swung the raging fire thunder saber cleanly, one knife at a time, like chopping melons and vegetables, and chopped off the snake heads one after another. Because this time, Lingyun's nether blood demon knife carried fiery thunder shade, therefore, after he cut off those purple or dark green snake heads, the juice-like toxins in the snake's neck were directly scorched and could not be sprayed out at all. Lingyun is safe and sound. I'll reward you with something delicious. After Lingyun chopped off all the heads of Yamada no Orochi, his heart moved. he suddenly took out another small medicine bottle from the Taishu ring, and threw it into the red snake neck of Yamada no Orochi without thinking. Ling Yun activated his divine sense, separated a small chain of yin and yang qi, and then got into the red snake's neck, and the end of the chain hit the small medicine bottle suddenly. Boom! The small medicine bottle burst suddenly inside the red snake's neck. Countless medicinal powders exploded, and as soon as those medicinal powders stained the flesh and blood inside the red snake's neck, they began to corrode. This is the corpse powder that Miao Xiaomiao gave to Ling Yun. Ling Yun still can't believe that the main body of this Yamada no Orochi is made of the flesh and blood of two blood clan Kajanin. He used corpse powder to turn it into thick water. Let's see how you can condense the snake body? Chi. After Ling Yun had done all this, he swung his saber at the two snake tails that were entangled with him, cut off the two snake tails with two sabers, and at the same time used his strength to fly back violently. No matter how fierce Yamada no Orochi was, it was just a snake. How could Ling Yun have any plans? It tried its best to be blown away by Ling Yun, and also wanted to entangle Ling Yun and send him into its own mouth, but it didn't expect that Ling Yun just wanted to go over and chop it. In this way, the two snake tails that entangled Ling Yun actually helped Ling Yun a lot. Ling Yun flew upside down 50 meters away before landing on the ground. He calmed down and observed the reaction of the Yamada no Orochi. At this time, the 8 snake necks that lost the snake head were swaying and dancing wildly, and at the same time, the 8 snake tails of Yamada no Orochi were curling around, and now it really became a huge octopus. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the 8 snake heads were cut off by Ling Yun, they flew up from the ground and shot directly at their own snake neck, wanting to connect with the snake neck again and become one. However, this was futile. The cuts cut off by Ling Yun's raging fire Lei Sha knife were not only burned by Ling Yun's pure sun raging fire, but also shocked by Lei Sha's electric shock. Those cuts were completely dead. How could they recover? In particular, the red snake body of Yamada no Orochi is being crazily corroded by the corpse powder. The flesh and blood in the snake body is rapidly turning into thick water, and the huge snake body is rapidly shrinking and shrinking. It has gradually weakened. The corpse powder is too domineering. It will corrode when it sees flesh and blood, and the more it corrodes the thick water, the more concentrated water will have the same corrosion effect, so the speed is of course faster. Seeing this scene, Ling Yun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that his method was right. The pure yang fire, as well as the power of thunder and lightning, are the most masculine powers in the world, dedicated to destroying evil, and this Yamada no Orochi is undoubtedly evil. The fiery thunder saber is designed to restrain this Yamada no Orochi. With this trick, Ling Yun won't be afraid even if he encounters a more powerful Yamada no Orochi. The 8 snake heads tossed about on the waving snake neck for a long time, but it had no effect, and soon fell back to the ground. In these 8 snake heads, 80% of the souls of Yamada no Orochi Phantom are condensed. Although they were cut down by Ling Yun, their souls are still there, and they are still alive. At this time, the 8 snake heads fell to the ground, and all the snake heads rushed towards the place where Ling Yun was standing, and opened their bloody mouths at the same time. Facing the 16 bewitching bright red snake eyes, Ling Yun was fearless. Soon, those 8 snake heads went completely crazy. Led by the red snake head, it jumped up first and flew towards Ling Yun. Cut. Ling Yun was waiting for this moment. Facing the huge snake head flying over, he swung the dark blood demon knife. Swipe swipe. This time, Ling Yun was not as simple as splitting the snake's head. He slashed horizontally and vertically, and slashed at the red snake head that flew over first, smashing the snake head to pieces. The raging fire thunder on the knife body is still destroying the red snake head, preventing it from healing. When a snake head flew over, Ling Yun chopped one into pieces. In the end, he swung the dark blood demon knife with all his strength, covering his whole body with a ball of dazzling fire, and smashed all the snake heads until they completely lost their ability to attack. After a burst of knife light, all 8 snake heads disappeared. They finally turned into various colors of Zhenqi, dissipating in the air, and those red snake eyes were transformed from blood, but were absorbed by the dark blood demon knife. However, although Lingyan knew that most of the snake heads had turned into innate Zhenqi, he was too lazy to absorb it, because it was too disgusting, especially the dark green Zhenqi. He didn't want to be contaminated at all. At this time, only the huge snake body was left on the opposite side, all of which lost their heads, and the 7 snake necks were driven by the instinct of Yamada no Orochi, waving indiscriminately. Yes, there are only 7 snake necks left. Under the effect of the corpse powder, the red main snake body of Yamada no Orochi has completely turned into yellow thick water, flowing on the ground. Yamada no Orochi lost 8 snake heads and lost its main snake body. Although the remaining snake bodies are still huge, it is no longer a worry for Lingyan. Lingyan raised his hand again, and shot 7 or 8 fire talismans at Yamada no Orochi. Boom 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 boom. There was another violent explosion, and in the flames soaring into the sky, the huge snake body of the Yamada no Orochi was directly blown to pieces, and the huge snake body was shattered. Yamada no Orochi lost its flesh and blood, and what exploded from the fire talisman was naturally the innate chi released by the 3 Toyo Kajinen. Those innate chi were completely blown away and lost in the night sky. Even if Tokugawa Xiongfeng and others wanted to take it back, they couldn't take it back into their bodies. Brush. Lingyan moved, and he used the phantom ichthyosaur step to rush directly at the 3 of Tokugawa Xiongfeng. His eyes were as cold as a blade, with boundless killing intent. Apparate. Lingyan turned into 3 people in one body, facing the 3 people who have lost their 9 success powers. 1 person is 1 knife. Chi. This time, Lingyan chopped Tokugawa Takashi and Tokugawa Takashi in half like chopping melons and vegetables. Takashi Tokugawa and Takashi Tokugawa died before they even had time to scream. Only Tokugawa Xiongfeng, relying on his advanced level, resorted to escapism, tried his best to dodge, barely avoided Lingyan's knife. Of course, it's not that he doesn't want to save the other 2 shadow ninjas, but he's already powerless. Humph. Can you escape? Lingyan sneered. He opened his mouth to spit out, and the blue shadow flying sword suddenly flew out. The blue shadow flashed in the air, and suddenly stabbed Tokugawa Xiongfeng. Idiot. When Tokugawa Xiongfeng saw Qingying Feijian stabbing him, he dodged again with his evasion technique, and at the same time, he suddenly sent out 2 palm winds with all his strength, shaking Qingying Feijian away. However, Lingyan's Qingying flying sword was controlled by divine thoughts. He had just burned his divine essence. Although he was blown away, he only crossed a distance of 3 meters from Tokugawa Xiongfeng. Chuanqiong is coming. Laugh. The blue shadow flying sword flashed across Tokugawa Xiongfeng's shoulder like lightning, cutting off a large piece of flesh, and Tokugawa Xiongfeng finally died. Next, Lingyan was really crushed. He used his powerful divine sense to control the Qingying Feijian, and shuttled back and forth around the 3-meter range of Tokugawa Xiongfeng's body. In the end, the blue shadow flying sword turned into an oval blue light curtain. No matter how Tokugawa Ukase uses the escape technique, no matter how he sends out the palm wind, he will be stabbed. Tokugawa Xiongfeng's true energy has been exhausted, his palms are getting weaker and weaker, and his movement is getting slower and slower, and he can't dodge the attack of Qingying Feijian at all. Tokugawa Xiongfeng, don't you want to kill me? Who is killing who now? Lingyan is playing with Tokugawa Xiongfeng like a cat playing with a mouse, and wants to cut him into pieces. Baga. I'm not reconciled. Tokugawa Xiongfeng's body was riddled with holes, and his blood was about to flow out. He was still struggling desperately, screaming crazily. Kill. Ling Yun felt that the game was almost done. He suddenly released the chain of Inyangshenqi, directly entangled Tokugawa Xiongfeng's body. With a movement of the divine mind, the Qingying Feijian slashed through Tokugawa Xiongfeng's neck. Laugh. Tokugawa Xiongfeng's head landed. So far, the 5 shadow ninjas of the Tokugawa family have all been beheaded by Ling Yun. Ling Yun wiped out 5 people. To be continued. The 4th update on the 28th. In this case, the guaranteed 2 updates on the 27th and the 2 updates on the 28th are all given. The 3rd update will continue on the 29th. Plop. As Tokugawa Yuki's headless body fell to the ground, the entire battlefield became silent. No one spoke, only the sound of heavy breathing one after another, and around, many of the dead soldiers from the Sun and Chen families who watched the battle quietly retreated. This battle is really crazy. First, Ling Yun used 1 against 5, and used his martial arts to fight hard against the 5 Tokugawa family ninjas, and the 2 sides evenly divided. Immediately afterwards, the 2 sides displayed their supernatural powers, and Ling Yun suddenly showed his supernatural power, killing 2 Tokugawa family Kajinin with the blue shadow flying sword. In the end, Tokugawa Yuki's released the Yamada no Orochi through a secret method of sacrifice. Originally, the Yamada no Orochi had already gained the upper hand, but Ling Yun chopped off 8 heads with a raging fire thunder knife, and blew up the huge snake body with a fire talisman. Finally, he using the dark blood demon knife and the blue shadow flying sword, he easily killed 3 people, and even hacked Tokugawa Xiongfeng into pieces. This kind of battle process is absolutely ups and downs. For Ling Yun, it is even more exciting, but for the enemy, it is their nightmare. It's because the strength Ling Yun displayed in this battle is really too strong. Powerful to shock, powerful to trembling. The Inyangshenqi chain that pulls the wind, the blue shadow flying sword that comes and goes without a shadow, the amazingly powerful fire talisman, and the fiery thunder sword used to kill Yamada no Orochi. Ling Yun has too many tricks. Endless. This kid actually won so easily? In the sky, Long Howren looked at the battlefield below. Even he found it inconceivable that Ling Yun's displayed strength had far exceeded his expectations. Long Howren expected Ling Yun to win this battle, but he never expected that Ling Yun would win so quickly and so neatly. The rise of the Ling family is inevitable, and it cannot be stopped. Yi Qingxin heaved a sigh of relief in the dark. She said it directly. Long Howren wondered, I can understand the raging flames on that knife, but where did those lightning bolts come from? Even if Long Howren has reached the peak of the 6th level of the supernatural powers, he is well informed and has a good vision, but he still can't understand why the lightning snake and thunder suddenly appeared on Ling Yun's dark blood knife. This kid definitely has more than this little whole card. He fought this battle for nearly an hour, and he didn't blush or breathe, just like a normal person. Long Howren was very sorry. Dongyang Yingnin was defeated too quickly. He could tell that Ling Yun still didn't use his whole cards. This child is really embarrassing to Ling's parents. Yi Qingxin turned a deaf ear to Long Howren's words, and said silently in her heart. Call. In the ground battlefield, after Ling Yun killed Tokugawa Yuki's, he did not relax, but used his powerful spiritual sense to firmly lock the snake bodies that were blown to pieces by Yamada no Orochi. The flesh and blood swallowed by Yamada no Orochi was completely corroded into thick water by the corpse powder, and the huge true energy that condensed his snake body had already been completely blown away. Once the 3 of them died, the true energy dissipated completely, and the snake body gradually disappeared. However, Ling Yun knew that the soul of the Yamada no Orochi hadn't been completely killed. He was scanning with his divine sense, looking for the phantom of the Yamada no Orochi's soul. However, Ling Yun searched the entire battlefield with his powerful divine sense, but he didn't find the phantom of Yamada no Orochi's soul, which made him feel uneasy all the time. Could it be that the soul of Yamada no Orochi was also blown up by the fire talisman? It was wiped out? It shouldn't be. Ling Yun muttered secretly in his heart. However, since he couldn't find Yamada no Orochi's soul phantom for a while, Ling Yun gave up searching, because he had more important things to do in front of him. Ling Yun held the dark blood demon knife, and let the Qingying Feijian hover on the right side in front of him. He was majestic, raised the knife and pointed forward, and the target was Chen Jingxian. Chen Jingxian, 3 out of 5 games, now I have won 3 games in a row, and your Sun Chen alliance has already lost. What else do you have to say now? As soon as Ling Yun opened his mouth, he went straight to the point. What he said was right. At the beginning, what he said was 3 out of 5 rounds. Now that the 3rd round is over, Ling Yun wiped out the 5 Kagenin of Toyo. Naturally, he won. Plop. Hearing Ling Yun's words, before Chen Jingxian could speak, Sun Jinwu over there suddenly fell to the ground, his expression pale. It's over. The Sun and Chen families are completely over. This is the only thought in Sun Jinwu's mind at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Chen Jingxian was silent at first, but after hearing Ling Yun's questioning, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Amid wild laughter, Chen Jingxian suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. His voice was stern. Little bastard, I didn't expect you to have such strength, even the 5 Kagenin of Donyang were killed by you. After saying this sentence, Chen Jingxuan's eyes suddenly became ruthless, and he said with a gloomy smile, however, even if you win 3 games in a row, so what? Ling Yun had expected that Chen Jingxian would not admit it, so he was not in a hurry, he just smiled lightly, and took the time to say, oh? So what do you think? According to the rules of the life and death battle, since I have won 3 games, it means that my Ling family has won the life and death battle. The life and death of your Sun and Chen families should be decided by our Ling family. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun sneered, he changed the topic, and said in a cold voice, now, I will give you a chance, as long as you and Sun Jinwu are willing to commit suicide on the spot, I can spare all the innocent people in your 2 families. What Ling Yun said was the truth. Although he said he wanted to destroy the entire family of the Sun and Chen families, he would not pose a threat to the Ling family for the women and children of these 2 families, as well as those in the family who did not know ancient martial arts and were unable to fight back. People, Ling Yun will let them go. He didn't want to do it at all, and he didn't even bother to do it. Of course, for Chen Jingtian, Chen Haipeng, and those innate masters of the Sun family, Ling Yun would definitely not let them go, at least he would abolish their martial arts. Because the 2 sides are now endless enemies, if Ling Yun keeps those people alive, it is tantamount to breeding tigers, and those people will pose a fatal threat to the Ling family and the people around Ling Yun. Ha 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 ha. Chen Jingxian laughed wildly again. Little bastard, you let the old man commit suicide on the spot? You are so naive. Chen Jingxian suddenly yelled, little bastard, even you said that this is a life and death battle. I, Chen Jingxian, have already said that I will never die with you tonight. As long as I, Chen Jingxian, and the dead of the Chen family are alive, my family, the grandson and the Chen family, will never admit defeat. Chen Jingxian finally broke his face. Shameless. It is good. After Ling Yun finished listening, he didn't even bother to say a word, because he already knew this would be the result. Since that's the case, let's continue to fight. According to what you said, we will never die. Ling Yun said with a smile, and then reminded, however, there is one thing I want you to be clear about. The battle of life and death was proposed by you. Now, the rules of the battle of life and death are also broken by you. You are the one who is shameless first. When the time comes, don't blame me, Ling Yun, for being cruel and ruthless. After Chen Jingxian heard this, the muscles on his face twitched violently, his old face flushed faintly, but it disappeared in a flash. No matter the enmity, just speaking from the rules of the life and death battle, it is true that they have broken the rules now, which is tantamount to losing and denying their account. According to the old rules of the Huaxia family, even if the Sunchen alliance can really kill Ling Yun by chance tonight, as long as this matter gets out, the Sunchen family will no longer have the face to stand in the Huaxia family. Everyone can kill them, everyone can humiliate them, everyone can spurn them. Ling Yunming knew that the opponent would be Shameless in the end, but he still fought 3 times in a row. It was not because he was not smart enough, but because he wanted to occupy this moral high ground. The Sun and Chen families took the lead in breaking the rules. Next, Ling Yun would fight if he wanted to, and leave if he didn't want to. As long as he can leave here alive and publicize this matter, the Sun and Chen families will be completely finished. However, of course Ling Yun would not just leave like this. He worked hard to plan and prepared so much, just to completely wipe out the Sun and Chen families, so that they will never be able to turn around in Huaxia. Little bastard Ling Yun, you're going crazy. Qin Jingxian blushed for a while, but he quickly suppressed it, and then he said with a smirk, "You don't know who these people behind me are, do you? Come, let me introduce you." As Qin Jingxian said, he suddenly pointed to Master Zhikong beside him. "This one is my life and death close friend, Master Zhikong of Shaolin Temple. He is the mentor of Jianhao and Jianjia." "This one." Qin Jingxian pointed at Rising Fire Master again. "He is Raging Fire Master of Longhu Mountain Tianchi Mansion, and the 4 Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain that you killed in Longmen Mountain are all his juniors. This is Master Ziyu of the Kunlun Sword School. Master Zai and Master Zheng, who were also killed by you in Longmen Mountain, are both his juniors." Finally, Qin Jingxian pointed at Di Yutong. "As for this one, it is Di Yutong, the sword god of Tianjianzong in Huaxia Mountain." Listening to Qin Jingxuan's introductions one by one, Ling Yun's mood became more and more heavy, and at the same time, the killing intent in his heart became more and more intense. The first 3 were fine, but when Ling Yun heard the words Tianshan Tianjianzong, his eyes locked on Di Yutong like 2 sharp swords. Not for others, but for Qin Qiuyue, who is suffering in Tianshan Tianjianzong at this moment. Feeling Ling Yun's killing intent, Di Yutong secretly groaned in his heart, and at the same time scolded all 18 generations of Qin Jingxuan's ancestors in his heart. It can be said that if Qin Jingxian introduced him to Ling Yun in this way before the war between the 2 sides, not only would Di Yutong not be annoyed, but he would be elated. But now, after seeing Ling Yun's performance in the 3rd battle, Di Yutong had no longer the idea of fighting Ling Yun, because he knew that even if he used all his trump cards, he could kill Yaqi Orochi, and the 5 shadow ninjas at Ling Yun's strength are not Ling Yun's opponents. Qin Jingxian introduced them so solemnly at this time, that is, the lice on the bald man's head are obvious, and he wants to force them to live and die with him, advance and retreat together. After Qin Jingxian lost his face, this play is really too ruthless. Little bastard, these 4 people, plus me, the 5 of us in the heavenly group, are looking for you to avenge life and death. To be continued. The first update. There are 2 more tonight. But it's 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, everyone, let's watch it tomorrow. Very good. After listening to Qin Jingxuan's introduction of the identities of those 4 people, now, let alone Qin Jingxian must fight, even if he suddenly retreated, Ling Yun would not agree. Master Zhikong of Shaolin Temple, Master Liahua of Longhu Mountain, Master Ziyu of the Kunlun Sword School, and Di Yutong of the Tianjian sect of Tianshan. Coupled with the fact that Ling Yun had just beheaded the 5 Toyo ninjas in the 3rd battle, Ling Yun finally realized that the helpers Qin Jingxian had found were all his enemies. At the same time, Ling Yun also understood that during his rise, those so-called upright martial arts sects who kept coming to trouble him, or those ancient martial arts sects he had offended, basically had masters in the sects and worked in the Huaxia group. Undoubtedly, Shaolin Temple, Dragon and Tiger Mountain, Kunlun Sword Sect, and Tianshan Tianjian Sect are all the top forces in China's ancient martial arts sects. Thinking of this, Ling Yan smiled casually, and said to Chen Jingxian, "Chen Jingxian, I didn't expect you to be a good planner, but you really know how to find helpers. The people you recruited, in detail, they all have a life and death enmity with me." Chen Jingxian was scheming, except that he didn't expect Ling Yan to have such a powerful strength. He was good at everything that should have been calculated, and he had calculated everything. Leaving aside family grievances, realm strength, and good or bad character, Chen Jingxian is definitely a qualified enemy. Of course, it would be too pretentious to talk about the quality of character in the face of a sworn enemy. From now on, the two sides are just fighting to the death. Chen Jingxian stopped talking to Ling Yan, but suddenly raised his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Gun." Not far away, two dead soldiers of the Chen family immediately brought a purple gold gun over and handed it to Chen Jingxian. Ling Yan looked at the purple gold gun. The gun shaft was 10 feet long, the thickness of an adult's arm, and the material for casting the big gun was exactly the same as Chen Jianhao's purple gold wrought copper rod. Chen Jingxian swiped with one hand, grabbed the Zijin spear, but without making any movements, he took a light step and came to the battlefield. Ba! Master Zhikong saw Chen Jingxian go out. Without hesitation, he chanted the Buddha's name, held the golden Zen staff in his hand, and walked into the arena, standing side by side with Chen Jingxian. Immeasurable heavenly venerable Taoist Lai Hua of Longhu Mountain walked into the arena, holding a dust whisk in his hand and a celestial master sword on his back, chanting his Taoist name. Then there was the real Ziyu of the Kunlun Sword School. He didn't hesitate, and with a flash of his figure, he also carried the sword in his hand and swept into the arena in a flash. Diyu Tong of the Heavenly Sword sect in Tianshan saw these four people go out. His eyes flickered, he struggled in his heart for a long time, finally gritted his teeth, and walked out bravely. When Ling Yan saw this posture, he knew it. There was no doubt that he was going to fight 5 again in this round. Ba! After the 5 members of the Tian group appeared on the stage, Master Zhikong was the first to speak. He said to Ling Yan, "Little benefactor, old Na Zhikong, is originally from outside the Fang, and has no intention of participating in world disputes, but Chen Jianhao, Chen Jianjia, they are the true disciples of the old monk. If you kill them, the old monk can only avenge them. Understand?" Ling Yan directly interrupted Zhikong's words. He smiled lightly, and said proudly, "I actually take things like beating and killing very lightly. If someone wants to beat me, then I will beat him. If someone wants to kill me, then I will kill him. Since it is already necessary to fight, then there is no need to say anything, because those are all nonsense." In fact, what Ling Yan said in his heart is, "You have already stood up with a weapon, why are you telling me those useless reasons?" Now, the life and death decisive battle between the Sunchen Alliance and the Ling family has ended, and what follows is to tear the skin apart and completely kill each other. Although they both come from Shaolin, Master Zhikong is different from Master Lu Mingjiu. Master Lu Mingjiu wants to repay his kindness and righteousness, so he has to fight, but Zhikong wants to avenge his 2 disciples. What else can Ling Yan say to him? Ba, the little benefactor is quite open-minded. He is very straightforward. It seems that the old monk is talking too much. Master Zhikong was ruthlessly interrupted by Ling Yan, so he could only give a wry smile, mocked himself casually, and stopped talking. Immeasurable heavenly venerable Taoist Lai Hua said, "Dear friends, since everyone has a life and death enmity with the person in front of them, there is really no need to say more. Let's follow the old method and directly divide life and death with the other party before we talk about it." As he spoke, Master Lai Hua looked solemn, took out 2 things from his Taoist robe, and distributed them to the other 4 people around him. What Taoist Lai Hua took out turned out to be a large handful of talismans and a small bottle of elixir. Among them, those talisman papers were drawn with silver talisman paper, and the whole talisman was still shining in silver brilliance in the night, obviously condensing powerful magic power. Silver talisman. Covered by Ling Yan's divine consciousness, he could see clearly that the talismans were all silver talismans, and the elixir was naturally dragon and tiger pill. Ling Yan has seen two kinds of Taoist talismans in this world so far. One is naturally the talismans of Maoshan Taoist priests, that is, the ones he saw in Mo Wudao's package, including silver talismans and purple talismans. It was Ling Yun who was in Villa number 1, the night when the Immortal One Night illuminated Qing Shui. Liang Daoist came out with Hamba, and he stuck it on Hamba's head as a suppression talisman, to suppress Hamba. As for the fire talisman used by Daoist Lu Deming back then, it is too low level, so it goes without saying. Frankly speaking, the silver talisman is definitely a high-level talisman, slightly higher than the 7th level talisman refined by Ling Yun. It is a real magic talisman, and as long as it is used, it will have magical effects. For such talismans, Ling Yun can only start refining such talismans when he breaks through the 4th level of Qi training and reaches the middle stage of Qi training. After seeing the silver talismans that Lai Hua took out those silver talismans, Ling Yun immediately became extremely careful, knowing that the next battle will definitely not be easier than the previous one. It will be even harder. The reason is very simple: the 5 masters of the Sky Group in front of them, no matter how many levels they are in the supernatural power realm, their eyesight is definitely not bad. After they watched the crazy battle between Ling Yun and the 5 shadow ninjas of Dongyang standing up calmly, it means that with the strength Ling Yun showed just now, these 5 people still have the power to fight him together. Ling Yun knew better than anyone else that when one reached the realm of supernatural powers, although it was said to be a level of heaven, and each level had a level of supernatural power and strength, there was still one thing that was equally important. That's gear. Let's use a very simple analogy. For example, if a tall and strong adult fights with a 13 or 14-year-old boy, it seems that he will win, but what if the boy has a big knife in his hand? In that case, it will not be certain who wins the game. Going one step further, what if the boy is holding a submachine gun? All he had to do was hook his fingers and hit him with bullets, even Tyson would have to kneel. What if it was a cannon? This is the importance of equipment. There is no doubt that the 5 people in front of me belong to Shaolin Temple, Longhu Mountain, Kunlun Sword Sect, Chen Family, and Tianshan Tianjin Sect. Sitting in town, how can they have less cards in their hands? And the more important point is that these 5 people all work in Huaxia Group. What kind of place is the Huaxia Group, and what do the people there do? Ling Yan already has a general understanding of this from his grandfather Ling Lai and Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect. Among other things, the resources of the Huaxia Group are envied by all sects and sections. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Tian Group to gather so many superpowers in Huaxia to serve it. Ling Yan remembered what Yi Xingchen had said to him, and now that he saw the talismans and pills brought out by Daoist Lai Hua, he immediately became vigilant. If according to the past, when Ling Yan saw the enemy making all kinds of pre-war preparations in front of his eyes, he would have killed him without hesitation, and it was impossible to make the opponent fully prepared. However, this time, before the decisive battle of life and death, Ling Yan had advanced to the middle stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. Now he fully believed in his own strength and knew what cards he had. Therefore, Ling Yan did not make a move immediately, but waited there quietly, letting the opponent as well prepared. He just wants to crush the opponent. Really crushing. Not only to defeat the opponent, but also to convince the opponent so defeated that he has nothing to say. Thank you so much. Chen Jingxian and the other 4 people were not polite when they saw the real Liehua took out his treasure and gave it to them, but took it calmly. Before distributing the treasures, Daoist Lai Hua also mentioned an old method. Obviously, the other 4 people in the Tian Group understood what was going on with this old method. Magical treasures, pills, supernatural powers, secret techniques, everyone's own trump cards, and an absolute tacit cooperation. This is the countermeasure adopted by the Tianzu when they go out, carry out top-secret missions, and face critical moments of life and death. After the four of them received the silver talisman, they didn't use it immediately, but carefully put it in their treasure bags. Then, they took the dragon tiger pill and gave it to their mouths at the same time. Boom 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 boom. The dragon and tiger pill entered the stomach, and instantly turned into a powerful ball of medicine, which exploded in the stomachs of the 5 members of the Sky Team. In an instant, the aura emanating from them became several times stronger. Lingyun, little bastard, take your life. Qin Jingshuan's momentum soared, and his face turned red. At this time, there was no more nonsense, but he held a gun with one hand, and charged at Lingyun first. Qin Jingxian flew towards Lingyun suddenly, and shot Lingyun's throat suddenly. When? With a wave of Lingyun's hand, the dark blood demon knife swiped away, and the big purple gold spear was pushed aside, but at this moment, only a woo sound was heard, and Master Zhikong's Zen staff arrived again. Powerful and mighty. Apparate. With a flash of Lingyun's figure, he retreated 3 feet away. Brush. Diyu Tong and Master Ziyu came together behind Lingyun at the same time, and the 2 swords united, piercing Lingyun's vitals. Kill. Call out. Long hush and raging fire. Real man, the celestial master sword is automatically unsheathed behind his back. To be continued. The second update on the 29th is a bit later, thanks to the students who stayed up late and waited until now. The next one is closer to 5 o'clock. Everyone, let's watch it tomorrow. Brush. The celestial master sword stands in the air, the 3-foot sword's edge blooms with brilliance, the sword's aura is cold, and there is a faint aura of dragon and tiger covering the sword body. Puff. Real Lai Hua saw that Lingyun was under siege. He bit the tip of his tongue without pausing, and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the blade of the sword. Immediately afterwards, he took out a silver talisman, flicked his wrist and hit the blade of the celestial master sword, and then recited the incantation, only to see the silver talisman burn instantly, and the mana in the talisman was injected into the celestial master sword. Boom! The celestial master sword was blessed with the magic power of the silver talisman, and the sword body immediately vibrated, making a thunderous rumbling sound. The sword energy is stronger. Slay demons and eliminate demons. Go. Raging Fire Daoist merged the 2 fingers in the middle of the food, activated the sword formula, and swung forward suddenly. I saw that heavenly master sword flashed and disappeared in an instant, rushing towards Lingyun like a thunderbolt, lightning and lightning. Li Hua Daoist didn't make a move as long as he didn't make a move. He used the most powerful means as soon as he made a move, and he was not polite to Lingyun. He is the brother of Daoist Liang, and his realm is already higher than Daoist Liang. In addition, since he practiced, he has never resorted to tricks, let alone practice methods that drive crooked ways such as Hamba. Much higher than Liang Daoist. Now, he has taken the dragon tiger pill, and his realm has been raised to a higher level. Therefore, when he is in this state, he activates the heavenly master sword, and that heavenly master sword is like a tiger with wings added. Lingyun's spiritual consciousness was shrouded, and when he saw Liang Daoist sacrifice the heavenly master sword, he did not hesitate to activate his divine sense, and also let Qingying Feijian come out to meet the enemy. Lai Ri Daoist's mouthful of blood, coupled with the blessing of that silver talisman, Lingyun knew at a glance that the power of this celestial master sword is absolutely extraordinary, and he dare not be careless. Clank! The Qingying flying sword is also like a flash of lightning, teleporting to meet the heavenly master sword that is rushing towards it. Immediately, the 2 flying swords were entangled in one place in the air, and they collided with each other, making a fierce sound of gold and iron clashing. It was too late to say it, and then it was too late, although the Real Liahua stood still, but his right hand kept pinching the sword formula, swinging horizontally, vertically chopping, pointing at the sky, manipulating the Tiancher sword to change dozens of directions one after another, trying to break through Qingying Feijian's defense, rushed to attack Ling Yun. It's a pity that Ling Yun's spiritual sense is now tyrannical, and his manipulation of his spiritual consciousness has reached a subtle level. Under the cover of his spiritual consciousness, no matter how the celestial master sword rushes left and right, the Qingying Feijian can kill it, block it. Don't let him enter within 30 meters of Ling Yun's body. Qingying Feijian successfully helped Ling Yun block the heavenly master sword. Dang, 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 dang. While Ling Yun's figure was flickering, he continuously avoided Chen Jingshuan's and Master Zhikong's purple gold spear and golden Zen staff, and the dark blood demon knife in his hand slashed continuously, shaking hard with the swords of Di Yutong and Master Ziyu. This kid really has great strength. When Di Yutong met Ling Yun, he immediately felt the power coming from the blade of the blood demon's saber in Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun swung it casually, and with just a freehand stroke, Di Yutong's tiger's mouth could be numb. Ziyu, real person, Mr. D, don't confront this kid head-on. When he can't spare a shot, you just need to find an opportunity to attack his vital points. Chen Jingxian roared. He knew that Ling Yun's power was too great, so he loudly reminded the two of them to deploy for battle. It is good. When Di Yutong heard this, he immediately floated back and came directly behind Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong. After the real Ziyu fought against Ling Yun for a few swords, he also felt very strenuous, and he did not hesitate to attack Ling Yun anymore, but flew out of the battle group. Woo! Brush! Di Yutong and Master Ziyu withdrew, which immediately gave Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong room to play. Both of them were born in Shaolin. They all weigh more than 200 caddies, and they are extremely powerful and domineering when they are deployed. Ling Yun was not in a hurry. He used apparatus, and kept dodging the attacks of these two people. Only when he really couldn't dodge, he would wield the dark blood demon knife, Chen Jingshuan's Zijin spear, or Master Zhikong's the golden Zen staff shook hard and was blocked by the grid. Fuck, no wonder you have the confidence to fight. After these 5 people took the dragon tiger pill, none of them are below the 2nd level of supernatural powers. To be honest, Ling Yun was in the middle of this battle, so he really felt unprecedented pressure. In the 3rd battle, Ling Yun faced 5 Toyo Kajinin with 1 against 5. The two sides fought against Furitake at the beginning. At that time, the two sides were evenly divided. Now, Ling Yun is also fighting with 1 against 5. Although none of these 5 people has the realm of Tokugawa's glory, the real strength displayed by each of them is far beyond that of Tokugawa Takehide and Tokugawa Takoyaki. The 2nd level Shadow Ninja. There is a reason for this. Because although Dongyang Ning has reached the realm, they are all thin and short, and they have suffered a big loss in terms of strength. Even Tokugawa Yuke's, he can fight Ling Yun head-on. It is because of his high realm. Only by exerting his innate Jinchi with all his strength, can he fight against Ling Yun without falling behind. Moreover, since they claim to be Shadow Ninja, they are all using ninjutsu, especially movement and escapism, to fight Ling Yun. Not at all lost to Toyo Kajinin. It was precisely because of this that Ling Yun had a close fight with the 5 Toyo Kajinin. But now, it's different for Ling Yun to fight with these 5 masters of the Huaxia group. Not to mention others, but Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong. It is a long and heavy weapon. Once it dances with all its strength, Ling Yun can only block it hard, or dodge it. And now, Ling Yun has to concentrate on controlling the Qingying flying sword, which is used to fight against Raging Fire's heavenly master sword, which makes him very passive. Impermanent staff. The two sides came and went, the rabbits rose and the falcons fell. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Master Zhikong suddenly shouted and displayed his Shaolin 72 unique skills, the impermanent stick technique. For a moment, Ling Yun only felt that within the field of vision in front of him, there were shadows of sticks everywhere, completely blocking all his dodging directions. In the hands of Master Zhikong, the huge Zen stick weighing hundreds of caddies has become elusive, coming and going impermanently. What a great staff technique. Even Ling Yan couldn't help applauding this kind of stick technique. While jumping around, with the help of his powerful spiritual sense, he could discern the location of Master Zhikong's real Zen stick, and swung his knife to shake it. Now, Ling Yan's dark blood demon knife weighed more than 200 caddies, not much lighter than the opponent's Zijin spear and Zen staff. It was already considered a heavy weapon. Dang, 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 dang. The dark blood demon knife and the golden Zen staff collided in one place continuously, sparks flew everywhere, and the sound was earth-shattering. Frenzied marksmanship. As for Ling Yan jumping, he had to do it. He was avoiding Chen Jingshuan's Zijin spear. Chen Jingxian saw Master Zhikong's impermanent stick technique unfolding, and immediately flew and jumped behind Ling Yan. The purple-golden gun in his hand was like a poisonous snake spitting out a letter. With a random shake, it stabbed at the vital point behind Ling Yan. These two people, one in front and one behind, were holding long weapons. Stick shadows filled the sky, and gun shadows were heavy, directly blocking all possible escape routes for Ling Yan. These two people are indeed best friends who have worked together for many years. They know each other too well, so the cooperation is really tacit. For example, when Master Zhikong swiped his Zen stick from left to right, forcing Ling Yan to dodge to the right, the tip of Chen Jingshuan's purple-gold spear just stabbed in the direction where Ling Yan dodged, and Chen Jingshuan's purple-gold spear pointed at Ling Yan's lower back at that time. Ling Yan's body was forced forward, and Master Zhikong's Zen staff fell right on the head. If Ling Yan wanted to dodge one, he had to block the other with a swing of his knife, otherwise there would be only one ending and he would be hit. That is to say, Ling Yan has divine consciousness, otherwise, another person with the same realm would have been hit by the combined attack of these two people. For a moment, Ling Yan was in danger. Shoot! At this moment, Diyu Tong and Master Ziyu, who had retreated to the side just now, saw that Ling Yan was in danger of being forced. They seized the opportunity and shot at the same time. Heavenly sword, come out! The sword energy in Diyu Tong's body suddenly burst out, and under Diyu Tong's control, those sharp sword energy instantly turned into more than a dozen sharp swords that looked like real things. After Diyu Tong ate the dragon and tiger pill, his realm reached the late stage of the second level of the supernatural realm in a short period of time. Compared with Guo Tian, the master brother of Xinjian Villa, when he used the heavenly sword, it was a heaven and an underground. Kill. With killing intent in Diyu Tong's eyes, with a thought, he mobilized more than a dozen heavenly swords transformed from sword energy, all stabbing towards Ling Yan. At this time, Ling Yan was caught in the combined attack of Master Zhikong and Chen Jingxian. He could only dodge left and right, but Diyu Tong's dozen or so heavenly swords happened to come from his left and right sides. In an instant, Ling Yan's figure was completely locked. I can't hide anywhere. Of course, it was impossible for Ling Yan to be stabbed by those dozens of heavenly swords. Even if he knew that his defense was strong, he couldn't try the sword himself. Hunyuan Qi shield. Boom. At the critical moment, Ling Yan burned 10 drops of divine essence, without hesitation. Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness sword, and 10 drops of divine energy instantly turned into powerful mana. The yin and yang zhenqi in his body exploded out of his body, and under the control of Ling Yan's powerful spiritual sense, the huge yin and yang zhenqi turned into a gray zhenqi shield in the shape of an eggshell in an instant, completely protecting Ling Yan's whole body. Chi 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 chi. At this moment, Diyu Tong's heavenly sword stabbed over, all stabbing on the gray zhenqi shield. A scene against heaven. This scene is like a person opening his palm, spreading 10 fingers apart, and trying to pinch an inflated balloon. All 10 fingers sink into it, but the balloon has not been popped yet. Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness is strong now, and after burning his divine essence, he will naturally become stronger. He can even transform yin-yang true qi chains and yin-yang wings, let alone transforming true qi into an egg shell. Kill. Yutong gritted his teeth and urged the heavenly sword with all his strength, trying to pierce Ling Yan's Hunyuan Qi shield, but unfortunately he couldn't penetrate even though he tried his best. Woo! At this time, Master Zhikong's Zen staff fell down again. Whoosh! At the same moment, Chen Jingshuan's purple golden spear arrived again. Ling Yan really fell into a hard fight. To be continued. Clang! Ling Yan swiped the dark blood demon knife in the air, splitting the Zen staff that Master Zhikong had dropped head-on, and at the same time, using his strength, he flew horizontally, dodging the purple gold spear stabbed by Chen Jingxian behind him. Now, no matter how Ling Yan moves, the Hunyuan Qi shield outside his body always moves closely with him, completely covering the 1-foot range outside his body, preventing Yutong's heavenly sword from piercing it. Ling Yan's current state is very strange. First, there is a cover of Hunyuan Qi shield, like a gray egg shell, which wraps him and protects him. At the same time, more than a dozen sharp swords are inserted into this cover. Those dozens of sharp swords could pierce through the Hunyuan Qi shield at any time and stab Ling Yan's body. One sword to the west. At this time, Master Ziyu of the Kunlun Sword School finally made a move with all his strength. He also forced out the sword energy in his body, but instead of turning it into many sharp swords, he turned all his sword energy into a sharp sword, and then circulated his thoughts, urged that Qi sword, and attack Ling Yan directly. The power of this sword surpassed more than a dozen of Yutong's heavenly swords. It was majestic and fierce. Almost as soon as Ling Yan got rid of the double teaming of Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong, he met Ziyu's Qi sword. That sword came so fast that it was impossible for Ling Yan to dodge any more. Cut. Faced with Ziyu's well-calculated sword, Ling Yan swung his sword without hesitation and cut it. Laugh. The blade of the dark blood demon knife sliced across the blade of the Qi sword, directly cutting the Qi sword into 2 pieces. However, this sword was transformed by sword energy. Although Ling Yan cut it off, he couldn't stop the front half of the sword from moving forward. Puff. The tip of the broken Qi sword actually broke through the defense of the Hunyuan Qi shield, got in like lightning, and directly stabbed Ling Yan's body. It's a pity that Master Ziyu's Qi sword can only stab Ling Yan's body. It only pierces Ling Yan's battle robe, but it doesn't hurt Ling Yan. God knows how many layers of defense Ling Yan has now. Hunyuan Qi shield, defensive talisman and Vajra talisman defense, and then the battle vest, and Ling Yan also has the body protection of the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju, and he himself has perfected his body and has a flawless body. The so-called 1 bang, then decline, 3 exhaustion. Under Ling Yan's multiple defenses, the half of the Qi sword did not perform any merit. However, this blow still made Ling Yan's heart tremble, and he couldn't fight like this anymore. If these 5 people were allowed to attack in turn, the true energy in his body would be consumed sooner or later. In the third battle, although Ling Yan absorbed 90% of the innate Qi of the 2 second-level Kinnin from the east, but in the battle with Yamada no Aura Qi, Ling Yan consumed at least 40% of it, and now he is fighting against the 5 members of the Tianzu now. He has less than 50% of his power left. Now, his blue shadow flying sword is blocking Raging Fire Celestial Master Sword, and the 2 sides are fighting endlessly. Ling Yan's Hunyuan Qi shield is resisting Yutong's heavenly sword, and he has to dodge to resist Chen Jingxian and Zhikong, the master's front and rear pincers. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. On the other hand, there are 5 people, each of them is in peak condition, and they have all taken Dragon Tiger Pill, which can be said to be in full condition. After Ling Yan suffered a small loss, he immediately changed his strategy and decided to take the initiative. The first person he found was, of course, the real Ziyu, who almost hurt him. Apparate. As soon as Ling Yan had burned his divine essence, he did not hesitate to cast his shape-changing shadow, transforming into 4 in one body. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Just listen to dang dang twice. Ling Yan parried the Zen stick that Master Zheng was following with a knife, and then used the blade to chop off the head of Chen Jingshuan's purple gold spear. Finally, his figure flickered and he rushed forward, as if he was going to chase and kill Di Yutong. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so quickly that all the enemies could only take care of themselves. Just as Chen Jingxian, Master Zheng, and Di Yutong were in a hurry, Ling Yan's real body rushed towards Master Ziyu. Slash the universe with a knife. Ling Yan moved as fast as a teleportation, and appeared in front of Ziyu's real person almost in a flash. He came up with a full blow, and the dark blood demon knife turned into a black knife screen, carrying a knife gang several meters long, directly covering Ziyu. Real person. When Master Ziyu turned pale with fright, quickly parried with the long sword in his hand, and just at the very moment, he barely blocked Ling Yan's shocking knife. The blade collided with the blade, another burst of sparks splashed, and the metal and iron sang together. Master Ziyu blocked Ling Yan's domineering strike, but he couldn't stop the mighty force coming from the blade, as well as the terrifying and domineering blade. Puff! Master Ziyu let out a muffled snort. He was far from being able to compare with Ling Yan in terms of strength. He shook off Ling Yan's magic knife with all his strength, but his mouth was bleeding from the shock, and he was hit by the knife again. Suffering from internal injuries all at once, the movement of true qi is not so smooth. Split Huashan. Ling Yan succeeds with one strike, but the momentum is relentless, and then the magic knife is raised high into the sky, and it hits the real Ziyu's forehead in the middle, and slashes down fiercely. Master Ziyu can only fly back. Take a shot at me. Ling Yan slashed twice, and was about to chase again, but found that at some point, Chen Jingxian had already blocked the front, and the tip of the purple gold spear was pointing towards his chest. It has to be said that the cooperation of this group of people is really tacit. Ling Yan just tried his best to get such a gap in the solo Ziyu real person, but Chen Jingxian immediately made up for it. Damn it, how amazing are their people! Ling Yan was furious at once. He knew that Master Zheng was swinging his Zen staff behind him and smashed it down, but he retreated straight to the lightning behind him to avoid the point of Chen Jingshuan's spear. Woo! Behind Ling Yan, the golden Zen staff fell from the top of his head. Ling Yan's spiritual sense had already spotted it, and when the Zen stick came to the top of his head, he smiled coldly, twisted his body slightly to dodge to the right, avoided the Zen stick, and then touched the ground with his toes, and his body accelerated and flew back. Head straight to Master Zheng. Boom! At this time, Master Zheng thought that he was bound to win. He had already used his moves, and he smashed his Zen staff hard to the ground, but he couldn't escape Ling Yan's impact. However, Master Zheng was not someone to wait for nothing. When he saw Ling Yan bumping from his back, he did not rush, and pushed his left palm forward horizontally, making it the powerful Vajra palm that is famous all over the world. Excuse me. Ling Yan chuckled, pointing his left index finger back. That finger seemed to have eyes, and just poked the palm of Master Zheng. Thunder finger. Stab. Ling Yan activated the power of lightning in his body, and even directly shot a thunderbolt at Master Zheng. Ever since Ling Yan was able to stimulate the power of lightning in his body, this move was really a coup for a sneak attack. Master Zheng thought he would take advantage of it, but unexpectedly, he suffered a big loss from Ling Yan's hands. What? Master Zheng was hit by Thor's finger, his body shivered suddenly, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. He also has no hair. If he had any, he would have become an afro by this time. As long as it is a human being, no matter how high the skill is, it is impossible not to be afraid of electricity. Of course, if the innate master is prepared in advance and blocks it with his innate body protection, he will be fine. Although Ling Yan's Thunder God finger doesn't do much damage to supernatural power masters, what he wants is not the damage, but Master Zheng's trembling. Tiangang Fumo Fist. After Lingyun Laishan pointed, he suddenly turned around, clenched his hands into fists, and with all his strength, he punched Master Zhikong in the chest. Not good. Seeing the force of this punch, Master Zhikong secretly thought it was not good, but he was not afraid in the face of danger. He gritted his teeth suddenly, and shouted, "King Kong is not bad." It turned out to be the supreme skill of Shaolin Temple. King Kong is not bad. Boom. Ling Yan's Tiangang Fumo fist is domineering and fierce, like a mountain shaking a mountain. This fist hit Master Zhikong's chest firmly. Master Zhikong was thrown upside down by this punch, and flew more than 20 meters away. After landing, although he managed to stand on the ground, his face was like gold paper. Puff. Master Zhikong swayed, and endured it again and again, but in the end he couldn't hold it back, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Master Zhikong suffered a lot of internal injuries from Ling Yan's punch. This is because he used the invincible magic of Vajra at a critical moment, otherwise, Ling Yan's punch would have broken more than a dozen of his ribs, making him completely lose his fighting power. However, just now, Ling Yan used all his strength to attack Master Ziyu and Master Zhikong, so his mind was inevitably relaxed a little bit, and his control of Qingying Feijian was not so flexible. Brush. Daoist Lai Hua's Celestial Master Sword finally seized the opportunity, broke through Qingying Feijian's defense, and stabbed towards Ling Yan's head. This is not an air sword, but a real sword. Ling Yan understands the role of Lai Hua's spout of blood on the Heavenly Master's sword when he comes up, but he is afraid that he will repeat his old tricks and use the Taishu ring to take away the Heavenly Master's sword. He didn't dare to use the Hunyuan Ichi shield to take a blow from the Heavenly Master sword, so he could only resist it with the Dark Blood Demon sword. Dang 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 dang. In an instant, Ling Yan waved the Dark Blood Demon saber impenetrably, blocking the Heavenly Master sword from the wind. At the same time, Ling Yan's divine sense flashed, urging his own Qingying flying sword to assassinate Raging Fire. This is a very simple reason. Qingying Feijian directly attacked Raging Fire, and if Raging Fire wanted to resist Qingying Flying Sword, he would not be able to control Tianchi Sword to continue attacking Ling Yan. Not everyone can easily multitask like Ling Yan. Sure enough, seeing the Qingying Flying Sword flying towards him, Raging Fire immediately gave up his attack on Ling Yan. With the sword art, he urged the Celestial Master Sword to fly back to block the Qingying Flying Sword. Dang dang dang. Ling Yan smashed the 3 spears stabbed by Chen Jingxian 3 times in a row, then jumped and flew towards Di Yutong. Di Yutong was shocked and flew back without hesitation. It is good. At this time, Ling Yan released his trump card. Now, Master Ziyu was slightly injured and was exercising his kung fu to force out the cold air in his body. Master Zhikong was more seriously injured and was also using his kung fu to suppress the churning blood in his body. Yutong was being chased by Ling Yan, and he was scared out of his wits. Only Chen Jingxian was wielding his long spear, desperately chasing Ling Yan. Ling Yan suddenly raised his hand. Come out for me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following Ling Yan's thoughts, countless large shot balls, with a diameter of nearly half a meter, flew out of the Taishu ring. All of a sudden more than 100 came out. Before these big shot puts hit the ground, Ling Yan urged his divine sense to make those big shot puts fly straight into the air over 10 meters. The sky is lost. With Ling Yan shouting in his heart, those big shot puts in the air were divided into groups of 36. And quickly completed the arrangement and combination in the air. Fall. All the shot puts fell to the ground, forming 4 small cloudy sky mazes, directly imprisoning the 4 masters of the sky group except Chen Jingxian into the formations. To be continued. Another update tonight, around 2 o'clock. 144 large shot balls fell to the ground suddenly, forming 4 small cloudy sky mazes. And 4 thick white mist appeared on the ground in an instant, trapping 4 masters of the supernatural powers of the sky group in the formations. What kind of formation is this? Why is it so powerful? At an altitude of 3,000 meters, Long Haran saw Ling Yun waving his hands in formation. He was shocked for a moment, and said in a low voice. Because when the four big groups of white mist appeared, even Long Haran's consciousness and eyesight couldn't penetrate them, and he could clearly see the situation inside the white mist. Immediately afterwards, Long Haran murmured with a dignified expression, "No wonder this kid dares to single-handedly fight a decisive battle of life and death. He actually has so many cards." No wonder Long Haran was shocked. Ling Yun used too many methods. I won't talk about what I saw before, but after the start of the fourth battle, Ling Yun's defense against the sky, his xuanhuan Ichi shield, Thor finger, and now the Huntian maze formation were all displayed one after another. It is violently impacting the limit of Long Haran's thinking. For example, Ling Yun was under siege just now, facing the ultimate move, one sword to the west performed by Master Ziyu. Long Haran once put himself in the same situation and thought that if he faced the same situation, he would probably be caught by that same situation. The sword pierced through the blue dragon shield that protects the body. Of course, Immortal Ziyu's ultimate move with a sword coming from the west is at best to pierce Long Haran's body protecting green dragon cover, and that chi sword can't even touch the edge of his clothes. This is because the difference in realm between the two is too great. Even if Master Ziyu tried his best, he still couldn't break Long Haran's defense. But even so, Long Haran was well aware of the enormous power of the ultimate move of the Kunlun Sword School, but he didn't expect Ling Yun to be able to block it. What realm is Ling Yun? This also shows how strong Ling Yun's defense is. Ling Yun at least possesses a defense power equivalent to the peak of the fourth level of the Divine Ability realm. Now, Ling Yun cast the Thunder God finger. No matter how confused Long Haran was, he could already see the power of lightning in Ling Yun's body, but what he couldn't figure out was how the power of lightning in Ling Yun's body came from. Could it be that he has supernatural powers, and his body is born with lightning? And not counting the above, now Ling Yun can wave his hands into formation. Although Long Haran passed various channels, it has long been clear that Ling Yun understands formations, but waving his hands to form formations, what kind of concept is that? As for what kind of formation it is, even Long Haran has never seen it, let alone be able to see through the mystery of the formation. What Long Haran didn't expect the most was that Ling Yun's magic weapon of space could contain more than 100 large shot balls with a diameter of half a meter. Thinking about it this way, how big is the space inside Ling Yun's magic weapon of space? Thinking of this, even Long Haran's eyes showed a hint of envy that couldn't be concealed. It is a magic weapon of space, a treasure that all monks in the world dream of. I really don't know what expression will be on Long Haran's face when he realizes that the important people around Ling Yun almost have a space ring in their hands. Ling Yun's comprehensive combat power is really too strong, and his cards are endless. Long Haran put his hands behind his back, shook his head and said with emotion, "These 5 people in the Tian group below are really in big trouble, and Ling Yun is about to defeat them one by one." On the side, Yi Qingxin, who was standing on the flying sword, looked at it with gusto. Her beautiful eyes were bright, and she asked with a light smile, "Long Haran, now you dare to say that if you and Ling Yun face each other, you are sure can you win for sure?" Long Haran pretended to be paying attention to the battle below, and simply avoided answering this question. But Yi Qingxin deliberately said, "As far as the comprehensive strength that Chong Ling Yun has shown now, he is even capable of fighting against a 5th-level supernatural power master. It seems that it is not difficult for him to surpass you. What's wrong?" In the battlefield below, Chen Jingxian was waving the purple-gold spear, chasing and killing Ling Yun with all his strength, but who knew, caught off guard, Ling Yun waved his hands into formation, and the 4 different directions around the two of them suddenly turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. He suddenly turned pale with shock. The other 4 masters of the Sky Group were all trapped by the sudden white mist. Speaking of which, 3 days ago, that is, the night of the 27th, didn't Ling Yun bring 500 large shot puts to the compound of the Deep House and arrange it? Where did he get so many big shot puts? It turned out that Ling Yan did make some arrangements that night. Ling Yan's original idea was to lay out the formations first, but not focus on the formations. When the battle started, when he needed it, he would set up the formations in an instant, so that all kinds of large formations could take effect immediately. But after setting it up, he found that so many large shot puts placed around this deep house compound were too obtrusive and too conspicuous. Because any formation, no matter whether it is formed or not, as long as it has a prototype, the placement of various formation materials will reflect a certain arrangement law. As long as there is a caring person, they can see the problem with a glance. The Ling family wanted to inform the Sunchen Alliance of the decisive battle location 3 days in advance. Ling Yan thought that 3 days would be enough time for the Sunchen Alliance to check the place thoroughly. Destroy clean. Ling Yan thought about it, since he already has the ability to raise his hands to form a formation, he might as well simply store these big shot balls in the space ring, and when the time comes, if needed, he can immediately deploy the formation and catch the enemy by surprise. It was precisely after thinking clearly about this point that Ling Yan did not arrange the formation 3 days ago, and this heaven-defying scene just now appeared. In the decisive battle of life and death, although Chen Jingxian was exhaustive, Ling Yan was even more thoughtful and made every move. Now, let me see how many of you bully the few. Kill. After the formation was completed, Ling Yan knew that the opportunity was too late to come again. He no longer avoided Chen Jingxuan's pursuit, but took advantage of the moment when the other party was stunned. He turned around suddenly, performed shape-changing, and came to Chen Jingxian in no time. Cut the world with a knife. Ling Yan's saber technique was used to the extreme at this moment. The saber is extremely domineering and fierce. Not good. Chen Jingxian turned pale with fright, and in a panic, he hurriedly slashed his gun, holding the barrel of the Zijing gun with both hands, facing Ling Yan's blade, and slammed it fiercely. At the same time, he didn't forget to use his innate body-protecting Zhenqi to the limit to counter Ling Yan's terrifying sword. Clang! This was Ling Yan's powerful and heavy knife, which shocked Chen Jingxian until his mouth bled, and his blood was surging, but at any rate, he blocked Ling Yan's sure-kill knife with all his strength. Chen Jingxian knew that he was invincible, so he used his strength to fly back. Slash the world with anger. Ling Yan gained power and was relentless, his figure flickered, and he teleported again, holding the knife in both hands, flew up, and continued to chop down on the top of Chen Jingxuan's head. From Chen Jingxuan's point of view, a thin black line appeared in the sky in front of his eyes, as if a thin slit was torn in the void, and it was about to engulf him in an instant. That was the black blade and blade screen cut out by the blade of the dark blood demon knife. Golden bell cover. Sun Luoyin. At the moment of life and death, Chen Jingxian was horrified that he displayed 2 special skills at once. I saw a golden cover instantly appearing outside Chen Jingxuan's body, like a real big clock, spinning rapidly, enveloping him. At the same time, Chen Jingxian once again held the purple gold gun horizontally with both hands to resist Ling Yan's blade, and his tall and thin figure flickered one after another, trying to avoid Ling Yan's knife. Ling Yan's knife was really terrifying. Chen Jingxian hid as much as he could, and never wanted to take it head-on. However, Ling Yan's rage slashing the world is the most powerful killing move among Mietian saber techniques. It is definitely not as simple as cutting down with a volley. No matter how the opponent dodges, that knife will fall. Unless the opponent's lightness, kung fu and momentum are stronger than Ling Yan's, and he can't be locked by the sword. Clang! Boom! Sure enough, even though Chen Jingxuan's movement was like a ghost, this knife still came to the top of his head, and Ling Yan's blade slashed hard into the barrel of Chen Jingxuan's purple gold gun. At the same time, the blade of the dark blood demon knife naturally slashed hard at Chen Jingxuan's golden bell cover. What? Ling Yan's invincible knife almost cut off the thick gun barrel of Chen Jingxuan's arm, and the knife gang almost split Chen Jingxuan's golden bell cover. Chen Jingxian uttered a miserable cry on the spot, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He felt numb in his arms. The two tigers' mouths burst open again, and blood flowed from his hands. Puff. Chen Jingxian looked up to the sky and spewed out a big mouthful of blood, which stained the golden bell cover outside his body red, and the blood was spotted everywhere. Chen Jingxian suffered a lot of internal and external injuries with Ling Yan's knife. "I'll kill you later." At this time, Ling Yan happened to push Chen Jingxian to the edge of a cloudy sky maze. He left the injured Chen Jingxian alone and rushed into the cloudy sky maze. What Long Haren said is correct. Ling Yan's arrangement of the cloudy sky maze is to break through each one, divide, and kill them. Such a maze of heaven, for the masters of the first level of supernatural powers, can trap them for a while at most. Even if these masters of the sky group trigger the formation and trigger the killing formation, they still cannot really hurt them. Ling Yan is racing against time. He must race against the clock. What Ling Yan rushed into was the cloudy sky maze that trapped Ziyu. Of course, the persimmon had to be pinched softly. Ziyu Jinren had been injured just now, and he was an offensive player, incomparable to Master Zhikong in terms of defense, so Ling Yan picked him first. Another point is that Ling Yan has fought against the Kunlun sword sect before, so he has a basic understanding of the Kunlun sword sect's skills. At this time, Master Ziyu was trapped in the formation. He was holding a long sword in his hand. Facing the white mist around him, his eyes were full of vigilance, and he was thinking hard about how to break through the formation. Of course Master Ziyu knew that this was a formation, so once he was trapped, he didn't take another step. Ling Yunfei entered the formation. Master Ziyu couldn't see him, but he saw where Master Ziyu was standing in an instant. Ling Yan was secretly happy, and within a flash of his figure, he came half a meter away from Ziyu's side. Kill. To be continued. Really big orgasm, tied. It's the last day of July, ask for a monthly pass. Of course it was impossible for Ling Yan to say kill from his mouth. In that case, wouldn't he be warning the enemy? Even before Ling Yan made the move, he didn't show even a trace of killing intent, and for the convenience of assassination, once he entered the formation, even the weapon in his hand was replaced with the magic sword Dark Storm. The enemy is clear and the enemy is dark, silent, and surprises, This is the meaning of Ling Yan's arrangement of the cloudy sky maze. Ling Yan used the Shadowless Kill and Thunderbolt Kill in the 9-kill sword technique. The 9-kill sword art is Ling Yan's ultimate sword art. There are 10 moves in total. If you want to use it effectively, the person who strikes must have a killing intent. Only with the intention of killing in one's heart can one use the 9-kill sword technique. Of course Ling Yan has the intention of killing Master Ziyu, but now that his spiritual consciousness is strong, he can completely control the fluctuation of his killing intent, and can avoid the other party's detection before making a move. But even so, due to the vigilance of a first-level supernatural power master, Master Ziyu still sensed the danger. He felt a warning sign in his heart, and the sword energy from years of hard work instantly permeated his whole body, forming a strong defense. However, these are all in vain, purely useless work. Ling Yan used 2 swords against Master Ziyu, and Master Ziyu could only block one sword in his haste. Ling Yan's lightning strike pierced Ziyu's defense almost instantly, and then the magic sword Dark Storm directly pierced his chest and penetrated his body. If Master Ziyu hadn't twisted his body desperately at the critical moment, Ling Yan's sword would have pierced Master Ziyu's heart directly. What? Master Ziyu was seriously injured. He let out a scream in an instant, and at the same time retreated violently regardless of the severe pain in his body and everything else. Ling Yan didn't chase after him, but let the real Ziyu's body be pulled away from the magic sword. This movement of his naturally triggered the formation of the cloudy sky maze, and the maze turned into a killing formation. 2 large shot balls rose from the ground, rushed from behind him, and slammed into his body. Bang bang. After 2 beeps, Ziyu's seriously injured body was knocked back by those two big shot puts. Puff. Master Ziyu vomited blood, knowing that he was in great trouble. His eyes were about to burst, and he shouted loudly, "What a vicious little thief! I want to die with you." Having said that, he still can't find where Ling Yun is, so he can only hold the sword with both hands, stabbing and slashing in front of him. Of course it was impossible for Ling Yun to be stabbed by him. His eyes were indifferent, his figure kept flickering, and every step he took was hidden in a formation. Brush. The next moment, Ling Yun suddenly appeared next to Master Ziyu, and he ruthlessly drew his sword. Chi. Ling Yun slashed out with a sword, and this time, directly cut off Ziyu's arms. Ziyu's arms were broken at the elbow, and blood was sprayed wildly. Use your true energy. Boom. The next moment, Ling Yun's right hand directly landed on Ziyu's chest, and the yin and yang Zhenqi vortex in the dantian reversed, absorbing the innate qi of Ziyu crazily. The cloudy sky maze not only isolates people's sight, but also isolates sound. He is in the formation, so he can do whatever he wants. After Ling Yun reached the middle stage of the third level of qi training, now he is using the method of absorbing energy. The speed is unimaginably fast. In just a dozen or so breaths, Ling Yun sucked away all of Ziyu's innate true energy, and turned it into his own yin-yang true energy. This left Ling Yun with less than 30% of his skill left, and recovered to 70% in an instant. Above. You, fruit, true, yes, devil. By this time, Master Ziyu was dying. He stared at Ling Yun with his red eyes angrily, gritted his teeth, and said every word. It's nothing more than life and death, you shouldn't come tonight. Ling Yun said something to Master Ziyu indifferently, and then said, I will send you on your way. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun spat out the force of his palm, which instantly shattered Ziyu's heart. He didn't cut off Ziyu's head, but left him with a whole body. Next, with a sweep of Ling Yun's consciousness, he put the silver talisman in Ziyu's arms and the treasure bag on his body into his taishu ring. There are several bottles of pills in Ziyu's treasure bag, as well as many other items, as well as the silver talisman, but unfortunately he was killed by Ling Yun before he could use it. Another good sword. In the end, Ling Yun didn't forget to put the sword that Master Ziyu dropped on the ground into Taishu's ring, and then he flew out of this cloudy sky maze. From when Ling Yun entered this cloudy sky maze to when he killed Ziyu and came out, it took only half a minute. Boom 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 boom. As soon as Ling Yun came out, he immediately felt the ground tremble around him, literally shaking the mountains. In the three groups of mist, there were faint whistling and shouting sounds from time to time, which could not be separated even by the cloudy sky maze. Ling Yun knew that it was the other three masters who were trapped by the big formation breaking the formation, and at this time, Chen Jingxuan's figure disappeared, and he didn't know which cloudy sky maze he entered to help break the formation. However, these are all indifferent to Ling Yun. He has no problem with 1 against 5, let alone 1-on-1 or 1-on-2. Ling Yun raised his eyes to sweep, and the flash of thought made some calculations, and he flew into another cloudy sky maze. What is trapped in this maze of heaven and earth is the Taoist Lai Hua of Longhu Mountain. Subduing the dragon and subduing the tiger, with clear ears and eyesight. 10,000 dermas are inviolable. At this time, Raging Hua Taoist was trapped in the big formation, but he showed no fear. He used the Long Hushan Taoism, and within 3 meters of his body, everything was clear, and the thick white mist could not invade him at all. While using the sword art, the real Raging Fire urges the Tianchi sword and the Qingying Feijian to entangle and fight, and at the same time swings the dust whisk, knocking away the big shot balls that are rushing away from time to time. At this time, 5 or 6 large shot balls had already been blown into the distance by the real Agni, and he would be able to break out of the formation in just 1 more minute, and this large formation could not trap him at all. But at this moment, Ling Yun rushed in. Kill. Looking at the scene in the formation, Lingyan knew that time was running out, his heart tightened, and he held the magic sword to kill the real person Li Hua without hesitation. Thunderbolt kill. Heartbreaking kill. Soul-breaking kill. Sky-shattering kill. Lingyan didn't hide it this time, his killing intent was soaring, and he was unceremonious, and immediately used the 4 moves in the 9-kill sword art. Rage Hua naturally resisted desperately. He frantically swung his fly whisk to protect his vitals, and wanted to entangle Lingyan's magic sword. However, when it comes to fighting alone, how can Taoist Li Hua be the opponent of Lingyan now? What's more, Lingyan had just beheaded Master Ziyu, and absorbed all of Ziyu's skills, his murderous aura was at its peak. Chi-chi. Immortal Li Hua was hit by 2 swords very quickly, his Taoist robe was cut by the magic sword, and 2 huge cuts were cut on his body, and the bones were deeply visible. If it wasn't for Lingyan not wanting to touch the formation, he had to follow the movement of the muddy sky formation every step, and his movement was restricted. With the few strikes just now, Taoist Li Hua would have lost at least 1 arm. Crack! Taoist Agni was injured, he flew back, and at the same time knocked away the 2 large shot puts rushing towards him with his fly whisk. What a vicious little thief! Dare you dare to fight, it's a fair fight. Raging Fire Taoist roared angrily, he felt that he had suffered a great loss by beating like this. He is indeed extremely depressed now, not only has to deal with the impact of a heavy shot put of hundreds of caddies, but also has to control the Tianchi sword to block the Qingying Feijian all the time. Lingyan sneered, you are really interesting, when you 5 beat me just now, why didn't you say it was a fair fight? Immediately, Raging Hua Taoist was speechless, he took out a purple talisman without hesitation, and this time he took out a purple talisman. Lingyan's pupils shrank suddenly, he saw it clearly, it turned out to be a body talisman. Sure enough, after taking out the body-fixing talisman, the next moment, Raging Hua Taoist used all his body skills and rushed towards Lingyan desperately. The immobilization talisman can only be effective if it is attached to the target's body, or at least used within a certain range around the target's body, so Raging Fire Taoist has to try his best to get close to Lingyan. At this time, the real Li Hua seemed to have felt that he was in a catastrophe, and he was desperately trying his best. However, how could Lingyan allow him to stick this talisman on his body? Boom! Lingyan did not hesitate to burn 3 drops of divine energy again, and at the same time, with a movement of his divine sense, a small smaller than the tip of a needle flashed out from between his eyebrows. Seal of King. As soon as the human king seal came out, it instantly became the size of a meter square and weighed at least 2,000 caddies. This is Lingyan's trump card. Town. Brush. Human Wang Yin suddenly flew to the top of the head of Raging Hua, and smashed him on the head. Boom! The big seal of 1,000 caddies solidly smashed on the head of the Raging Hua Taoist who was rushing madly, directly smashing the head of the Raging Hua Taoist into a paste, and his brains burst. At the same time, Raging Fire's body, from the waist down, was crushed into the ground by the huge impact force, and he couldn't move. Real Li Hua was instantly killed by Lingyan with 1 move, and his death was worse than that of Ziyu. Such a good talisman, don't use it, it's a waste anyway. As he was speaking, Lingyan put away the king's seal, and then he raised his hand to grab the immobilization amulet held by Raging Hua Taoist in his hand, and put it into the Taishu ring. Clang! As soon as Raging Fire Taoist died, the Heavenly Master Sword naturally lost control and fell directly to the ground, and was also taken into Lingyan's hands and put into Taishu's ring. Lingyan stepped forward and took the treasure bag of Raging Hua Taoist, and his consciousness was swept away. Haha, I really made a lot of money this time. I didn't expect that the real Li Hua has so many auxiliary treasures on him. There are far more treasures in Raging Fire than in Ziyu. In the treasure bag, there are not only dozens of bottles of various pills, but also hundreds of silver talismans, and even 9 purple talismans, as well as a secret book of Taoism in Longhu Mountain. Ling Yun is a master of alchemy, and with a glance of his spiritual sense, he knew that the worst of those pills was the dragon tiger pill. Of course he knew that he had made a lot of money this time. 10 purple talismans, hundreds of silver talismans, dozens of bottles of pills that are no worse than dragon and tiger pills, a celestial master sword, and a copy of Dragon and Tiger Mountain Taoist manual. Having harvested so many treasures at once, Ling Yun couldn't help muttering to himself, how deep is the foundation of Longhu Mountain? It seems that it is right to kill Master Lai Hua first, otherwise, once these pills and talismans are used by those few people, I will have to fight hard again. Finally, Ling Yun shook his head and sighed, it's just a pity that raging was innate qi. To be continued. Hey, I can't let everyone wait in vain, another chapter has been updated. Let's take it as the first update on the 31st, the plot is so cool, ask for a monthly pass. Fourth update on the 31st. After Ling Yun instantly killed Reverend Lai Hua, he got so many treasures all at once, yet he was still not satisfied, and was still thinking about Reverend Lai Sun's skill. It's really a pity, but Ling Yun doesn't care if he kills them all. After the baptism of tonight's life and death battle, Ling Yun feels that he may reach the peak of the 3rd level of qi training at any time. Yuan, he does not lack this innate innocence. After killing Master Ziyu and Master Li Hua, Ling Yun instantly felt the pressure in his heart relieved. It was really difficult to fight with 5 people joining forces just now, but now there are only 3 people left on the other side. As for the remaining 3 people, even if they joined forces at their peak state, it would not be enough for him to kill alone, not to mention that both Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong were injured. With a movement of Ling Yun's divine mind, he returned the big shot puts that had been blown away to their original positions, and arranged the cloudy sky maze again. Then he looked relaxed, his figure flashed, and the people rushed out. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Ling Yun came out, he saw 6 or 7 big shot puts flying all over the sky. Some of the shot puts were smashed into discus and became strange shapes. That is the cloudy maze that traps Master Zhikong. It seems that Chen Jingxian entered this big formation to help Zhikong break through the formation. He is indeed a best friend in life and death. As for the big formation that trapped Di Yutong of the Heavenly Sword sect in the Tianshan Mountains, there was a lot of shouting inside at this time, and from time to time, a shot ball was split in half and sent flying into the distance. Ling Yun looked at the white mist in this large formation, and found that the dense fog had weakened by 40%. He knew in his heart that this was because the formation became unstable after the shot ball was smashed or knocked into the air, and the effect began to be reduced. As for the big formation that trapped Master Zhikong, with the help of Chen Jingxian, the 2 of them worked together to smash the big formation to pieces, and they were about to break through the formation. The white mist there was already very thin, and Ling Yun had even seen Master Zhikong and Chen Jingxian. But he didn't bother to pay attention to these 2 people at all, and let them break out. With a flash of Ling Yun's figure, he rushed into the formation, trapping Di Yutong again. Di Yutong's body skills are superb. After he was trapped, he didn't delay for a moment, he always looked for a direction and rushed out, only thinking of rushing out of the formation with the fastest speed. Shut up. It's a pity that when the killing formation was activated, the big shot balls in the formation flew towards him non-stop from all directions, and slammed into him fiercely. Di Yutong had to swing the sword in his hand to split or shake the flying big shot balls. Even if it is a master at the peak of the 2nd level of supernatural powers, it will take at least 3 to 5 minutes to break out of this cloudy maze. Di Yutong can only be trapped in it even if he is desperate. When Ling Yun came in, he found that many large shot balls had been split into 2 or even 3 halves by Di Yutong, but they were still functioning, flying up non-stop, hitting and blocking Di Yutong. This is the supreme beauty of the cloudy sky maze, And it is also the reason why Ling Yun chose the big shot put instead of the boulder. A huge boulder can be crushed by the palm of an innate master, and it is useless after being scattered all over the ground, but the big shot put is different, it can be split or flattened, but it just cannot be crushed. Therefore, even if Du Yutong tried his best, he could only slowly weaken the effect of this formation bit by bit, but it was difficult to rush out in a short time. However, just when Du Yutong noticed that the thick fog had thinned and he felt a ray of dawn, Ling Yun came in. Du Yutong, what do you think of the power of my formation? Ling Yun was still holding the magic sword Darkstorm, and walked in so slowly. He looked at Du Yutong, who was already sweating profusely, and asked lightly. You little bastard, if you have the ability to let me out, I will fight you one-on-one. As the dense fog thinned, Du Yutong saw a figure suddenly appearing in the formation, and immediately knew that it was Ling Yun who had come in, so he couldn't help gritting his teeth and said. Hee, you can't get out, but I can guarantee that you will not die tonight. Of course Ling Yun would not kill Du Yutong, because Qin Qiuyue was still at the Heavenly Sword sect in Tianshan, and he wanted to capture Du Yutong alive as a bargaining chip in exchange for his mother's safe return. Du Yutong calmed down in an instant. He knew what happened to his junior sister Di Xiaoshan, and he could naturally hear the subtext in Ling Yun's words. Du Yutong swung his sword again and again, chopping away the shot puts hitting him, and said. Ling Yun, we have never seen each other before tonight, and there is no enmity between you and me. I am here tonight, just for the sake of friends, and to help friends. How about this, you let me go out now. I promise to leave immediately after I go out, and don't care about his Qin family's affairs anymore. What do you think? Du Yutong thought about lightning, and began to change into a discussing tone, discussing with Ling Yun. Ling Yun stood with his sword in his hand. He couldn't help laughing, and soon his smile faded. Du Yutong, you shouldn't have come tonight. If you don't come, you have already had a grudge against me, let alone you have already come already? There is indeed no enmity between Ling Yun and Du Yutong. However, before coming to the capital, Ling Yun already knew from Qin Chongqing what happened to his mother, Qin Qiuyue. In order to save Qin Qiuyue from the sea of suffering, and to vent her anger on Qin Qiuyue's behalf, Ling Yun would do anything. Now that Du Yutong was right in front of him, it was as if he had been sent to his door. How could Ling Yun let him go after listening to his few words? Du Yutong continued to split the flying shot put. He said in a deep voice, I don't understand what you mean. Ling Yun smiled coldly. You can pretend to be confused now. After tonight, I think you will understand soon. When Du Yutong heard this, he knew that it was impossible to leave calmly tonight. He had already seen through the mist in front of his eyes, and vaguely saw two figures breaking through the formation and flying towards this side. That is of course Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong. Kill. Du Yutong suddenly became violent. He raised his skill to the limit, and once again used the technique of the Heavenly Sword to attack Ling Yun. He shouted loudly, obviously using a unique technique. His voice actually pierced through the formation and pierced the sky, obviously reminding Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong that Ling Yun is here. Useless. Covered by Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness, he naturally saw that the two had already broken out of the formation, but he did not rush, directly opened the Hunyuanichi shield, and then rushed straight towards Du Yutong. This time, Du Yutong released 28 heavenly swords in one breath, and those heavenly swords came to Ling Yun in an instant, and all of them pierced Ling Yun's Hunyuanichi shield, but were blocked by life, still unable to penetrate. Ling Yun was under heavy siege, and even Du Yutong couldn't break through Ling Yun's Hunyuanichi shield when he was surrounded by many people, let alone the two of them fighting alone now. It is still the 9-kill sword art. Shadow kill. Thunder kill. At this moment, Ling Yun turned into all his body, and launched a stormy attack on Du Yutong from all directions. Ling Yun simply ignored Du Yutong's heavenly sword attack. Even, this time, he did not hesitate to let himself trigger the heavenly maze, just to severely injure his opponent in the shortest possible time. Anyway, those shot balls were almost smashed by Du Yutong. and Ling Yan now has a xuanhuan qi shield to protect him, so he is not afraid of formation attacks at all. Chi 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 chi. Hearing the sound of rapid cutting, Di Yutong cried out in agony. He was stabbed by the magic sword and scratched many places on his body. Every wound on his body was deeply visible. A hamstring. Ling Yan withdrew his sword. Boom. Di Yutong turned into a blood man in an instant. He let go and threw the sword, and then was knocked away by half a shot ball flying towards him. After he was seriously injured and fell to the ground, the chi swords he released naturally lost their offensive form, and all became scattered, and could no longer condense into a sword shape. Suck. Ling Yan immediately operated the method of absorbing energy, absorbing all the scattered sword energy around his body into his body, turning it into his own yin and yang true energy. B sword chi are at least the 80% power obtained from Di Yutong's cultivation. After Ling Yan turned all the sword chi into his own Zhen chi, he felt that the Zhen chi in his body was full instantly, especially in the dantian, where the yin and yang Zhen chi was densely concentrated and condensed into a drop of liquid. This drop of liquid is not yin yang true chi, but yin yang gang chi. Without Ling Yan urging it, it will automatically become gang. Stellar Qi is the extremely concentrated form of true Qi, which is naturally one level higher than true Qi. After it is formed automatically, it is almost indestructible. Otherwise, how could the gas be so visible to the naked eye? Ling Yan looked inside, and when he saw the drop of liquid appear, he was overjoyed, and hurriedly borrowed the magic power of xuanhuan burning, and he did not hesitate to condense that drop of yin-yang qi into the shape of a sword. This is of course the yin-yang gang qi sword. Tonight, Ling Yan absorbed too much innate Zhen qi, especially the two people who absorbed Ziyu and Di Yutong just now. These two people cultivate sword qi. After being absorbed into Ling Yan's body, even if it turned into yin and yang true qi, but it was still sword qi. But at this time, Ling Yan's dantian was full, and the true energy in his dantian was compressed to the extreme. The true energy turned into a gang, and Ling Yan seized the opportunity to directly condense the yin-yang gang qi sword. Ha 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 ha, so pure sword energy, thank you for the gift. In tonight's battle, Ling Yan's harvest is really too great, there are no surprises. Di Yutong lay powerless on the ground, watching Ling Yan absorb the sword energy he had cultivated so hard, his heart ached and he wanted to go crazy. The wound on the body hurts, and the heart hurts even more. However, Ling Yan absorbed his sword qi in this way because he released it himself. Di Yutong's dantian is empty, but his realm will not drop. After a year or so, he can still cultivate it. Of course, even Di Yutong himself knew that this was impossible. Chi 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 chi. Ling Yan sent out more than a dozen finger winds one after another, and used the 5-element pulse-cutting finger to seal the wound on Di Yutong's body, preventing him from bleeding to death. Kill. At this moment, Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong arrived, and they rushed directly into this cloudy maze. Haha, go out and play with you guys. With a flash of Ling Yan's figure, he dodged the purple gold spear stabbed by Chen Jingxian, and he lifted Di Yutong, who was unable to move, and flew out. To be continued. The second update on the 31st. This was written by Lao Bu in one breath after staying up all night. There are at least 2 updates today. If everyone's monthly pass is strong, there may be 5 changes in total. Ask for a monthly pass. Ling Yan carried Di Yutong, and after flying out of the almost abolished formation, he immediately rushed into the cloudy sky maze that trapped Daoist Liehua. Now, only this large formation is intact, and it is suitable for temporarily placing Di Yutong. Crack. As soon as he entered the formation, Ling Yan first took off Di Yutong's chin to prevent him from biting his tongue and committing suicide. Of course, according to Di Yutong's character, he might not be willing to commit suicide. Ling Yan did it just in case. Boom. Then Ling Yan casually threw Di Yutong into the formation, and said with a smile, You stay here with the dead body of the real Liehua for a while, and we can talk about it after I finish taking care of those two people. Diyu Tong was trembling all over. He had more than a dozen acupoints sealed, his dantian was also sealed, he couldn't move at all, he couldn't speak, he couldn't even commit suicide, he could only let Ling Yun manipulate him. Don't bother, you can't open that acupuncture point. Ling Yun smiled and said one more sentence, then his figure flickered, and he flew out of the formation again. Little bastard Ling Yun. What have you done to Reverend Liehua, Reverend Ziyu, and Diyu Tong? At this time, Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong had already rushed out of the formation, waiting for Ling Yun in the battlefield. The big formation that trapped Diyu Tong was almost destroyed. The two dared to rush in, naturally to rescue Diyu Tong. The two of them didn't dare to push forward. Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong saw that there was no movement in the other two large formations, and they had already sensed something was wrong at this time. They were anxious in their hearts, and after waiting for a while, seeing Ling Yun finally rushed out, they couldn't help shouting violently. You still need to ask? 2 dead and 1 wounded. Master Ziyu and Master Liehua have already been killed by me. As for Diyu Tong, I don't need to say more. You all saw his appearance just now. Ling Yun stood still 3 feet in front of the two of them, looked at Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong's panic-stricken look, and said calmly. Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong are really in a mess now. The two of them. The former was slashed twice by Ling Yun, and the latter was hit by Ling Yun's Thunder God finger, and then received a Tiangang Fumo fist by Ling Yun. They were both injured a lot, and later Chen Jingxian went to help Zhikong. The master broke the formation. These two smashed 19 big shot puts with all their strength, and they were able to break through the formation. Can they not be embarrassed? Not to mention anything else, even the purple gold gun in Chen Jingxuan's hand now has a bent barrel. Of course it was hit by a big shot put. Of course, Master Zhikong's golden Zen staff is not much better. What? You dare to kill the people of Huaxia group? How courageous. Ba. When Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong heard Ling Yun say that Master Ziyu and Master Liehua were dead, they immediately became furious. Especially Chen Jingxian, his anger was fake, his real reaction was actually a chill in his heart. The general trend is over. Chen Jingxian, don't put a hat on me there, what's wrong with the people of the Tianzu? This is a battle of life and death. Since they are willing to help you, they should be ready to die. Furthermore, after the third battle, your Sunchen alliance had already lost. I told you to admit defeat obediently and commit suicide, but in the end you refused to admit defeat. First of all, you broke the rules and insisted on putting me to death, before you were willing. The 5 of you teamed up to beat one of me, just kill me, but in the end your people were killed by me, and you started to use the Tianzu to suppress people? How funny! Ling Yun immediately counterattacked. He talked eloquently, and every word he said made sense, and he had reason. Of course he didn't care about Chen Jingxuan's random labeling. You. Chen Jingxian was choked up by Ling Yun's few words, speechless at all. According to his original plan, at this time, he must immediately arrange for someone to make a phone call to contact the Tian group, so that the stronger masters of the Tian group will come forward to suppress Ling Yun. It's a pity that Ling Yun had figured this out a long time ago, and he directly asked Mr. Chao to take action to completely block the communication signals in this mountainous area. This place has completely lost contact with the outside world and has become a closed area. Miscalculation on this point almost made Chen Jingxian want to cry. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If they want to leave now, there is only one way, to fight Ling Yun to the death, fight out. By this time, of course, it is no longer possible to fight alone. Chen Jingxian glanced around, then exhaled suddenly, and shouted violently, "Where is the dead man of the Chen family?" Exist. Inside and outside the deep house compound, there were hundreds of shouts erupting at the same time in more than a dozen places. For a while, figures were shaking everywhere, and many black-clothed and masked dead soldiers began to emerge from their hiding places. They were holding swords and other weapons, flying towards here. In the decisive battle tonight, Chen Jingtian, Chen Haipeng, and other important members of the Chen family did not come, but Chen Jingxian brought most of the dead soldiers of the Chen family. Ling Yan sighed in his heart. He knew that the next thing was to really kill people. A dead man is a dead man, just like the Ling family's dead man. The Chen family's dead man is now facing Ling Yun. Even though they know they are invincible, they will still be desperate, throwing away life and death, just to protect the Lord. In the face of these dead men, Ling Yun could not hold back his hands, let alone show mercy, because he knew that among the dead men of the Chen family, the lowest realm was also on the 9th floor of Hotian. As long as the patriarch of the Chen family gives an order, they will still assassinate the members of the Ling family. That's back to the mountain. Of course it is impossible for Ling Yun to be kind to a woman at this time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him not to let the 5 blood races he brought join the battle from the very beginning, but let them guard all the roads out of the valley and not let anyone leave. After nearly 100 dead soldiers of the Chen family gathered around, the corners of Chen Jingshuan's mouth twitched, and a look of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly turned his head. Sun Jinwu, it's already time. If you don't fight with your back, how long are you planning to complain? After seeing Ling Yun's mighty and invincible performance, Sun Jinwu raised hopes in his heart several times, but in the end they all fell through, and now his heart is ashamed. Just now, when Ling Yun was engaged in a life-and-death battle with Chen Jingxian and other 5 members of the Tian group, he had secretly issued an order to send the dead men of the family to escape from this valley to report the news. Unfortunately, all the dead men, without exception, he was shot dead by 5 blood clans on the spot. The blood clan is the master of the night. Now, the 5 blood clan servants of Ling Yun, even Paul and Jester, who are the lowest in rank, have advanced to the peak of the Earl, and they guard the main roads in and out of the valley. Have a chance to escape? Sun Jinwu was in a state of desperation. When he heard Chen Jingshuan slap in the face, he raised his head in a daze, and glanced at Chen Jingxian. There was not even a trace of fighting intent on that old face. Tonight, Ling Yan has been crazily crushing experts from all walks of life. He has already completely broken Sun Jinwu's confidence. Sun Jinwu, you are also the patriarch of the Sun family. We have come here to fight a life-and-death battle, and we have already put life and death aside. Now, our 2 families are in great danger, and we can only choose to fight with our backs. Chen Jingxian is shouting. After saying this sentence, Chen Jingxian suddenly switched to using sound transmission to enter the secret. Old Sun, don't forget that we still have a final plan. Let's let the 2 dead men work together to trap Ling Yun to death here first, and then. Chen Jingxian gritted his teeth suddenly. When things can't be done, we will die together with this little bastard. Anyway, we have already arranged everything outside. At this time, don't let the old man look down on you. After listening to these few words, Sun Jinwu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, nothing can be done, they still have a final plan. Perish together. Sun Jinwu suddenly flew up from the ground, sweeping his face full of despair. He suddenly shouted, "Where are the dead soldiers of the Sun family? Come out for me, fight to the end. Exist." Following Sun Jinwu's order, the dead soldiers of the Sun family also emerged from their hiding places, rushed into the battlefield, and joined the dead soldiers of the Chen family to fight the whole family. Soon, crowds gathered around Ling Yun, and those black-clothed and masked soldiers from the Sun and Chen families surrounded the entire battlefield like an iron bucket, which was impenetrable. Ling Yun swept his consciousness and found that the combined number of these 2 dead men was nearly 130 people, more than the goddamn killers he killed here at the beginning. And that's not counting the ones that have been killed. However, Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness enveloped the audience at this moment. And he also noticed that there were 5 people hidden in some extremely secret places in the Deep House compound at this time, and those people stayed quietly in their places and did not come out. It seems that Chen Jingxian still has a plan. Ling Yan immediately understood that those people should be Chen Jingxuan's last trump card. However, there are people in the Sun Chen alliance, but there are also people in Ling Yan, and all of them are elite soldiers and strong generals. Now that these dead soldiers are gathered here, they will definitely not go out to report. As long as these people don't leave this mountainous area, then Ling Yan's 5 blood servants naturally don't need to continue guarding the main traffic road. You all come down and fight with me. Ling Yan suddenly used Shenlong Shao. He opened his mouth and shouted violently, shaking the entire valley, buzzing, and echoes everywhere. Fluff. Hearing Ling Yan's call, the 5 blood clans who could no longer hold back immediately flapped their wings and flew down from the top of the 5 dangerous peaks. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Tonight, the 5 blood races have always maintained the state of human-shaped big birds, and they all landed beside Ling Yan almost instantly. Beside Ling Yan, there seemed to be 5 more giant demon gods. Boss. After landing, the 5 blood servants, headed by Edward, greeted Ling Yan one by one with extremely respectful expressions. Tonight, you can kill as much as you want. I only have one sentence. From now on, don't let any of these people go. Ling Yan didn't use sound transmission to enter the secret, and now, this life and death battle has entered the final fight. What is needed is morale. Of course there is no need for sound transmission to enter the secret. Kill me. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he immediately flew up and rushed towards Chen Jingxian first. Chen family slain, kill me. Chen Jingxian swung the purple gold gun in the air, shouted violently, and then, together with Master Zhikong, met Ling Yan. In the valley, Ling Yan and the troops of the Sun Chen alliance launched a final fight, and the sound of killing was loud. To be continued. The 3rd update on the 31st. Halo, I'm really sorry, hurry up, it's still updated after midnight, and the 4th update is at 2:30. Clank. Ling Yan stabbed 3 times in a row, forcing Chen Jingxian to parry with his spear horizontally. These 3 stabs hit the thick barrel of the Zijin spear without any tricks, causing Chen Jingxuan's smashed figure to fly back. Then Ling Yan's magic sword Dark Storm in his right hand suddenly flicked, abruptly knocking away the golden Zen staff thrown by Master Zhikong. Fuck, what kind of medicine did these 2 people take just now? Why did they suddenly become so violent again? Ling Yan rushed forward. He took the initiative to fight Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong with 1 against 2, but after several rounds of fighting, after a dozen or so moves, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because these 2 people were already physically injured, and they had just broken out of the cloudy sky maze, so they should be at the end of their battles now. However, Ling Yan had just absorbed the innate chi of 2 supernatural power masters. He was at the peak of his state, and under the ebb and flow of each other, these 2 people should have no power to parry Ling Yan's frontal attack. But now, Chen Jingxuan's purple golden spear is deployed, opening and closing. Master Zhikong's golden Zen staff is even more powerful, unprecedentedly mighty, and unmatched. Even better than just now. There is no doubt that even if Ling Yan thinks with his toes, he knows that these 2 people must have just swallowed some kind of elixir that can increase their skill or realm in a short period of time. Or, they just used the silver talisman given to them by Raging Fire at the beginning of the battle? The Sun Chen alliance fought a life-and-death battle with the Ling family, and even the masters such as Li Huadaoist who came to help him brought so many treasures with them. Of course, Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong couldn't fight empty-handed. In fact, Ling Yan's guess was right. Chen Jingxian and Master Zhikong not only used the silver talisman given to them by Raging Fire, but also swallowed the Shaolin Temple's secret pill that can quickly restore true energy and even stimulate combat power in a short time. Medicine. The talisman given to these two people by Raging Fire Immortal is the Vigorous Vajra talisman. After using it, the power can be doubled within half an hour, and the elixir they swallowed is the Great Return Elixir of Shaolin Temple. The effect of the Shaolin Great Returning Pill is far higher than that of the Dragon and Tiger Pill. Not only did it replenish the lost chi of the two of them in an instant, but it also brought them to a higher level. It's not just that Ling Yan can replenish the true energy consumed during the battle. Others can too. Of course, Ling Yan relied on his miraculous Dantian to create a self-absorbing method to support fighting. However, Chen Jingxian and Master Ji Kong could only rely on the blessing effect of the talismans and swallowed pills to supplement the true energy they had consumed. Is it fully recovered? And it's stronger than before? But, so what, it won't change anything at all. Ling Yan sneered, and with a flash of thought in his mind, he swung a knife casually, and the dark blood demon knife issued an arc-shaped blade with a radius of 9 meters, cutting off the 6 dead soldiers of the Chen family who rushed forward to protect the Lord. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Ling Yan cut the bodies of the 6 dead men into 2 pieces with just one knife, and steaming blood sprayed out from their broken bodies, instantly dyeing a large area of the ground red. Now, as long as they are masters below the first level of supernatural powers, no one is Ling Yan's one-piece general. He can easily kill them in seconds, even if they are at the peak of the 8th level of innate, or half-step ahead of the 9th level. You 5 pay attention, when you are rushing to kill, don't break into those white mist. After entering, you won't be able to get out for a while. The battle had just begun, but Ling Yan did not forget to use sound transmission to enter the secret to remind the 5 blood servants. Know the boss. Jester was on the rise of killing at this moment. At this moment, his 2 purple eyes were shining, and a pair of wings behind him opened and closed. He rushed through the crowd and just tore the body of a first-tier innate master. These blood races have already seen Ling Yan's cloudy sky maze in Qingshui City and Ling's family. They know how powerful it is, so of course they wouldn't rush into it. The dark cage of blood. Now, Edward, who has reached the peak of the Grand Duke, has finally begun to show his great strength. He suddenly opened his mouth and spewed a mouthful of blood at the crowd in front of him. Then, under the control of the Blood Clan's secret method, he turned into a dark cage with a radius of 5 meters, trapping 7 dead soldiers in an instant. Evil Eye. After the Grand Duke Edward trapped the 7 dead men, he immediately cast the Evil Eye secret technique to attract the 7 men. Blood Spear. Edward didn't bother to control them now, he just stabilized the 7 people for a while, making them lose their ability to resist, and immediately melted a 2-foot-long spear with his own blood. Puff puff puff. Holding the bloody spear in his hand, Edward stabbed directly at the hearts of the 7 people. Just this time, within 7 or 8 seconds, Edward killed 7 people. For this kind of battle, Edward is the favorite now, because with the last experience, he knows that there is no need to be stingy with the blood in his body. With the death of the enemy, he can absorb more and more blood for control. Whoever he learns from, Edward has also learned to support war with war. Coincidentally, the last battle was also in this place, the only difference is that one was in the courtyard and the other was in the square outside the gate of the Shinjai compound. Wow, Satan. Edward was so powerful that he was dumbfounded by the demon Jester who was rampaging through the crowd. Clank. Just when Jester was stunned, a 9-level Hotian master rushed behind him and slashed at his back with a knife. But the next moment, the dead man was dumbfounded, because he went down several times, but Jester was unscathed, and even the clothes on his body were not damaged. Hey hey! Jester turned around suddenly, smiled at the dead man, stretched out his huge palm, and scratched the dead man's head hard. Puff! The dead man didn't even have time to let out a scream before his brain burst. Blood arrow. Acid arrow. At the same time, the two marquises, Pierce and Els, were also rushing to kill each other. As long as they were dead soldiers with a lower level in front of them, they were no opponents at all, and they were instantly killed by them on the spot one after another. Edward, Jester, Paul, Pierce, Els, the 5 blood races, like 5 demon gods rushing out of hell, relying on their strong defense, the natural strength of the blood race, and the speed of coming and going like lightning, coupled with various secret methods of the blood clan, surrounded by many dead men, rushing forward, like a tiger entering a flock, carrying out a one-sided massacre. In just a short time, 20 or 30 dead soldiers have already died in their hands. The situation here has become one-sided. Yes, just kill like this. Be careful not to let anyone escape. Don't worry about those 2 people, leave them to me. Ling Yan was shrouded in spiritual consciousness. Seeing the fighting strength of the 5 blood servants, he immediately felt relieved, so he explained a few words, and then simply ignored them. Kill. With a wave of the magic knife and magic sword in Ling Yan's hand, he sent the 3 innate masters flying in front of him, and then he went straight to Chen Jingxian. Wu. Master Zhikong immediately rushed forward and blocked Ling Yun with a golden Zen stick, but Chen Jingxian was silent, and flew back away from Ling Yun. Admiralty. Impermanence staff. After Master Zhikong shook Ling Yun hard, he immediately cast the golden bell cover, and a golden bell appeared outside his body in an instant, spinning rapidly, enveloping his body, and then he cast the impermanence. The stick technique actually firmly blocked Ling Yun's way. Slash the universe. Slash the world with anger. Slash Huashan. Ling Yun saw that Chen Jingxian took the initiative to avoid him, leaving only Master Zhikong to challenge him one-on-one. Although he was surprised in his heart, he found that Chen Jingxian hadn't done anything in his consciousness, so he didn't bother to chase him down, but directly fought with Zhikong. The masters are fighting in one place. In the battle between Ling Yun and Master Zhikong, except for Chen Jingxian, no one else could interfere at all, because as soon as those dead soldiers approached, they would be chopped to death or blown away by the wind of swords and sticks rolled up by the 2 of them. Ba. The murder of the little benefactor is too heavy. Master Zhikong couldn't help but speak while struggling to resist Ling Yun. Really? Then, as a monk, what's the matter if you beat yourself to death here? Ling Yun was unmoved at all. He had the upper hand at this time, pressing down on Master Zhikong to fight, forcing Master Zhikong to retreat again and again. But Ling Yun didn't make any lore kills, because Master Zhikong was a monk, and he was afraid that if he made a move, the situation that killed Master Xingqi would happen again. He was worried that Badizi would jump out to stop him, and that would be too much embarrassed. Ling Yun is not in a hurry now, because the current situation is too favorable for him. It is a one-sided massacre at all. Just for a while when he and Master Zhikong confronted each other, the 5 blood races have killed another 30 many dead men. More than 60 soldiers from the Sun and Chen alliances have died, and nearly half of them have died. It's just that Chen Jingxian didn't come to beat me, and he didn't go to stop the 5 blood races. What is he trying to do? Watch the fun? Or do he want to save his strength and wait for Master Zhikong to consume my true energy? Ling Yun noticed Chen Jingxuan's abnormal behavior, and he immediately became extremely vigilant. What? Amidst the screams, several more dead soldiers were killed, and the brains and blood flowed all over the place. In the battlefield, more and more dead soldiers from the Sun and Chen families fell to the ground. There were literally corpses strewn all over the field, blood was flowing, and the ground was literally flowing like a river. Sun Jinwu. Ling Yun and Master Zhikong, advancing and retreating, the rabbit rose and the falcon fell. Ling Yun noticed Sun Jinwu not far away. He was commanding the dead soldiers of the Sun family, resisting Paul's charge. Capture the thief first and capture the king. With a flash of thought in Ling Yun's mind, his murderous intent suddenly arose. He swung his saber at Ji Kong Kong, and then performed apparatus, passing 30 meters away like lightning, and came directly in front of Sun Jinwoo. To be continued. The fourth update will be delivered on July 31st. This chapter is really difficult to write, and I wrote it for nearly 4 hours, speechless. 3 more updates will continue on August 1st. Ask for a monthly pass. What? Sun Jinwoo only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and saw Ling Yan landing in front of him like a god. He was terrified immediately, and screamed out in fright. Even though Sun Jinwoo was slapped in the face by Chen Jingxian, and he had already made up his mind to die, and forced himself to fight with his back, but he still didn't expect that Ling Yan would suddenly find him at this time. Master, save me. However, at this moment, there was still a person standing beside Sun Jinwoo. That was Master Lu Mingjiu. After losing the first round, he did not leave. Ba, God has the virtue of loving life, and I hope that little benefactor Ling Yun will show mercy and don't kill them all. Master Lu Mingjiu stood in front of Sun Jinwoo in a blink of an eye. He looked straight at Ling Yun, with a handy shovel in his right hand and a single palm in his left hand standing upright in front of his chest. Ling Yun frowned slightly when he heard this, and said in a deep voice, Master Lu, you have already repaid the Sun family's great favor, are you still blocking me at this time? Lu Mingjiu said indifferently, little benefactor, the poor monk once promised to the ancestors of the Sun family that he would protect the descendants of the Sun family with his life. The poor monk knows that he is far from being the opponent of the little benefactor. If the little benefactor insists on killing people, then please kill the poor monk, and then step over the poor monk's body. Ling Yan was very helpless. Okay, since that's the case, then as you wish. As he spoke, Ling Yan's eyes turned hard, and he swung the dark blood demon knife straight forward, smashing Lu Mingjiu's chest. Lu Mingjiu closed his eyes. He really didn't dodge or dodge, he really looked at death like home, he didn't even blink his eyelids. However, he was fooled. Laugh. The green shadow flying sword disappeared in a flash, bypassing Master Lu Mingjiu's body like lightning, and cut off Sun Jinwoo's head in an instant. The patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Jinwoo's head is in a different place. Plop. Sun Jinwoo's head flew far away. His headless body just fell to the ground, and hot blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. Ling Yun wants to kill someone, who can stop him? After killing Sun Jinwoo, Ling Yun withdrew the dark blood demon saber. Master Lu's righteousness is Bo Yun Tian. I, Ling Yun, will not kill you. Master has repaid the Sun family's great favor with practical actions, and please leave here quickly, and don't ask about the world of mortals. Ba. Although Master Lu Mingjiu closed his eyes, he also knew that Ling Yun had already killed Sun Jinwoo. He slowly opened his eyes, full of sorrow, and chanted the Buddha's name. The Sun family is over. In the sky, Long Haren still had his hands behind his back, and after seeing Ling Yun beheading Sun Jinwoo, he couldn't help but speak again. This Master Lu Mingjiu is a true righteous man. Yi Qingxin stared at the battlefield below. She didn't care about Long Haren's evaluation of Lu Mingjiu, but said lightly, Sun Jinwoo is dead. I think Chen Jingxian will be killed by Ling Yun soon. The dead man of these two families has almost been killed by those blood races. In the battlefield below, more than 30 dead soldiers were killed by Ling Yun's blood servants. More and more corpses fell on the ground, and there were less than 40 people standing. Long Haren's eyes were indifferent, and he said coldly, the Chen family's evil will be rewarded with evil. They wooed the blood clan, but they didn't expect that in the end, these blood clans would massacre all the dead soldiers that their family worked so hard to cultivate. The reincarnation of the heavens, the retribution is not good, this is true. Then Long Haren shook his head slightly and said, however, although the dead soldiers of the Chen family are about to be killed, it will not be so easy for Ling Yun to kill Chen Jingxian. Oh? Yi Qingxin finally looked sideways, her beautiful eyes showed surprise, and asked, Could it be this time? What tricks can Chen Jingxian play? Long Haren smiled and said nothing. He made a fool of himself. You will know soon. Only. Long Haren looked at the 5 demon-like bloodlines below, and said puzzledly, I see that these 5 bloodlines all have purple wings. This is a characteristic that can only be possessed by the most noble bloodlines in the bloodlines. How could it be on them? Appear? Although Long Haren is well informed and knows countless secrets on the earth, even if he thought about it, he never imagined that Ling Yin could use the magic sword Dark Storm to transform the blood of the descendants of the lower blood race through the first embrace. It's so against the sky. On the ground. Kill. Revenge for the patriarch. Those Sun family members who were still alive, after seeing Ling Yin kill Sun Zhenwu, all of them had red eyes and rushed towards Ling Yin desperately. Chi chi chi. Ling Yin stood still, just swaying the sword silently. Every time he swung the weapon, the blade and sword glow from the magic knife and the magic sword could take away the lives of 5 or 6 dead men. At this time, Ling Yin, his eyes were as cold as a knife, as if he had become a ruthless killer, quickly harvesting the lives of the dead in front of him. Killing people was like mowing grass. In front of him, there were broken arms and limbs everywhere, heads rolled, and the mutilated corpses piled up into mountains. The blood soaked the ground until it couldn't seep in, and then gathered on the ground to form a river, flowing in all directions. Master Lu Mingju opened his eyes, and took a last look at the hellish battlefield. He remained silent, and finally chanted the Buddha's name in his heart, and then drifted away. After Lu Mingju left, his handy shovel was still inserted there alone, and he didn't even take his weapon away. It seems that he has completely let go. Brush. Ling Yin swung his saber again, killing the last 3 dead soldiers of the Sun family who rushed up, and then flew over the mountain of corpses in front of him, and rushed straight forward. After Sun Zhenwu's death, Ling Yin had already killed all the dead soldiers of the Sun family. Now, he wanted to kill all the dead soldiers of the Chen family, and finally deal with Chen Jingxian. At this time, Chen Jingxian was watching the bloody slaughtered battlefield alone in the distance. His eyes had already turned red, and he never cared about Ling Yin's beheading of Sun Zhenwu, and he didn't even care about it. Even when he saw Ling Yin rushing out to kill the last 30 dead soldiers of the Chen family, he didn't try to stop him, but let Ling Yin use the dark blood demon saber, the demon sword Dark Storm, and the Qingying Feijian to swarm there. Harvest human life. In the end, Chen Jingxuan's eyes were already red, and even his entire field of vision turned scarlet, and his whole body suddenly became strange. Master Zhikong had already come to Chen Jingxuan's side at this time. He looked at Chen Jingxuan's state, and seemed to guess what Chen Jingxian was going to do, so he asked abruptly, Junior brother, why bother? The Chen family's situation is over. I implore senior brother to help me kill myself and become a benevolent. Chen Jingxian took advantage of the last clarity to say this lightly. Ba. Master Zhikong chanted the Buddha's name. He suddenly threw away the golden Zen staff in his hand, and said in a deep voice, It seems that our brothers and sisters will not be able to survive this calamity tonight. If this is the case, then my brothers and sisters will accompany you to hell, helping you become a demon. As soon as Master Zhikong said these words, he immediately imprinted both palms on Chen Jingxuan's back at the same time, instilling the innate qi that had been cultivated in his body for many years into Chen Jingxuan's body frantically, without reservation. Boom! The next moment, Chen Jingxuan's momentum suddenly soared, and even his tall and thin figure became thicker, and his whole body suddenly seemed like a balloon inflated. However, this balloon turned out to be red. Bang 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 bang. Chen Jingxuan's heart was beating violently. The speed of blood flow in his body was nearly 10 times faster in an instant. His face turned purple, and his skin was even redder. When Chen Jingxian felt that his body had reached its limit, he reached into his arms. Brush. A bottle of bright red pills appeared in Chen Jingxuan's hand. He opened the bottle and poured all the bright red pills into his mouth. The meridian is retrograde, the blood demon's heavenly skill. Chen Jingxian actually activated the secret method, and actively let the retrograde meridians run the blood demon heavenly kung fu. How painful is the meridian retrograde? What? Under the stimulation of this severe pain, Chen Jingxian became possessed instantly, his eyes became even redder, and between opening and closing, there was a flash of red light in his eyes, and a real red light shot out from his eyes. Chen Jingxian fell into a demon, and Master Zhikong behind him had already done the last thing for him. After he infused Chen Jingxian with every drop of his true energy, he died of exhaustion on the spot and passed away standing up. Chen Jingxian used the secret method to become a demon, and obtained the skill of Master Zhikong. His realm reached the peak of the triple supernatural power realm in an instant. Then, with plausible words in Chen Jingshuan's mouth, he began to recite the formula in a low voice. At this time on the battlefield, Edward, who was at the peak of the Grand Duke, was casting a dark cage to trap and kill the last few dead soldiers in front of him, but at this moment, he felt something strange in his body. That was his lower abdomen, and the blood orb suddenly started to vibrate violently, trying to break open his body and fly out of his body. There was a warning sign in Edward's heart. He did not hesitate to use the Blood Clan's secret method, and wanted to control the Blood Yuan bead, but at this time, the Blood Yuan bead was beyond his control at all. Whoosh! The Blood Yuan bead broke through Edward's body in an instant, and flew straight to the enchanted Chen Jingxian. This is the inheritance of the Chen family. Now, Chen Jingxian does not hesitate to become a demon, but also wants to get back the family's inheritance Blood Yuan bead, and have a final decisive battle with Ling Yun. Not good. At this time, the dead soldiers of the Chen family had been killed by Ling Yun and others. He noticed the abnormality, and immediately activated his divine sense to snatch the Blood Yuan bead from Chen Jingxian, intending to take it back. But soon, Ling Yun found out that it was useless at all, because he was collecting Blood Yuan beads by using divine thoughts to urge animals, while Chen Jingxian was using his own blood power and the secret method of controlling family inheritance to capture Blood Yuan beads. Brush. The Blood Yuan bead just paused in the air for a moment, and immediately accelerated towards Chen Jingxian. Chen Jingxian opened his mouth and sucked it, and actually swallowed the Blood Yuan bead into his belly. It turned out that Chen Jingxian didn't participate in the battle in the end. He was urging the secret method to sense the Chen family's inheritance Blood Yuan Zhu. Chen Jingxian collected the Blood Yuan bead, and his momentum skyrocketed again. He opened his arms, and suddenly swung towards the sky. Boom! I saw the fresh blood flowing everywhere on the ground suddenly turned into countless blood mist rising up, and the whole battlefield was instantly shrouded in red light. The blood mist filled the air, and the blood was red and dazzling. At this time, in the entire battlefield, except for Ling Yun, even the 5 blood races felt that the blood in their bodies was a little out of control. Receive! Chen Jingxian yelled violently. The blood mist and blood energy flew towards Chen Jingxian like a horse without wind, and automatically. Soon, Chen Jingxian absorbed the blood energy into his body, and his realm skyrocketed again. Brush. After finishing all this in one breath, Chen Jingshuan's red eyes stared fixedly at Ling Yun in the distance, like a poisonous snake that chooses someone to bite. Push the new book of my friend Shinji Tang Hongdao. Title: God Level Lucky Star. Introduction: This is a magical luck dice. The 6 sides are very unlucky, unlucky, normal, good luck, very lucky, God level good luck, refreshed every day at 0 o'clock. As always, this is a fun and funny article. You can check it out if you like it. To be continued. The first update on August 1st. There are 2 more changes, asking for a monthly ticket. What? Unexpectedly, Chen Jingxian possesses magic skills. Seeing the sudden change below, Yi Qingxin immediately raised her brows, her delicate body trembled, she suddenly raised her slender and plain hand, and put her 2 fingers together in her delicate fingers, about to activate the sword art. Who knows that Long Howren stopped her with a wave of his hand, and said with a smile, "Sharia, don't be in a hurry to eliminate demons and defend the way. I didn't even make a move, why are you in a hurry?" Looking at the battlefield below, Long Howren said unhurriedly, "This kid Ling Yun has risen in an invincible posture as soon as he debuted. How dare he underestimate the heroes of the world? Even my dragon, the family and the Huaxia team don't pay attention to it, so it's better to let him suffer a little now." Furthermore, Long Howren lifted his chin, and said with a smile, "Look at that kid's calm look, it seems that he still has some tricks to show. Let's take this opportunity to learn more about his cards." "Humph." Yi Qingxin snorted coldly, turned her head suddenly, glared at Long Howren, and reprimanded him, "Long Howren, I never thought that you would pretend to be ignorant of Qin Jingshuan's practice of magic arts. Not only let him enter the Huaxia group, but also made the Qin family a top family in China, and even controlled an important department of our Huaxia center, and has been calling the wind and rain for many years." After this questioning, Yi Qingxin spoke righteously. She was not afraid of the patriarch of the Long family at all. Heaven and earth are also divided into yin and yang. Since ancient times, good and evil have stood side by side. How can the difference between good and evil and good and bad in this world be so clear? Facing Yi Qingxin's questioning, Long Howren smiled wryly, but he talked eloquently. "Qin Jingxian practices blood demon heavenly skills, and your elder brother Yi Qingfeng also knows about it." Then he looked serious, and explained seriously, "Xiaoya, think about it carefully, the Qin family's family inheritance is the blood yuan bead. How could they resist not to practice the method related to blood art? Also, Xiaoya, you have practiced in Mount Shu since you were a child, and you don't know many secrets of my Huaxia. Let me tell you, the ancestors of the Qin family were originally out-and-out members of the Devil's Way, and what they practiced was the Blood Devil's heavenly skill. It's just that the world was in chaos 100 years ago. The ancestors of the Qin family were influenced by the Man of Destiny, and then followed them wholeheartedly. The Qin family saved the lives of many important people by relying on this family to pass on the blood yuan zhu. So it was gradually recognized and became one of the 8 secular families in China. Our China is really too big. Even though my Long family is the first family in China for thousands of years, it is impossible for our family to have the final say. Someone has to help." Of course, what Long Howren was talking about at this time was peerless secrets, but he was vague, probably because he knew that Yi Qingxin could understand what he meant. "Now our China's national fortune is prosperous and prosperous. I think that in another 20 years, our China will truly rise again, and once again there will be a great situation where hundreds of nations come to congratulate. But it's also because of this, many people can't sit still now, and all kinds of ghosts and snakes start to stir up trouble, stirring up the wind and rain, and there are some demons dancing around for a while. This Qin family is one of them. From today's perspective, the end of the Qin family has come, and the century-old family has come to an end." Yi Qingxin stood still. She listened to Long Howren's eloquent talk. She couldn't pick up the words for a while. She couldn't help turning her head to look at Long Howren. She suddenly found that she couldn't see through Long Howren, or she had never really understood him. Long Howren. Nice guy? Bad guy? It doesn't seem to count. Humph. Just like Yi Qingfeng, he knows how to play tricks and play tricks all day long. Yi Qingxin finally said this in a low voice. Haha, it's not that I'm playing tricks on my head, it's just that I have different identities, different positions, and different positions. State affairs, family affairs, world affairs, and care about everything will cause chaos. Long Howren used this sentence to laugh at himself as a conclusion, then he fell silent and began to pay attention to the battlefield below. Hey! Qin Jingshuan's eyes were blood red, shooting out 2 real red lights like blood swords. His mouth didn't move, his Adam's apple didn't shake, but he let out a laugh, that laugh seemed to come out of nowhere, giving people a gloomy and cold feeling of. In fact, he succeeded in possessing the demon, and after collecting the blood orb, he absorbed a large amount of blood energy. Until now, his body is still changing. Originally, he was tall and thin, more than 1.9 meters tall, but just now, he has grown a whole head taller, looking like a blood-colored giant. The current Chen Jingxian, in the eyes of ordinary people, is almost inhuman. Not only his skin is blood red, his hair, eyebrows, and beard have turned blood red, his arms that are almost knee-high have also become longer, his hands it has become bigger, and it is about the size of the palm after the transformation of the blood race. The fingers are like hooks, and the blood-red nails are curved in sharp, shining red luster, which looks like a metal texture. Chen Jingxian released a strong and fierce bloody aura from his whole body. He suddenly opened his mouth and said to Ling Yun, "Little bastard, after all, you have been fooled by the old man." When he opened his mouth, Ling Yun saw that even his teeth were blood red, and the teeth seemed to be bleeding, and the bloody smell coming out of his mouth was simply disgusting. "Unexpectedly, you would actually dare to bring my Qin family's blood Yuanzhu and put it in the body of this blood race. Little bastard, do you think that our Qin family's family inheritance can be so easily controlled by others?" With the help of Master Zhikong, Chen Jingxian did not hesitate to let his meridians go backwards, run the blood demon heavenly skill of the magic way, and let himself be enchanted instantly. Then he swallowed a large amount of blood demon pills to improve his realm again. Finally, he used the power of blood and inherited secrets to forcibly withdraw the family-inherited the blood yuan beads, and used the blood energy all over the ground to let the realm skyrocket again. All this is done in less than a minute. In the blink of an eye, Chen Jingxian completed the triple jump of the realm. Now, even if he does not have the 5th level realm of the supernatural powers, he is at least the peak of the 4th level supernatural powers. Ling Yun was silent. Let him be extremely clever and witty, but he never thought that Chen Jingxian would have such a trick. It turned out that Chen Jingxian mobilized the dead soldiers of the Sun and Chen families to die generously, and let Ling Yun and the 5 blood clans cut leaks and kill them. Those blood energy to improve their realm. The inheritance of the Chen family, I should have thought of it a long time ago. In fact, Ling Yun has seen this trick before. It was when the Immortal One night illuminated the clear water. At that time, Villa number 1 was covered with corpses, and blood flowed into rivers. Qin Jiangui used the blood energy of those masters to stimulate the blood yuan beads to recover himself in a very short time, not only managed to get out of trouble, but also improved his level. Thinking of this, Ling Yun smiled at Chen Jingxian. He was still calm. "Chen Jingxian, it turns out that you have also cultivated the blood demon heavenly skill. From this point of view, Qin Jiangui's blood demon heavenly skill should not be learned after entering the blood demon sect, but from you since he was a child. It seems that blood demon sect master Shui Yingkong is just a puppet, a pawn of your Qin family?" Ling Yun has a clear mind, he knows everything, and he can understand many problems in an instant, very thoroughly. "What kind of thing is blood in the sky?" He, little bastard, no wonder you have such a cultivation level at such a young age, you are indeed very smart. At this time, Chen Jingxian had nothing to hide, and he admitted it directly. Very good. Ling Yun didn't ask any more questions. He said that the 2 most powerful secular families in China, the Long family and the Yi family, actually let such people mix into the Tianzu. After so many years, the Qin family was allowed to grow and become one of the 8 major families in China. Blind. The latter is most likely. Ling Yun said in a deep voice, "Edward, the 5 of you back off, the farther you back the better." Now, Chen Jingshuan's realm has skyrocketed, and his momentum has skyrocketed. He stimulated the blood yuan beads, and even the blood in Ling Yun's body was stirred up and tumbling, and it was impossible for these 5 blood clans to hold it. Ling Yun loudly told the 5 blood races to stay away, but secretly told them through sound transmission, there are still people hiding in the courtyard of the deep house. When I fight with Qin Jingxian later, you can look for a chance to incarnate into bats, sneak into that courtyard, and ambush them. Beside me, once I find them making abnormal movements, I will kill them immediately. Ling Yun knew that besides this, Qin Jingxian also had backup plans, so of course he had to prepare for it just in case. After letting the 5 blood races stay away, Ling Yun suddenly turned red and white teeth, and smiled, unexpectedly. In the end, the 2 of us will fight alone. He raised his hand and pointed at the other party, and said proudly, Qin Jingxian, how long can you last in this state? Of course Ling Yun knew that Qin Jingxian was possessed instantly, and within a short period of time he used the secret method to increase his realm rapidly. Even if he had already controlled the blood yuan bead, this state would not last long. When Qin Jingxian heard this, his body froze for a moment, and then he grinned grinningly and said, good eyesight, but I might as well tell you that I have become enchanted. Without the blood all over the ground, I wouldn't even be able to hold on for half an hour. But now with this fresh blood, the blood in my body can be replenished at any time, and there is no problem in staying in this state for several hours. However, no matter how long it lasts, it is definitely more than enough to kill you. Ling Yun nodded with a smile, okay, then I will fight you at the peak, kill you in your peak state, and convince you to death. Eat my arrow first. While speaking, Ling Yun had already put away his sword, and he took out his big golden bow, drawing the bow and nodding an arrow. Whoosh whoosh. With a distance of 30 meters between the 2 sides, Ling Yun shot 3 arrows at Qin Jingxian. Clank. Qin Jingxian did not dodge or dodge, allowing 3 sharp arrows to hit his body, but the 3 arrows that could penetrate a 5-centimeter thick steel plate did not hurt Qin Jingxian at all. Ling Yun's heart suddenly trembled, and he tried it all at once. The opponent's realm had increased so much, this defensive power was simply against the sky. He, little bastard, I have the indestructible body of a blood demon now, let me see how you can hurt me. The little thief will die. Qin Jingxian moved forward, and arrived in front of Ling Yun like a teleportation. With his bare hands, his big hands became eagle claws, and he grabbed Ling Yun's head. Blood demon's heart-clawing claws. To be continued. The second update on August 1st. The third watch is around 1:30 in the morning. As soon as Qin Jingxian approached, Ling Yun immediately felt a strong bloody aura attacking him. Without hesitation, he changed his breathing from the outside to the inside, sealed his mouth and nose, and prevented himself from inhaling the bloody aura. Qi. The breath contained a strong smell of blood, which was disgusting. It could not only affect one's blood, but also affect one's mind. At the same time, Ling Yun unleashed the Hunyuan 1 Qi shield, one to improve defense, and more importantly to prevent the evil blood energy on Qin Jingxian from invading his body. Ling Yun frantically operated the yin-yang art of Qi, forcibly suppressing the churning Qi and blood in his body, and then he directly punched Qin Jingxuan's grasped palm. Tiangang Fumo Fist. Boom. Ling Yun's fist and Qin Jingxuan's palm collided fiercely. The tyrannical fist and the palm wind with boundless blood, centered on the 2 of them, suddenly swept away, shaking the corpses on the ground around them. Ling Yun was sent flying backwards by Qin Jingxuan's palm. Damn it, how powerful is it? Ling Yun had already accomplished a great deal in physical training, and now he punched with all his strength, with a force of 10,000 caddies, but he didn't expect that he would be blown away by Qin Jingxian. However, it was just being blown away. Ling Yun was not injured, but his blood that had been suppressed just now was violently churned again by the shock. Brush. As soon as Qin Jingxian succeeded in the move, his eyes immediately filled with grim smiles. He twisted his body up, and rushed towards Ling Yunfei again. Qin Jingxian grabbed it casually, and after flying Ling Yun, his huge figure didn't even shake, which shows that he still has strength left. Blue Shadow Flying Sword, kill. Ling Yun only punched the opponent hard, and he knew that he would definitely not be Chen Jingxuan's opponent if he fought hard with his fists. The difference in realm between the two sides was too far. The green shadow flying sword flew out suddenly, rushed towards Chen Jingxian like lightning, and stabbed at the vital point of his throat. "This sword is useless to the old man now," Chen Jingxian shouted violently. He didn't dodge or dodge, and still stretched out his bare fist, trying to shake the edge of Qingying Feijian. Clank! The Qingying Feijian pierced Chen Jingxuan's palm viciously, making a clanking sound of gold and iron, but it couldn't penetrate Chen Jingxuan's palm. Instead, Chen Jingxian clenched his big hand, wanting to grab the Qingying Feijian. Lingyan saw that the attack was useless. How could Chen Jingxian control his flying sword? Immediately mobilizing his divine sense, the Qingying Feijian became smaller in an instant, cleverly sprang out from between Chen Jingxuan's fingers, and flew back in a flash. Kill! Lingyan directly put away the Qingying Feijian, then took out the dark blood demon knife, and then he raised his hand to Chen Jingxian who was rushing towards him. Cut the world with a knife. The dark blood demon knife drew a black and red curtain of blades, wrapped in a fierce blade, fierce, and slashed at Chen Jingxian fiercely. With a big wave of Chen Jingxuan's hand, his palm landed on Lingyan's saber accurately. When? Another bang. This time, Chen Jingxian did not dare to shake the blade of the dark blood demon knife. He had punched Lingyan just now, and he knew that Lingyan's power was also terrifying. Now with the sharpness of the demon knife, he was afraid that his palm would be cut by the blade. Lingyan's knife was suddenly deflected by Chen Jingxuan's palm, and he was sent flying again. However, this time Chen Jingxian also suffered a dark loss. The kung fu he is using now is the blood demon heavenly kung fu, and his body is covered with blood evil spirit inside and outside, while Lingyan is using the dark blood knives. The dark blood demon knife is the #1 weapon of the demon Dao. It is specialized in bloodthirsty. It can absorb not only blood, but also blood energy. Blood demon Vajra cover. After Chen Jingxian suffered a loss, he became afraid of the underworld blood demon knife, so he immediately used the blood demon sky kung fu to run the golden bell cover technique, and a big blood-red bell suddenly appeared outside his body. It was formed by the condensed blood and evil spirit, and it was used to protect Chen Jingxuan's body. Slash the world with anger. After Lingyan was blown away, he was not discouraged, but immediately cast his form-changing shadow, transforming himself into 4, holding the saber with both hands, and slashed at Chen Jingxian fiercely from 4 directions, front, back, left, and right. Dang, 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 dang. The dark blood demon knife slashed fiercely on Chen Jingxuan's blood demon Vajra cover, making an earth-shattering sound, but even though Lingyan tried his best, he couldn't break through Chen Jingxuan's defense at all. Gorfin Sun Luoyin. Of course, Chen Jingxian couldn't let Lingyan slash and slash. He used the blood demon Vajra cover to protect himself, and then used the Sun Luo invisibility method. While his figure was disillusioned, he kept waving his arms, trying to grab the white blade with his bare hands, want to seize the dark blood demon knife in Lingyan's hand. Of course Chen Jingxian knew what kind of treasure the weapon in Lingyan's hand was. If this weapon was in his hands, then Lingyan would lose his greatest support. Under the circumstances, Chen Jingxian had a high probability of killing Lingyan. These two people fight fast, their stature rises and falls, and lightning shuttles. Between you and me, they fought for hundreds of rounds in one breath. In this battle, Chen Jingxian had the upper hand, because Lingyan still couldn't break through his defense, and now, his lightness kung fu and physical skills were no worse than Lingyan's, but his strength surpassed Lingyan's, so he was always pressing down on Lingyan to fight. Boom! Chen Jingxian made a move, and suddenly punched Lingyan's fist hard together, sending Lingyan flying again. Little bastard, next year today is your Memorial Day. Chen Jingxian saw that Lingyan had exhausted all his moves, and was beaten by him. The more he fought, the more excited he became, and he even looked up to the sky and laughed. He was crushed by Ling Yan for a whole night, and now he is finally able to stand up. The extremely suppressed feeling in his heart has been completely released, and he feels really happy and proud. After being blown away by Chen Jingxian again, Ling Yan took out a sharp gold talisman without hesitation, hit it directly on the dark blood demon knife and used it. Now Ling Yan's body is churning with qi and blood. After fighting Chen Jingxian for so long, 40% of his strong Zhenqi has been consumed. It has to be done quickly. The sharp gold talisman is to increase the sharpness of the weapon. After the dark blood demon knife is blessed with the sharp gold talisman, the blade instantly becomes extremely cold, as if it can cut off everything that blocks it. Catch me again. Ling Yan flew up and stabbed Chen Jingxian again. Laugh. Sure enough, this knife slashed fiercely on Chen Jingxuan's blood demon Vajra cover, split the red Vajra cover directly, and the blade slashed towards his body. Not good. Chen Jingxian was terrified immediately. He flew back and dodged Ling Yan's fierce knife, then turned his head and swept away. With a flash of his figure, he picked up his purple gold gun again. Boom! Chen Jingxian mobilized the boundless blood and evil spirit, and crazily poured it into the purple gold gun. In the blink of an eye, the purple gold gun turned crimson red, and a red glow spewed out from the tip of the gun. Frenzied marksmanship. Kill. As soon as Chen Jingxian left, he returned and fought Ling Yan again. Ling Yan was naturally unambiguous, relying on his Hunyuan Ichi shield. He used the form-shifting technique, and used the Mietian sword technique to challenge Chen Jingxian. However, Chen Jingxuan's purple golden gun was infused with blood evil energy, and even though Ling Yan's dark blood sword was blessed with a sharp golden talisman, it still couldn't cut off the purple golden gun. The two fought until the sky was dark, the stars and the moon were dark. They fought in the battlefield with a radius of 300 meters, and all kinds of strong winds swept the corpses everywhere on the ground. This was truly a pinnacle battle. Ling Yan fought very hard, and after another 20 minutes of fighting, Ling Yan felt that the true energy in his body could not keep up. This kind of battle where you have to use all your strength every time you make a move, the true energy will be consumed faster and faster. No matter how much yin-yang true energy in Ling Yan's magical dantian is, it will not be enough. The current realm gap between the two sides is too large. This is a gap that Ling Yan cannot cross. He has no choice but to use his trump card. Ha 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 ha. Little bastard, no matter how many tricks you have, go ahead and use them. However, Chen Jingxian became stronger and stronger. As soon as he ran out of blood evil energy, he would immediately mobilize the blood element beads and use secret techniques to absorb the blood evil energy in the fresh blood on the ground, keeping himself at his peak state at all times. Just when Ling Yan had less than 20% true energy left in his body, he took out a yin-yang pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Ling Yan is currently at the 3rd level of qi training. With Ling Yan's current dantian, a yin-yang pill can restore 30% of his true energy. After swallowing this pill, Ling Yan's true energy instantly recovered to 50%. Come. 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 During the battle, Ling Yan quickly took out the Vajra talisman, defense talisman, divine movement talisman, and Yufeng talisman, and used them on himself respectively. Boom. Then, Ling Yan burned 36 drops of divine energy all at once. In an instant, Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness skyrocketed, and his spiritual thoughts became condensed and tyrannical. He felt a wave of his spiritual thoughts protruding out, as if he had an extra tentacle. Same. Whoosh whoosh. With a movement of Ling Yan's mind, 48 large shot balls flew out of his Taishu ring at the same time. Wrap me up. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yan released the chains of yin-yang true qi. Brush. 2 100-meter-long yin-yang zhenqi chains that were as thick as an adult's arm wrapped Chen Jingxian in front of him tightly in an instant. Collide. After entangled Chen Jingxian, Ling Yun's divine sense urged the big shot balls in the air to ruthlessly hit Chen Jingshuan's body. Qingying Feijian Chen Jingxian can catch this big shot put with a diameter of half a meter. Ling Yun wants to see how he catches it. A heaven-defying scene appeared. 48 large shot balls were distributed in 4 directions in the air, every 12 shot in a line, hitting Chen Jingshuan's body like shells. Boom 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 boom. Although Chen Jingshuan's body was entangled, his hands could move, and he was desperately waving the Zijing gun in his hand, desperately resisting those shot puts hitting everywhere. Little thief, what can you do to me when you release these shot puts? Could they hurt me? Chen Jingxian yelled wildly while flying those shot puts. At this time, Ling Yun had come to the distance. He swallowed another yin-yang pill, still activated his powerful consciousness, let those shot balls fly, and turned back to hit Chen Jingxian again. It's not to hurt you, but to trap you. Ling Yun sneered in his heart, and while Chen Jingxian was in a hurry, he sacrificed the Qingying Feijian again, and struck a sharp gold talisman on the Qingying Feijian. Qingying, go! Whoosh! After Ling Yun burned xuanhuan, the speed of Qingying Feijian was twice as fast as before. The lightning pierced the night sky and stabbed at Chen Jingxian. Chen Jingxian knew something was wrong. He immediately ignored those big shot puts, but slapped forward with one palm, wanting to shake the Qingying sword away. Only this time, he failed in vain. Chi. The Qingying Feijian blessed the sharp gold talisman, and its sharpness doubled, piercing Chen Jingshuan's palm almost instantly. Bang 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 bang. As soon as Chen Jingxian stopped, those big shot puts slammed into Chen Jingshuan's body desperately, knocking him to one side at a frenzied speed. The collisions continued. To be continued. The third update will be sent on August 1st. The battle of life and death is finally finished. It's not easy. Tomorrow will continue 3 more. Blood Demon Big Fingerprint. When Chen Jingxian saw Ling Yun displaying his supernatural powers and even slightly injured him, he immediately displayed his own supernatural powers. Boom! The blood flowing on the ground was actually all stimulated to rise from the ground at the same time, and condensed in the air, forming a bloody hand with a width of 6 to 7 meters. This is naturally the big handprint of the blood demon, and that handprint is full of blood evil spirit. Town. Following Chen Jingshuan's loud shout, the huge handprint was slapped hard on the top of Ling Yun's head. Before the big gore-fiend handprint reached the top of Ling Yun's head, Ling Yun felt a huge oppressive force, especially, the speed of the handprint was too fast, it was activated by his divine sense, and he was not allowed to dodge at all. Boom! At this moment, Ling Yun was hit by the big handprint, and half of his body was smashed into the ground below, and his entire upper body was submerged in the bloody sea. However, even though Ling Yun was dizzy from being hit, staring at him, he opened the Hunyuan Qi shield in time, and the blood energy couldn't corrode his body at all. Brush! Ling Yun took out the dark blood demon knife, without any hesitation, and slashed wildly at the big bloody hands around his body one after another. This bloody big handprint is Chen Jingshuan's supernatural power. It is formed from the condensed blood of endless blood, and it is absolutely great for the dark blood demon saber. Every time Ling Yun swung his knife, he could absorb a lot of blood and blood evil spirit from the big blood-colored handprint. Ling Yun was defending, so the attack naturally slowed down. Chen Jingxian seized the opportunity, pulled his hand suddenly, and forcibly tore off the chain of yin and yang zhenqi wrapped around his body. Those big shot puts were still hitting him non-stop, but he didn't bother to pay attention. Kill! With a flick of Chen Jingshuan's long spear, the purple gold spear was like a poisonous snake spitting out a letter. Stabbing at Ling Yun's head, the speed was unbelievably fast. Huangquan to Huanggong. In the nick of time, Ling Yun couldn't care less about swinging the knife. He could only use his kung fu to melt away the mud all over his body, and then forced his body to move sideways, avoiding the vital point. The little thief will die. The tip of Qin Jingshuan's spear was like a tarsal maggot. Following Ling Yan's movement, he fired another shot. Chi chi chi. Ling Yan's Hunyuan Ichi shield, defensive talisman, diamond talisman, battle vest, and 4 layers of defense were all destroyed by Qin Jingshuan's single shot. Puff. The tip of the Zijing gun pierced into Ling Yan's shoulder fiercely, and his shoulder was stained with blood. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Ling Yun was finally injured, Qin Jingxian couldn't help laughing wildly up to the sky, and was about to slash Ling Yun's body open, but Ling Yun suddenly reached out and grabbed Qin Jingshuan's gun. Then he sent it out suddenly, using his strength to rush out of the ground, and his figure soared into the sky. Fire and lightning saber. As soon as Ling Yun was injured, he immediately forced out the real fire. He immediately used the fiery thunder saber and flew down from the air. Qin Jingxian stepped into the big bloody handprint that was surging with blood. He smiled coldly, and without dodging or avoiding, he pointed at Ling Yun's heart. This is a life-for-life, injury-for-injury style of play. Clank, clank. Ling Yun swooped down, swung his saber again, and cut the purple gold gun into 7 or 8 pieces, and then slashed Qin Jingshuan's shoulder suddenly. Laugh. This knife finally worked, split Qin Jingshuan's shoulder, and almost took his arm off. This is Ling Yun. If you stab me once, I will definitely pay you back. What? Qin Jingxian roared up to the sky in pain, and became fierce. He only had a 1-meter-long gun barrel left in his hand, so he simply threw it away. Blood Demon Overbearing. This is the strongest secret method of the Blood Demon heavenly skill, similar to Ling Yun's Dragon Elephant power, but it can only double the power in a short period of time. However, for the current Qin Jingxian, what is the concept of doubling his strength? Horrible. Qin Jingshuan's body exploded with a shocking aura. Even those big shot puts hit him, they couldn't make him shake. Snapped. As soon as Qin Jingxian grabbed it, he grabbed the back of the dark blood demon knife, and with a sudden force, he was about to grab the knife. How could Ling Yun let him get what he wanted? He didn't even think about it. He held the handle of the knife with both hands, and drew the knife with all his strength. At the same time, he urged the Qingying Feijian again, stabbing Qin Jingshuan's throat fiercely. Qin Jingxian could only free one hand to shake the Qingying Feijian, and Ling Yun also seized the opportunity to pull out the magic knife, and at the same time he retreated violently. While Ling Yunfei was retreating, he suddenly raised his hand and struck out a handful of fire talismans. There were 7 or 8 of them, and then he yelled violently. Boom 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 boom. A bunch of fire talismans exploded at the same time. The power was astonishing, and the flame soared into the sky, directly submerging Qin Jingshuan's tall body. The fire talisman not only directly blasted Qin Jingxian into the air, but also blew away the blood demon Vajra shield outside his body, and he was also torn apart. However, these were all skin wounds, and to Qin Jingxian, who was completely possessed by the demon, they did not hurt much. Blood demon big fingerprint. Qin Jingxian was in the air, and he yelled again, and saw that the blood that was scattered by the explosion quickly condensed into a shape again, and turned into a big hand, quickly covering Ling Yun. The profound ice art of promise. Just now, it was this big handprint that suppressed Ling Yun and caused him to be injured. However, it also made Ling Yun think of a way to deal with Qin Jingshuan's move. The yin and cold air in the body rushed out quickly, rushed into the big hand, and instantly froze the big handprint. After the big handprint was frozen, Qin Jingxian naturally couldn't absorb the blood evil energy from the fresh blood, but the big blood demon handprint still came towards Ling Yun to suppress it at an unabated speed. Kill. While Ling Yun's figure flickered, he swung the blazing thunder saber one after another, chopping the bloody giant hand to pieces. Then he used apparatus to avoid the rushing Qin Jingxian. Now, Qin Jingshuan's weapon was gone, the blood demon Vajra mask was blown apart, and he couldn't condense for a while, and the blood demon big handprint was also frozen and shattered, so he couldn't use it again. He could only rely on his strong body. Fortunately, he has already used the strongest killing move, Gorefiend Tyrant, and his whole body is in a state of rampage. As long as he catches Ling Yun, he can slap Ling Yun to death, at least he will be seriously injured. During the process of dodging non-stop, of course Ling Yun would not be idle. He released the chains of yin and yang Zhenqi one after another, constantly entangled Chen Jingshuan's legs, so that he could not use his body skills with all his strength, and at the same time urged the green shadow flying sword to harass Chen Jingxian, so that he had to wave his hands to deal with it. Taking advantage of this gap, Ling Yun took out a 6th-level healing talisman, which instantly healed the wound on his shoulder, and then he thought hard. Ling Yun never imagined that Chen Jingxian would become so strong after being enchanted, and this battle would be fought so hard. Chen Jingxian couldn't be allowed to use the Gorefiend big handprint anymore, he had to find a way to kill Chen Jingxian as soon as possible. If at this time, Ling Yun also used the dragon elephant power, of course he could instantly kill Chen Jingxian, but Ling Yun is now very close to the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training, and he will soon reach the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. He is not a last resort, will not use the secret method of dragon and elephant magic power. Killing Chen Jingxian was important, but Ling Yun was already preparing to break through the middle stage of Qi training, and he didn't want to cause sequelae to himself at this time. Hey, although I'm reluctant, it's the only way to go. Ling Yun stretched his body, avoiding Chen Jingshuan's pursuit, and with a thought, he took out 4 more fire talismans. Seeing Ling Yun taking out the talisman again, Chen Jingxian sneered, "Little bastard, you didn't hurt me with so many fire talismans just now, so what's the use of taking out this one now?" Ling Yun secretly smiled in his heart, and said in his heart that he was waiting for you to say this. Seeing the opportunity, he suddenly aimed at Chen Jingshuan's body, and violently punched the 4 fire spirit talismans. That's not to mention, Ling Yun was afraid that he would miss Chen Jingxian, so he simply used his divine sense to activate, controlled the fire talisman to accelerate, kept changing directions, and approached Chen Jingshuan's body. Pro! Boom 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 boom. 4 fire talismans exploded around Chen Jingshuan's body at the same time. They turned into 4 balls of fire, and each ball of fire far surpassed the fire talisman just now, and its power was at least 3 times stronger than the 6th-level fire talisman. What Ling Yun took out this time was a 7th-level fire talisman. What? Chen Jingxian was blasted high into the sky, and in the sky filled with flames, he let out a miserable cry. He was finally seriously injured. Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness was locked, and when he looked closely, he saw Chen Jingshuan's body was scorched black, a big hole was blown in his lower abdomen, and even his intestines flowed out, his left leg was directly blown off, and he didn't know where his lower leg was blown away. The 2 arms were almost blown off, and they fell limply. Good chance. Of course Ling Yun would not miss such a good opportunity. He suddenly urged the Qingying flying sword and stabbed directly at Chen Jingshuan's heart. Chen Jingxian was at a high altitude, and seeing the green shadow flying sword stabbing him, he could no longer stop him, so he could only activate the secret technique with all his strength. Zheng. The blood yuan bead flew out suddenly, barely blocking the blue shadow flying sword. However, as soon as the blood yuan zhu left Chen Jingshuan's body, the evil spirit of blood that enveloped him instantly weakened a lot. Damn it, it's not dead yet. Ling Yun swung the fiery thunder saber, and his figure soared into the sky. Death to the devil. Ling Yun jumped into the sky, facing Chen Jingshuan's falling body. He swung his saber one after another. Chi 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 chi. Ah 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 ah. Amidst the miserable cries, Chen Jingshuan's body was ripped apart by Ling Yun. Chen family slain, do it. Before dying, with his last breath, Chen Jingxian gave the final order to the 5 dead men hidden in the deep house compound. That was the last step in all his preparations. In the courtyard of the deep house, After hearing Qin Jingshuan's order, several dead soldiers hidden in the dark were about to ignite the explosive fuse buried deep in the ground, but they didn't expect to be instantly killed by several blood clans in a blink of an eye. Qin Jingxian desperately widened his eyes, wanting to hear the loud noise he was expecting, but after waiting for a long time, there was no movement at all. Qin Jingxian, you don't have to wait, those 5 people have all been killed by my men. Lingyan fell to the ground, looked at Qin Jingxian, who was only half body, and said calmly, I hate. Qin Jingxian stared his eyes out of their sockets, he gritted his teeth and said these 3 words, and finally died of anger. Call. Seeing that Qin Jingxian was dead, Ling Yin finally let out a sigh of relief. He is so tired. The final battle was really too tough. Ling Yin and Qin Jingxian fought for thousands of rounds, and almost used all the cards they could use to kill this monster. However, at the next moment, Ling Yin suddenly yelled, not good. To be continued. The first update on August 1st. There are 2 more updates, I will write all night, everyone will wake up tomorrow to read. What Ling Yin was most worried about finally happened. It's the Yamada no Orochi. In the 3rd battle, although Ling Yin killed the Yamada no Orochi with the fiery thunder saber, he knew that the phantom of the Yamada no Orochi's soul was not completely wiped out, and its remnant soul passed through a method of concealment is hidden. Being good at hiding is one of the instincts of snakes, not to mention that it is a remnant of the ancient beast Yamada no Orochi. It is precisely because of this that even though Ling Yin locked the entire battlefield with his powerful spiritual sense immediately after the battle, he still failed to find the remnant soul of Yamada no Orochi. But now, it appeared. It rushed out of the cloudy maze that trapped Master Ziyu, still with 8 heads and 8 tails, entangled in groups, and its volume looked about the same as a large shot put on the ground, but it was no longer a phantom, but a body full of ghosts. Scarlet red, 8 snake necks and snake tails, and flesh and blood in the belly of the snake. Damn it, it actually devoured Ziyu's flesh and blood. Ling Yin understood what was going on in an instant, his heart was awe-inspiring, and without hesitation, he immediately used apparatus, and rushed into the cloudy sky maze where Diyutong was placed in a teleport. Fortunately, Diyutong was still alive and well. Ling Yin stretched out his hand, and Ling Kong took a picture. First, he held Diyutong in his hand, and then moved with his divine sense, moved the eyes of this maze of heavens away, and personally broke the most complete muddy sky maze. Although the large formation that Ling Yin trapped Ziyu Zhenren suffered some damage, it can still exert 80% of its effect, but even so, Yamada no Orochi can still enter and exit freely, which shows one thing. Can't stop the Yamada no Orochi. Not only can the cloudy sky maze not trap Yamada no Orochi, but it has become a barrier for it to hide and protect itself. Now that all the Sunchen Alliance members are dead on the battlefield, this cloudy sky maze is naturally useless, so Ling Yin immediately broke the formation. The eyes of the formation shifted, and the white mist in this small area dissipated instantly, and the vision was suddenly clear. Edward. Jester, you 5 come out. Ling Yin directly called Edward and the others, then threw Diyutong, who could not move, into Edward's hands, and said, take care of him. Don't let him die. After finishing speaking, Ling Yin turned his head and looked at the location of the Yamada no Orochi. When Ling Yin rescued Diyutong just now, the Yamada no Orochi didn't attack Ling Yin, but rushed to a piece of blood ice like lightning, and its 8 tails entangled the blood ice at the same time, and it was devouring madly. Damn it, you really know how to find something to eat. Those huge blood ice cubes are of course the bloody big handprint that Ling Yin had frozen and chopped into pieces just now. They are formed from the blood of the dead on the ground, and they are a great tonic for Yamada no Orochi. Those blood ice cubes were attacked by the flames and high temperature of the fire talismans that exploded one after another, and they had already begun to melt and soften, which happened to become a delicious meal for Yamada no Orochi. Yamada no Orochi's devouring speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it has almost devoured the piece of blood ice, and its body has doubled in size in an instant, and it is already close to 1 meter in radius. This time, the 8 heads and 8 tails of Yamada no Orochi are made of pure flesh and blood. Its whole body is blood red and becomes even more strange. Its 16 red eyes are shining with red light, showing the greed of the snake. Whizzing. After Lingyan saw this, he knew that this time he was in serious trouble. He shook his hand suddenly, and directly shot 2 fire talismans at the Yamada no Orochi. Brush. How did you know that after suffering a big loss in Lingyan's hands, this Yamada no Orochi was now on guard against the fire spirit talisman? It's even faster than before. Boom. The 2 fire talismans still exploded, but they failed to hurt the Yamada no Orochi at all. At this time, I saw that Yamada no Orochi's body the size of a water urn moving rapidly on the ground, erratic in the whole field. It was looking for other scattered blood ice. As soon as it found it, it would immediately pounce on it and swallow it into its stomach. You don't even need to absorb it. Fuck. Lingyan knew that the current fire talisman was useless against the Yamada no Orochi, because it already knew how to dodge, and its movement speed was too fast. Like teleportation, the fire talisman couldn't hit it at all. Pro. Without hesitation, Lingyan took out the Divine Walking Talisman and the Wind Control Talisman, and used them on his body. Then he swallowed 3 Yin-Yang pills one after another, to replenish the Yin-Yang true Qi in his body again. Boom. Lingyan poured pure Yang Qi and the power of thunder and lightning into the dark blood demon knife, and once again cast the fiery thunder saber. Kill. He cast his shape-changing shadow, rushed towards the Yamada no Orochi whose body was getting bigger and bigger like lightning, and started chasing and killing the Yamada no Orochi. However, compared with the fire spirit talisman, this Yamada no Orochi is more afraid of Lingyan's raging fire thunder saber, because last time, it was Lingyan who used the raging fire thunder saber to cut off its 8 heads. The first Yamada no Orochi did not challenge Lingyan, but continued to walk around the field, avoiding Lingyan's pursuit. Fuck, how did this beast become so smart? While chasing and killing, Lingyan cursed secretly in his heart, but what he scolded was not the Yamada no Orochi, but Qin Jingxian, saying that the old devil would not make him feel comfortable even if he died. The Yamada no Orochi is growing faster and faster. It has almost swallowed all the blood-colored ice scattered on the ground, and its body is getting bigger and bigger, and it is about to return to its original size. Shape, with the size of a house. Qingying, kill. Lingyan was anxious in his heart. He did not hesitate to burn another 12 drops of divine energy, sacrificed the Qingying Feijian, and then with a movement of his divine sense, he turned the Qingying Feijian into a 2-meter long, 1-foot wide one. Take the huge broadsword, and then use the tyrannical consciousness to move it. Let Qingying Feijian cut off the head of Yamada no Orochi. Qingying's speed was too fast, and the Yamada no Orochi knew that it couldn't dodge this time, but it had basically grown up at this time, and while moving at high speed, it twisted a red snake's head, opened its bloody mouth, and wanted to swallow it. Drop the blue shadow flying sword. Laugh. The blue shadow flying sword flashed past, and it cut off the red snake head directly. Ah! This time, the Yamada no Orochi uttered the roar of a real ferocious beast after suffering the pain. The sound was earth-shattering and resounded through the valley. Fluff. In the surrounding pitch-black mountains and forests, all birds were frightened and beasts crawled. This Yamada no Orochi is no different from a real living thing, and the fierce power released from it is getting stronger and stronger. Brush. After the red snake head was chopped off by Qingying Feijian, Yaki no Orochi swallowed the snake head with a coiled tail, and then a new snake head grew out of thin air on the severed snake neck. Fuck. So fierce. Lingyan was also shocked by the crazy roar of the Yamada no Orochi, and his hurricane figure immediately froze. Maid, this snake is alive, and it is 3 times stronger than the one that was transformed with sacrifice and true energy just now. Lingyun knew that the Yamada no Orochi in front of him, except that he hadn't condensed the real snake's skin, it was actually very close to the real Yamada no Orochi now. Cut again. Lingyun didn't dare to be negligent. He urged the blue shadow flying sword again, spun around the Yamada no Orochi non-stop, caught the snake's head and cut it off with the sword. Ah! The Yamada no Orochi screamed one after another, its snake head was cut off one after another, and it was swallowed by itself immediately, and then a new one grew out. Lingyun watched this scene, and was also secretly shocked. He knew that although the current Qingying Feijian was extremely sharp and could cut off the snake's head, but there was no raging fire and thunder on the Qingying Feijian, so it couldn't do anything to the current Yamada no Orochi. Cause substantial harm. Lingyun's dark blood demon knife is capable, but Lingyun can't control the dark blood demon knife now. Roar. Yamada no Orochi was finally irritated. It used 4 snake heads to resist the blue shadow flying sword, and the other snake head suddenly twisted and turned towards Chen Jingshuan's bloody corpse. Hiss, hiss. I saw that the 4 snake heads opened their mouths wide open, and between the scarlet snake's letters, a strong suction appeared out of nowhere in the snake's mouth, and it actually sucked Chen Jingshuan's body and the limbs severed by Lingyun into the air. Then it swallowed it in one gulp. Chen Jingxian really had a terrible death. Not only was he dismembered by Lingyun, but now even his body was swallowed by the Yamada no Orochi. Although Chen Jingxian was killed, he was possessed by demons. After his death, his body was still stronger than fine steel, and his flesh and blood condensed boundless bloody evil spirit. After Yamada no Orochi swallowed his body, the 4 snakes changed instantly, and red snake scales began to grow on the 4 snakes. There is no doubt that once the scales of the snake are all covered with the body of the snake, the Yamada no Orochi is truly resurrected. If the revival of this ancient ferocious beast is successful, not to mention the prosperous capital, the people around the mountainous area will be the first to suffer. If Lingyun can't kill this beast now, then he will become a sinner. Lingyun was in a hurry. Qingxin, don't be in a hurry to make a move. With me here, this Yaqui snake can't make any troubles. Now is the time to test the quality of this kid. Fortunately, we haven't left yet. I didn't expect that this Yamada no Orochi really came back to life. At this moment in the sky, Long Haren looked dignified, once again stopped Yi Qingxin who wanted to make a move, he said in a deep voice. Kill. Regardless of the enormous coercion emanating from the Yamada no Orochi, Lingyun faced this unrivaled beast with incomparably determined eyes, and even chose to take the risk alone. He twisted himself up. Good boy. Just charge this, and the Ling family will rise. Seeing the astonishing scene below, Long Haren secretly clenched his hands behind his back, and couldn't help admiring from the bottom of his heart. I didn't expect that the Ling family would produce such a world-class hero. Yi Qingxin put her fingers together and pinched the sword formula, but she didn't utter it. In the light green light, her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance, and she even opened her mouth to admire. To be continued. The second update on August 2nd. For the sake of staying up all night and Jiaobu's birthday, can a monthly ticket be used as a birthday cake? Lingyun is very clear about his own strength. He knows that he is extremely dangerous to face this Yamada no Orochi, which is infinitely close to resurrection, and he is 90% invincible. The life and death battle between the Ling family and the Sun and Chen families has ended, and Lingyun has won a complete victory. Of course, he can ignore the Yamada no Orochi now and let Edward and other 5 blood clans take him away, but if he does that, he will not be Lingyun. Lingyun had faintly sensed that someone was spying on him, but even so, even if he played all his cards, he still had to kill the Yamada no Orochi. This is righteousness. Lingyun soared into the sky, he held the knife in both hands, his eyes were firm, he increased his speed to the limit, and rushed towards the rapidly transforming ancient beast. Chi-chi. Prick, prick. At this moment, the dark blood demon knife burst into blazing flames, and the red and black knife was wrapped with gold and silver electric snakes, like meteors from the sky, piercing the boundless night. Roar. Yamada no Orochi saw Ling Yun attacking him again, and immediately let out a shocking roar. The huge snake body exuded a monstrous ferocious power, and roared at the charging Ling Yun. The earth trembled, and the mountains shook. The two heads of Yamada no Orochi turned around, opened their bloody mouths with thick fangs, and opened their mouths to Ling Yun in the air, to bite. Zheng. Gold and iron clatter. Ling Yun slashed on the red snake neck of Yamada no Orochi with a single knife, and there was an earth-shattering sound of gold and iron clanging, but Ling Yun still managed to cut off one of Yamada no Orochi's heads. However, another snake head of Yamada no Orochi also bit Ling Yun's right shoulder. Hiss. Ling Yun only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and the fangs of the Yamada no Orochi pierced through Ling Yun's multiple defenses, and bit his flesh and blood. Fuck. Ling Yun was furious. He also made a real fire, handed the dark blood demon knife to his left hand, and then formed a claw with his right hand, pinching the snake neck of Yamada no Orochi fiercely, and swung the dark blood demon knife wildly with his left hand. Clank. Ling Yun slashed at the snake's neck 3 inches in a row, cutting off the snake's head directly. Blue shadow. At the same time, Ling Yun activated his divine sense, causing the huge blue shadow flying sword to circle and dance around the lightning around him, blocking the attacks of other snake heads and tails of Yamada no Orochi. Whoosh whoosh. Ling Yun cut off 2 snake heads in an instant, and he immediately shot a fire talisman at Yamada no Orochi's body, and then he flew back violently. Pro. Boom 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 boom. I don't know how many fire spirit talismans exploded on the body of the Yamada no Orochi in one breath, and the flames shot up into the sky for a while, blasting the Yamada no Orochi howling. At this time, Ling Yun had retreated 50 meters away. The snake head biting his shoulder was still hanging on his shoulder at this time, and the 2 red snake eyes were staring at him. Snakes will not die instantly if their heads are severed, and individual snake heads still have the ability to attack. Clank. Ling Yun swung his knife and slashed at the snake's head, smashing the snake's head completely. At the same time, he raised his right hand and shot in the air, rushing to shoot the first snake's head that he chopped off. Clank. There was another burst of chopping and chopping. Ling Yun also chopped the snake's head into pieces. Ling Yun knew that the souls of Yamada no Orochi mainly existed in the heads of these snakes, and chopping these snake heads with a raging fire thunder knife was equivalent to destroying part of the soul of Yamada no Orochi. In the distance, the powerful fire spirit talisman worked again, blasting the 4 snake bodies of Yamada no Orochi into scorched black pieces. Scattered in pieces, Ling Yun activated his divine consciousness, slashed with the blue shadow flying sword one after another, and took the opportunity to chop off 2 more snakes. A snake head. He shot again, took the heads of the 2 snakes first, and chopped them into pieces with the raging fire thunder knife, so as to consume the soul of Yamada no Orochi. For this kind of ancient fierce beast, as long as its soul is immortal or not sealed, it is immortal, and it is useless to cut off its body. The 4 snake bodies of Yamada no Orochi were blown to pieces by the fire talisman, and new snake heads could no longer grow in a short time. However, the 4 snake bodies that had already grown snake scales were unscathed in this explosion. They were made of Chen Jingxuan's flesh and blood, and contained the own defense power of Yamada no Orochi. Plus, the fire talisman can't do any damage to it. Chi-chi. Ling Yun stared closely at the Yamada no Orochi. He performed a yin-yang formula, first forced out the toxin injected into the Yamada no Orochi's body, and then took out the healing talisman to heal the injury on his shoulder. Ling Yun noticed that after Yamada no Orochi was injured this time, he was not in a hurry to recover the 4 snake bodies, but was trying his best to transform the 4 scaled snake bodies. The speed of scale covering is very fast. Now, the 4 bodies of the Yamada no Orochi have been covered with 4 snake bodies, and even half of its belly has been covered with red scales. With 4 heads and 4 tails, this is equivalent to half a real Yamada no Orochi. Roar! Yamada no Orochi finally succeeded in transforming. Although only half of the snake's body was truly resurrected, as long as it is given a few days, the remaining 4 snakes will definitely grow back. However, even though there were only 4 snake heads, when the huge body of Yamada no Orochi turned around and the 4 scaled snake bodies faced Ling Yin still felt an astonishing coercion. Not to mention fighting, Ling Yin just can't even raise his aura right now. His aura at the 3rd level of Qi training is not enough to face this real revived ancient beast. Under such overwhelming coercion, Ling Yin felt that it was difficult to even breathe, but he still did not intend to run away, but silently took out a purple talisman. That's a talisman. Boss, let me help you. In the distance, Edward silently handed Di Yutong into Jester's hands. With a burst of wings, he flew up and rushed towards Yamada no Orochi. The dark cage of blood. Edward spit out a big mouthful of blood. He activated the secret method of the Blood Clan, and cast a dark cage on the Yamada no Orochi, trying to trap the beast. Ah! However, Yamada no Orochi roared, and then 2 huge snake tails soared into the sky, smashing the dark cage in an instant. Then I saw that Yamada no Orochi opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the blood mist formed by the dark cage. Edward retrieved quickly. Ling Yin hurriedly shouted, "The ability of this beast is just right to restrain your blood race." When Edward heard this, he quickly flapped his wings, and he suddenly turned in one direction, wanting to retreat. However, it was already too late at this time. After swallowing a mouthful of Edward's blood, the Yamada no Orochi grew bigger again. It suddenly opened its mouth wide and sucked at Edward. Hiss! Edward couldn't fly immediately. He felt a strong suction coming from behind, pulling him, and drifting towards the Yamada no Orochi. Damn it, it's not good. Ling Yin saw it. If the Yamada no Orochi swallowed Edward again, would it be okay? He suddenly pushed the blue shadow flying sword to the limit, and slashed at the head of the Yamada no Orochi, who was sucking wildly, and at the same time, he performed the transformation of shape, and rushed to the Yada no Orochi. Clank! Sure enough, the blue shadow flying sword slashed on the snake's head of Yamada no Orochi. Although it slashed violently, it couldn't shake the Yamada no Orochi at all. It's too late, but it's too late. Ling Yin is here in an instant. Boom! Ling Yin unfolded the xuanhuan Ichi shield to protect himself, and then he swung the fiery thunder saber at the biggest snake head. Dang 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 dang. Hit a snake to hit 7 inches, and the Yaki snake is the same. Every time Ling Yin slashed at the 7 inches of the snake's body, they were all in the same place, but the scale-covered snake's defense was really amazing. Ling Yin slashed more than a dozen times in succession before splitting the scales. Then cut off the snake's head. Edward go! Edward finally escaped through Shiko. But at this time, Ling Yin himself was tightly entangled by the 3 tails of Yamada no Orochi. At the same time, above Ling Yin's head, the other 3 heads of Yamada no Orochi were hanging down, staring at Ling Yin coldly. In those 6 goose-egg-sized snake eyes, there was a bewitching red glow, and Ling Yin could even feel the sarcasm and greed in those eyes. However, at this time, Ling Yin couldn't take care of it anymore. Although he had a shield of xuanhuan qi outside his body, the tail of Yamada no Orochi was too powerful, and it was getting tighter and tighter. The shield of xuanhuan qi could be destroyed at any time. Squeeze! Especially at such a short distance, under the tyrannical power of Yamada no Orochi, Ling Yin couldn't breathe. He was supporting the shield with all his strength, but he was powerless to use other means to stop the three who were slowly probing down. Snakehead! Hiss, hiss, hiss. The three snake heads, with their bloody mouths open, swallowed bright red letters, and slowly pressed down. The Yaqui snake faced Ling Yun, as if it was playing with a mouse. Ling Yun was about to be buried in the belly of a snake. Kill! Yi Qingxin in the air, couldn't wait any longer. She stared at her beautiful eyes, and wanted to control the sword and kill the snake. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The dark blood demon knife in Ling Yun's hand suddenly began to vibrate violently, and there was the sound of a dragon chant. Boom! In an instant, I saw a dark red phantom rushing out from the dark blood demon saber. It was only 1 meter long at first, but after it rushed out of the blade, in the blink of an eye, the phantom became more than 10 meters long. It is dark red in color, with 2 horns on its head, 4 legs on its body, 4 black claws on each foot, and dark red scales on its body. Although it is a phantom, it is almost close to the essence, shining with the texture of metal. This is the soul of the dark blood demon sword, the dark blood demon dragon. Hold head high. As soon as the dark blood demon dragon came out and faced Yamada no Orochi, it burst out a dragon roar. The dragon's might was astonishing. The Yamada no Orochi was caught off guard. Seeing the dark blood dragon, its huge body suddenly trembled. The 3 snake heads couldn't care less about swallowing Ling Yun anymore. The snake's neck instantly stood upright, and all the scales on its body exploded rise. A dragon is a dragon, and a snake is a snake. Even if Yamada no Orochi is an ancient fierce beast, he knows that he is invincible in the face of this dark blood dragon, not to mention that this is just a trace of Yamada no Orochi's remnant soul. Yamada no Orochi and the dark blood demon dragon only confronted each other for a few seconds before the snake tail wrapped around Ling Yun loosened. It was frightened back and its huge body floated away, trying to escape. Now that the blood demon dragon came out, how could it let the snake escape? It caught up with Yamada no Orochi with a flicker of its dragon shadow, and then entangled the 3 snake bodies of Yamada no Orochi as soon as the dragon body wrapped around it. Immediately afterwards, the dark blood demon dragon opened its mouth. Dragon suck! A horrifying scene appeared. I saw a huge phantom of Yamada no Orochi was quickly pulled out of its snake body, and then struggled with its 8 heads and tails, but quickly shrunk, and was swallowed by the dark blood dragon inside. The dark blood demon dragon swallowed the soul of this Yamada no Orochi directly. That's not to mention, after the dark blood demon dragon swallowed the soul of Yamada no Orochi, its body suddenly turned tens of meters long, becoming a huge monster, and then it opened its mouth and sucked again at the huge body of Yamada no Orochi. The blood used to shape Yamada no Orochi turned into a huge amount of blood energy, and all of them were sucked into the belly of the dragon by the dark blood dragon. The dark blood demon dragon's body has become more solid, it has almost turned into substance, and ordinary people can see it with naked eyes. Master, well done! A clear idea passed into Ling Yun's sea of consciousness, who had already stared dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, the figure of the dark blood demon dragon shrunk rapidly, and instantly penetrated into the blade of the dark blood demon knife, disappearing. To be continued. The 3rd update will be delivered on August 2nd. I really stayed up all night to write. August 3rd is Laobu's birthday, so let's guarantee 2 updates. I will try to update them before 2400 hours. What? High in the sky, Yi Qingxin saw the figure of the dark blood dragon coming out, and she didn't move anymore, because she was completely stunned. Then, that turned out to be a dragon? How is this possible? Long Hauran was more shocked than Yi Qingxin. He is a member of the Long family and the head of the Long family. Of course, he is very familiar with dragons. He was completely stunned when he recognized that it was a dark blood dragon. The most important thing is that since Long Hauran belongs to the Long family, He naturally has the blood of the dragon in his body, and the power of the blood in his body is very strong, otherwise, he would not be able to be the head of the Long family. However, after the dark blood demon dragon came out, he ignored Long Howren from the beginning to the end, which made him unable to understand at all. The soul of a dark blood demon dragon is sealed on the dark blood demon knife. This is known to both the good and the evil in the world, but how can Ling Yun activate the dragon soul of this dragon? And look at that dragon, although it is still in the form of a phantom, but it is already close to the real thing. Even ordinary people can see it with the naked eye, and the dragon power released is so powerful. Since the dragon soul has been released from the seal, why does it protect Ling Yun, and after swallowing the Yamada no Orochi, it doesn't leave, but gets into the dark blood demon knife again? Why does this demon dragon follow Ling Yun? Long Howren's expression was shocked, his thoughts flashed, and a series of questions popped up in his mind, but no matter how much he tried to figure it out, he still couldn't figure it out. It's a long story, but from the time Edward flew out to cast the dark cage, to Ling Yun's life and death, the dark blood dragon rushed out of the magic knife, swallowed Yamada no Orochi, and then submerged in the blade. There were no more than 20 people before and after. Time to breathe. Everything happened so fast, it was like being in a dream. Clang! The dark blood demon knife fell to the ground, and the heavy blade hit a rock, making a loud noise. Only then did Ling Yun wake up with a dazed face and brought him back to reality. Master, well done. At this time, Ling Yun didn't think about anything else. The idea was always circling in his mind, and the idea was so clear that Ling Yun seemed to hear it with his own ears. Owner? The dark blood demon dragon actually called me master? Ling Yun lowered his head and bent down to pick up the dark blood demon knife. He looked carefully and found that the entire blade of the magic knife had completely turned dark red. The dragon carved on the knife was now baring its teeth and claws, following Ling Yun's movement. The light of the knife flowed, and the dragon appeared more lifelike. Good weight. It may be because of the huge blood energy swallowed by the dark blood demon dragon just now. Ling Yun felt that the dark blood demon knife had weighed tens of kilograms again, and now it weighed about 300 caddies. However, this weight is more convenient for Ling Yun's current strength. At least it doesn't feel as light as holding a willow leaf. Underworld blood demon knife, I never thought you were the one who saved me this time. Ling Yun stared at the dark blood demon knife in his hand, and clearly felt the kindness coming from the blade. He knew that it was the will of the dragon's soul in the dark blood demon knife. Ling Yun urged his divine thoughts into the blade, wanting to continue to communicate with the dragon's soul inside, but no matter how hard he tried, no thoughts came into his mind. Ling Yun guessed that the dark blood dragon should be asleep. However, Ling Yun was not in a hurry, and with a smile on his face, he put the dark blood demon knife into the Taishu ring, as a precious and important thing. Then, Ling Yun waved and called the 5 blood races from a distance. Clean the battlefield. Now, the life and death decisive battle between Ling Yun and the Sunchen Alliance has come to an end, and it ended with Ling Yun's complete victory. Except for Master Lu Mingjiu, who left safely, and the 6 members of the Bailey family who were injured and left the battlefield early, the Sunchen Alliance's troops. Everyone else died here. Sun Jinwu was instantly killed by Ling Yun, and Chen Jingxian was the worst. Not only was he dismembered by Ling Yun, but he was also swallowed into the snake's belly by Yamada no Orochi, and finally ended up with no bones left. Of course, there is still one person alive, and that is the master of Huaxia Group, Diyutong of Tianshan Tianjianzong. Unable to move, Ling Yun captured him alive. Boss, Blood Yuanzhu. Edward had already picked up the Blood Yuan bead that Ling Yun hadn't had time to put away, and he handed it to Ling Yun with a face full of shame. Edward, I don't blame you. It's a good job for you to sacrifice your life to help me. Ling Yun smiled. He took the Blood Yuan bead, put it directly into the Taishu ring, and then patted Edward's arm. His heart was really touched. Edward has now completely transformed, and is nearly 3 meters tall. He lowered his head and said to Ling Yun, "Boss, Paul and the others also came over just now, but I was afraid that they would not be strong enough and would cause chaos when they came up, so I didn't let them take action." "You don't need to say much, I understand." Ling Yun laughed and didn't care at all. Edward was doing him a disservice. The other 4 blood races came over. Wasn't that delivering food to Yamada no Orochi? After finishing speaking, Ling Yun let go of his consciousness and enveloped the entire battlefield. Within a radius of 500 meters, there were dead bodies all over the ground. Most of them died in miserable conditions. Some were split in half vertically, some were cut in half, some had their heads crushed, their brains burst, and some had their hearts pierced. Those lying on their stomachs, lying down, broken arms and stumps scattered everywhere, but strangely there wasn't much blood on the ground, only the ground was bright red. What a scene from hell! This battle was really too tragic. It was several times more tragic than Ling Yun's battle with the Heavenly Killing Branch in Beijing in order to save Ling Xiao. Quack, quack. In the distance, a crow landed on a treetop, making a sharp and unpleasant croaking sound. It was almost midnight now, and it sounded creepy. The crow has a pure black body and likes to eat carrion. It is considered a morning bird. Hey, this crow. Ling Yun noticed the crow in an instant. It is said that so many people died here. It is not surprising that 1 or 2 crows appeared, but the problem is that Ling Yun just killed Yamada no Orochi. When Yamada no Orochi was injured repeatedly, it made a roar that shook the mountains and forests. That kind of terrifying and ferocious power overwhelmed Ling Yun. With a movement in Ling Yun's heart, his spiritual consciousness instantly locked on to the crow. Fuck, what a big guy. It didn't matter. After looking at it, Ling Yun found that the crow was actually very big, almost as big as an adult eagle. Its legs are thick and powerful, its claws are as sharp as golden hooks, and it firmly grasps branches as thick as its arms. Its mouth is hard and thick, and its body is almost pure black. But Ling Yun could see it clearly, because its feathers were too dark. When it flapped its wings, there was a faint blue-purple metallic luster in the night. Fuck, it turned out to be a golden-threaded crow. Ling Yun noticed even more that there was a shiny golden thread on the back of that giant crow, from its forehead to its tail feathers, and its 2 eyes and 2 paws were also golden. Strangely, when Ling Yun was looking at the crow, it seemed that the crow was also looking at him, with a golden light emitting from its pupils, showing a thoughtful yet somewhat hesitant expression. Good baby. Ling Yun saw that this was a golden-threaded crow, and it was the top-ranked golden-threaded crow, so he was overjoyed. He also didn't care about cleaning the battlefield, and immediately started playing with the birds. Come here, I have something good for you to eat. Ling Yun completely suppressed the murderous aura on his body. The aura exuding from his whole body was so harmless to humans and animals. He hooked his fingers at the crow from a long distance away, trying to lure it over. The golden-threaded crow seemed to be able to understand people's words. It immediately showed hesitation and flapped its wings, but it didn't fly over. Ha ha. Seeing this, Ling Yun knew that this trick would not work, so he simply released the big killer directly. He completely gathered the yin and cold qi in his body, and then slightly operated the Shenwu Chunyang immortal art. His body immediately transformed into a pure yang body, releasing a powerful pure yang aura. Feeling this pure yang aura, the crow flapped its wings, flew up, hovered in the air for a long time, and finally couldn't stand the temptation, and flew straight towards Ling Yun. However, its eyes still maintained a high degree of vigilance. It's done. Ling Yun knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he was not in a hurry. Instead, he ignored the crow and cleaned up the battlefield. Ling Yun fought extremely hard tonight. It was originally 5 rounds and 3 wins, but Ling Yun fought a total of 6 rounds. He only completed the crushing in the first 4 rounds. In the last 2 rounds, he faced the enchanted Qin Jingxian and the resurrected Baki. The Battle of the Big Snake can be said to be extremely thrilling, and it is close to death. But even so, Ling Yan still has some whole cards that he has not used from beginning to end, such as the Ling family's inheritance Ghost Willow, such as the Shinnong Cauldron, such as the Dragon Saliva, such as the Dragon and Elephant Magic Power. He didn't use either. Because in the second half of the battle, Ling Yan burned his divine energy several times, his spiritual consciousness soared, and he clearly felt that someone was watching him. The opponent's cultivation base is very high, and the method of concealment is even more powerful. Ling Yan has explored with all his heart, but he can't find the opponent, so he can only give up. Still the same sentence, the Sun and Chen families are not the problem after all, the problem is the Longye family. Of course, Ling Yan fought extremely hard, but the harvest was also very huge. Not to mention tonight, just the weapons scattered on the ground add up to nearly 150. These weapons, together with the ones that Ling Yan didn't use up, are enough to refine 2 flying swords. And it also included Lu Mingju's handy shovel, Chen Jingshuan's broken purple gold gun, and Master Zhikong's golden Zen stick, all of which were excellent weapons and were of great use to Ling Yan. He asked the 5 blood races to pile up these weapons in one place, and put them all into the Taishu ring. Then Ling Yan went to Master Zhikong, who had passed away, and found 3 small medicine bottles on his body, which contained the great returning pill of Shaolin Temple, and there were 18 pills in total. Ling Yan took the elixir, and then said to Zhikong, who had passed away, "You were exhausted and seriously injured, and you relied on the elixir to recover to your peak, but you did not hesitate to exhaust all your strength to help Chen Jingxian become a demon. If you do this, you will die unjustly." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan ignored Zhikong's corpse. He ordered the 5 blood races to pile up all the corpses and stumps inside and outside the deep house compound, and then sprinkled corpse powder on them. Quack, quack. Seeing those corpses whistling and smoking, all turning into light yellow thick water, the crow that had been circling above Ling Yan's head gave up and croaked anxiously. Ling Yan looked up with a smile, and said, "Haha, as long as you are willing to come with me, you won't have to eat this in the future. I will give you delicious food every day." He seemed to be talking to the golden-threaded crow, but his eyes suddenly looked directly at the sky above his head. To be continued. The first update on August 3rd. The next update is at 1 o'clock in the morning. At Ling Yan's current level of strength, someone is spying on him from a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers, just like an ordinary person being secretly watched by others tens of meters behind him. He can definitely feel it, because it is a kind of a sense of unreliability like a glow on the back. Because Ling Yan has now reached the 3rd level of Qi training, the limit of his spiritual consciousness range is about 3 kilometers away. If the opponent is within 3,000 meters of him, he doesn't need to feel it, but directly sees it. However, although Ling Yan had poor eyesight, he found nothing. There was nothing above his head. Only the Milky Way was deep and the sky was full of stars. Long Hauran and Yi Qingxin, without knowing when, had drifted away without a trace. Although he didn't find anything, Ling Yan was convinced that someone must have been staring at him secretly just now, and the other party's cultivation was extremely high, able to fly in the air, and even stand in the air. Ling Yan still doesn't know how many levels of supernatural powers he can fly in the air. But if he is a cultivator, he must be at least in the middle stage of Qi training to be able to do so. Is it the Long family? Or the Yi family? Or the Huaxia group? My strength and whole cards have let the other party know a lot. Ling Yan looked up at the night sky calmly, but his thoughts flashed, and he secretly guessed in his heart. After 10 seconds, he withdrew his gaze. It's over here, let's go back to the capital. After cleaning the battlefield and making sure there was nothing wrong with it, Ling Yan left the valley with 5 blood clansmen. In this life-and-death decisive battle, Ling Yan and his party were all unharmed, only he himself was extremely exhausted after repeated hard fights. However, unlike when they left, there was one more person and one bird in the team. The one more person is of course Diyutong of the Tianshan sword sect, who was captured alive by Ling Yun. Now he is captured by the humanoid bird Paul, and it is rare to enjoy the taste of flying in the night sky. As for the more bird, it was naturally the golden-threaded crow. It flew with the 5 blood races, its flying speed was fast and slow, and it was far and near from Ling Yun. It tried dozens of times along the way, and finally convinced that Ling Yun would not hurt it, so it followed Ling Yun not far away with confidence. What? Unexpectedly, this guy is quite smart and cautious enough. Standing on Edward's back, Ling Yun let the golden-threaded crow probe repeatedly, but pretended not to know it and didn't greet it, but he was very satisfied in his heart. It can be said that tonight, this golden-threaded crow is Ling Yun's biggest harvest. He is more excited than the blood-blooded dragon rushing out of the magic knife to protect the Lord. He is like a treasure. However, Ling Yun was the only one who was extremely happy. The 5 blood servants watched the golden-threaded crow follow them all the time, and the expressions on their faces were as sad as a concubine. Because, every time this golden-threaded crow approached, they felt terrified, and they felt uncomfortable all over. They just wanted to stay away from this big black bird. Boss, why let this big black bird follow us? It feels so uncomfortable. During the flight, Jester couldn't bear it first, and he couldn't help but said with a sad face. It's normal for you to feel uncomfortable, just get used to it in a few months. Ling Yun said with a smile, but didn't explain much. The blood race is the master of the night, the sun is the most hated and feared, and what is the golden-thread crow? It also has an even more awesome name, which is its abbreviation, Golden Crow. Of course, the current golden-threaded crow is far behind the real golden crow, but once the golden-threaded crow has a chance, it can evolve, and the golden crow is its future. Tonight, the golden-thread crow was able to appear, and what attracted it was not those corpses at all, but the pure young aura released by Ling Yun during the battle. Ling Yun is naturally the fate of the golden-thread crow. There is no doubt that this golden-thread crow is also Ling Yun's fate. With this golden-threaded crow, Ling Yun will not have to worry about practicing the Shenwu Chunyang immortal art in the future. Feeling the oppression of this golden-threaded crow, the 5 blood races silently accelerated their flight speed. They quickly flew out of the range of Yunming Mountain, and then flew along a straight line in the sky towards the capital in the southwest direction. Go. Let's go down, and fly forward, it will be too easy to be noticed. As soon as they entered the 6th Ring Road, Ling Yun immediately asked to land. They found a remote and uninhabited road and landed on the road. At this time, it was almost midnight. After arriving on the ground, the first thing Ling Yun did was to take off the night suit he was wearing, then used a clear water talisman on himself to clean his body, and then put on a new set of Wu Jin Devil Silkworm night clothes. Unfortunately, a set of battle robes has been abolished. In the last 3 battles, Ling Yun was injured against Toyo Kajanen, especially Chen Jingxian, who was possessed by demons, and the revived Yamada no Orochi. Completely useless. However, because Yi Xingchen personally made it for him, Ling Yun was still reluctant to throw it away. He used another clear water talisman to clean the discarded battle robes, and carefully put them away. Although this set of combat robes has been discarded, it participated in the life and death battle between Ling Yun and the Sun Chen Alliance, and witnessed the rise of the Ling family. It is of great significance. Of course, Ling Yun will not lose it. As soon as Ling Yun raised his hand, he took out the black business car from the Taishu ring. It was a 7-seater luxury business car with a lot of space inside. Ling Yun, 5 blood clansmen, and Di Yutong, who was captured alive, could seat 7 people. It's just right to go in. Drive, go back to the Ling family's ancestral house. This time it was Jester who was in charge of driving, and Ling Yun sat in the co-pilot's seat. After Jester started the car, Ling Yun let go of his consciousness and saw that the golden-threaded crow was startled by the roar of the engine when the car started, and then he was not afraid anymore. It was 50 meters above the ground. Flying at high speed, followed closely by this black commercial vehicle. Ling Yun was finally relieved, and after closing his eyes for a while to rest his mind, he thought carefully and took out the communicator. He called two people respectively, one was Ling Lai and the other was Yi Xingchen, and they both expressed the same meaning. The battle is over, all the members of the Sun-Chen Alliance have been wiped out, I am not injured, and everything will be done according to plan. This sentence is enough. The capital, the ancestral home of the Ling family. The door is closed. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, Cui Lao, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Xiu, and all the younger generations of the Ling family, all the important figures of the direct line of the Ling family, all wearing night clothes, are gathering at the Ling family's first in the living room of the heavy courtyard. Of course, besides these people, there are several other people here. They are Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, Qing Miao, and Mo Wudao. The lights in the spacious living room are bright, reflecting everyone in the room. They all have serious expressions on their faces, rarely speak, and their eyes are full of anxiety. They are waiting for the result of the decisive battle between life and death. In this decisive battle of life and death, Ling Yun knew that he would win. Therefore, he arranged ahead of time and asked the Chao family's old man Chao to block the communication signals of the entire Yunming mountain area. Blocking the enemy, of course, also blocking your own communication, it is the same for the enemy and me. Why is this life and death battle so important? One battle determines life and death, it is related to the life and death of the Ling family, and it is related to whether the Ling family can rise. Therefore, after Ling Yun left the Ling family, these people were all ready to fight according to the established plan. If the Sun and Chen families dared to invade the Ling family, they would immediately launch defenses. If the Sun and Chen alliance did not come, they would just wait for the result of the battle on Ling Yun's side, ready to attack at any time. However, they couldn't wait. The people of the Ling family gradually became anxious. After 11:30 in the evening, they began to worry about Ling Yun's life and death. The life and death battle started at 8 o'clock in the evening, and it has been 3.5 hours now. Can Yun'er survive such a long battle alone? Ling Lai couldn't sit still in the living room in a hurry, he kept walking up and down the room, and said in a deep voice. Father, don't worry, the Sun and Chen families haven't made any movement yet, which means that the battle between the two sides hasn't come to an end yet, and Yun'er should be safe and sound. Ling Yu was the calmest at this moment. He was the brains of the Ling family, and he knew that there was no other way but to wait for the outcome of the battle. The Ling family must not be the first to mess up. Grandpa Ling, don't worry. Everyone knows Ling Yun's strength. He will be fine, not to mention that he has 5 flying bloods with him. According to the plan, if Ling Yun feels invincible, he will send a blood race back to report in advance. Mo Wudao was still wearing his Taoist robe, which was unique in the entire living room, very eye-catching, not only comforting Ling Lai, but also comforting everyone. Ling Yun, there must be no accidents with you. You promised me that we will explore the underground palace together, and go to Mang Mountain together. In fact, Mo Wudao doesn't know what to do now. The time for a life and death battle is really too long. Even if the winner is not determined until the last of 5 battles, it will take at most 2 hours. Life and death compete, how can there be 2 sides who come and go, fighting for thousands of rounds? What's more, it was Ling Yun. Moreover, if there is no winner in the 4 battles, Ling Yun will definitely let a blood race fly out of the Yunming mountain area to report, and will not really wait until the 5th battle. What happened at the place where life and death were fought? Time passed minute by minute, and it was approaching midnight, just when everyone couldn't sit still, even Ling Yu stood up anxiously. Didi. Didi. The communicator Ling Lai placed on the conference table suddenly rang. Ling Lai's expression brightened immediately. He grabbed the communicator with almost a teleportation, and then directly pressed it to connect. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire living room was completely frozen. Ha 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 ha. After listening to the voice from the communicator, Ling Lai put down the communicator, looked up to the sky and laughed. Then, Ling Lai suddenly stopped laughing. The battle is over, Yun'er is unscathed, all the Sun Chen Alliance members have been wiped out by him, and everything is done according to plan. Do it. Almost at the same time, outside the Sun's mansion in the capital, in an unremarkable remote yard 1 kilometer away, Yi Xingchen, who was wearing a long black dress and a black veil, also issued an order coldly. Do it. Into the Sun's house, as long as it comes out to resist, not one will be left, and all will be wiped out. To be continued. The second update will be delivered on August 3rd. Tomorrow will continue 3 more. The Ling family compound. After Ling Lai gave the order to do it, everyone in the Ling family started to act nervously and orderly. Everything was in order. Cui Lao was the first to fly out of the living room. Ling Qi. Exist. Lead the remaining 17 brothers and rush to the mansion in the southern suburbs of the Chen family, join Ling Yi and the others, and then pay close attention to the movements of the Chen family. Once you find any changes in the Chen family, take action immediately and kill them. Yes. Remember, the Patriarch has ordered that in this operation, our Ling family cannot kill innocent people randomly. The women and children of the Chen family, as well as all those who do not know martial arts, are not allowed to be harmed. Clear. Ling Qi flew away immediately after receiving Cui Lao's order. In the living room, Ling Lai was also nervously making arrangements. He first said to Ling Yu, "Yuer, the rise of our Ling family is tonight. You don't want to go to this operation. You just need to sit at home and contact and mediate." Ling Yu nodded excitedly, and said with a smile, "My child understands." Juniors of the Ling family obey orders. Ling Lai turned his head to look at Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Ling Xiu, and the others, and then said, "Xiu'er, and Ling Feng Ling Li, the 3 of you, stay at home honestly, and help your father contact all matters, save the trouble he's too busy. And Ling Shui, you are at home tonight. Ling Yong, tonight you will go to the Chen family's mansion with me and your third uncle, and take part in the battle. It's just a good time to practice." "Yes. Grandpa." He. Seeing that Ling Lai allowed him to participate in the battle, Ling Yong laughed happily, and he didn't know where to put his excited hands. Ling Feng on the side suddenly panicked. He just wanted to speak, but was stared back by Ling Lai. Had no choice but to hold back. "Miss Qin, my Ling family and the Sun and Chen families are now at odds. We are doing this to avenge nearly 100 dead soldiers from the Ling family. However, I don't want to implicate your Qin family in this matter. Therefore, tonight, please stay at my Ling's house with peace of mind, wait for Yun'er to come back, and then make a decision. What do you think?" Qin Dongxue smiled, nodded, and said, "Dongxue always listens to Uncle Ling's arrangement." In the decisive battle of life and death, Ling Yun resolutely did not let Qin Dongxue participate, and did not even let her go for a brief battle. Qin Dongxue was also afraid that if she went, it would be a disservice to Ling Yun, so she agreed, but although she didn't go, she had a heart. But he had already flown to Yunming Mountain and worried about Ling Yun all night. Now that Qin Dongxue knew that Ling Yun had won, she was finally relieved, and then she showed a happy smile. "Miss Qingmiao, now my Ling family belongs to you with the highest realm and the strongest strength. This time I will go out personally, and please stay at the Ling family and sit in charge of my Ling family, just in case." Ling Lai didn't let the blue bird participate in the battle either. One reason was naturally the reason he said, and the other was because the blue bird was a member of the demon sect. If he showed his face openly, he was afraid that someone would catch him and cause trouble. These Ling Yuns had been arranged before the decisive battle, and they were all within his plan, so Jadebird immediately agreed. Shanshan, Yunar is on the way back now, you just wait at home at ease, and don't forget to tell your grandpa and the others the good news. Good grandpa. When Chao Shanshan heard that Ling Yun was safe and sound, she finally let go of the heart she had been carrying all along, and she finally felt at ease. Wu Dao, you are staying at home. If the Long family really wants to take action, everything will depend on you. Finally, before Ling Lai went out, he did not forget to tell Mo Wu Dao that tonight, Mo Wu Dao also had a mission. If the Long family really wanted to attack the Ling family, then he would have to take action. After hearing this, Mo Wu Dao smiled. Grandpa Ling, don't worry, I have already arranged the people. It's fine if the Long family doesn't make a move. If they dare to do it, I promise to make them burned out and unable to care about each other. Very good. Ling Lai couldn't help laughing when he thought of Ling Yun's plan for the Long family before the battle, and then he waved his hand. Third brother, Ling Yong, Cui Lao, the three of you come with me, break into the Chen family, and avenge my dead men of the Ling family. Kill. Following three shouts, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yong, and Mr. Cui rushed out of the yard at the same time, got into a black commercial vehicle, and headed straight for the mansion in the southern suburbs of the Chen family. They are all empty-handed, and they don't need to carry anything at all, because they all have space rings now, which is very convenient. Jester, drive the car to the fastest speed, let's not go back to the Ling family's ancestral house, and go directly to the Chen family's mansion in the southern suburbs. At this time, Ling Yun's car had already driven into the Fifth Ring Road, and he had already received the news from Ling Yu, knowing that the Ling family and Yi Xingchen had already started fighting at the same time, so why would he go back to the Ling family? If you don't do one thing, you can't stop doing it, first destroy the Sun Chen family, and then talk about it. Follow your orders, boss. Boom. Jester kicked suddenly, and pushed the accelerator to the maximum. The speed of the black commercial vehicle soared to 180 miles per hour in an instant, and it rushed out as if a bullet had been ejected. There are two flowers blooming, one for each branch, talking about the Sun and Chen families. Tonight, the Sun family was divided into two groups. The group was led by the four tigers of the Sun family except for Sun Zhenwu. They took some of the family's dead soldiers and sat in the Sun family's mansion to prevent the Ling family from raiding. The other team of the Sun family is led by Sun Tianluo. He leads the middle-aged generation of the Sun family, such as Sun Tianji, Sun Tianjun, and 7 or 8 people, who are visiting the Chen family at this time. However, none of the younger generation of the Sun family, such as Sun Ju, Sun Meng, Sun Chong, Sun Jian, etc., was seen. Before the life and death decisive battle, the Ling family, Chen family, and Sun family were all fully prepared. Ling Yun had various arrangements. The Sun family knew that they had little chance of winning, so of course they were prepared to lose in advance. The 5 tigers of the Sun family all sent their grandchildren to a safe place early, and each kept a trace of blood for themselves, for fear that Ling Yun would kill them all and make a comeback. This is an inevitable thing, no one will be willing to wait for death, and be exterminated by others. As for the Chen family, although they also sent a few young children out of the country early to take refuge in the east, but unlike the Sun family, the outstanding descendants of the Chen family, such as Chen Jianhao, Chen Jianjia, Chen Jiangui, etc., as well as Chen Sen, Chen Jianren, they were all killed by Ling Yun. Even if the other children were sent out, it would be purely for refuge. To preserve a trace of blood for the Chen family, with those crooked melons and dates, there would be no trouble at all. Tonight, the Chen family is really fighting with their backs. If they lose, they will be exterminated. Otherwise, Chen Jingxian will not be possessed in the end. In the decisive battle of life and death, there are open battles and secret battles, and the secret battle is in the capital. Originally, Sun Tianluo brought the Mesozoic power of the Sun family together with Chen Haiping, the patriarch of the Chen family, and planned to wait until the Battle of Yunming Mountain started, and they would desperately enter the Ling family and destroy the whole family of the Ling family first. However, just after 8 o'clock in the evening, they received the news from Sun Zhenwu, knowing that Ling Lai did not go to the battlefield of the decisive battle, but stayed at the Ling family, and then they decisively gave up this plan. A first-ninth expert sits in the town, and they all go, and they are not enough for Ling Lai to kill alone. If they go, they will die. According to the original plan, they naturally waited for the progress of the battle before making the layout, but they never dreamed that Ling Yunqi's first move would block the communication signal of the Yunming Mountain area not long after the start of the life and death decisive battle. There was no more news from Yunming Mountain, and although they tried their best, they were still unable to establish contact with it. Therefore, apart from sending people out to investigate, Chen Haiping and Sun Tianluo could only go out in Qinjiazhu. The house is anxiously waiting. None of the dead men they sent out to investigate came back, and they were all slaughtered silently by those dead men who were ambushed by the Ling family around the Chen family's ancestral house. The so-called dead men are those who are in charge of reporting, ambush, tracking, and assassinating those shady things. Now the dead men of the Ling family have all been promoted to the innate level, and they have learned Ling Yan's unique skill of movement, and the weapons in their hands are even sharper. The slain soldiers of the Sun and Chen families are now facing them. Isn't that a dead end? This is the so-called secret battle in the capital. While everyone is waiting for the outcome of the life and death battle at Yunming Mountain, the Ling family, Sun family, and Chen family are also engaging in life and death games at all levels. In this way, Ling Yan's arrangement made Chen Haiping and Sun Tianluo completely lose contact with the outside world, which was tantamount to deafness and blindness. Even though they knew that the people they sent out were cleaned up by the Ling family, they didn't dare to make big moves, because they knew that Ling Lai was in charge of the Ling family, let alone where he was, so all they could do was wait anxiously at the Chen family, waiting for the outcome of the battle. In the end, they waited for nothing. What they waited for was a bloody massacre. Midnight. Not good. People from the Ling family attacked my Sun family. The first person to receive the news was Sun Tianluo. As soon as Yi Xingchen made a move, he immediately received the news from the Sun family. Sun Tianluo suddenly turned pale with shock, because the Ling family hadn't moved all night, but now they suddenly attacked. That can only show one thing: the result of the battle at Yunming Mountain has come out, and the Sun-Chen alliance will definitely lose. Because it was not them who received the news first, but the Ling family. Plop. When Chen Haiping heard the news, he sat down on the chair with a plop, his face turned pale on the spot. The Chen family is over. It's a blessing, not a curse. A disaster can't be avoided. Why panic? Hold your breath. At this time, Chen Jingtian, who had been sitting on the sidelines all night, almost silent, spoke. He was severely injured by Ling Yun, and he still hadn't healed yet, so he had to force himself to get off the ground. Uncle Chen, Brother Chen, my grandson family is facing a life and death crisis. I will not accompany you. Let me go. Sun Tianluo looked at Chen Haiping's appearance, and without thinking about it, he offered to leave, and wanted to immediately take the Sun family's troops back to save people. At this time, where there is any Sun-Chen alliance, they are all taking care of themselves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. But at this moment, dozens of figures jumped into the Chen family compound from the dark, blocking everyone in the Sun-Chen alliance here. The dead men of the Ling family, Ling Yi and Ling Qi had joined up, and brought the other 34 dead men of the Ling family, all rushing into the mansion in the south suburb of the Chen family. None of you can leave. Ling Yi jumped into the yard first, and then he walked towards the main house of Chen's family with stern eyes and full of indifference. Seeing this, Chen Haiping and Sun Tianluo felt a chill in their hearts at the same time. They looked at each other and jumped out of the house at the same time with their respective troops. Sun Tianluo was anxious in his heart. He glanced at the dead soldiers of the Ling family around him. His eyes were ruthless. Brothers, our Sun family is at a critical moment of life and death. You all come out with me, go home and save people. Sun Tianluo is the peak of the first six, and he is not afraid of these dead men of the Ling family. Ling Yi didn't speak, just sneered lightly, eyes full of ridicule. At this time, a lazy voice sounded, "Get out? Sun Tianluo, what you think is so beautiful?" Ling Yin came, and he came faster than Ling Lai and the others. To be continued. The first update. Ling Yan's words hit everyone. Brush. Everyone felt that before their eyes, Ling Yan's figure appeared at the gate of the Qin family's ancestral house, and then he lightly brushed his clothes, and walked in calmly. Meet the patriarch. When the 36 dead men of the Ling family saw Ling Yan appearing, their eyes turned wild. They bowed their hands, and they all paid homage to Ling Yan. The momentum was overwhelming. Now these dead soldiers of the Ling family are trained by Ling Yan like wolves and tigers. They have no one but Ling Yan in their eyes, and they don't pay attention to the Sun and Qin families at all. If the dead soldiers of the Ling family were like this, what about Ling Yan? He walked in slowly, step by step, acting like he was walking on the street, looking around, still reminiscing about the battle to rescue Ling Yu when he was here. Chen Haipeng's face suddenly became extremely ugly. You know, this isn't his Qin family. However, seeing Ling Yan appearing here, Chen Haipeng has already confirmed one thing in his heart, that is, the Sun Qin alliance and the Ling family have lost in this life and death battle, and they have lost completely. Because not only did Ling Yan appear, but he was also unscathed. Ling Yan, what did you do to my uncle? Thinking of this, Chen Haipeng's heart felt as if it had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. His eyes turned red instantly, and he sternly asked Ling Yan. Killed. Ling Yan came to stand 5 meters in front of Chen Haipeng, said calmly, and then looked at Sun Tianluo next to him. There is also Sun Jinwu, who was also killed by me. What? Although Chen Haipeng and Sun Tianluo had known for a long time that their families were in danger, but after hearing Ling Yan's own testimony, they still couldn't bear this heavy blow. Little thief Ling Yan. Take your life for me. When Sun Tianluo heard that his father had died in battle, his whole body felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes were about to split open, and he wanted to go crazy. He swung his knife and was about to charge towards Ling Yan. Don't be in a hurry. There will be plenty of hands-on opportunities later. Ling Yan said indifferently, I came here tonight, not to fight with you, but to tell you the result of the life and death battle. You lost the life and death battle between my Ling family and your Sun Qin alliance. You guys lost. Ling Yan bit these 5 words very hard, just to let the Sun and Qin families understand that the result of the battle has been announced, and according to the old rules, the Ling family has the final say on everything about the Sun and Qin families now. After losing the life and death battle, the Sun and Qin families completely lost their right to speak in front of the Ling family. If the two families really follow the old rules and act according to the content of the agreement signed before the decisive battle, then there is no need to fight in the next battle. The Ling family can do whatever they want, and the Sun and Qin families can only do it honestly. While speaking, with a thought, Ling Yan took out the 2 life and death duel agreements that were placed in Taishu's ring. Ling Yan held up the 2 thick agreements and said with a sneer, now that things have happened, do you agree with this agreement or not? Ling Yan's idea was very simple. If the other party recognized it, he would of course make a request immediately, and according to his own ideas, let the Sun and Qin families do whatever they wanted. But if the other party doesn't admit it, then everything will be easier. First kill them all, and then talk about other things. Ha 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 ha. Faced with Ling Yan's questioning, Chen Haipeng suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Agreement on a life and death battle? That's a joke at all. It's just an appointment between the enemies, an appointment with a location, and a fight with open swords and guns. Do you really think anyone will take it seriously? Ling Yin was not angry when he heard that, he just smiled lightly, and put away the 2 life and death duel agreements. The Sun and Chen families will perish tonight. These 2 contracts are indeed useless to them, but they are of great use to the Ling family, because once the contract is signed, it has nothing to do with whether the other party recognizes it or not. Sun Tianluo's performance was obviously more intense than Chen Haiping's. Ling Yin villain, you killed my brother and nephew first, and then my father, and now you still want to let my Sun family be at your disposal? Little bastard, I'm going to swallow your flesh right now, even drinking your blood won't relieve my hatred. Brother Sun, kill me. After finishing speaking, Sun Tianluo waved the long knife in his hand, his body was startled, and he used his body skills to kill Ling Yin. Ling Yi Ling Qi, do it. Ling Yin stood there indifferently, without even moving, he just waved his hand lightly. When? Hearing Sun Tianluo yelling at Ling Yin, Ling Yi could no longer restrain his anger and murderous intent. When he heard Ling Yin's order, he immediately jumped up and flew forward to block Sun Tianluo. Seeing Ling make a move, all the dead soldiers of the Ling family also moved. They stretched their bodies at the same time, divided into groups of 3, and fought with those who rushed up from the Sun family. All of a sudden, the entire Chen family's ancestors' house was intertwined with people, swords, and swords, shouting and shouting everywhere, the sound of metal and iron, the sound of fists and palms of the wind, mixed together, and spread far in the silent night. Old man Chen Jingtian, come out and die. At this moment, Ling Lai's voice sounded from a distance, like a thunderclap, which startled the Sun and Chen families in the courtyard. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Before the words could finish, 4 more figures appeared in Chen Jiazu's courtyard. The people who came were none other than Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yong, and Old Chui. Grandpa. Father. Big brother. When Ling Yin saw Ling Lai and the others coming, he immediately greeted them. Ha 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 ha. Yuner, unexpectedly you arrived first, come and let Grandpa see if you were hurt anywhere? Ling Lai came to Ling Yin's side in a flash, he grabbed Ling Yin's shoulder with a big hand, and looked up and down carefully. Ling Yin felt the big hand on his shoulder shaking violently uncontrollably. He knew in his heart that this contained Ling Lai's endless worries, as well as extremely exciting. In the life and death battle, only Ling Yin from the Ling family went to the meeting alone, and single-handedly challenged the Sun Chen alliance. After the battle, there was no news in the middle of the night. How could Ling Lai not be worried? Now, the Sun Chen alliance has lost, and the Ling family is carrying out the final siege against the Sun Chen family. Tonight is the time for the rise of the Ling family. How can Ling Lai not be excited? Just a few months ago, Ling Xiao and Ling Yu disappeared one after another, and the Ling family lost 2 of their most important members, but Ling Lai could only secretly send people to investigate secretly in the capital, looking for the whereabouts of the 2 sons. But now, the Ling family dared to move out with all their might, and entered the Chen family without any hesitation. They wanted wind and rain, and they gathered at the enemy's house, chatting and laughing happily, without putting the enemy in front of them at all. In the eyes. In just a few months, the Ling family has been turned upside down. Compared with before, it is completely different. Grandpa, don't worry, I'm fine, I'm not hurt. Ling Yin grinned brightly, and said nothing about the dangerous process of the life and death battle. Now is not the time to talk about it. Before coming, Ling Yin not only cleaned himself up to make himself refreshed, but also changed into a brand new battle vest. At this moment, it was the same as before going out at night, of course he looked fine. It is good. Ling Lai nodded, he patted Ling Yin's shoulder lightly, and then said loudly, from now on, you don't need to worry about anything, just watch from the sidelines. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, 3 more people jumped into the Chen family's ancestral house. They were Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingchong, and Chao Tianlong from the Chao family. After Chao Juanxiong received Chao Shanshan's message, he knew that tonight would be the time for the collapse of the Chen family, so of course he would definitely come. Grandpa Chao, Uncle Chao. Ling Yan immediately greeted Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong, and he was not surprised by the arrival of the 3. The feud between the Chao family and the Chen family is also utterly irreconcilable, not much worse than that of the Ling family. My boy, you won this battle beautifully. After tonight, I will throw a celebration banquet for you. After Chao Juanxiong and others entered the courtyard, they did not immediately participate in the battle. Because now it is mainly people from the Ling family who are fighting with people from the Sun family, and the battle is about to end. There are only 8 people in the Sun family, and all of them are below the 7th level of innate. And the Ling family has 36 dead soldiers, all of them are innate masters, and each of them holds a magic weapon. Although there are not many Ling family dead soldiers who are born in the middle stage, they are all 3-on-1, even 4-on-1 or 5-on-1, and Ling Yun is watching from the side. Injury for injury play to grab credit. Anyway, each of them has a healing talisman on them. The dead soldiers of the Ling family were already in a sure-win situation, and then Ling Xiao, Cui Lao, and Ling Yong came, and after saying hello to Ling Yun, they immediately joined the battle group. Ling Xiao is the 6th peak. Mr. Cui is the 7th peak. Ling Yong is the top 4. Thus, the massacre began. Ah! Ah! Accompanied by the screams one after another, some people fell to the ground from time to time. They were all members of the Sun family, they were slaughtered. 19. Go away, don't grab our food. There was a dead soldier of the Ling family who, after killing the person he besieged, wanted to rush into another battle group to continue killing, but was ruthlessly driven away by the dead soldiers there. There were fewer and fewer people in the Sun family, and soon there was only Sun Tianluo himself. His eyes were red, and he was fighting Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao rushed into the yard, he went to Sun Tianluo without looking for anyone else. Both of them were in the first 6 peak realms. However, although Ling Xiao is now unarmed, he is suppressing Sun Tianluo. He has the upper hand and is crushing his opponent. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to turn salty fish over. Sun Tianluo saw that the brothers around him were dying one by one, and there were more and more people in the Ling family. He already knew that he couldn't get out. Boom! Ling Xiao sent Sun Tianluo flying with a punch, and then said, flatly, your Sun family will be destroyed, and my Ling family will be prosperous. Chen Haiping, come out too, I will beat you 2 alone. End this battle. Sun Tianluo alone is not enough to see. Ling Xiao is asking Chen Haiping to fight. He is calm and elegant, showing elegance and elegance. Ling Xiao, Chen Haiping, and Sun Tianluo are all from the same generation. 20 years ago, Ling Xiao was a genius. At that time, he could crush these 2 people by himself. However, because of what happened back then, since Ling Xiao cut off his meridians and abolished his dantian, he endured the humiliation for 18 years and was ridiculed by these people. Now, Ling Xiao has regained all his skills, not only making up for the lost 18 years, but also making progress. It can be said that this is the first time in 18 years that Ling Xiao has really faced the enemy, and he has regained his confidence. After challenging Chen Haiping for a domineering challenge, Ling Xiao couldn't help but turn around and look at his son with a smile. He, Ling Xiao, and the entire Ling family, are here today because of Ling Yun. To be continued. The 2nd update. The 3rd update before midnight. For the sake of Lao Bu's hard work, can everyone give me a monthly pass? Regarding Ling Zhao's invitation to fight, Chen Haiping's expression was indifferent, and he did not step forward. As the patriarch of the Chen family, he has a clear view of the current situation. Chen Haiping already knows that the collapse of the Sun and Chen families tonight is already a certainty. Now, Sun Tianluo was the only one left in the Sun family, and he had already been beaten and injured by Ling Xiao. As for the Chen family, apart from Chen Haiping himself, there were less than 20 dead soldiers of the Chen family standing scattered behind him, their faces ashen and demoralized. But the Ling family is surrounded by soldiers, with momentum like a rainbow. The 36 dead men of the Ling family had joined forces to besiege and kill the 7 and 8 masters of the Sun family just now, and now their killing intent was strong, and they watched from the sidelines. Ling Lai was at the peak of the 1st level of supernatural powers, Ling Xiao was at the peak of the 6th level of innate talent, and Cui Lao was at the peak of the 7th level of innate talent. Even Ling Yong is now at the peak of the innate level 4, and the Wu Jin sword in his hand looks like a peerless sword that cuts iron like mud. Chen Haiping saw with his own eyes that Ling Yong cut off Sun Tianji's long sword in a single encounter, and then the 4 dead soldiers of the Ling family chopped Sun Tianji into pieces. The only 3 remaining men from the 3 generations of the Chao family also came to settle accounts with the Chen family. Moreover, on the side of the Ling family, there is another man standing there who is extremely powerful even though he has never made a move, Ling Yun. How strong is Ling Yun? Chen Haiping didn't know, but he knew that tonight, including his uncle Chen Jingxian, there were a total of 13 supernatural power masters on the Sun-Chen alliance side, and 150 dead soldiers from the Sun and Chen families, and none of them could survive. Come back, but Ling Yun is unscathed. Although Chen Haiping did not know the process of the life and death decisive battle, the Sun-Chen alliance was so powerful, so meticulously prepared, and so many masters were killed by Ling Yun alone in less than 4 hours. Those people even ran away. There is no chance. Even if those people are like this, what is the use of the 20 or so members of the Chen family in front of them, even if they are dying? The Chen family is gone. Chen Haiping felt bitter in his heart. The scene in front of me is so similar to the Ling family 18 years ago, when they were besieged by both righteous and evil forces, almost slaughtering their entire family. Didi. Didi. Just when Chen Haiping was thinking about this, the communicators of 2 people suddenly rang. One belongs to Sun Tianluo, and the other belongs to Ling Yun. Ling Yun took out the communicator and saw that it was Yi Xingchen calling, and he connected immediately. The Sun family has been destroyed, the 4 tigers of the Sun family, and all the dead soldiers of the Sun family have died. Now only the women, children and some servants are left in the ancestral house of the Sun family. Would you like to send some people over to watch? It was Yi Xingchen and Xiao Mimi who broke into the Sun family's ancestral house. The people they led were all super killers of the Tianzu, and the battle over there ended quickly. Wait a moment, I'll send someone over right away. Ling Yun replied immediately. After he turned off the communicator, he immediately turned his head and said to Ling Yi, take 12 brothers and rush to Sun's house as quickly as possible to control the situation over there. After all, Yi Xingchen's men were a heavenly killer organization. After they wiped out the Sun family, they couldn't stay there for long. Yes. As soon as Ling received the order, he immediately waved his hands. They bowed to Ling Yun and the others, and then with a flash, they exited the Chen family's ancestral house. What? Sun Tianluo was yelling, and the news he received was the same. All the 4 tigers of the Sun family were killed. Not one of the dead soldiers of the Sun family was left, and the ancestral house of the Sun family was slaughtered. The Sun family was wiped out. In one night, the whole family was destroyed. How could Sun Tianluo bear this blow? Puff. In a hurry, he couldn't suppress the injury in his body anymore, and suddenly spurted out a big mouthful of blood. Sun Tianluo, don't worry, my Ling family will not kill any of the women and children of your Sun family. Ling Yun took a step forward, staring at Sun Tianluo, who was ashen-faced, and said calmly. What he did to the Sun family was the same to the Chen family. What? When Sun Tianluo heard Ling Yun's words, he was shocked. In the eyes of complete despair, he shot an unbelievable look. Are you serious? Are you not afraid that my Sun family will grow up in the future, and one day they will find me? Your Ling family revenge? Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun looked up to the sky and smiled, and said frankly, if the descendants of your Sun family are really capable and can take revenge on my Ling family in the future, my Ling family will follow suit. Good. I hope you will do what you say. Sun Tianluo knew very well why Ling Yun told him this. There is no need to fight, and any more fights will be in vain. Sun Tianluo suddenly looked up at the sky. I hate it so much. I never thought that my grandson's family would be ruined by a dude of my own family. It's ridiculous. It's a pity. Sun Tianluo's own playboy, of course, refers to the Sun family's son Xing. After saying this sentence, Sun Tianluo turned his wrist and aimed the blade at his neck. His eyes turned hard and he swiped hard. Puff. A cavity of blood sprayed out. Sun Tianluo committed suicide. When Chen Haipeng saw Sun Tianluo committing suicide, his heart shook violently and his body trembled uncontrollably. He knew that before long, this would be his best end. The Sun family has been wiped out, and now, only the Ling family, Chao family, and Chen family are left here. Chen Jingtian, at this time, are you still planning to come out? Ling Yun spoke suddenly, and said to Chen Jingtian, who was always sitting in the room. He 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 he. Chen Jingtian appeared at the door with a smile. He walked out step by step, and quickly passed Chen Haipeng to the front. It seems that what my elder brother said is correct. We, the Chen family, failed to survive this catastrophe. After he stood still, he shook his head and laughed at himself, then suddenly looked at Ling Yun. Really good strength. Good means. Now it seems that you Ling family and Chao family are going to destroy my whole family of Chen family tonight? Ling Yun smiled lightly, and asked back, what do you think? However, as I said just now, our Ling family does not kill women and children, and does not serve people. You can rest assured about this. Chen Jingtian nodded, okay. If that's the case, before the old man dies, there are some things I want to tell you. I don't know if you are interested in Ling Yun? Chen Jingtian was severely injured by Ling Yun 10 days ago. Now that he has just had a broken bone and his internal injuries have not healed, he knows that he is no match for Ling Yun at all, and at this moment he is already determined to die. He didn't even scold Ling Yun anymore, because in the face of absolute strength, these are useless, they are just asking for humiliation. Oh? Ling Yun's heart moved immediately. Since you have something to say, it's okay to say it. Ling Yun, will listen. Chen Jingtian glanced at Ling Lai and Ling Xiao suddenly, then smiled, and said to Ling Yun, although you are now the head of the Ling family, do you know why Ling Zhen resigned as the head of the Ling family? Ling Yun's heart was shocked when he heard this, but he said lightly, Chen Jingtian, what you said is about my Ling family's housework, and has nothing to do with your Chen family. Ha 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 ha. Chen Jingtian suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. It has nothing to do with my Chen family, but the old man speaks well when he is about to die. I don't want you to be kept in the dark. The reason why Ling Zhen resigned as the patriarch of the Ling family has nothing to do with Ling Hao's death, but because he was ashamed of your father Ling Xiao. He was afraid that you would know the truth back then, so he resigned as the patriarch. Of. Chen Jingtian seemed to be afraid that someone would stop him, so he rushed to speak out, speaking urgently and quickly. Old man Chen Jingtian, shut up. Chen Jingtian, you are talking nonsense. Hearing Chen Jingtian's words, Ling Lai and Ling Zhao's expressions changed drastically. They looked anxious and shouted loudly at the same time. Ling Yun remained calm, because he already knew that Ling Zhen had a problem, but he didn't expect Chen Jingtian to talk about the previous generations of the Ling family at this moment. Of course Ling Yan knew that Chen Jingtian was trying to sow discord at this moment, but he still wanted to know the whole truth about what happened 18 years ago. Haha, the old man can talk nonsense? Chen Jingtian raised his hand and pointed at Ling Xiao. When you and Yin Qingxian returned home, both good and evil killed you the next day. Before you returned home, the love between you two was extremely secretive, except for Ling Zhen. No one outside knows. Tell me, who spread the word? What? Ling Yan's heart was shocked. What? Ling Yan was dumbfounded. Chen Jingtian eloquently said, Ling Zhen not only spread the news of your love for each other all over the world, but also fanned the flames everywhere, stirring up both good and evil in the world. He must get rid of you and Yin Qingxian and then hurry up. This thing, he thought he was doing it very secretly. However, if you want people not to know, you have to do nothing. Ling Xiao, after all these years, I think you are clear in your heart, right? Chen Jingtian finally rushed to finish speaking, and then he smiled and looked at Ling Lai and Ling Xiao. His eyes were full of viciousness. At this moment, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Zhao's son Ling Yun, and Ling Zhen's son Ling Yong were all there. Even if Chen Jingtian was telling the truth, his move was indeed too vicious. Ling Xiao clenched his fists tightly, the nails of his 10 fingers sank deeply into the palm of his hand, and he began to tremble all over. Ling Yan's spiritual sense swept away, and seeing his father's appearance, he knew that Chen Jingtian was telling the truth. Old man, give me your life. Ling Lai was furious right now, his beard and hair were all stretched out, and he was about to fly in front of him, which ended in Chen Jingtian's life. What? Ling Lai, do you want to kill someone? Chen Jingtian didn't dodge. With a sneer on his face, he said loudly, it's useless, even if you destroy my Chen family, it's useless, because I've already written a book to write down the ins and outs of that matter, and hand it over to in the hands of an absolutely reliable person. Even if I die, that letter will definitely be in Ling Yan's hands. With Ling Yan's IQ and ability, I think he will judge the authenticity of the matter, and he is also capable of investigating the truth of the year. Right? Chen Jingtian you. Hearing this sentence, Ling Lai suddenly swayed and almost couldn't stand up. Also, another thing, I'm afraid Ling Lai, you don't know about it for so many years. Back then, your Ling family was almost wiped out, except because of Ling Zhen, an idiot who was eager to get ahead. I don't know the people behind that incident, the Mazong side, but the Jingdao side, it was the Long family and the Yi family. Chen Jingtian's words are not astonishing, and he keeps dying. Chen Jingtian didn't come out of the house just now. He had actually been waiting for people from the Long family and the Yi family to show up. He hoped that the Long and Yi family would come to protect the Chen family just like the Baoling family did back then. Unfortunately, he did not wait. Except for death, the Chen family is about to perish now. He simply revealed all these Chinese secrets in one breath with hatred. It should be killed. After Chen Jingtian told these secrets, he was about to continue talking, but at this moment, a voice came coldly from outside Chen Jiazu's house. Then a sword light flashed like a shooting star from outside the sky. It was a purple flying sword. Chen Jingtian's head fell to the ground. He could no longer say anything. Ling Qi, don't keep anyone who knows martial arts here, kill them all. When explaining these words, Ling Yan had already soared into the sky, flying towards the outside of Chen Jiazu's house. To be continued. The third update. Tomorrow, there will be 2 changes. First, the Sun and Chen families are gone, one big, high, tide, and finished. Lao Bu needs to think about the plot behind it. Knowing that he was going to die, Chen Jingtian revealed some secrets about the Ling family that the Chen family knew. After Ling Yun learned the truth, he lost his mind for a moment and didn't notice that someone had secretly approached the Chen family's ancestral house. That man is a super master, He can kill people with a sword. That sword is really too fast, like a purple frightened bird, caught off guard. Ling Yan has no time to stop it. Ling Yan was not in a hurry to kill Chen Jingtian. He wanted to learn more about the truth from the other party, but unexpectedly, Chen Jingtian was beheaded by an outsider with a sword. Ling Yan was furious immediately, and he rushed out of the hospital without hesitation, wanting to see who the person who made the shot was. However, when he rushed out of the yard and looked up from a high altitude, he found that there was no figure of that person within a radius of 500 meters. Everything is done in the blink of an eye. The person who made the attack couldn't run so fast. Ling Yan thought of this, and suddenly felt awe-inspiring. The other party was killing someone with a sword just 500 meters away? Boom! Ling Yan pushed his divine sense to the limit without hesitation, covering a range of 3 kilometers, and then he saw a figure as light as green smoke, more than 1,000 meters away, galloping towards the southeast, as fast as the wind and lightning generally. Where to go? Ling Yan shouted violently, and he also used his lightness kung fu to the limit, and chased towards the southeast. Up to this time, Ling Yan didn't care about the shocking thing. It was nighttime, and he could easily swipe hundreds of meters. It is estimated that even if ordinary people saw it, they would just think that their eyes were dazzled. However, Ling Yan was fast enough, but the opponent's speed was not slow. That person also swept hundreds of meters. He didn't love to fight, he just wanted to escape Ling Yan's pursuit. In this way, the two of them were always separated by 1,000 meters. Ling Yan couldn't catch up with him, and the opponent couldn't get rid of him. In a blink of an eye, the two of them rushed beyond the 6th ring road. There were no tall buildings around, and the wilderness stretched as far as the eye could see. However, not far ahead, that is, a distance of more than 10 kilometers, a faint mountain shadow has appeared. According to the speed of the two, in just one more minute, that person will be able to escape into the forest. I saw that the man was tall and slender, wearing black clothes and masking his face. He was performing light kung fu, his movements were elegant, and his speed was extremely fast. This is a formidable enemy. Ling Yan knows that if this person successfully escapes into the forest, even if he has a strong spiritual sense, it will be difficult to catch up with him, because the other party also has spiritual sense. Kill. After recovering for more than an hour, Ling Yan's true energy in his body has now recovered to more than 80%. He directly sacrificed the Qingying flying sword, vowing to stop his opponent. Brush. The green shadow flying sword flew out of the sky, stabbing at the person in front of him like a flash of lightning. Zheng. The person in front saw Ling Yan sacrifice the blue shadow flying sword. He also sacrificed his own purple flying sword without hesitation. A burst of purple light came, directly entangled the blue shadow flying sword. For a moment, it was evenly divided. No one could do anything to anyone. Dare to kill and silence, say, are you from the Long family, or the Yi family? Ling Yan cast his shape-shifting shadow, his figure seemed to be teleporting, and it was hundreds of meters in a flash, and the distance between the two was gradually shortening. He knew that the other party couldn't help but make a move when Chen Jingtian was about to reveal the secrets of the Long family and the Yi family. There was no doubt that the other party was either from the Long family or the Yi family. Outside, no one else. The man didn't answer, and still used his peerless body skills to rush forward. Obviously, it wasn't because he didn't have the strength to fight, but because he didn't want to confront Ling Yan at this moment. Did you think you ran away? Ling Yan yelled again. He suddenly burned 9 drops of divine energy, causing his spiritual consciousness to skyrocket, and then activated by his divine sense, he sacrificed the seal of the king again. Die. Amid Ling Yan's violent shouts, the human king's seal suddenly grew bigger, and quickly smashed towards the person in front of him. Fuck, this kid is really not easy to mess with. Seeing Ling Yan sacrificed another magic weapon, the man felt pain in his heart. At this time, he could never avoid Ling Yan's pursuit by relying on lightness kung fu. However, he was not in a hurry, but with a hard look in his eyes and a movement of his divine sense, the purple flying sword flew back quickly, and at the same time he touched the ground with his toes, and his figure soared into the sky. Walk. Brush. The purple flying sword unexpectedly grew in size quickly, directly flying up against the sky, and when it reached the bottom of the man's feet, it had already become 1 foot wide and more than 2 meters long. After the man stepped on the flying sword, he immediately activated the sword formula, and it was Yujian flying, rushing directly into the night sky. Fuck. When Lingyan saw that this man was able to fly with a sword, he was shocked, but being able to fly with a sword only represented a state, and it was not necessarily possible to crush Lingyan in a fight. This is the same as the blood race can fly. They can fly in human form and big birds, but as long as they are below the Grand Duke, they can't beat Lingyan. Of course, if the other party can fly with the sword, if it is only used to escape, Lingyan has nothing to do now. He can only bend his bow and take an arrow. Whoosh whoosh. Lingyan shot 3 arrows in a row, straight to the sky, and the last shot was the first to catch up with the man. I saw that man waved his hand back, sent 3 sharp arrows flying, and then directly flew into the sky with his sword, and walked away calmly. Lingyan immediately stopped. Standing in the wilderness, he watched intently that the person rushed out of the range of his consciousness, turned into a small dot, and finally disappeared. His heart was really shocked. Someone can actually fly with a sword. In the middle of Qi training. The realm is still above him. It seems that we must break through the middle stage of Qi training as soon as possible, otherwise, I will not be able to fly, which is really a disadvantage. Lingyan muttered to himself. The pursuit tonight made Lingyan feel a strong sense of pressure and urgency. It turns out that both the Long family and the Yi family have masters who are above the middle stage of Qi training. Of course, they may still use the levels of supernatural powers to describe their own realm, but it doesn't matter, the strength has reached, it's just called differently. Thinking of this, Lingyan took the Qingying Feijian and Renwang Yin, then turned around, quickly returned, and plundered towards the Chen family's ancestral house. Call. With a crooked figure, Yi Tiandu drove the purple flying sword and slowly landed on the top of a mountain in front of him. He tore off his mask, revealing a handsome face, panting heavily. It seems that my sister is right, Lingyan is really my strong enemy. If I hadn't just learned how to fly with the sword, I really wouldn't be able to get rid of him tonight. Yi Tiandu muttered to himself, and after a short rest, he simply sat down on the spot, pulled out a grass and bit it in his mouth. It's a step too late. I'm in big trouble this time. I'll be scolded by me again when I go home. But the scenery in this place is pretty good, let's talk about it after some practice. After finishing speaking, Yi Tiandu crossed his knees and closed his eyes, and began to practice here. 20 minutes later, Lingyan came to the Chen family ancestral house again. In the pursuit just now, Lingyan also exerted all his strength, and his true energy was greatly consumed, so when he came back, he deliberately slowed down and rushed back while adjusting his breath. The Chen family's ancestral house is now full of corpses. 8 lives of the Sun family remained here, and all those who were capable of fighting in the Chen family, Chen Jingtian and Chen Haiping died, and the remaining 20 dead soldiers of the Chen family were all killed. Overnight, the Sun and Chen families were wiped out. Patriarch, all those with martial arts in the Chen family's house have been beheaded. Seeing Lingyan's return, Ling Qi immediately stepped forward to report. Well, what about my grandfather, and my father? Ling Qi reported carefully. Report to the Patriarch. The old Patriarch and the third master have all returned to the Ling family. The old Patriarch asked me to stay here, saying that everything will be decided when the Patriarch returns. Well, pile up these corpses, and melt them with corpse powder. Lingyan knew that now that Ling Lai, Ling Xiao and others were in agitated moods, they definitely didn't want to face him for a while. Ling Zhen was the chief culprit who caused the tragic battle of the Ling family 18 years ago. In order to seize the position of the head of the Ling family, he did not hesitate to deceive his own younger brother, but he did not expect that the incident would get out of hand, and he would be killed by the Longye family, and the devil. Zheng used this reason to kill him, and almost wiped out the entire Ling family. In the battle 18 years ago, although the Long and Yi families did not make a move, the good and the evil were aggressive. They pretended to be deaf and blind, and even contributed to the flames behind the scenes. It was not until the Ling family building was about to collapse that the Long family showed up for some reason, and the bad idea of letting Ling Xiao abolish his martial arts and making Yin Qingxian never see Ling Xiao for life saved the Ling family. Then, as the great benefactor of the Ling family, the Long family frankly dictated to the Ling family for 18 years. Everything is clear. Ling Zhen. The Long family. The Yi family. The demon sect. All the famous sects are upright. Ling Yun silently read all these enemies in his heart. His eyes at this moment are colder than the blade of the dark blood demon saber. Just as the new hatred is extinguished, the old hatred rises. Ling Qi. Exist. I'll give you these 2 bottles of corpse-transforming powder. After these corpses are melted, you and your brothers will stay here for the next 2 days, dismiss the rest of the Chen family, keep them away from the capital, and never set foot in the capital again. Yes. Tell these words to Ling Yi, and take the same approach. As for the others, you can ask my second uncle for instructions, and he will handle it himself. Clear. After dealing with these, Ling Yin left the Chen family's ancestors' house, and he came to the parking place first. Edward, Jester, the 5 of you, drive Du Yutong back to the Ling's house first, and put him in the Ling's dungeon. You must keep an eye on him, and don't let him die. Good boss. After watching Jester drive away, Ling Yun thought for a moment before taking out the communicator. Ling Yun called Yi Xingchen. Where? Yi Xingchen replied, where else can it be, the old place. Wait for me there, I'll be right there. Ling Yun turned off the communicator, then unfolded his body, and headed straight for the eastern suburbs of the capital in the night. Half an hour later, Ling Yun came to that secluded mountain village again, and saw the independent farmyard among the green mountains and green waters. To be continued. The first update will be on August 6th, and there will be another update after midnight. Well, for the 2 updates on August 5th, Laobu will write them all night. Everyone, let's get up and read them tomorrow. Ling Yun, the Sun and Chen families have already been destroyed. If you don't go back to the Ling family to celebrate, why are you here at my place? When approaching the farmyard, Ling Yun didn't hide his aura. Yi Xingchen sensed his arrival, and immediately flew out to meet him at the door. Yi Xingchen didn't wear a veil. When she was talking, her beautiful eyes looked forward and she was full of smiles. It could be seen that Ling Yun was the first to come to her place after a life-and-death battle. No matter why, she was very happy. Forget it, something went wrong. There was a wry smile on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. He fought all night and chased Ji Tiandu for dozens of kilometers with all his strength. Now that he came here, he was exhausted physically and mentally. Seeing Ling Yun's appearance, Yi Xingchen knew something was wrong. She immediately withdrew her smile, stepped aside, and motioned to Ling Yun, go into the room and tell me. The 2 soon came to the wooden house, and Ling Yun found that Yi Xingchen had prepared tea for him, and the fragrance of the tea in the house was ethereal and refreshing. It's so sweet. At the same time, Ling Yun also noticed that compared with the last time he came, there was a lot more furniture in this cabin. For example, there is an extra set of high-end leather sofas in the living room, a huge reddish-brown root-carved tea table, a few more bamboo chairs, and even a large refrigerator in a corner of the wooden house. Ling Yun casually sat on the bamboo chair next to the coffee table. He was not polite. He picked up the tea in front of him and drank it, only to feel that the tea was fragrant, and the tea was neither cold nor hot, which was just right. Ling Yun silently counted the time in his heart, and was a little moved. Obviously, after Yi Xingchen heard that Ling Yun was coming, he immediately boiled water and made tea for him, so the tea is just right now. Xingchen, you really enjoy it. After drinking a cup of tea, Ling Yun looked at Yi Xingchen on the opposite side, and said with a smile. I used to be too lazy to do these things, but with the interspatial ring, these things can be carried with me, it's very convenient, why not? Yi Xingchen said with a smile, leaned over to refill his tea, and poured another cup for Ling Yun. Then he asked sternly, don't be joking, talk about business, what's wrong? She knew that with Ling Yun's current strength and energy, if it was an ordinary matter, he would be able to settle it in minutes by himself, and he didn't even bother to speak out. Ling Yun's face darkened immediately, and he said directly, actually, it's nothing, it's just that some bad guesses I made before have become facts now. Regarding Yi Xingchen, Ling Yun has nothing to hide now. The Chen family was destroyed. Before Qin Jingtian died, he revealed some secrets about our Ling family that the Chen family knew. They were all related to the battle 18 years ago. The instigator of my parents' incident was Ling Zhen. And behind the scenes, it was the Long family and the Yi family. Ling Yun spoke about this incident very calmly. After more than an hour of adjustment, his turbulent mood has gradually calmed down. Boom. Who knew that Yi Xingchen's pretty face changed drastically when she heard this? Her willow eyebrows stood on end, and she slapped the carved tea table with her slender hand, sending the tea trays, teapots, cups and other items on the tea table flying into the air. Yi Xingchen stood up immediately, and said in a cold voice, Master guessed right, it really is Ling Zhen. The public case of the Ling family 18 years ago, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen had the same reaction after hearing about the fact that the Long family and the Yi family were helping the flames behind the scenes. People don't care, this is a fact that everyone knows. Not paying attention, in fact, is acquiescing. Since it is acquiescing, it is not much different from contributing to the flames. The only difference in it is nothing more than that one is unintentional and the other is intentional. But Ling Zhen is different. Ling Zhen is Ling Zhao's eldest brother, a member of the Ling family. As the eldest brother, for the sake of being the head of the family, he did not hesitate to deceive his own younger brother, and caused the Ling family to be besieged by both good and evil. Causing the Ling family to be in a slump for 18 years, this is too much. It's not that people who are extremely small-minded and cruel-hearted can't do this kind of thing. Ling Yin said calmly, it turns out that my mother already thought it was Ling Zhen. In fact, both Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian were the real parties involved in the incident back then. Who can compare to them in terms of understanding of the whole incident? Needless to say about others, if Ling Yin knew that before his parents returned home, only Ling Zhen knew about their love, he would have deduced without even thinking about it, that Ling Zhen was undoubtedly the one who exposed this matter. Humph. Of course Master knows, in fact, Uncle Ling knows too. Sure enough, after Yi Xingchen erupted, her beautiful eyes flickered, as if she wanted to understand something instantly, and she sat down gently again. Since this matter has been uncovered by Qin Jingtian, the truth about the public case 18 years ago has actually been revealed. Yi Xingchen bit his lips lightly, and said in a hateful voice, back then, when Master met Uncle Ling for the first time, it was actually Ling Zhen and Uncle Ling. They traveled together. After the three met, they traveled together in China. It took 4 months to visit the famous mountains and rivers of Taoism and Buddhist holy places. Later, Ling Zhen saw Master and Uncle Ling getting closer and closer, and they were inseparable. He felt that it was meaningless to be caught in the middle, so he found a reason to leave. After another 8 months, the Master returned to the Ling family with Uncle Ling. They also greeted Ling Zhen in advance. The purpose was to let him greet the elders of the Ling family first, and let them go first. There is a psychological preparation. In this way, after Uncle Ling brings the master back home, he can report the matter and avoid embarrassment. As a result, they returned home, and the next night, both good and evil broke into the gate of the Ling family. You said. When Ling Yan heard this, his face was gloomy, and he suddenly raised his hand, needless to say. He has fully understood. Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian already knew about being betrayed by Ling Zhen on the night when both good and evil entered Ling's house. Over the years, Ling Lai had secretly guessed in his heart that Ling Zhao's accident was related to his eldest son Ling Zhen. But at that time, the two ways of good and evil came too fast. They were so numerous that they caught the Ling family by surprise. They entered the Ling family without giving the Ling family a chance to react and explain, and slaughtered the entire Ling family. The devil's purpose is to ask for someone, and he wants Yin Qingxian to return to the devil's sect and contemplate behind closed doors. The righteous way wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the Ling family. In the end, the Long family came out to protect the Ling family for some reason. At the same time, using the mouth of the righteous way in the world, they proposed that Ling Xiao should abolish his martial arts, marry someone else, and never see Yin Qingxian for the rest of his life. A vicious request. Later, the goals of good and evil were achieved, and after they left, the matter finally gradually subsided. But after that battle, the Ling family's vitality was severely injured. All the masters in the original family were killed or injured. Ling Lai was seriously injured, Ling Xiao abolished his martial arts, and the highest level member of the Ling family became Ling Zhen instead. Although Ling Lai vaguely knew that the person who betrayed the Ling family was Ling Zhen, but he had no choice but to cede the position of patriarch to Ling Zhen. Because otherwise, according to Ling Zhen's personality, he might jump out directly and blatantly snatch the position of the patriarch. If that was the case, the Ling family was not wiped out by outsiders, but was destroyed by their own family. After the accident, Yin Qingxian was brought back to the main altar of the demon sect, and Ling Xiao had already abolished his martial arts. Even though he knew it was Ling Zhen's fault, he could only choose to endure all this, and endured it until today. Although Yin Qingxian also knew this, how well did she know Ling Xiao? She knew that Ling Zhao's house was kind-hearted and would not take action against her own elder brother. In addition, she was also worried about Ling Zhao's safety in the Ling family after the abolishment of martial arts, for she has kept this matter in her heart for so many years, and has not revealed this secret. But facts are facts after all, and there will always be a day when the truth will be revealed. Now, everything has come to light. Damn Ling Zhen. After thinking about this, Ling Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but he said lightly, "No wonder after I killed Ling Hao, he immediately resigned as the head of the family, and found a reason to leave the Ling family before the decisive battle of life and death. It turned out that he was afraid this matter has been revealed." Ling Yan thought back silently. When he killed Ling Hao, every time he faced Ling Zhen, when Ling Zhen resigned as the patriarch, especially when Ling Zhen and Ling Xiao were present at the same time, the sparkling eyes of his grandfather Ling Lai, that hesitant look, and that hesitating look. No matter whether they really knew it or guessed it vaguely, it turned out that these important people who experienced the events of the past were all pretending to be serious. Ling Yan sighed quietly, "Hey, it's not easy for Grandpa." On the night of July 14th, Ling Yan was so powerful that he killed Ling Hao in front of the whole family. After seeing this scene, Ling Zhen resigned as the patriarch and left the Ling family with a letter. Ling Lai acquiesced. Why not? She took great pains to save the eldest son's life. This is a father and son. Brother. It's just that I have suffered from my father for so many years. Ling Yan thought to himself, for the past 18 years, Ling Xiao has been forbearing, even though he saw his son has risen and knew that his son could kill Ling Zhen instantly with a raise of his hand. He still didn't tell the truth back then. Why is he thinking about the brotherhood in his heart? Comparing with the same mother and brother, Ling Xiao and Ling Zhen's human nature can be said to be one heaven and one underground. But father, others have hurt you like this, and you still think about him in your heart. Is it necessary to have such a brother, such a family relationship, such a kind heart? You care about brotherhood, but I don't. If you don't kill Ling Zhen, I'll do it. As Ling Yan spoke, his eyes became more piercing, and he stood up suddenly. Brush. Dark blood demon knife in hand. With a wave of Ling Yan's hand, the black knife flashed, and a large piece of the carved coffee table was cut off. On the ground, a deep gully appeared. To be continued. The second update on August 6th. Ling Zhen really deserves to be killed. Yi Xingchen looked at Ling Yan's eyes and knew that he had murderous intentions towards Ling Zhen, so he comforted him and said, but since the truth of the year has been revealed and Ling Zhen has been exposed, he has become a bereaved dog now. Far better than him, it is expected that he will not stir up much wind and rain outside. This person is nothing to worry about. For the current Ling Yan, even if Ling Zhen practiced desperately, he was not his one-shot general, and it was indeed not a problem. What Ling Yan was worried about was family matters. When the truth was uncovered back then, Ling Zhen revealed that the previous head of the Ling family was the one who framed his brothers and nearly wiped out the entire Ling family. This matter can be said to have dealt a heavy blow to the Ling family. Because of this incident, 3 generations of the Ling family were involved, and among them, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yong were the 3 key figures who had the greatest influence. Ling Yan knew in his heart that 2 months ago, when he rescued Ling Yu, and the night the Ling family was attacked by the Oriental ninjas sent by the Chen family, Ling Lai had already reached the 8th level of innate realm with his help. After Ling Lai reached the 8th level of the innate realm, he had already regained the control of the Ling family, in essence. He had plenty of time and opportunity to find out what happened back then and force Ling Zhen to admit it. But Ling Lai didn't. One of the reasons is that Ling Lai cares about the relationship between father and son. It is estimated that another reason is that 18 years have passed since that incident, and it has faded in the hearts of many people. Speaking of which, Ling Lai wanted to completely cover this matter up. After all, this was the pain of the Ling family, and even more the shame of the Ling family. But after all, the paper can't contain the flames. The matter was revealed tonight, and Ling Yan heard it with his own ears. Even if Ling Lai wanted to magnify his son, it was impossible. Even if Ling Lai didn't want to face it anymore, he would have to express his opinion on this matter sooner or later. As for Ling Xiao, as long as Ling Yan thinks about his father's character and the fact that he hasn't exposed Ling Zhen's true face for so long, he already knows. It seems that between the great hatred and the affection of brothers and sisters, his father finally chose the latter. Leaving aside, let's talk about tonight. When Shinjing Tian wanted to tell Ling Zhen's true face, Ling Zhao's first reaction was to stop him, telling him to shut up, and not wanting him to tell the story. Ling Xiao attaches great importance to brotherhood. Even if he had great difficulties in his heart, knowing that Ling Zhen was the one who harmed him, he just endured it silently, and he didn't want to deal with his elder brother, let alone let his son deal with his elder brother. What about Ling Yong? Let alone, he should be the most painful one among all of them now. Because Ling Zhen was his biological father, how could he bear it when he heard with his own ears what Ling Zhen did to the Ling family and to his second uncle Ling Xiao? What's more, not long after Ling Hao's death, the pain in his heart has not subsided completely, and finally a bigger blow came. Those words Chen Jingtian said were like thunderbolts to Ling Yong. That was his biological father. Knowing this, how will Ling Yong face his second uncle Ling Xiao and Ling Yun when he is in the Ling family? If the Ling family made a decision to hunt down and kill Ling Zhen and blame him, how would Ling Yong deal with himself? Ling Yun knew that it was precisely because of these reasons that the 3 felt that they didn't know how to face him for a while, and while he was out chasing him, they hastily settled the Chen family's affairs, and then left in a hurry. No wonder you didn't go home immediately after you wiped out the Sun and Chen families, but came to me instead. Yi Xingchen Bingxue is smart, so of course she also thought of these things. Seeing that Ling Yun was silent, she said, "The Ling family must be in a mess right now, right?" Ling Yun shook his head resolutely after hearing this. "No, with my second uncle around, the Ling family can't be in chaos. Ling Yu is the think tank of the Ling family. He is completely on Ling Yun's side now. Even if he knows about this matter, he will definitely handle it properly, but he needs time. I didn't come here to escape anything, but I didn't want to meet Grandpa, Father, and Ling Yong for the time being. They all need time to face themselves and figure out how to face this matter. I don't want to put pressure on them." Ling Yin said that he didn't want to escape anything, but he knew in his heart that he was also avoiding family affection. He could feel the strong blood and family affection, and the huge pressure on him in this matter. If Ling Yun is like this, let alone those three people? He clearly remembered Ling Lai's grief and indignation, his father's struggle, and Ling Yang's pain when Chen Jingtian revealed Ling Zhen's true face. Yi Xingchen nodded. "That's fine. For your Ling family, this is indeed a huge matter. It cannot be avoided, and it is related to 3 generations of your Ling family. If it is not handled properly, there will be endless troubles. So for the time being, we can only let everyone digest this matter slowly, and wait until everyone calms down." Ling Yun smiled wryly and spread his hands. "For the time being, that's all I can do. So, I am now a homeless child, and please take care of this beautiful woman for a while." After finishing talking about Ling Zhen, Ling Yun didn't say anything about it. He changed the subject and pitifully asked Yi Xingchen to take him in. Pfft. Yi Xingchen laughed amusedly by Ling Yun, couldn't help but give Ling Yun a white look, and said, "Okay, for the sake of how pitiful you are, I'll take you in." Ling Yun was overjoyed when he heard this, knowing that his poor offensive had finally worked. He immediately sat back on the bamboo chair and continued to drink tea calmly. After drinking another cup of tea, Ling Yun slowly put down the teacup, and then suddenly said in a deep voice, "Xingchen, mobilize all your intelligence networks, and investigate Ling Zhen's whereabouts with all your strength. Don't let go of any clues, I need to know where he is." "Where?" Yi Xingchen had already sat down, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, leave this matter to me." She continued to refill Ling Yun's tea, and also poured a cup for herself, before she asked with great interest, "Can we talk about it now? Why did the life and death battle take so long tonight? What happened on your side?" The life and death battle started at 8 o'clock, and Yi Xingchen didn't receive any news from Ling Yun until it was close to midnight. In the middle of 4 hours, Yi Xingchen waited until midnight. She was very worried about Ling Yun, and even decided that if there was no news from Ling Yun after midnight, she rushed to the Tiansha branch in the capital to find out the situation herself. Everyone has the same idea: this kind of battle does not need to be fought for so long, because this is not a contest of martial arts, but a battle of life and death. This life and death battle is very thrilling, listen to me tell you. So, while drinking tea, Ling Yun began to describe the whole process of the life and death battle. Because he needed to exchange information with Yi Xingchen, he described it in great detail. When it came to the thrills of the last 3 rounds, Yi Xingchen exclaimed again and again. Ling Yun fought 1 against 5 twice, 2 battles against Yamada no Orochi. Qin Jingxian entered the magic to collect the blood Yuanzhu, and the dark blood dragon devoured the soul of Yamada no Orochi. If Yi Xingchen hadn't known the result long ago, and Ling Yun was sitting in front of her completely unharmed, she would not have just exclaimed. Half an hour later, Ling Yun finally finished the whole process of the life and death decisive battle. Even though he was drinking tea, his mouth was still dry. Finally, Ling Yun said, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the information you provided me before the big battle. Otherwise, I didn't pay enough attention to it, and I definitely didn't prepare enough. This battle is really unpredictable. Since you have been injured several times, your clothes should be very tattered. How can you be all right?" Yi Xingchen turned a deaf ear to Ling Yun's words of thanks. She looked Ling Yun up and down, and couldn't help asking in wonder. I changed my clothes, this is another one. Lingyan smiled casually, and then with a thought, he took out the battle robe he wore during the battle. Look, this is the one he wore during the fight. Yi Xingchen took it and unfolded the suit separately. After seeing that the suit was riddled with holes and was in tatters, he was shocked and realized how dangerous Ling Yun's battle was. However, seeing this set of clothes in such a tattered state, Ling Yun didn't lose them, and she felt a tinge of unspeakable joy in her heart. I'll make it up for you. As he spoke, Yi Xingchen moved his mind and put the suit into his space ring. Ling Yun just smiled, and he warned, Xingchen, in the future when you fight with Toyo's Kajanin, you must be careful, and you must not underestimate the enemy. Through the method of sacrifice, they can summon fierce beasts such as Yamada no Orochi to fight for them. That Yamada no Orochi is really terrifying. Know it. Yi Xingchen knew that Ling Yun had described the battle process in such detail just to remind her, so she couldn't help but agree with a coquettish smile. However, if you killed 5 masters of the Tian group tonight, you must also be careful that the people of the Tian group come to trouble you. Although it is a life and death battle, the people of the Tian group will definitely not be able to swallow this breath. Ling Yun told her, and she did not forget to tell Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded and smiled and said, I understand, but I'm being reasonable. Even if there is no lower limit for the members of the Huaxia group, they still have to be reasonable, right? Ling Yun now knows that Huaxia is actually a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, with masters like clouds. Compared with before, he has become much more cautious when speaking. Tonight, he originally wanted to go all out and crush the Sun Chen alliance, but he didn't expect that not only could he not completely crush, but the last 2 games were extremely dangerous, and he was injured, so he stopped underestimating the heroes of China. Xingchen, there are 2 more things I must tell you. Tonight, when I was fighting, I used my spiritual sense to the limit many times. As a result, I felt that someone was spying on me in the sky. Someone can stand in the air and stay in the air for such a long time. Ling Yan's face was solemn, and he said solemnly, my feeling is definitely not wrong. The other party must be a super master whose realm is far superior to mine. And, there is one more thing. Do you know how Chen Jingtian died? He was killed by someone with a flying sword when he was about to reveal the secrets of the Long family and the Yi family. Meters away, he cut off his head with a single sword. And that person, I tried my best and failed to catch up with him, but he was able to fly with a sword. To be continued. Make up the update on August 5th, the first update. Lao Bu has stayed up late until now, and is already extremely sleepy, so go to bed first, wake up during the day and make up for the second shift. After hearing the last 2 things Ling Yun said, Yi Xingchen's expression also became extremely serious. Her beautiful eyes showed fascination, and she muttered to herself, I never thought that these people would actually start to show up one after another. Yi Xingchen pondered for a while, and then smiled sweetly, Ling Yun, you can successfully force these top figures out, which means that you have really entered the field of vision of the Long family, Yi family, and Tianzu now, which means that they have begun to really value you. At this moment, Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Yun, his eyes sparkled, and he was actually proud of Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled wryly, I don't want to enter their field of vision so early, floating in the air, flying with a sword, from the realm of the cultivation world. This can only be achieved by the cultivation base above the middle stage of Qi training. I feel now, there's a lot of pressure. Pfft. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but chuckled again, finally feel the pressure? Now you know why I gave up the bustling capital and lived in seclusion in this remote mountain village, right? Ling Yin said in surprise, TSK, Xingchen, you are only born at the peak of the 7th floor, how dare you move around the capital? Don't you be afraid that the super masters of the Longya family will find you and arrest you? Cut. Yi Xingchen gave Ling Yin a blank look, and then explained, have you forgotten my identity? I am the saint of this generation of demon sect. Even if the Longye family doesn't look at the master's face, they will still treat our demon sect's power is afraid of 3 points. Since my debut, I haven't opposed the Long family and the Yi family. If they have no reason to touch me, I have to consider whether I can withstand the crazy counterattack of our demon sect. Oh? Ling Yan's eyes were burning, and his thoughts flashed. Isn't my mother unable to leave the main altar of the demon sect? Could it be that after your accident, those big figures in the demon sect will come out to save you? Yi Xingchen said, You don't understand that, do you? Master, the old man can't leave the main altar of the demon sect, but except for her, all the elders of the demon sect, guardians, etc., can move freely. Master, the conflict between her old man and the demon sect. It's just that she fell in love with Uncle Ling back then and gave birth to you. Apart from that, everyone's beliefs and ideas are basically the same. Of course, people like Sikong too are naturally excluded. If the Dragon and Leaf families, or the righteous Tao of the world, don't even allow our demon sect to carry out activities, then the righteous and the evil will start a bloody fight in minutes, and a real catastrophe will occur in China. You have to know that the demon sect has many heavenly sons, but there is only one saintess of the demon sect in the past, and this generation's saintess of the demon sect is this girl. At the end, Yi Xingchen lifted his delicate chin and gave Ling Yan a smug expression. Brother Yun was completely speechless, and after a long while, he bowed his hands to Yi Xingchen in an extremely cooperative way. So that's the case, admiration. However, as far as I know, in just over half a month, just wait for the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival, those famous and decent families in the world will hold the demon subduing meeting in Fenglei Valley of Longhu Mountain. Because of Zhuang Meifeng's relationship, Ling Yun is actually paying special attention to the demon subduing conference that will be held in Fenglei Valley of Longhu Mountain. It's past midnight now, and it's already September 1st, which is the 27th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar. In 16 or 7 days, the demon subduing conference will begin. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan still didn't forget to emphasize a sentence. I heard that it was specifically aimed at you, the saint of the demon sect. Who knows that Yi Xingchen sneered, the demon subduing conference? These Jianghu sects, who claim to be righteous in the martial arts, are doing these boring things almost every year. They say they are dealing with our demon sect, but they have their own ghosts. The main reason is to find someone. The reasons are gathered together to strengthen one's reputation, or to enhance the prestige of one's sect. Ling Yan smiled silently. These so-called upright martial arts are really keen on this. They never get tired of it, for fear that if they don't engage in these things, others will forget their existence. And it's not only the ancient martial arts world in China, but also the immortal sects in the world of comprehension. As long as they have a period of time, they will let the true disciples in the sect go down the mountain in groups to carry out the so-called experience of slaying demons and eliminating demons. The purpose is actually the same. It is to pretend to be aggressive, to show off how powerful his new generation of disciples are. In the demon subduing conference, it is fake to slay demons and eliminate demons, but it is true to show your presence. Humph. Yi Xingchen suddenly sneered again. Now that the Sun and Chen families have been destroyed, although your family has some troubles, I believe that you can handle the family affairs well. The rise of the Ling family is inevitable. Since the Longye family did not come forward to make trouble in this life and death battle, it means that they have acquiesced in the rise of the Ling family. I definitely won't come to provoke you, the evil star. In this case, I can leave the capital with peace of mind. Speaking of which, it's been more than 4 months since I stepped on those famous schools. This time they gathered together in the demon subduing conference. It's just a chance. Let's see if I don't mess up their demon subduing conference. More than 4 months. Ling Yun knew in his heart that 4 months ago, it happened to be the time when Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect, had just started looking for him. At that time, Ling Yan had just emerged in Qingshui City. The two of them didn't know each other's identity, and they were still fighting each other, still testing each other non-stop. Yi Xingchen has to be distracted from taking care of the Ling family in the capital. Of course he can't take care of those famous and decent families. Ling Yan immediately signed up enthusiastically. Xingchen, don't worry, I will accompany you to this demon-subduing conference. You are in the light, and I am in the dark. Let's. As soon as the words came out, Yi Xingchen immediately looked over with a hint of playful eyes, and Ling Yan felt guilty when she saw it. She said with a smile, "Oh, so active? Why, are you worried about me, or are you worried about me? For what else? Or for whom?" Ling Yan's forehead suddenly felt sweaty. This night, Xingchen is good at everything, but she knows everything about him too well. She must have investigated everything about Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng in Qingshui City. Cut. Why are you guilty? You don't want to say it, I don't bother to ask. Unexpectedly, Yi Xingchen took the initiative to give Ling Yan the steps, and she didn't get to the bottom of it. She changed the topic and said domineeringly, I am already the peak of the 8th level of innate, and I have really achieved great success in cultivating the heavenly magic strategy. As long as I go further, I will advance to the realm of supernatural powers. Demon subduing conference? I let their corpses lie all over the ground, blood flowing like a river. What? Xingchen, you have advanced to the peak of the 8th innate level? You have, directly raised a big realm? Ling Yan was very shocked, and said to himself how long it had been since they were separated from Yi Xingchen last time, which was only 8 days, and Yi Xingchen went from the peak of the 7th level of the innate to directly reaching the peak of the 8th level of the innate. Seeing Ling Yan's appearance, Yi Xingchen said angrily and amusedly, what's so surprising about this? When I left my master and came out of the main altar of the demon sect, I was already at the peak of the 7th level Xiantian. Up to now, it has been more than half a year. What's so strange about breaking through a realm? Ling Yan thought about it for a while, and thought that it was true. When Yi Xingchen saw him for the first time, he was at the peak of the 7th level Xiantian, and now he has only broken through to the peak of the 8th level of the Xiantian, which is actually not fast. It's not that it's not fast, but compared with Ling Yan, it's too slow. You know, Ling Yan had just returned from Diaogui Island at that time, and he was only at the peak of the 7th level of body training, but now he is in the middle of the 3rd level of Qi training. In more than 4 months, Ling Yan has crossed 5 levels in a row, and this also includes breaking through the big barrier of the gas refining period. Thinking of this, Ling Yan was terrified and said in shock, have you been suppressing the realm? Yi Xingchen looked forward with beautiful eyes, blinked at him and said, Master said, anyway, it's the late innate stage, these small realms are not important, what is important is the increase in strength that each breakthrough brings to oneself. The Master asked me to improve every step of the way, so that once I break through the 9th level of innate, my strength can be compared with the Master's at the peak of the 3rd level of the supernatural powers, and I can even beat them. Ling Yan nodded straight after hearing this, and said in his heart that his biological mother's understanding of martial arts is indeed very comparable to others, and the principle of self-sufficiency is understood by practitioners, but it is too difficult to make every step of it a matter of course. I only heard Yi Xingchen say again, actually, when I left the main altar of the demon sect, I could break through at any time, but I always felt that it was not perfect enough, so I deliberately procrastinated and procrastinated. Anyway, I never encountered a life-or-death situation. Until last time, you taught me the illusion fish dragon step, the great expansion gathering star secret art, and the secret dragon elephant power. After practicing these exercises, I have some insights, especially the Diyan Ju Xing Ju. I feel that when I practice at night, I can communicate with the billions of stars in the sky. On the night you left, I broke through. We have reached the 2nd level of the Great Yen Gathering Star Treasure. What? The 2nd largest state of the Dian Gathering Star Treasure? Ling Yan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Invulnerable to swords and guns, invulnerable to water and fire, invulnerable to poison. Only then did Ling Yun activate his consciousness, carefully observe Yi Xingchen's body, and found that Yi Xingchen is now undoubtedly the second largest state of the Dianjuxing treasure, and has already cultivated to the third level of the second largest state of the Dianjuxing treasure. It's a small realm. So fast? How is it possible? Is it okay to communicate with the billions of stars in the sky? What kind of physique do you have? Yi Xingchen pursed her lips and smiled. I never thought that I would be so suitable for practicing this great expansion gathering stars secret art. Not only does my body fit well, but also the heavenly demon Dafa I practice is also very suitable for this treasure formula. It complements each other, it's amazing. Already. Obviously, talking about this incident, Yi Xingchen was extremely happy, with a hint of showing off. Of course she is qualified to show off, you know. For such a long time, Ling Yan has stayed at the peak of the second largest realm of Dian gathering stars treasure art, and it will take at least 10 more days for him to break through and enter the third largest realm. It's not magical at all, because, not only your body fits, your name is Yi Xingchen, this is the real fit. After all, the sun and the moon are also stars, but they are relatively close to the earth. Ling Yan never expected that besides meeting Ming Lingyu, a natural spirit body, he would also meet Yi Xingchen, a star body that is rare among hundreds of millions of people. Now, Ling Yan has confirmed, that's right, Yi Xingchen is born with the body of a star. To be continued. The first update will be on August 8th, and the second update will be after midnight. Lao Bu knew that he owed everyone 3 shifts, so he would definitely make it up. Rest assured. The body of the stars, of course, does not mean that the body structure is the same as the stars, but refers to the physique of Yi Xingchen, which is incomparably compatible with the power of the stars. Such a physique, there is no one in hundreds of millions of people, at least on the earth, it is absolutely the only existence, and there is no second one. Haha, this is really a big profit. For a moment, Ling Yan's joy was indescribable, his eyes were burning, he stared closely at Yi Xingchen's body and kept looking up and down, as if he had discovered an unrivaled treasure. Ling Yan was very fortunate, fortunately, he did not hide his secrets, and taught Yi Xingchen the treasure of Dian gathering stars early, otherwise, he would not have discovered Yi Xingchen's star body. Unlike Ming Lingyu's natural spirit body, Yi Xingchen's star body, if she didn't practice the skills related to the stars, the gods would not be able to see it. Ling Yunxin said, no wonder Yi Xingchen was able to reach the late innate stage so quickly even though she had almost no cultivation resources for so many years. It turned out to be related to her heaven-defying physique. It seems that the Mazong's recruitment of disciples is not aimless, and there are some skills. Moreover, the mother's vision is extremely high. Ling Yun knew in his heart that even he couldn't see that Yi Xingchen was the body of a star, so the members of the demon sect, including Yin Qingxian, naturally couldn't see it, but his mother still chose Yin Qingxian as a true disciple. Yi Xingchen's physique is outstanding. The most important thing for a cultivator is aptitude, and aptitude mainly includes 2 points, one is physique, and the other is comprehension. If your physique is not good, you have been weak and sick since childhood, and you look like a sick child all day long, no matter how high your enlightenment is, what is the use? In the same way, a person with a good physique, but if he is so stupid that he can't even memorize a simple kung fu formula or even learn a single kung fu move, then he is just a bull. Yi Xingchen's comprehension is of course top-notch, and can be compared with Ning Lingyu. Now that Ling Yan knows that her physique is not inferior to Ning Lingyu, can he not be excited? Even, the body of the stars is more powerful than the natural spirit body. Here, Yi Xingchen's physique is not inferior to Ning Lingyu's, which means that he is not inferior to Ning Lingyu's fairy body after being transformed by Ling Yun. Because what the natural spirit body absorbs is the aura between the heaven and the earth, but what the star body absorbs is the power of the stars in the universe. power, but can only communicate with the billions of stars in the sky, and draw them down from the infinitely distant starry sky. Hey! Seeing that Ling Yan suddenly stopped talking, Yi Xingchen just kept looking at herself with scorching eyes. She was a little shy, and waved her delicate hand in front of Ling Yan's eyes, and then said dissatisfied, "When you talk about cultivation, you just talk about cultivation. Why do you use it? My name made fun of? Hey. Ling Yan's thinking was interrupted. He immediately looked away, couldn't help but chuckle, and then said to himself, "Xingchen, I have a set of cultivation techniques here." Since Ling Yan has confirmed that Yi Xingchen is the body of a star, it would be too wasteful to use such a physique to practice magic skills, or just the treasure of Dian-gathering stars. Of course, it's not that the Dian-gathering stars treasure is not good, but because this treasure is just a set of passive body training exercises in the early stage. It can only be used to improve physical fitness and increase physical fitness before breaking through the fourth realm. Defense and strength, and it is too slow to cultivate to evolve various supernatural powers. What technique? When Yi Xingchen heard Ling Yan's words, he knew that he was going to teach him the exercises again, and his beautiful eyes immediately brightened. Ling Yan stood up suddenly, he was full of energy, and said boldly, "Turning into the endless void and mobilizing billions of star power is the art of attracting stars for the void." Void leading star art. This set of exercises was obtained by Ling Yan from a cave left by an immortal after he traveled around the world of cultivation after he reached the catastrophe stage. At that time, even though Ling Yan was already a cultivator in the transcending tribulation period, after seeing this exercise, he was still shocked by it, as if he had found a treasure. At that time, why was Ling Yanxiu so strong, and his eyes were so vicious? After he only saw the cultivation method of the void-leading star art, he knew that he didn't need to practice anything else. A monk only practiced this kind of exercise. It's just that Ling Yan at that time was already close to the late stage of crossing the catastrophe, he already had a complete cultivation method, and he didn't need to practice other exercises to improve his realm, so he completely memorized this system of exercises. Come down and confirm with the Diyan Ju Xing Ju that you practiced. As a result, after comprehension and confirmation, Ling Yan discovered that the Diyan gathering stars Ju and the void star Yin Ju are practiced together, which can be said to complement each other and complement each other. Dian Ju Xing Treasure Ju is about body training in the early stage and practice in the later stage. The threshold is extremely low, but the entry is too slow. But this void leading star Ju is just the opposite. It is practiced from the beginning. As long as you get the method, you will enter the realm very quickly, but the threshold is extremely high. How high is the threshold? In short, those who are unable to draw star energy will definitely not be able to cultivate. As long as you start to practice the void leading stars Ju, you can use the power of hundreds of millions of stars to evolve supernatural powers into combat. It is a method that integrates cultivation and combat, and it contains many combat skills. Just like Ling Yan's Qi Yin Yang art, Shenwu Qinyang immortal art, Ningling Yu's Xuanshui immortal art, and by Xian'er's Tianyuan 9-star demon book, the threshold is naturally extremely high. It's not that Ling Yan doesn't want to practice this void leading star Ju, but because the threshold is too high, he can't get started in a short time, and he has already practiced the Yin Yang Ju and Shenwu Qinyang immortal Ju that he is familiar with. These two heaven-defying skills he couldn't even practice, so he hasn't practiced yet. What's more, in the process of cultivation, the most taboo thing is to be greedy for more than one can chew, and expensive essence is not expensive. If a monk wants to practice all kinds of exercises, it will be harmful to himself instead of beneficial, and it is easy to go crazy. Ling Yan originally planned to try to practice the void leading stars art when he reached the late stage of Qi training, and the Dian gathering stars art can break through to the 4th level. Let yourself enter the country quickly. Because he is not a star body, he can only attract the power of the stars to quench his body, but he cannot use the power of the stars to fight. No matter how powerful you are, if you can't use it, it will be useless. But now, the right person to practice the void leading stars art has been found, and of course it is Yi Xingchen. With the body of stars, what kind of a heaven-defying scene would it be if he practiced the Diyan gathering star Ju and the void star leading Ju at the same time? Ling Yan is looking forward to it. The void leading star art? This is the real method of comprehension. Ling Yan immediately answered Yi Xingchen, and then he took Yi Xingchen's hand and flew out with her, heading straight for the mountain in the east. Hey, you fought in the middle of the night, aren't you tired? Being dragged by Ling Yan, Yi Xingchen galloped without touching his feet, and couldn't help turning his head and asking. Not tired. At this moment, Ling Yan couldn't care less about being tired, even if he was driven to sleep with a whip, he still couldn't fall asleep. The two soon came to the mountain, which was the place where Ling Yan taught Yi Xingchen the great evolution of gathering stars. The Milky Way is bright and the sky is full of stars. The night sky tonight is very clear, and it happens to be the end of the lunar month. There is no moon in the sky, and the night sky is pitch black. The countless stars in the sky are like pearls embedded in the black curtain, twinkling and blinking. Xingchen sat down and began to meditate that he is now in the void, or imagine himself as one of the billions of stars in the sky, and then try to communicate with the star power. Yi Xingchen sat down cross-legged as she said, and before she entered meditation, she couldn't help but ask Ling Yan, is it the exercise of the Diyan Ju Xingju? Ling Yan shook his head, no, I am now teaching you the formulas of the void leading stars art. Yi Xingchen's current state is at the peak of the 8th level of innateness, and he is only one step away from entering the supernatural power state, and the void leading star art is based on the technique first. This timing can be said to be as good as it can be. If it had been one step earlier, even if Yi Xingchen had the body of a star, it would have been very difficult for her to practice the void leading star art, very strenuous. If Yi Xingchen breaks through the realm of supernatural power one step later, she is not using star power to break through the sea of consciousness profound entrance. In this case, she will not be considered consummated. In the future, there will be obstacles in practicing those skills that use star power to fight. Yi Xingchen nodded, she stopped talking, closed her eyes and began to adjust her breath, and soon entered a state of meditation. Ling Yan guarded the side, shrouded in spiritual consciousness, and felt that the time was right, so he began to teach Yi Xingchen the formula of drawing stars into the void. Of course, what Ling Yan imparted to Yi Xingchen now was just cultivation skills, which would be used to improve his realm in the future. As for combat skills, he would have to wait until Yi Xingchen could arouse the star power and use it. However, even if it was just for practicing exercises, the formulas were complicated and lengthy, and the content was so mysterious that there were as many as 10,000 words. Ling Yan read out every word clearly. In order for Yi Xingchen to remember, he read it very slowly, and it took nearly an hour. A total of 10,800 words, how much can Xingchen remember? When Ling Yan recited the art of drawing stars from the void, he actually implied a way to pass on his skills, and he used Shenlong Shao, just to make Yi Xingchen memorize it in the shortest time. Ling Yan is now infinitely close to the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. His spiritual consciousness is strong, and now he can use the special way to teach Qigong. If Ling Yan reaches the late stage of Qi training, after reaching the 7th level of Qi training, he doesn't need to recite formulas at all, he can directly use spiritual thoughts to send the exercises into the opponent's mind. Boom! However, just after Ling Yan finished reading, while he was still thinking about how many formulas Yi Xingchen could memorize, a heaven-defying scene appeared. In an instant, the power of the billions of stars in the sky began to turn into billions of silk threads, and began to converge towards Yi Xingchen's body. Countless silk threads suddenly appeared in the sky and all over the fields, centering on Yi Xingchen's body. They went straight into the void of night. This scene is exactly the same as the effect of Ling Yan's full-strength use of the Diyan Ju Xingju, and even that scene is even worse. Damn it! Isn't this too heaven-defying? Ling Yun was shocked, because he knew that those silk threads were the real power of stars. What's more, Yi Xingchen is currently practicing the void-leading star art. After these star power enters her body, it is not used for body training, but can be used to display magical powers. The body of the stars is so against the sky. To be continued. The second update on August 8th. I still owe 1 change on the 5th and 2 changes on the 7th, and make up tomorrow. And Xingchen's memory and comprehension skills are also against the sky. What shocked Ling Yun was not only Yi Xingchen's star body, but also her terrifying memory and comprehension. Although Ling Yun already knew that Yi Xingchen's memory was strong with the experience of teaching the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju last time, but the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju was only 1,000 words. But the current void-leading star Ju has a total of 10,800 characters, and they are all written in ancient Chinese proverbs. The formulas are extremely complicated and lengthy, and for an ordinary person, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to even read 10 or 8 sentences. Strenuous. Although Ling Yun used the magical technique of Shenlong Shao and Chuan Gong, Yi Xingchen could memorize all the more than 10,000 words after listening to it only once, and his memory can only be described as heaven-defying. And Yi Xingchen is not just as simple as memorizing. Ling Yun knows just by looking at the effect in front of him that Yi Xingchen has already comprehended most of this exercise, and she is already practicing it directly. Sure enough, people are more dead than others, and goods are thrown away. TSK, this talent, this comprehension, is really too speechless. Seeing that more and more of the power of the stars was drawn down and poured into Yi Xingchen's body, Ling Yun couldn't help sighing, and said in his heart that Yi Xingchen's aptitude was indeed comparable to hers only in Lingyu. As for Ling Yun himself, needless to say, his aptitude is of course higher than these two. Ling Yun stood beside Yi Xingchen, protecting him carefully, and before he knew it, another hour passed. At this time it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Xingchen, who was immersed in cultivation, changed again. As she attracted more and more star power, Yi Xingchen's body floated unknowingly. Her body was suspended in the air, and her figure seemed to become lighter and lighter, as if she was about to blend into the night sky. Then, her pale figure gradually began to emit light. Have you mastered it so quickly and started to gather star power? Ling Yun looked at this scene in shock. The excitement in his heart was simply indescribable, because he knew that Yi Xingchen could do this. It is the star power she introduced into the body, which is no longer in an aimless and scattered state, but that she has been able to control these star power and let these star power begin to condense. Flood irrigation cannot be restrained, it can only be flooded and submerged fertile fields. Practicing the void-leading star Ju, attracting star power is only the first step. The most critical step is to use the Ju to gather the attracted star power, that is to say restrain it, let them all gather in the dantian and meridians, be able to control, and then you can use it for yourself. Otherwise, those star powers will be dissipated sooner or later, and it is impossible to use them for cultivation, let alone to use supernatural powers to fight against the enemy. Star power condenses, that is, the hundreds of millions of threads of light condense together, and Yi Xingchen's body will naturally radiate light. Ling Yan's eyesight was sharp, he only saw that Yi Xingchen was floating in the void, his figure disappeared, and he was shining with light, so he knew that Yi Xingchen had successfully crossed the most critical step in practicing the art of drawing stars from the void. However, until now, Yi Xingchen has not shown signs of stopping. She is still in a state of meditation and has gradually forgotten herself. Isn't it going to break through the 9th heaven realm in one fell swoop? Ling Yun was shocked. He watched Yi Xingchen's body glowing brighter and brighter, and couldn't help but guess. However, not long after, Yi Xingchen suddenly stopped her cultivation, and slowly opened her eyes. Call. Ling Yun, this exercise is really against the sky. Yi Xingchen floated to the ground. She retracted her exercises, and immediately suppressed the radiance on her body, with endless expressions in her beautiful eyes, she said excitedly. Ling Yan didn't speak. He paid attention to Yi Xingchen's eyes, and saw that in those eyes, the dark pupils seemed to have turned into the night sky of the universe, and billions of stars were faintly reflected in them. Her beautiful eyes twinkled with starlight. The beauty is thrilling. Ling Yan knew that Yi Xingchen's practice of drawing stars from the void had already entered the room, and he would be able to practice on his own without his guardian in the future. Compared to this exercise, you are really against the sky. Ling Yan finally smiled. He praised Yi Xingchen from the bottom of his heart. Born in the body of a star. Just listen to it once, and you will memorize the xuanhuan exercises. The first time he practiced, he successfully broke through the most critical step. He was able to start to gather star power, and guide these star power into his own dantian and meridians. Moreover, Yi Xingchen was able to take the initiative to break away from the state of cultivation, which showed that she was free to send and receive, and was not greedy for merit. To be able to do this, one cannot do without a heaven-defying physique, extraordinary savvy, and a firm will. Yi Xingchen deserves to be said to be against the sky. Ling Yan, thank you. Yi Xingchen stepped forward and was only one step away from Ling Yan. The two looked at each other. She turned a deaf ear to Ling Yan's praise, but said with a complicated light in her beautiful eyes. Ha 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 ha, it's okay to say thank you between us. If you really want to thank me, you might as well just kiss me. Ling Yan blushed a little from being stared at by Yi Xingchen. He deliberately laughed, and joked half-truly. Beautiful you. Yi Xingchen immediately gave Ling Yan a blank look, and he wasn't fooled by Ling Yan at all. Fortunately, Ling Yan didn't have much hope. He just laughed it off, and then asked seriously, Xingchen, how do you feel after practicing this void-leading star art? Yi Xingchen immediately looked serious, and replied seriously, you are right, this void-leading stars art is simply a tailor-made exercise for me, and it is really good to cooperate with the Dian-gathering stars art. Complement each other, and complement each other. Just now, when I was practicing the void star-inducing Ju, I felt that the star power attracted by practicing the great expansion-gathering stars Ju was also attracted. One inside and one outside, the combination of the two is simply overwhelming. Ling Yan nodded straightly. It seems that he has found the right person for this exercise. Then he changed the subject, but asked again, then why did you stop just now? Why didn't you go all out and directly break through the 9th floor? Ling Yan could tell that as long as Yi Xingchen continued to practice just now, within an hour, she would be able to break through the 9th level of innate realm and enter the supernatural realm. Pfft. Yi Xingchen actually chuckled again. She glanced at Ling Yan, and then said, I'm afraid that you will be impatient. What's the matter just letting you stand here? Besides, anyway, I have memorized all the exercises, and I will have plenty of time to practice in the future, so don't be in a hurry. Walk. After finishing speaking, Yi Xingchen took Ling Yan's arm in an instant, showing intimacy and showing no scruples. Ling Yan felt the faint squeeze from the outside of his arm, and he enjoyed it a lot, but he asked, where are you going? Idiot, do you still need to ask? Go back and rest. Looking at the sky, it is already 4 o'clock in the morning. You fight in the first half of the night, and then stand stupidly in the second half of the night. Is it really iron? After being told by Yi Xingchen, Ling Yan felt extremely tired for a while, so he stopped insisting, and went down the mountain with Yi Xingchen, and returned to the wooden house. Xingchen, the void drawing star art you practice today is just a practice method to attract star power and improve one's own realm, but this method also contains many combat supernatural powers and spells. As soon as Ling Yan entered the door, he couldn't help but talk about the void-leading star art again. To shut up. Who knows that Yi Xingchen didn't want to hear it at this time. She told Ling Yan to shut up domineeringly, then stared at Ling Yan with beautiful eyes, and said with a little shyness, I will talk about that later. Now, you are not allowed to think about anything, hurry up, have a good rest. Ling Yan was greatly moved in his heart, saying that Xingchen really knows how to hurt people. However, he raised his eyes and looked around, but pretended to be embarrassed and said, "But, there is only this one bed, how can the two of us sleep?" Spit. Yi Xingchen was ashamed, she spat lightly, then rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said, "Don't do that with me, I'm telling you to go to sleep, who said I'm going to rest too?" As she was talking, she pushed Ling Yan to the bed, and then continued, "I'm not sleepy at all now, I haven't fully understood the void-leading star art you taught me, and I have to study it carefully next time." "What about it?" Ling Yan was speechless, Yi Xingchen never gave him a chance to take advantage. However, just like what Yi Xingchen said, Ling Yan fought in the middle of the night, annihilating the Sun and Chen families in one go, and in the second half of the night, he taught and protected Yi Xingchen on the mountain, blowing the mountain wind for several hours, and now he is really exhausted. "Then I'm asleep, you are not allowed to secretly take advantage of me while I am asleep." Ling Yan obediently went to bed to rest, while pretending to be vigilant, and warned Yi Xingchen. Cluck. Yi Xingchen's smile trembled wildly, she raised her hand to cover her delicate lips, and scolded Ling Yan with a smile, "Go and live your big spring and autumn dream." So, Ling Yan really went to dream of spring and autumn. This early in the morning, he threw away everything, didn't think about any cultivation matters, let alone those troublesome and complicated family affairs, and fell asleep soundly. Ling Yan had to rest, because a string, if stretched too tightly, would break. "Ling Yan, thank you." After Ling Yan fell asleep completely, Yi Xingchen quietly came to the bedside again. She stared at Ling Yan, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and said silently in her heart. The next moment, Yi Xingchen smiled, like a spring flower blooming. While smiling, she leaned down slightly, her starry eyes blinked, and she made a gesture of kissing Ling Yan's handsome face from the air. Of course, this kiss did not imprint on Ling Yan's face in the end, it was just a gesture, this was Yi Xingchen's limit. "It's so embarrassing." Yi Xingchen straightened up quickly, her pretty face flushed, her heart was pounding like a deer, and she flew out of the cabin as if fleeing. In his sleep, Ling Yan clicked his lips, then turned over and continued to sleep. This time, Ling Yan slept extremely soundly. He slept for a full 12 hours, and he didn't open his eyes until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. To be continued. 3 o'clock tonight. The first update. The next chapter is around 0:30. Hey! The effect of this sleep is even better than the effect of my own cultivation. As soon as he woke up, Ling Yan felt that his mind was clear and full of energy. His whole body was iron to the extreme, and his body was filled with endless power. Ling Yan didn't immediately turn over and get up, he immediately looked inside. At this moment, his miraculous dantian was spinning rapidly, and in the two yin-yang fish eyes, the newly born yin-yang zhenqi erupted like a fierce fountain, and then immediately merged into the vortex of yin-yang zhenqi, making his dantian appear gray and chaotic state. The Emperor's book turned into the size of a needle, sinking and floating in the vortex of yin and yang true energy in the magical dantian, constantly rotating with the rapidly rotating gray air current. Yin-yang gang qi sword. Now, Ling Yan was pleasantly surprised to see that during the battle last night, the sword body of the yin-yang gang qi sword he condensed seemed to have grown a lot bigger again. This is the real sword body formed by the condensation of yin-yang gang qi, just like an embroidery needle, but released a condensed and pure sword energy. Ling Yan could fully feel the powerful penetrating power of that sword energy. Among the meridians. The yin and yang zhenqi are no longer separated, they are no longer distinct, but have begun to merge and converge, also showing a gray color, which is also a sign that the zhenqi has begun to turn into stellar qi. Right now, the airflow in Ling Yan's body is still divided into 4 strands with different colors. A stream of golden fairy aura that naturally flowed from the human emperor's pen, flowing from the sea of consciousness, between the eyebrows, is now the color of pure gold. Although it is the smallest, it is very clear and bright. One is the inheritance of the Ling family absorbed by Ling Yun, the mysterious yellow fairy aura released by the ghost willow, which is thick yellow in color, and the air flow is obviously thicker than the golden fairy aura. There is also a dazzling golden color, which is the dragon aura. It is not compared with the fairy aura of the human emperor's brush, and it is equally dazzling. The last one is of course the yin-yang true qi that Ling Yun is most familiar with and also the strongest. These 4 streams of air flow run side by side in Ling Yun's rough and strong meridians, running at an indescribably fast speed, like a rolling tide, presenting a surging trend. They come out of the dantian. Entering the meridian, it flows through the 365 acupoints of Ling Yun's body. Each acupoint presents a vortex state, and then enters the center of Ling Yun's eyebrows, condensing into a powerful divine essence, faintly glowing. Damn, 1 drop per minute? In just a short period of time when Ling Yun looked inside, he felt a drop of divine essence condensed in the sea of consciousness between his brows. Ling Yun calculated the time silently and found that it was only 1 minute. This is the most intuitive manifestation of Ling Yun's entry into the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. In the middle stage of the 3rd level of Qi training, the speed of condensing the divine essence is 1 drop every 3 minutes. In the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training, it is 1 drop per minute. When Ling Yun's speed of condensing the divine essence reaches 3 drops per minute, he will reach the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. It seems that the peak battle last night brought me too many benefits. Ling Yun found that he had reached the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. He couldn't help but smile happily. Condensing 1 drop of xuanhuan per minute is 1,440 drops a day. This condensing speed can almost support Ling Yun's squandering. If he reaches the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, Ling Yun can condense more than 4,000 drops of divine energy a day. At that time, he will be able to burn the divine energy to his heart's content to fight. His shots are mana, and many magical powers that he could not display before can be used at will. At that time, Ling Yun could truly be regarded as a qualified cultivator. Of course, at that time, Ling Yun can step into the 4th level of Qi training at any time, and enter the middle stage of Qi training. He can really fly with the sword, flying thousands of miles in a day, flying into the sky and escaping from the ground. It seems that in the future, we can't just practice and fight blindly. We should rest when we should, and we must pay attention to rest. During the Qi refining period, refining Qi to transform into gods is to turn true Qi into spiritual thoughts, so that the spiritual consciousness becomes more and more pure and condensed, so as to achieve the effect of following the words with the movement of the spiritual thoughts. Therefore, at this stage, it is actually extremely important to meditate and repose. However, the power of lightning in the body seems to have decreased. Ling Yun also keenly noticed this through internal vision. This is the only fly in the ointment. The power of thunder and lightning in his body is the power between heaven and earth that he automatically absorbed when he was crossing the catastrophe. It will be less. However, those powers of faith have become stronger and stronger without knowing it. Ling Yun saw that the power of faith that repaired the acupoints in his body had begun to turn into blazing white light, forming halos of light, completely covering all his acupoints. Where did these powers of faith come from? For this change, Ling Yun was a little baffled. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for him, but those powers of faith seemed to be passive powers, and they could not be urged by him at all. He couldn't use them, let alone expel them. Wait and see. Anyway, just don't let a halo appear behind my head. If that happens, the fun will be great. Ling Yun muttered to himself. He rolled over and got out of bed. Quack, quack. The cry of a crow suddenly came faintly from a distance. As Ling Yun's heart moved, he immediately let go of his divine sense, swept it with his divine sense, and found a giant crow landed on a branch in a dense forest 1,000 meters away, croaking. It was the golden-threaded crow, and it followed. Ling Yan laughed happily, but wondered in his heart, it's just, why does this guy look downcast? You're awake? At this time, Yi Xingchen's graceful figure suddenly flashed in from outside. She smiled and asked Ling Yan, but Ling Yan could see clearly, Yi Xingchen's expression seemed to be a little annoyed. This was the first time Ling Yan had seen such an exasperated expression on Yi Xingchen's face. Sure enough, before Ling Yan could speak, Yi Xingchen frowned and said, I'm so pissed off, it's broad daylight, and a crow flew in from nowhere, croaking non-stop, it's really bad luck. As he was speaking, Yi Xingchen suddenly stretched out his hand and spread it out, and there were 3 lancets inside. Then she said angrily, if it dares to approach again, see if I don't kill it. Brother Yun was completely dumbfounded, thinking that it's no wonder the crow was downcast, and Yi Xingchen was furious again, so it turned out that this person and one bird actually did it. Ling Yun could only explain, that, the stars. This crow flew here with me. It will be my pet in the future. Please don't hurt it. Yi Xingchen's eyes widened all of a sudden, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. What? Keeping a crow as a pet? Did your head get squeezed by the door? Or did you sleep for so long and got confused? I have seen people who raise parrots, pigeons, and even peacocks to play with eagles. Who has ever seen someone raise crows? Looking at Yi Xingchen's expression, Ling Yan knew she had misunderstood, so he smiled and said, Xingchen, this is not an ordinary crow, it has a golden thread on its back, its eyes and claws are golden, it is a powerful crow between heaven and earth. The strange beast is called the golden crow, and it has the blood of the golden crow in its body. Cultivating the pure yang kung fu, with its help, can make people get twice the result with half the effort and enter the realm quickly. This time it was Yi Xingchen's turn to be dumbfounded. Yi Xingchen couldn't believe it, and asked incredulously, Golden thread crow? Golden crow bloodline? Are you sure? Ling Yun nodded solemnly and said, sure, 100% sure. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan's figure flickered, and he fell directly into the courtyard. Then he silently practiced the divine martial pure yang immortal art, and began to release the power of pure yang outward. At the same time, with a calm expression, he spread his palms, and soon, a pure white ball of light the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in Ling Yan's palm, which was formed by the condensed power of pure yang. In the consciousness, the golden-threaded crow really immediately sensed the pure yang aura here. It flapped its wings without hesitation, pierced through the dense forest, and flew towards the farmyard like lightning, as fast as a black lightning bolt. Soon, the golden-threaded crow came to the sky above the farmyard, circling non-stop at a height of tens of meters in the air. It looked at the blazing ball of light in Ling Yan's hand and croaked anxiously, but it didn't dare to come down. Ling Yan smiled, raised his head and waved at it, come down, don't worry, no one will hurt you. Brush. The golden-threaded crow actually swooped down from the sky, like a goshawk hitting the water, and flew straight at Ling Yan's outstretched palm. Then, Yi Xingchen was shocked to see that the huge crow quickly pecked at the light ball in Ling Yan's hand, and even swallowed the white light ball into its mouth. It then flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. Quack, quack. After the golden-threaded crow swallowed the white light ball, it seemed extremely excited and kept croaking. Look. Ling Yan smiled and turned his head to look at the stunned Yi Xingchen. But, isn't this what you are feeding it? Could this also help you practice? Yi Xingchen believed it now, but still asked in doubt. Ling Yan smiled and said, there is no free lunch in the world. If there is no sacrifice, where will the reward come from? This crow is still young, and depending on the situation, he has just begun to awaken the power of the golden crow blood in his body. Great use. Yi Xingchen nodded blankly, and at the same time stared at Ling Yun with disbelief, and said, Ling Yun, you are amazing, even this kind of crow can find you. Ling Yun chuckled, and what he said next was shocking, It's not just the golden-threaded crow, let me tell you, by Sinner, do you remember that her real body is a nine-tailed celestial fox? When we met for the first time, I took her to go fishing on Turtle Island to transform into a catastrophe, and after I succeeded, I met you on the way back to Qingshui City. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. And also, Ling Yun couldn't stop talking. He said with a smile, in Shenangjia, there is also a giant python called Xiaohei. It should start to turn into a dragon by now, right? Yi Xingchen suddenly raised her hand to cover her mouth, her delicate body trembled. Ling Yun was very calm. There are even Haisha demon god, Yamada no Orochi, and dark blood demon dragon. These things are actually very normal, but ordinary people cannot see them. Okay, I'll tell you about this in detail later, I'm hungry now. To be continued. The second update on the 9th. There will be another update later. Let's fill in the missing update for the chapter on August 5th first. As soon as Ling Yun woke up, he could smell the strong aroma of food, and he already felt hungry. For the decisive battle of life and death, Ling Yun didn't eat any more after eating breakfast yesterday. He slept for 12 hours, and it's already the afternoon of September 1st. It's no wonder he wasn't hungry. So you're hungry too? I thought you'd already stopped eating fireworks. When Yi Xingchen heard that Ling Yun was hungry, she immediately stopped thinking about anything else, and went back into the room, not forgetting to make fun of Ling Yun. How can it be? I'm still early in the Biga period. When a cultivator reaches the Biga stage, he can eat wind and drink dew, and he may not need to eat for a long time, but Ling Yun has not yet reached the middle stage of qi training, so of course he needs to eat to fill his stomach. I knew you would be hungry. The meal has been prepared for you a long time ago. You sit down first, and I will serve you the meal. After entering the house, Yi Xingchen went straight to the kitchen without any delay, and served Ling Yun dinner. 2 large plates of well-cooked beef, 2 whole roasted lamb legs, stewed whole chicken, steamed sea fish, snow-white lobster meat, and even overlord crab. Of course, there are some exquisite dishes and soups made by Yi Xingchen himself. Yi Xingchen went in and out of the kitchen one after another, bringing all kinds of meals to the table one by one. Ling Yun's mouth watered. Why is it all meat? Before eating, Ling Yun couldn't help asking. Yi Xingchen smiled and said, you must have exhausted your physical strength after a great battle last night, and you won't be able to fill your stomach if you don't eat meat. Then do you want to eat? I've already eaten at noon, and I'm not hungry now. Then I'll eat it. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun was not polite, just grabbed a roast leg of lamb and began to feast on it. Yi Xingchen didn't speak, just sat across from Ling Yun with a smile on his face, watching him eat the mountains, eat the sea and drink the wind and clouds. These things. Originally, she specially prepared it for Ling Yun. An hour later, Ling Yun was finally full. At this time, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun had already set. You can really eat. After the meal, Ling Yun wiped his mouth and washed his hands. Yi Xingchen cleaned up the plates and chopsticks, and joked with a smile. I haven't eaten for 2 days. After Ling Yun was full, he paced the room slowly, and responded. He watched Yi Xingchen clean up the dishes deftly and skillfully, knowing that she must have taken care of his mother in this way for 18 years, he couldn't help but be greatly touched. I have to say that this feeling is really good, quiet and comfortable, without having to think about anything outside, very comfortable and leisurely. However, this kind of life can only be short-lived for Ling Yun now, he has to deal with everything outside. Ling Yun, if a cultivator has reached the biggest stage, can he really go without eating for a long time? After Yi Xingchen packed the dishes and washed his hands, he came back and asked the first sentence. Kindness. Ling Yun nodded sternly. Now that Yi Xingchen has practiced the void-leading star art, he is already a true cultivator. Of course Ling Yun will explain it to her. The most important thing for a cultivator is to build a foundation. The so-called foundation is to unite one's essence, energy, and spirit. Essence, energy, and spirit, that is, spirit, breath, and spiritual thought. After the three are truly unified, one can obtain the Dharma body, the human body, and the human body. What you breathe is the essence of heaven and earth, the essence of the universe, and when you move your mind, you get mana, so the foundation of cultivation will be solid. As the saying goes, a 10,000-foot-high building is built on the ground, and the building can only be built if the foundation is firmly laid. Therefore, a cultivator who lays a solid foundation for cultivation is called building a foundation. After building the foundation, as long as the realm is stable and you practice for a while, the human body will naturally reject human food, because these things will definitely leave all kinds of filth and impurities in the body when they pass through the intestines. Cultivators are completely unwilling to eat, and they have reached the biggest stage. At that time, the monk's body is filled with the essence of the universe, and he has no thought of eating at all. Because he doesn't need to eat at all, the monk's body will feel full all the time. Therefore, the Bhikkhu period is not a time of starvation, but don't need to eat at all, and can't get up the idea of eating. Yi Xingchen listened and nodded, but asked again, "But, isn't there a saying of building a foundation in 100 days, but you have to go through a period of qi training, so what's going on?" Ling Yin smiled and nodded. There is such a saying, but that kind of foundation building is just a name. It is different from the real foundation building of our monks. They just feel the airflow in their bodies. In these stages of transformation into gods, without even a sense of consciousness, it is falsely claimed to be a successful foundation establishment, which is completely useless in battle, and can only be regarded as a false foundation establishment. Then Ling Yin found a bamboo chair and sat down, turned to look at Yi Xingchen, and said with a smile, "Now that you have practiced the art of drawing stars from the void, you are also a cultivator, and Rendu's 2 veins have already been opened up. At that time, the divine consciousness between the brows and the center of the eyebrows will be opened in one go, which is the real state of qi training, and the supernatural powers displayed at that time are the real supernatural powers, and you will know when the time comes." Yi Xingchen nodded when he heard it, and his beautiful eyes showed infinite expectations. Now Ling Yin has really opened the door of cultivation for Yi Xingchen, allowing her to embark on the road of cultivation. The two chatted briefly for a while, exchanging with each other, and then, Ling Yin suddenly started talking about serious matters. "Xingchen, how is the situation outside now? Is there any movement in the capital?" Ling Yin knew that although Yi Xingchen lived in seclusion here, he kept in touch with the outside world all the time. Yi Xingchen smiled and said, "Of course there is movement, it's huge. You wiped out the 2 big families of Sun and Chen, not only the capital, but the whole of China was shaken." Then, Yi Xingchen sat down and began to tell Ling Yin in detail about the news that came from outside throughout the day. The Sun and Chen families have been completely wiped out. Among the 8 major families in China, these 2 families have already been removed. Apart from the Qin family in Qinling, 2 of the 7 major families in the capital have gone, and now there are only 5 major families left. Long family, Yi family, Ling family, Chao family, Li family. Because the Sun and Chen families were destroyed by the Ling family immediately became the 3rd largest secular family in China, temporarily ranking 3rd. The Chao family, before the Ling family fought a life-and-death battle, had already married and formed an alliance with the Ling family, showing their attitude. Now that the Ling family has won a big victory, the Chao family will naturally follow suit. The limelight has completely overshadowed the Li family, ranking 1st among secular families in the capital 4th. After the Li family learned of the news of Sun Chen's collapse, they immediately sent people to the Ling family and the Chao family with great fanfare. A signal. As for the Longye family, they behaved as usual and did not show any gestures about this matter, as if this matter had never happened. Yi Xingchen's narration explained the general situation of the entire capital. Ling Yun nodded after listening, and he asked again, then what about my Ling family? My grandfather, and my father, is there any news? What Ling Yun is most concerned about now is naturally the affairs of the Ling family and his most important relatives. Everything is as you expected. The person in charge of your family is your second Bo Lingyue. He is doing his best to deal with the affairs after the end of the life and death battle. It seems that he has not been affected by Ling Zhen's incident at all. Now, the living women and children of the Sun and Chen families have all left the capital. If there is no accident, they should all return to their original places. According to the agreement of the Battle of Life and Death, your Ling family is receiving the assets that the Sun and Chen families have revealed on the surface. As for the transfer of high-level personnel, I have not received any news from here, but that is already inevitable. Ling, now that the family has risen strongly, even if the Longye family wants to block it secretly, it is useless. Hearing this, Ling Yin smiled. Of course he understood what Yi Xingchen said. All the struggles in the world are nothing more than property, power, and reputation, and those who fight to the death are fighting for these things. After the collapse of the Sun and Chen families, the huge assets controlled by their two families, except for those they secretly transferred, the remaining main part will of course be owned by the Ling family, there is no doubt about it. Anyway, those assets originally belonged to the Ling family 18 years ago. Assets are substance, but essence is power. Now that the Sun and Chen families have collapsed, this will inevitably lead to a power vacuum at the top of China, and this power vacuum, of course, needs someone to fill the vacancy. However, power is different from assets, and it is definitely impossible to complete the change in a short period of time, but needs to be adjusted slowly and gradually, so as to avoid causing too much shock. It's not even just power, even if it's the assets of the Sun and Chen families, because the size is too huge, even if the Ling family wants to take over, it will not be a matter of 3 to 5 days, at least 3 to 5 months, or even a year half-load. Everything takes time, there is no rush. However, the general trend of the rise of the Ling family has taken shape, and those are not important at all, unless the Longye family or other families eager to rise to the top also want to take a share of the pie and take action to snatch it. If that was really the case, Ling Yun would of course not allow it, and it would definitely be another battle between dragons and tigers. Grandpa Ling and Uncle Ling, they all closed their doors to thank guests after they got home, and I haven't received any news from here. However, judging from the performance of your second Bo Lingyue, it seems that the problem is not very big. The two of them chose to thank guests behind closed doors, and they should be digesting their pain. These things have to be dealt with after you go home, and slowly enlighten them. Yi Xingchen finished all the information she knew. Kindness. Ling Yun nodded, with a pensive look on his face, frowned, and said, that's the only way to go. Now that Sun Chen had been destroyed, Ling Yun and even the Ling family had no more enemies on the face of the capital, so Ling Yun's immediate priority was naturally to deal with the affairs of the family. Ling Yun, congratulations, now that the Ling family has really risen, and the three-legged power of Huaxia has formed, it depends on you where the Ling family will go next. Yi Xingchen said happily with a radiance in her beautiful eyes. To be continued. The third update on the 9th. This is to make up for the owed update on the 5th, and I still owe everyone 2 updates. These are all things for later, there is no rush, everything has to be done slowly. After Ling Yun wiped out the Sun and Chen families, he has created a general trend for the Ling family to rise gradually. His current temperament and mentality have undergone qualitative changes from the inside out. He was no longer anxious, but calmed down a lot from the bottom of his heart, and his vision became more long-term, and his vision and heart naturally became wider. Because now, he has really gained a firm foothold in China. At this time, of course, what is needed is stability, not haste. Of course, this change in Ling Yun is related to the fact that he has reached the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. He only needs to go one step further to reach the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, and then break through to the middle stage of Qi training. At that time, he can control the air flying to the sky and escaping to the ground for thousands of miles. You can go anywhere in the world. However, before that, Ling Yan still has many immediate matters that need to be dealt with quickly. Now that his mind is clear and his thoughts are unobstructed, important things began to pop up in his mind. The stars. Ling Yan pondered and said, the Tiansha branch in the capital city, the Sun-Shan Alliance buried a huge amount of explosives underground in order to deal with me before the decisive battle of life and death. According to Jester, the power of those explosives, once exploded, is enough to kill me. Turn the whole valley upside down. I was in a hurry last night, and I haven't disposed of these explosives. Therefore, I have to trouble you to solve this matter. Hearing Ling Yan mentioning those explosives, Yi Xingchen was also afraid for a while. She said in a deep voice, the Sun-Shan Alliance has used everything to deal with you. You are really lucky about this matter. Fortunately, those explosives use traditional defuse, not the kind of time bomb or remote blasting. If it is true, then even if you finally killed Chen Jingxian last night, you would still be blown to death. When Ling Yan talked about this matter, his heart was also very heavy. He nodded and said, that's true, but it is impossible for Chen Jingxian to blow me up to death. But if those explosives are really going to detonate successfully, it is inevitable that I will be seriously injured. One night the fairy shines on the clear water, and one dream blends the past life into the present life. After that, Ling Yan integrated the memories of the previous 18 years, and now has a clear understanding of some high-tech methods on this earth. He naturally knew the power of those tons of explosives, and he knew in his heart that those explosives did not need to be ignited to detonate at all. Thinking of this, Ling Yan said slowly, perhaps Chen Jingxian and others think that the Sun-Shan Alliance will definitely win. Those explosives are the last resort they left behind to die together, so they arranged for people to ignite them manually. Moreover, if I hadn't possessed spiritual consciousness, they will definitely not be able to detect their ambush. After all, Chen Jingxian actually underestimated me and didn't know my cards. Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly, and said, you have too many cards in your hull, and others can't see through you at all. Of course, Yi Xingchen included herself in this sentence. Not to mention Yi Xingchen, even Long Haoran and Yi Qingxin watched the whole process of Ling Yan's battle from beginning to end last night, and they didn't know all of Ling Yan's cards. Ling Yan just smiled slightly. Yi Xingchen said again, you don't have to think about this matter. I will arrange for people to deal with those explosives right away. It is good. Ling Yun didn't talk nonsense. After nodding, he immediately talked about another matter. Now the rise of our Ling family is inevitable, but the situation of the three pillars in the capital will definitely not be broken in a short time. Ling Yun pondered, first pointed out an objective fact, and then continued, however, my Ling family has just started to rise, so I naturally have the strength, but compared with the Long family and the Yi family, what I lack is the foundation. So, for the next period of time, our Ling family's top priority should be to cultivate our internal strength, strengthen our own strength, and let our family's background quickly grow thicker. Yi Xingchen asked with a smile, are you cultivating your internal strength hard to enhance your foundation? Then, what are you going to do next? The divine light flashed in Ling Yunjuan's eyes, and he had a complete plan for this. Now my Ling family, speaking of people whose strength has reached the level of supernatural powers, there are me, my grandfather Ling Lai, and Aunt Qingmiao, of course. Ling Yan suddenly raised his head, looked at Yi Xingchen, and said with a half-smile, you are one of them. Besides, after this incident, my father should be able to reach the supernatural realm soon, which means there are 5 people in total. However, Ling Yan still had 2 candidates in mind, but he did not mention them in front of Yi Xingchen. Of these 2 people, one is Ning Lingyu, and the other is naturally Chao Shanshan, who has advanced to the first level of Qi training. The 2 of them are in the real Qi refining period. Chao Shanshan is slightly worse, but as long as she starts to practice combat skills, her strength will soon be able to be alone. This is the core strength of our Ling family, but it's not enough, just with the 5 of us. After coming to the capital for the second time, especially after the battle last night, Ling Yan has reached his level now, and he has a new understanding and judgment of the background of the Long family and the Yi family. In this life and death battle, the Long family and the Yi family hardly intervened. This can only show one thing: they can sit still. Only when you have confidence in your heart can you sit still. However, masters of the supernatural powers cannot be created in a short period of time. Therefore, if we want to build the heritage of the Ling family, we can only start elsewhere. Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes were shining brightly, and she said intently, "Tell me where to start." Ling Yan snapped his fingers and began to speak. "The first thing to do is to establish the intelligence system of my Ling family as soon as possible. There are only 36 dead soldiers left in our Ling family. The chief is Cui Lao, and the commanders are Ling Yi and Ling Qi. The realm of these dead men has been raised by me, but their skills in tracking, assassination, and intelligence gathering are not enough. So..." Ling Yan stopped and looked at Yi Xingchen with a "you understand" expression in his eyes. Yi Xingchen smiled coquettishly. "You want us goddamn people to train them so that they can all be independent as soon as possible, right?" Ling Yan spread his hands and said truthfully, "Because you are professional." Yi Xingchen nodded and said, "After Xikong II and his son were captured by you, my resistance has been greatly reduced. Now I am indeed integrating the Heavenly Killer. Since this is the case, it is just right. Take this opportunity, let the Ling family's dead soldiers join in and exercise hard. Let them do it." Ling Yan immediately clapped his hands in praise. He laughed and said, "In that case, I will leave this matter to you, and I will give you the contact information of Mr. Cui. You can talk to him about the specific matters, and he will listen to your arrangements." Before the decisive battle of life and death, Ling Yan had already brought up the establishment of a complete intelligence system for the Ling family with Elder Cui. Now that the war is over, he will of course start to implement it. In addition, I still have 72 people in my hand, but they are all in Qingshui City at the moment, and their realm is still low. Leave it to you to cultivate. What Ling Yan was talking about was of course the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect. No problem. Of course, Yi Xingchen gave the green light to all the arrangements for Ling Yan. However, letting your people train them is just to make them stand alone as soon as possible, but not to train them all to be killers. This is the general direction, so don't make a mistake. Ling Yan finally gave a warning with a smile. Pfft. Yi Xingchen chuckled, rolled his eyes at Ling Yan and said, "I know, it's up to you to say it. There are still 2 hidden dangers." Ling Yan's thoughts flashed, and he said again, "One is the Blood Demon sect, and the other is Xikong Wuqing. Now, although the Chen family is destroyed, the Blood Demon sect is still a force in the Chen family. Although Shuang Kong, the master of the Blood Demon sect, has been killed by me, there must still be many stragglers. The forces of Zheng Tiansha must be wiped out as soon as possible. As for Xikong Wuqing, I haven't killed his father, Xikong II, so you have to track down Xikong Wuqing's whereabouts as soon as possible. His existence is always a great hidden danger." Hearing this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help frowning and said, "The Blood Demon sect is nothing to worry about, but this Xikong Wuqing, since he escaped that day, I have sent people to investigate, but there is no trace of him." Ling Yan smiled and said, "He is a frightened bird now, he should be hiding, maybe even he has left Huaxia and went to Dongyang, but we have to guard against it." While speaking, Ling Yan moved his mind and took out the Blood Yuan bead. This is the inheritance of the Chen family, the Blood Yuan Zhu. Last night, Chen Jingxian relied on it, and was almost overthrown by him. However, after last night, I discovered many magical uses of this bead. It seems that I need to study it carefully. Ling Yan raised his head, looked at Yi Xingchen and asked, "Xingchen, do you know what the Sun family's inheritance is? Have you heard of it? Yi Xingchen immediately shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Ling Yun, unlike the Cultivation sect, not every secular family in China has an inheritance. Moreover, even if the Sun family has an inheritance, it must not have been opened. Otherwise, it is impossible for their family to have so many innate masters, but no one can reach the realm of supernatural powers. If the Sun family really has an inheritance, it must be the most outstanding descendant of the Sun family, most likely Sun Tianluo's son Sun Ju. Yi Xingchen expressed his judgment. Ling Yin smiled and said, that's right, I think so too. So, next, we have to find out the whereabouts of the descendants of the Sun family. Even if we don't kill them, we must abolish their martial arts so that they don't have to worry about it. Secretly deal with my Ling family. Yi Xingchen said with a smile, there's no need to inquire. Several outstanding younger generations of the Sun family went to Donyang with huge sums of money, and then went to the Bailey family for refuge. Ling Yan's eyes flashed. Oh? They all went to the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance? Yi Xingchen confirmed, that's right, it's just like those families that took refuge overseas 100 years ago. Ling Yun, speaking of the Bailey family, I have to remind you that the Bailey family suffered a great loss from you, but if you let them go, they will definitely avenge this hatred. In the future, you must be careful people. It's okay, they are in the East China Sea, and I don't bother to pay attention to them, but if anyone dares to come to Huaxia to trouble me, then they will be killed. Ling Yun sneered. To be continued. In this way, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen began to conspire, finalizing the details of many important matters one by one. These two people are extremely intelligent people, one is the patriarch of the Ling family, and the other is the saintess of the demon sect, both of whom have great power. The ancient martial arts world and even the cultivation world have a deeper understanding, and the two have a deeper understanding of each other. Time flew by unconsciously, and more than 2 hours later, night fell, and the sky outside was already dark. Finally, led by Ling Yun, they chatted about the Guwu auction house. Ling Yun asked Yi Xingchen, Xingchen, when it comes to the Guwu auction house, I would like to ask, do you know if any of the larger Guwu auction houses will hold an auction in the near future? Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly, I knew you wanted to ask this. Some. Yi Xingchen didn't hold back, she immediately answered Ling Yun's question, and then said, there should be 3 ancient martial arts auctions to be held in the near future, but one of them is for acquired masters, or those who have just advanced to innate masters. Yes, it doesn't do much for us, so we don't need to go. Ling Yan's eyes were burning, then what about the other 2 games? The other 2 games, you must be interested. Yi Xingchen glanced at Ling Yun, and then said, the first one will be held by Ye's family. It will be just 8 days later, on the night of September 9th, but the Yi family has not announced the specific location yet. But I think there should be something you need at this auction. Ling Yun nodded immediately, well, we must go, and have a look at that time, mainly to buy Wujing demon silk. As for whether we can encounter any useful treasures, it can only depend on luck. Yi Xingchen smiled and said, I will definitely go, and I can accompany you when the time comes. Yi Xingchen is the saintess of the demon sect. She represents a huge force of the demon sect. Now she wants to integrate the Heavenly Killing Organization. Of course, she must ensure the normal operation of the entire force. Many of the resources controlled by Li also need to be sold through auctions. Therefore, Yi Xingchen is actually a frequent visitor to the major ancient martial arts auction houses. Ling Yun was surprised when he heard this, and couldn't help interjecting and asked, the ancient martial arts auction house held by the Yi family. You can go too? Pfft. Yi Xingchen laughed when he heard this, of course you can go. The Guwu auction house is a place for auctions and transactions, not a place where life and death are fought. No one is allowed to fight in the Guwu auction house. This is the rule of the whole world. Also, in fact, the two Longye families, because they are secular families, seem to have very vague views on the two ways of good and evil. As long as the people who go into trade don't cause trouble in the auction house and disrupt the auction, they will all turn a blind eye. Close your eyes and pretend not to know. Besides, even if there is a problem, I can still disguise it. As long as I disguise it a little, no one will recognize it. Oh, I got it. After hearing this, Ling Yun suddenly realized that, of course, Ling Yun is clear about the disguise technique. All practitioners do not need to make up at all. They have reached the innate realm, and after Rendu's two veins are opened up, it is easy to change their voice and appearance through the use of true energy, the appearance and even the aura. Some people can last for a long time, some can only last for a short time, but it is definitely enough for an auction. Of course, the higher the realm of the ancient martial arts practitioners, the longer the maintenance time after changing their appearance. For example, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, if they deliberately changed their appearance, they would have no problem maintaining it for a month. However, the real can't be fake, and the fake can't be real. Although ancient martial arts masters can easily change their height, appearance, etc., in front of people with higher realms, especially Ling Yun who has a strong spiritual sense, he can even change his appearance. In front of a master of internal vision, he can still be seen through by the opponent at a glance. For Ling Yun, as long as he is a master, below the first level of supernatural powers, no matter what his disguise changes, he can instantly recognize the opponent's real body. It also corresponds to the saying, even if the other party is turned into ashes, he can be recognized. That's fine, then we'll go together. Ling Yun was no longer puzzled, and immediately asked, what about the other scene? Yi Xingchen said, the other one will be half a month later, on the 14th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar. It will be held near Fenglei Valley in Longhu Mountain. Those well-known and decent sects will gather together for the Demon Subduing Conference. Of course, it is impossible to waste such a good opportunity. We need to hold a huge auction first. Speaking of which, that ancient martial arts auction was a pure ancient martial arts auction, with a very high level, such as rare spiritual herbs, weapons and equipment, panacea, cultivation cheats, talismans, etc., and there were even auctions of treasure maps and a secret map for ancient martial arts practitioners to explore. There are even some people who simply auction off important information. Hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help laughing, and thought that this is exactly the same as the great world of cultivation. There is no difference at all. Seeing Ling Yun suddenly laughing, Yi Xingchen asked in surprise, what are you laughing at? It's nothing, I just think it's more fun. Ling Yun responded casually. TCH, look at your curious face. Yi Xingchen looked at Ling Yun at this moment, as if he was looking at a rookie who didn't understand anything. Of course the auction is fun. The items that are put up for auction are all rare treasures, or strange things. Moreover, the auction process is also very interesting, especially the snatching of key treasures. It is really ups and downs, thrilling and exciting, until the final decision. Those who are not rich enough to participate in the auction can just watch it silly. Yi Xingchen talked endlessly about the ancient martial arts auction, but he didn't know that the person sitting across from him who seemed to be listening with gusto was not only a rookie, but a super expert in auctions. However, although the auction can give people a lot of insight and seem to be fun, it is also very dangerous. Of course there will be no problems at the auction. The problem is that after the auction is over, the auction house will not be responsible for everyone's life and death after leaving the auction house. All kinds of murders and treasures are very common. Thus, if you don't have enough strength, even if you have enough money to grab the item you fancy, you still can't take it away. Instead, someone else gets it without spending a penny, and you have to pay for it life. Yi Xingchen even said these things. He really regarded Ling Yun as a rookie. Ling Yun laughed secretly in his heart. Killing and seizing treasure? It was indeed dangerous, but it was someone else who was dangerous, not him. Now that Ling Yun knows the time of the two auctions, the others don't matter to him. He suddenly slapped his thigh, then it's settled. After 8 days, we will participate in the Yi family's auction first. When the Demon Subduing Conference starts, we will go there 2 days in advance to see if there will be any auctions at the Fenglei Valley auction. What a baby! Seeing Ling Yan's excited look, Yi Xingchen couldn't help giggling. After pondering for a while, Ling Yan finally said seriously, I said before that the matter of the Guwu auction house cannot always be monopolized by the Long family and the Yi family. We, the Ling family, have to open our own auction house as soon as possible. Ling Yan thought in his heart, now that the 3 pillars of the Long family, the Yi family, and the Ling family in the capital have been formed, and it is difficult for this structure to change significantly in a short period of time. He must intervene in the affairs of the Guwu auction house as soon as possible. Guwu auction house supports 2 companies in one hand. Networks, resources, information, profits. This is the most critical step in Ling Yan's plan to strengthen the Ling family's heritage. Yi Xingchen knew that what Ling Yun was talking about was the most important thing, so she straightened her expression. Ling Yun, Guwu auction house, since it is going to be done, it must be done well. When do you plan to start preparations? Ling Yan's eyes flickered, and he said decisively, it's better to start preparing for this matter sooner rather than later. After the Subduing Demon Conference is over, at least 3 months, at most half a year, my Ling family's ancient martial arts auction house will have to start vigorously. Ling Yun just heard what Yi Xingchen said about the ancient martial arts auction house. As for the ancient martial arts auction houses in China, such as the most mysterious Yi family, and the auction before the Demon Conference in half a month, he has never seen it before. It is necessary to conduct on-the-spot investigations to understand everything clearly in order to be competent. Therefore, Ling Yun had to wait until the Demon Subduing Conference was over before he could specialize in the operation of the ancient martial arts auction house. Yi Xingchen nodded immediately, okay, then I will help you plan this matter from now on. Compared with Longya and Longya, Ling Yun has a great advantage in holding the ancient martial arts auction house. That is, he doesn't need to hide it, he can do it unscrupulously and with great fanfare. Because now everyone in the world knows that Ling Yun is the son of Yin Qingxian, the saint of the previous generation of demon sect, and that Ling Yun has the dark blood demon sword. The person who owns the dark blood demon knife is automatically the current demon lord. As long as others can't touch him, he will be responsible for 2 tasks. Ling Yun himself is the rule. As long as the Ling family's first ancient martial arts auction can be successfully held, it goes without saying that the right way will be there. If people from the demon sect want to come to the auction, they don't even need to worry about their identity. In this case, no matter whether Ling Yun wants to collect information or make contacts, it is of course the first thing to do if he is close to the water. But there is a big premise for this, that is, Ling Yun's own strength and the forces he controls must be strong enough, so strong that others dare not provoke them, or even fear them. Thinking of this, Ling Yun suddenly stood up. Come on, Xingchen, let's go out to practice. The sky is big and the earth is big, and the cultivation is the biggest. Now Ling Yun can't wait to practice, and strive to break through the middle stage of Qi training as soon as possible. I see you are in a hurry. Yi Xingchen didn't get up, and giggled coquettishly and said, you go to practice first, I'll take care of some business, and I'll be here right away. To be continued. Genius 1 second remembers, love mail sign go to divided by Xiao? Xuanhuan, providing you with wonderful novels to read. In the middle of the night, the Milky Way is shining brightly and the sky is full of stars. Love go small say net w chu. Bang 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 bang. In the dark night, on a mountain to the east of the farmyard, there were 2 figures coming and going like lightning. Rabbits rose and falcons fell, and they shuttled rapidly. Between the staggered figures, there was the sound of fierce fists and palms. There are two figures, one is as graceful as a swimming dragon, when it flies up like a dragon soaring into the sky, and it lands silently. This is Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen, they are exercising martial arts. Ha, Xingchen, give me another punch with 100% strength. Who's afraid of you? Just come. The two were tens of meters apart, and suddenly they moved their bodies at the same time, punched each other, and rushed towards each other. Boom. Yi Xingchen and Ling Yan shook hard and punched each other hard. The fist wind was violent. Ling Yan's figure swayed slightly, and Yi Xingchen took 3 steps back. Haha, Xingchen, it seems that you have made great progress in the past 3 days. Ling Yan didn't continue to attack, he put his hands behind his back, looked at Yi Xingchen, who was dripping with sweat, and said with a smile. Cut, don't be so smug. Yi Xingchen raised his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a glare at Ling Yan. Now, it is already the night of September 4th. Happy times always pass quickly, before you know it, this is already the 4th night that Ling Yan has been here. Of course, if you count the night of the life and death battle, this is the 5th night. From the night of September 1st, Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen ate and lived together. Apart from the necessary rest, the two of them only practiced martial arts. After a few days, they both benefited a lot and gained a lot. To enter the country is simply 1,000 miles a day. Now, Ling Yan's realm has been firmly established in the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training, and has begun to move towards the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, and the speed of condensing the divine essence is getting faster and faster. Yi Xingchen's progress was even greater. She practiced the Diyan gathering stars Ju and the void star leading Ju at the same time, confirming each other, complementing each other, and getting twice the result with half the effort. Yi Xingchen's Diyan gathering stars treasure has broken through another small realm, and has reached the 4th small realm of the 2nd largest realm. Compared with the current Ling Yan, he is only 3 small realms behind him. The speed at which Yi Xingchen practiced the Diyan Ju Xing Ju was so fast that even Ling Yan was shocked, because at this speed, Yi Xingchen would soon surpass him. While Ling Yan felt the strong pressure, he didn't feel jealous at all. He was really happy for Yi Xingchen, because now the two of them are very close and working together, only the last layer of window paper was not pierced. Being strong, the better it is for Ling Yan, the less he has to worry about Yi Xingchen's safety. On the journey of cultivation, the 4 characters of wealth and law are really indispensable. The importance of this character can be seen. After a few days of deliberate adjustments and concentrated cultivation, Ling Yan is now at the peak state, and the soul of the sea of consciousness between his brows is even more full. He has accumulated more than 5,000 drops, and he has turned into a small lake. This made him can't help but sigh in his heart, the importance of fellow monks and monks. Humph. I finally know why you were able to bully me when you were so much lower than me when we first met. It turns out that after practicing this Diyan Ju Xing Ju to a certain level, there is such a terrifying increase in strength and defense. Yi Xingchen remembered the scene when the two met for the first time, and couldn't help saying angrily. Hey, do you still remember this? I've taught you all of this now, your current strength can beat me head-on. Ling Yan laughed and said. Now, Yi Xingchen's strength, defense, and lightness kung fu are no longer inferior to Ling Yan's. After all, to be honest, her realm is actually much higher than Ling Yan's. However, Yi Xingchen hadn't broken through the 9th level of the innate, and he couldn't use the real supernatural powers. Humph, how you bullied me that day, I will never forget. Yi Xingchen's pretty face flushed slightly, and she glanced at Ling Yan with her beautiful eyes, and said angrily. With a smile on the corner of Ling Yan's mouth, he thought she was being coquettish, and directly changed the topic. Xingchen, by now, you should break through the 9th level of the innate, right? For others, Ling Yan always tried his best to slow down his cultivation speed, and always repeatedly emphasized not to let the other party rush to break through. for fear that they would leave some sequelae and cause endless troubles in the future. That's because other people around Ling Yun have all kinds of elixir training provided by him, and often their realm can be continuously improved in a short period of time. Although Ling Yun takes good care of them, there will be no sequelae, but no matter what, they can improve like this. It is always difficult to achieve one's inclinations when one's true chi moves. Therefore, although Ling Yun doesn't care much about those small hurdles, once someone encounters a big hurdle, such as when the day after tomorrow advances to Xiantian, the early stage of Xiantian advances to the middle stage of Xiantian, or the middle stage of Xiantian advances to the late stage of Xiantian, Ling Yun will always ask they stopped, stabilized their realm first, and waited until they had fully adapted to the current realm and confirmed that there was no problem before letting them break through in one fell swoop. There are many such examples: Tai Xiaohu in the distance, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, Cui Lao, and the juniors of the Ling family, including the Ling family dead men, and Qingyao and others, are all like this. Exception. But for Yi Xingchen, Ling Yun kept urging her. This is because the foundation Yin Qingxian gave her is really good, and the foundation is extremely solid. As long as she reaches her level, she doesn't need to worry about sequelae at all, and she can break through with confidence. That's fine. Because 4 days ago, when Yi Xingchen first practiced the void-leading star art, she was able to break through, but she deliberately stopped and didn't break through. Now, after these 4 days of training, coupled with the non-stop actual combat with Ling Yun, it is a matter of course for Yi Xingchen to break through the supernatural power realm, but she still suppresses the realm and does not break through. Even Ling Yun is worried about her. Panic. This is really the emperor not in a hurry, and the eunuch died in a hurry. No. Yi Xingchen still shook his head. It's been less than half a month since I broke through to the peak of the 8th level Xiantian. If I continue to break through the 9th level of the Xiantian now, it will be too fast. Hey! I said you. Ling Yun was completely speechless. He said helplessly, Xingchen, what kind of logic are you doing? You still need to count the time to practice? Your idea is wrong. Ling Yun suddenly realized that this problem was very serious. He immediately calmed down, thought for a while, and then said seriously, Xingchen, have you ever heard the saying that once enlightened, Juxia flies up? Yi Xingchen nodded and said, I've heard of it, but I think it should be a myth or legend, right? Ling Yun shook his head. It's not a myth or legend, but a fact, but I won't tell you more about the specific situation. Ling Yun did not lie. In the big world of cultivation, there are indeed a very small number of people who are extremely ordinary, but by chance, they can suddenly become enlightened, and they can directly ascend in the daytime, instantly killing countless cultivators who are struggling on the road of cultivation. Of course Ling Yun would not say this kind of thing now, as long as he knew that Yi Xingchen had heard of it. Ling Yun continued, many people think that cultivation has to be done step by step, and one level in the middle cannot be crossed, and one has to devote enough time to grind before one is willing to rest assured, and even have to take how long it took others to cultivate a certain realm. Going to refer to it, thinking that I have used less time, I feel uneasy. Just like you. While speaking, Ling Yun glared at Yi Xingchen and smiled slightly. But I want to say that this is true, but it is not true. Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes blinked. Why? Because people are different. Everyone has different aptitudes, different encounters, and even different lucks. There are also too many factors such as the cultivation methods and methods of cultivation. With such heaven-defying aptitude, you have to compete with most of the useless wood in terms of training time. Isn't it stupid? Ling Yunqin said, if it weren't for the lack of spiritual energy on the earth, in the big world of cultivation, given him the same time, he would have already reached the peak of the qi refining period, and even completed the foundation building. The way of cultivation is to let nature take its course. Deliberately pulling seedlings to encourage growth is definitely not enough, but deliberately suppressing the realm is even more unacceptable. Ling Yan's tone gradually became serious, because cultivation is going against the sky. It's like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. We practice hard. What are we cultivating? To put it bluntly, we are cultivating longevity, and we are fighting for our lives against the sky. We are racing against time, but you have to think about what realm you will reach at the age of 20, and what will you reach at the age of 30. Realm, 40 years old, 50 years old, but how short is life? Cultivator, it doesn't mean that the longer you practice, the better you will be. This is the biggest misunderstanding that ordinary people have about cultivators. This principle should be reversed. It should be that the stronger the cultivation, the longer the life will be. At the age of 50, the energy and blood have already weakened. At that time, it is simply impossible to think about breaking through like a teenager or 20. Therefore, we should take advantage of our youth and raise our realm as high as possible, so that our energy and blood can always be kept at the peak. Even if we are 50 years old, we can still enter the realm by leaps and bounds. This is the real cultivation. Your aptitude is against the sky, far superior to ordinary people. Your foundation is extremely solid, which is a result of accumulation. Now, you are already at the peak of the 8th level of congenital, and you have practiced the Yen gathering star Ju and the void star utilization Ju. The star power in your body is overflowing, and you have already reached the time of breakthrough. But you insist on suppressing the realm and not breaking through. Isn't this stupid or what? Having said that, Ling Yin remained silent. He just watched Yi Xingchen quietly, waiting for her to make a choice. I understand what you mean. Of course Yi Xingchen could understand. She was moved, but said hesitantly, but. No but. Ling Yin immediately interrupted. I know what you want to say. You want to say that you stayed at the peak of Xianba for too short a time, and you are afraid of breaking through rashly. It is not a matter of course, right? Yi Xingchen immediately nodded in agreement. Ling Yin smiled and said, it will happen when it happens. It doesn't mean that you must stay in a certain realm for a long time, but that when you want to break through, you can break through. This is the real success. If you don't believe me. Ling Yin raised his hand and pointed at the stars all over the sky. You can practice the void leading star Ju now. If you don't advance, I guarantee that you won't be able to attract even a single bit of star power into your body, or in other words, how much star power you introduce, how much will escape from your body. Because, at your level, your body can only store so much star power, and you can't let go of even a little more. Isn't this a matter of course? What does it have to do with time? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded, because she didn't need to try. This situation had already appeared when she was practicing the void leading star art yesterday. So, you mean, start breaking through now? Call. Ling Yun finally let out a long breath. In order to persuade Yi Xingchen to make a breakthrough, he had worn out his lips. I'll protect you, let's start. Break through the 9 and 8 levels and reach the realm of supernatural powers, and you will find that there will be a brand new realm in front of your eyes. To be continued. Mobile phone users, please browse and read for a better reading experience. Yi Xingchen's graceful figure floated up to the highest point of the mountain, and sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky. She was very calm, with a calm and peaceful face, and began to adjust her breath and exhale. Ling Yan was standing 20 meters away, carefully protecting Yi Xingchen's dharma. He noticed that every breath Yi Xingchen took could cause the surrounding air to expand and contract. Around her body, an aura vortex, with a diameter of 10 meters, was formed. The vortex of the aura reached 10 meters in diameter, and it was spinning rapidly like a substance. This was an intuitive manifestation of Yi Xingchen's heavenly demon kung fu cultivation to great success. Xingchen, you must remember that it is not difficult for you to break through the barrier now. The most important thing is to use the void-leading star art to mobilize the star power in your body and break through the sea of consciousness between the brows in one fell swoop. Only in this way can you have divine consciousness and truly enter the realm of refining qi and transforming God. Seeing that Yi Xingchen was really going to attack the 9th floor of the Xiantian, Ling Yan became worried at the moment. His hands behind his back were quietly clenched into fists, sweating a lot for her. This is called carrying in chaos. Don't worry, you've said this no less than 100 times. Yi Xingchen felt Ling Yan's concern. She turned her head and gave Ling Yan a charming smile, telling him to rest assured. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he turned his head, closed his eyes slightly, and without distraction, began to silently operate the void leading star art. Yi Xingchen can also use one mind at a time. With the speeding up of the void leading star art, the star power of the billions of stars in the sky began to be drawn down, turning into countless thread of starlight, and pouring into Yi Xingchen's body non-stop. In the powerful vortex aura, Yi Xingchen's figure gradually became faint and illusory. At the same time, her cross-legged body also rose from the ground, floating into the night sky, getting higher and higher, and gradually radiating light. In Ling Yan's eyes, Yi Xingchen at this time seemed to have turned into a bright and dazzling star in the night sky, emitting dazzling brilliance. Ling Yan knew that this was Yi Xingchen's expression of compressing and condensing the infinite star power attracted to the extreme. Yi Xingchen continues to attract star power. Then Ling Yan was shocked to see that as she attracted more and more star power, her body could no longer hold it, and the star power began to gradually overflow Yi Xingchen's body, but it did not dissipate, but injected into the body that was spinning around her rapidly. In the vortex of the powerful aura. This made the vortex of the aura begin to brighten up. Ling Yan secretly said in his heart, Xingchen said that the Diyan gathering stars Ju and the void star leading Ju are very compatible with the heavenly demon strategy she practiced. It really is true. Soon, the aura vortex with a diameter of 10 meters around Yi Xingchen's body also became extremely dazzling and bright, extremely eye-catching in the dark night sky. Yi Xingchen was suspended in the 30-meter night sky. At this time, her long black hair was moving without wind, and the 3,000 black hair seemed to be soaked by the infinite starlight, and began to emit a hazy brilliance. At this moment, Yi Xingchen seemed to have really turned into a goddess in the sky, so beautiful that even Ling Yan couldn't look directly at it. Yi Xingchen waited until she could no longer draw a sliver of star power down. She did not hesitate to activate the void leading star art, mobilized the star power condensed in her body, and began to break through. Boom! The void shakes. The threshold of the 9th level of innate was broken through almost in an instant. But this step is just the beginning. After Yi Xingchen entered the 9th level of innate realm, he only felt his dantian in his body suddenly skyrocket. Compared with before, it suddenly expanded dozens of times. As the tide rises, all boats become stronger, as well as her 8 extraordinary meridians and 365 acupuncture points all over her body. Yi Xingchen showed a smile. Just this time, she understood why Ling Yan tried to persuade her not to deliberately suppress her realm. After her dantian and her meridian skyrocketed at the same time, Yi Xingchen did not hesitate to run the void star induction art with all her strength, and continued to draw down the infinite star power from the 9 heavens, injecting it into her body and filling her dantian. This process was very long. It took Yi Xingchen 2 hours to fully fill his new dantian with star power. When she felt that her dantian, meridians, and acupoints could no longer store more star power, Yi Xingchen decisively used the void leading star art to mobilize the star power in her body, and began to rush towards the entrance of the consciousness sea between her eyebrows. As long as he breaks through the sea of consciousness profound entrance between his eyebrows, Yi Xingchen will have real divine consciousness. The powerful and pure star power surged rapidly through Yi Xingchen's meridians, forming a torrent, constantly impacting Yi Xingchen's sea of consciousness entrance. Boom 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 boom. Once, twice, 3 times. I don't know how many times. Beads of sweat began to seep from Yi Xingchen's forehead as he gritted his teeth. After entering the innate late stage, her sea of consciousness entrance has long been loosened. In fact, she already has a certain degree of spiritual consciousness. Yi Xingchen originally thought that after entering the 9th level of innate, she would use her powerful star power to break through the sea of consciousness entrance between her eyebrows rather than breaking through it. 9 is easier. But she never expected that it would become so difficult at this moment. The Sea of Consciousness promenade, which had been opened for a while, is now closed again. Yi Xingchen had never encountered such a situation before, and she couldn't help but feel a little anxious and flustered. Xingchen, don't panic, this is because you have practiced the void-leading star art. The harder it is for you to break through the profound passive consciousness sea, the greater the benefits you will get. Ling Yun was on alert, and he was watching Yi Xingchen's state nervously and closely. Seeing that she was invincible for a long time, he immediately understood the key point, so he hurriedly reminded her. The star power is not enough, continue to absorb the star power. Then rush to the level. Ling Yun faintly felt that Yi Xingchen might condense a unique magical sea of consciousness like him. Instead of being in a hurry, he was looking forward to it. When Yi Xingchen heard Ling Yun's words, she instantly calmed down. She still mobilized her huge star power to continuously hit the barrier, and at the same time began to activate the void-leading star art, and began to frantically absorb the power of Zhou Tianqing and Chen. After another half an hour, Yi Xingchen felt that the star power in her body had completely reached its limit. She gritted her teeth suddenly, and forced all the star power flow in the dantian into the meridian, and once again moved towards the consciousness. Go to xuanhuan. Ling Yan's face was solemn, and he held his breath. He knew that the most critical moment had come, so he couldn't help being on guard with all his strength, ready to burn his divine essence at any time to help Yi Xingchen. Boom! This time it finally worked. Yi Xingchen's sea of consciousness entrance between his brows was smashed open by the terrifying star power. Brush! At that moment, Yi Xingchen felt as if her whole body had been hollowed out. In her dantian, meridians, and even the major acupoints, all the star power was frantically pouring into the sea of consciousness between her brows. Under the influence of the heavenly demon Kung Fu, the star power that entered the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows instantly formed a vortex in the center of the eyebrows. The nebula vortex is spinning rapidly, in a spiral shape, and the speed is dozens of times faster than in the dantian. There are dots in it, as if there are countless stars twinkling, just like a real nebula. After the nebula vortex was completely formed, it began to run on its own without Yi Xingchen's urging, as if it contained a sky full of stars. What kind of sea of consciousness is this? Boom! At the moment when the nebula vortex formed, Yi Xingchen felt that his perception range was rapidly expanding, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. 3 kilometers away. Yi Xingchen was delighted to see that, no matter in front of her or behind her, as long as she was within a range of 3 kilometers, she seemed to be able to clearly see everything around her. 3 layers of qi training? Yi Xingchen was so shocked beyond description that he even let out a voice of surprise. Now, of course she already knew that Ling Yun was at the 3rd level of qi training right now, and the range of his consciousness was 3 kilometers away. What? Damn it! When Ling Yun heard it, he was also shocked, but this was not the time to be excited. Ling Yun immediately said to Yi Xingchen, hold Yuan Shouyi, continue to absorb star power until you fill yourself up again. Yi Xingchen naturally followed his words. After another 2 hours, Yi Xingchen stopped absorbing the power of the stars until around 3:30 in the morning. With a movement of her divine sense, she instantly absorbed the vortex of the aura outside her body into her body, and then floated to the ground. Call. When Ling Yun saw Yi Xingchen fall to the ground, he finally heaved a long sigh of relief, letting go of a big stone in his heart. From 10 o'clock in the evening to 3:30 in the morning, it took Yi Xingchen 5.5 hours to break through this time. From the beginning to the end, she didn't ask Ling Yun for help. God! This feeling. Yi Xingchen released her consciousness to the limit. She felt the mountains, dense forests, and vegetation within 3,000 meters, and felt that everything was so clear, so shocking, and so incredible. What Ling Yan said is correct. Indeed, this is a brand new realm. How much rice? Ling Yan flew over, and he asked immediately. Of course, he was asking about Yi Xingchen's spiritual perception range, because this represented Yi Xingchen's qi training realm. Same as you, about 3 kilometers. Yi Xingchen happily replied. Brother Yun was completely speechless. 3 levels of qi training. This is too bad. However, Yi Xingchen was the gateway to the sea of consciousness that he opened when he broke through the 9th level of innate realm. After possessing true spiritual consciousness, it is reasonable to be able to reach the 3rd level of qi training in an instant. However, Yi Xingchen's next sentence made Ling Yan excited in an instant. Ling Yan, I took a look inside, and found that the sea of consciousness between my brows was spinning rapidly like a cluster of nebulae in the void, and there seemed to be countless stars shining inside, so amazing. Ling Yan was dumbfounded for a moment. It really was a magical sea of consciousness. Could this be the body of the stars, the sky-defying effect after practicing the void-leading star art? The sea of consciousness turns into the void, and there are nebula spinning. Ling Yan realized in an instant that once Yi Xingchen practiced supernatural powers and used them, how terrifying it would be. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yan looked up to the sky and laughed excitedly. He couldn't help but sacrificed the Qingying Feijian. Under the urging of spiritual thoughts, the blue shadow flying sword swayed in the wind, and turned into a huge flying sword 2 meters long and 1 foot wide, standing horizontally in the air, floating and not moving. Brush. Ling Yan was full of confidence at this moment. He stepped on the blade of the sword as soon as he twisted his body, and then his divine sense moved. Walk. Under the powerful divine sense, Qingying Feijian took Ling Yan and flew out like lightning. Ling Yan Yujian flies. To be continued. Swipe swipe. Around the mountains, there were figures of Ling Yan walking back and forth stepping on the flying sword. He was so excited that he let out bursts of long whistles from time to time, forming waves of echoes in the surrounding valleys. How many steps does Yujian fly in total? First of all, there must be a flying sword, and this flying sword can be transformed into any size, at least it can be more than 1 foot wide. Secondly, this flying sword can fly in the air, and it can come and go freely under the urging of spiritual thoughts, and even if a person stands on it, it can still carry it and still be able to fly. Finally, this step is actually very simple to say, as long as you can ensure that you stand on the flying sword, no matter how fast it is, and no matter how rapidly it changes direction, you can guarantee that you will not fall off. This can achieve the flight of Yujian. But now, Ling Yan has reached the late stage of the 3rd level of qi training, and he has easily completed these 3 steps. Therefore, seeing Yi Xingchen successfully advance tonight and condense the magical sea of consciousness, he was inexplicably excited and sacrificed flying sword, Yujian flying. On the night of the life and death decisive battle, when Ling Yan faced Yamada no Orochi, he could already transform the blue shadow flying sword to more than 2 meters long and 1 foot wide. Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness is already strong enough. Even after Qin Jingxian became a demon, it is difficult for him to fly the Qingying flying sword. The power of the Qingying flying sword can certainly bear a person's body. And with Ling Yan's realm and lightness kung fu, he can certainly guarantee that he will not fall when he steps on the flying sword controlled by his divine sense. God, this guy. Yi Xingchen was just immersed in the huge shock and surprise after being promoted, but now he is attracted by the sky-defying scene in front of him. Brush. Ling Yan controlled the flying sword and circled the mountain ridge dozens of times back and forth like lightning. Then he returned suddenly and came to Yi Xingchen's body. The green shadow flying sword stopped in the air, and Ling Yan was in high spirits. Seeing his arrogant appearance, Yi Xingchen couldn't help wanting to slap him off the flying sword. But of course she would not do this. Ling Yun, didn't you say that you can only fly in the middle of qi training? How can you fly now? Ling Yun laughed. He flicked his hair. Cultivator flying is divided into two types, one is to fly with the sword, and the other is to fly directly without the sword. Ordinarily, for ordinary monks, only when they reach the middle stage of qi training can they barely be able to fly with the sword, and only at the late stage of qi training can they be able to fly with the sky. However, this genius has a strong spiritual sense, and the current spiritual sense can already urge the flying sword to carry me to fly. Of course, I can fly with the sword in advance. Originally, Ling Yun thought that he still needed to burn the divine essence to ensure his flying with the sword, but after flying a few laps, he realized that he didn't need to burn the divine essence at all. With his current consciousness, he could completely fly with the sword. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun stretched out his hand to Yi Xingchen. Come up, let this genius take you to fly around twice. Beautiful you. Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly, and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun, but she still jumped lightly and stepped on the Qingying Feijian. Stand firm. Seeing Yi Xingchen coming up, Ling Yun slightly embraced Yi Xingchen's soft waist without any politeness, and then had a thought. Qingying, let's go. Brush. Suddenly, the tip of the Qingying flying sword pointed upwards, pointed obliquely at the distant night sky at an angle of 45 degrees, and then flew out like a cannon out of its chamber. What? Yi Xingchen was caught off guard, and was knocked backward by the delicate body of the huge inertial belt, and just happened to crash into Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun was suffocating in his heart, and was waiting for this, so he immediately wrapped his arms around Yi Xingchen and hugged Yi Xingchen tightly. The nephrite jade is warm and fragrant, and the arms are full. Bastard! Suddenly embraced by Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen's pretty face flushed, she struggled slightly, and spat softly. Ha ha! Ling Yun smiled indifferently. Facing the night wind, he suddenly activated the Yin-Yang Ju and used the Hunyuan Qi shield, a huge eggshell formed by Yin-Yang Qi, which instantly enveloped the two of them, blocking the roaring mountains for them. Wind. Take you to appreciate the great rivers and mountains of the motherland. At this time, the two of them had reached an altitude of 500 meters, and they had a panoramic view of the rolling mountains below, the dense forest, a small river flowing in the distance, and the farmyard where they lived. Looking up, the night sky is vast and deep, the Milky Way in the sky is like a belt, dotted with stars. Billions of stars are twinkling, blinking at the two flying with swords, as if they were peeking at them. The feeling of Yujian flying is really wonderful, and it is flying with a beautiful beauty. Now that Yi Xingchen was hugged by Ling Yun, she also gave up struggling, but opened her beautiful eyes wide, looking at the beautiful scenery of the night in the distance in surprise. Her whole body was attracted. The speed of the Qingying Feijian was extremely fast. 5 minutes later, it had traveled nearly 20 kilometers. Then, the blade of the Qingying Feijian began to vibrate violently. Yi Xingchen's delicate body tightened suddenly, and he said in a trembling voice, Ling Yun, can you do it? Just don't fall. Of course, don't worry, I won't fall. Ling Yun chuckled and burned more than a dozen drops of divine energy without hesitation. His spiritual consciousness became stronger, and the Qingying Feijian immediately became extremely stable. Now, Ling Yun has found the limit of his Yujian flight. If he is alone, he can fly about 50 kilometers without Xinyuan, but if it is two people, it is about 20 kilometers. But now in Ling Yun's sea of consciousness, there are more than 5,000 drops of divine energy, which is enough for him to squander, so there is no need to worry about falling. Next, Ling Yun continued to go up with his sword, until he came to an altitude of 1,000 meters, and there was a faint cloud around him, so he stopped going up, and then slowed down the speed of the flying sword, flying slowly. Hey, from now on, I finally don't have to let those blood races carry me to fly. The sky is big and the earth is big, I can go anywhere. Ling Yunyong's Xingchen tightened a bit, thinking that there were finally no light bulbs around him. He said proudly. Ling Yun, go home. In the past 2 days, your second uncle and Mr. Chui have been unable to contact you, and they have all asked me for someone. After Yi Xingchen got used to flying with Yu Jin, he was able to appreciate the surrounding scenery, and suddenly said quietly. Ling Yun remained silent. After the life and death battle was over and the Sun and Chen families were wiped out, Ling Yun came directly to this small mountain village and stayed with Yi Xingchen day and night for 4 days. The Ling family knew about Du Ling Zhen, and of course they understood Ling Yun's temporary escape, so they didn't look for him at first, and let him calm down outside. However, it doesn't matter if Ling Yun doesn't go back for a day or 2, but if he doesn't see anyone for 4 or 5 days in a row, and also closes all contact methods, the Ling family can't sit still. Because of Sun Chen's fall, the Ling family had too many things that needed him, the patriarch of the Ling family, to deal with it himself when he went back, and Ling Yu couldn't make decisions on his own. Your communicator, as well as your mobile phone, should also be taken out of the Taishu ring, otherwise, if they can't contact you again, they will probably come here directly. Yi Xingchen turned his head, looked at Ling Yun and said with a smile, with a rare cute look on his pretty face. Always have to go home, always have to face, those things always need you to solve. Yi Xingchen was so gentle that she broke free from Ling Yun's arms. She turned around and said to Ling Yun. Yeah, always coming home, always facing. Ling Yun smiled, okay, I'll listen to you, and go home after dawn. As he spoke, Ling Yun moved his mind, and Qingying Feijian turned around in the air, returned along the original path, and flew towards the farmyard that had long been invisible below. 10 minutes later, the Qingying Feijian came to the sky above the farmyard and landed slowly. At this time, it was already past 4 o'clock in the morning, and the eastern sky was already pale. After returning to the cabin, Ling Yun was silent for a while, and suddenly took out the communicator and mobile phone from the space ring. This means that Ling Yun has to get in touch with the outside world again, and he has to start dealing with outside affairs. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen said with a smile, Ling Yun, after I broke through the 3rd level of Qi training, I feel that the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju has improved again. I will go outside and take the opportunity to practice again to see if I can advance to the 5th small level. After finishing speaking, she flew out immediately without waiting for Ling Yun's consent, and went outside to practice again. In his consciousness, Ling Yun silently watched Yi Xingchen's speeding figure. He couldn't help smiling. This girl is really too smart and caring. Then, Ling Yun came back to his senses, looked at the communicator and mobile phone in front of him, took a deep breath, and turned them on at the same time. In an instant, all kinds of information, as well as various notification sounds, flooded in. Ling Yun picked up the phone and started browsing. Damn, there are hundreds of missed calls alone. How many people are looking for me? For those missed calls, Ling Yun directly chose to ignore them, and he directly started to browse the text messages on his mobile phone and the information on WeChat. Brother, I seem to have advanced again. I don't even know what level I am now. Brother, we will go to Yanqing University to enroll in 1 week, don't forget. This is Ning Lingyu's. Boss, why can't you get through on the phone? Now there are many large companies wanting to inject capital into our Tiandi group, but I can't find your person. I'm so anxious. If you don't turn on your phone, I'll go directly to the capital to find you. This is Tang Meng's. Stinky boy, you are playing crazy outside, come back to me quickly, the family is dying of anxiety. This is the eldest sister, Ling Xiao. Ling Yun, come back quickly, we can't do without you at home. This is Chao Shanshan. Yuner, hurry home. This is a message from Ling Yu. Fuck, come back to me quickly. If you don't come back, don't blame me for going directly. Don't think I don't know where you are hiding, to enjoy your leisure. This is of course Emma Wudao. Ling Yun, the demon subduing conference is about to start, are you still going? This one was sent by Qin Dongxue through the communicator. There are still many messages, there are too many people looking for Ling Yun, and there are all kinds of things. Ling Yun has spiritual consciousness, he has been swiping the phone screen quickly, but the information still entered his mind word by word. Half an hour later, Ling Yun had finished browsing, he sighed slightly, and looked in the direction of the Ling family's ancestral house in the capital. Always go home. On September 5th, after having breakfast in the cabin, Ling Yun bid farewell to Yi Xingchen and went straight to the Ling family's ancestral house in the capital. To be continued.